to be religious is to be serious. You know what I'm saying? I'm religious about what I'm saying right now. I'm serious about it. Do I think it's a conspiracy? Yes, I think it's a conspiracy, definitely. I definitely think it's a conspiracy that every corner or other corner in the ghetto has liquor stores. You know what I'm saying? It's not like that in other neighborhoods.
Shut the fuck up and listen to a rebel talk. I spent years behind the metal doors. Gym sessions got me generating hella force. One punch could dead a horse. I broke several jaws. A melanated mesomorph, trying to meditate and teleport. Keep my mind sharper than 7 swords. Seeking progression, learning lessons that were never taught. From where I'm from, it's live smart or be a clever corpse. Weapons drawn like desert storm. Be seasoned with peppercorn. Showers get your umbrella tours. Wrong end of the rainbow, no leprechauns. Just teams with big machines like Megazord. Leave a brother scorched. Let me pause, I like my lemon torch. Forget them tours and their dead awards, the sixes and their devil horns, pyramids and checkerboards, blood sacrifices to get rewards. I think they mean Baphomet when they thank the Lord. I ain't trying to get endorsed. This world ain't got nothing my soul's worth selling for. Not a private jet or 911 Porsche. More message than metaphor means you get ignored. But in the mirror, I see the trillest niggas ever born. These are the bars niggas should be getting medals for. Nothing like that shit you settle for. It's food for thought, boy. You better get a fork.
They keeping track of what we doing at all times. You know, just your whereabouts. You got OnStar, Easy Pass, all of this GPS. You know what I mean? All this stuff is keeping track. All these different tracking devices. You know what I'm saying? All our people being incarcerated, falsely accused, you know what I'm saying? It's a lot of different things, but the New World Order is here now. A lot of stuff that's going on now was predicted in the 90s. New World Order, Illuminati, I've been knew about all that. A lot of cats are jumping on the bandwagon, and they putting a lot of these rappers up there and saying, oh, he's a part of the Illuminati, oh, he's this, but they don't really have the knowledge to understand that we live in those times now. You know what I'm saying? So, yeah, definitely, I believe it. I think the New World Order is real.
Yeah, I'm still doing my thing, I did it differently. I couldn't give a toss about the music industry. Man in the streets, don't judge my Insta G. I try and post stuff that my people need to see. Yeah, I gave the youth keys, I'm talking keys to be great as they could be, show them shit they need to see. They killed Dr. Sebi, all about the figures, G. If we got the cure, they can't sell the pills, you see. Choked our young brother Rash in the corner shop. I feel like if they kill another one, it's gonna pop. It ain't gonna stop until they implement martial law. Have the blocks and the corners locked. Till then, let's get money. Tell me what's love if there's no respect, Donny? What's a big house if you're trapped in debt, dummy? Brothers think they're free, they can't go the next country. White men run the weed game now, it's crazy. Paying out your nose 124 8G, a score 4 gram of kosher kush, dog, I'm wavy. I still done the maths, half a box is a Mercedes. The general public so docile and lazy. Politicians don't give a fuck about the babies. They use vaccination programs to spread AIDS, G. Peace to the Middle East, Africa and Haiti. You get me, fam?
I think AIDS is a part of population control. You know what I'm saying? I think AIDS is man-made. At one time, it was enough dollars, you know, in our economy as it was gold bars and Fort Knox. Now it's not.
Judas did it to Jesus, Brutus did it to Caesar. Intertwining with medias, how these devils deceive you. Now it's standard procedure, got you standardly shackled like cattle, how they perceive you. I got a new thesis. I ain't praying to no God, just me, myself and I, black ethers. Balancing this ego, make distractions hard to reach us. Cause I spend my time and learning shit they tried to teach us. Look, I don't care, I'm not gonna lie. I just call it how I see it. See the power is inside. I can see it from a mile away. World leaders act some kind of way. Hate behind your back, but to your face they smile and say, what's up? I don't give a fuck, they say I'm crazy. I say, so what? If you can't see this world is crazy, then you're blind, your mind is gone. Tell me what ride you're on. Tell me whose side you're on. Tell me if I'm mistaken, but papers become your god. Now they say man makes the money. Money shouldn't make the man. But nowadays the surface and evil go hand in hand. From man trading for land to man trading for gold. Now man trading their soul for what they hold in their hand. I can't wait for us to wake up, overcome this insanity. Obsession over flesh means the spirit is lacking clarity. Poverty can make a man sell out half of his family. Blood sacrificing for salary, that's tragedy.
You know what I'm saying? So what is money really? It's nothing. If you had the vegetables and I had the bread, we would do what? We would trade. You know what I'm saying? Simple. You know what I'm saying? Now they make it to us like it's something new, but they've been had that technology. People was watching that on TV. Oh, he's on the moon. Get out of here with that. I do believe that hardcore earth a large field of antennas, and that sits in the field, an open field. I think it's in Alaska. When pointed at the sky, it can move the clouds, manipulate the weather. When pointed at the ground, it can cause earthquakes. You know what I'm saying? And also when pointed at people, it can actually make you sick, make you feel nauseous, control your bowel movement, and things of that nature.
Yeah, family. In the building. You're done now.
This is your captain, this is your captain, this is your captain, this is your captain, this is your captain.
It's your boy Jedi for Jedi Online, Trilluminati Live, Red Pill, Trilluminati clips, like, comment, share, subscribe, hit the notification bell so you know when we go live, and please put the number of your like in the chat. You know, like that.
This is your captain, 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 this is your captain.
Giving niggas guidance, alliance to defiance. I'm on freedom or violence. Speaking my truth, no one keeping me silent. Big shots like I'm David when he was beating Goliath. Catapulted into my life, I collided with giants with a mind deeper than a trident. Held in the palm of Poseidon. I'm like a tsunami to pirates, get turned in my way, but I fly like a pilot.
Haters can't cope, my aura's too vibrant. Girls wanna show me their private.
More time, I wanna live alone in the island.
I zone when I close both my eyelids. Look close, you might see a ghost in my iris. Please don't approach when I'm like this. I in the kiss, I mix DMT with some. Not sure if I'm woke cause I write this. When I write for my G's, is my phone low silent? Do I despise the police? Is Kobe's last name Brian? I know some activists, I know some riders. Hey, actually riders. I'm a survivor. I should be in a Queen does witchcraft. Horizon. Face last boss like clipping her. Running for a block for the pythons. We are not. My son's friend got stabbed in the heart. I could not stop him from crying. Hope he knows he's a king with bulletproof wings. No weapon could stop him from flying. The episode toxic is frightening. AI and robots are rising. Alistair Crowley was shopping for diamonds. Lost. Lost. It's chill talk whenever my mic's on. Tool in my waist, heart on my sleeve. Wise like the Magi, following the star in the east by the witch get. I think cryptocurrency's the mark of the beast. Shark in the sea. Negative karma for me. Boom, 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 boom. One popcorn. Yeah, we're in the building. Shut up, man. We in the building, family. Big up everyone. Let me get to these chats, man. Do my admin. Family, big up everyone. Let me get my admin on. I am light number 15. Keep these lights rolling, please. That the link to join is pinned to the top of the chat. It's also going to be in the description. Before you can say supercalifragilistic. No! What the fuck did you just do? Yeah, sorry. Apologies. Before you can say supercalifragilistic, expialidocious. Save that there. Save this here. Okay, let's see what's going on now. Who's this? What? Rory Breaker. Okay. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, what's up?
Not much.
What's going on? What's happening?
I don't know. What do you? What's the? I don't even know if you've got a topic or anything. So I don't know.
This is the started. What I'm asking you, Dave, is why have you come over here first thing in the morning? What's up? This is very unusual for you, and as far as I know, you don't have much respect for this platform or the people that talk on it or the host. So why are you here? Explain this to me.
Give me an example of me not respecting your platform.
Nah, bro, I'm not gonna waste time. If you can't be genuine, then I suppose we should leave it there. I've heard you speaking about this platform many a times, me individually and the panelists and the chat. So you've made your views clear.
Yeah, but this ain't personal to me. I've come here to see if you want to debate about something or talk about something. Because that's what happens.
This is
I don't want to talk into an echo.
Yeah, but that's what you say. This is an echo chamber. When you leave and when you come here and you have conversations, they don't go in the way that you enjoy. You leave. And then you go to other people's platforms and say, that's why I don't go over there, because it's just an echo chamber. They just chat shit. They're just racist.
Yeah, I do find a lot of the things you talk about to be a bit boring.
Hold on. They're just this. They're just that. They're everything. But then...
You've been holding on to this, yeah. Fuck it.
No, I haven't. I really haven't.
It's not personal to me, mate. I don't know. If you want to have a discussion about something, we can do it. I'm not bothered. I'm not holding any feelings.
I'm not expecting you to be holding feelings. What I'm expecting to do is at least hear me say what I've got to say.
Okay.
It's not holding it back or anything. Because the truth is, I may never have seen you or spoken to you again. Because clearly, I'm not gonna go and look for you or think about you, or remember you. Do you know what I mean? You know what I mean? But you've come back. It's cool. You've come back. But no. I think it's your ego. Is what I'm trying to highlight.
My ego. Okay. All right.
This is what I'm trying to highlight, but you won't let me finish. So, and I know when someone's not prepared to hear what I've got to say, so I'm not gonna bother. But the words you say are the words you should live by. This is something that I really believe in. This is why I don't say shit that I can't live by, or I don't mean, or I'm just saying it because I'm hurt. I don't do it. Yeah, the most I will say, I'll save that for later. But yeah, I'm just saying, I heard you saying some pretty spiteful, degrading stuff about me and my platform and the people around me, calling us beggars, thrifters. I'm a tramp. I need to get a job. I'm racist. I'm everything under the sun. And then lo and behold,
who's sending you these clips? Beggars and grifters.
Listen,
I love to hear that.
And then lo and behold, Dave Smith pops back.
Yeah, okay. Put that feather in your cap. That doesn't.
Thank
okay,
you.
Good.
I just want to highlight it, and then we can move forward.
Because you've been holding that. Okay.
I don't hold it. Like I said, it's not a thing of holding it, because that would mean that I was waiting for a time to see you, and I was never.
No, but you know the things you just said there, I can't even remember saying them. So that's how insignificant that is to me.
I know. Unfortunately,
but if you want to have a conversation about me thinking you're a grifter, I don't even know I hold that opinion, if I'm honest.
I know.
I've said many a times that you put in a lot of time and effort on your channel.
Thank you.
So what you do is what you do. I'm not saying you're ripping anybody off. So I don't know why I would have called you a grifter.
Thank you.
Who gave you that clip? Who told you that?
I listened with my own ears. Dave, you know I'm like the Phantom out here, man. I hear a lot.
Yeah, but that's what I'm saying. I know you're not listening to whole streams, so someone's definitely sent you a clip there, because I don't even think of you as a grifter. I don't even know. I don't even understand that. What are you grifting?
I think here that your viewpoints change depending on your emotional environment, how you're feeling at that moment in time. So if you feel like if you've been on the channel and like people have been calling you cunt and you've had a little argument and people said some mean stuff about white people, I feel like you go away and you're like, yeah, them fucking cunts over there, and then you just let loose. Obviously.
Oh, if I was going to say your panel's racist, I would say 100%. But the grifter part, I don't know why I said that. I don't even understand that part.
No, don't worry, I didn't understand it either. But yeah, big up, man, and welcome. Here we go. Ari, what's good? Yo, Ari, what's good?
Do I have an echo? Because this device is echoing on other platforms.
No, I don't. You're not echoing to me.
Okay. Hey, how you doing?
What's up, man?
Well, I just was getting over a cold last week, and that's why I haven't been hopping on. Plus, some of the trolls want to follow me, you know what I'm saying? So I laid back over here for a minute, and I start typing in the chats, you know what I mean?
Okay.
I got into a spat with Ghetto Intellect.
Ghetto Intellect what? Sorry?
I got into a spat with Ghetto Intellect.
Okay.
And Ghetto Intellect said, look, RE, I'm not going to come for your enemies. I'm not going to join your enemies. I'm going to join your friends. So the only friends I have, you a sniper, you know. So then the only two that I know he was going to come at me with, you know. So I'm like, okay, let me just lay back because, you know, my loyalty over here was a little questioned. So I didn't want to bring him, you know what I mean?
Your latest question because you fuck with a rat that tries to shit on my name and spread slander.
Okay, rat.
You fuck with that rat pussy respect. You know who I'm talking about. You fuck with him.
Wait a minute.
Yeah, you fuck with him. And one day, when the shot, listen to me, man. No. You not like to share and sit on fences like you lot ain't got no eyes. Yesterday, someone tagged me in a video with this respect guy, and I'm telling you, you're not gonna make something happen to him. Keep reminding me of this pussy. I'm just letting you know. Listen, Ari. I've been wanting to tell you this for a very long time. Everyone, hear me out. Listen to me. See me. I don't care who you're friends with. Yeah, I don't care. I care who you're enemies with. Yeah, if I got love for you, I look out for your enemies and I make sure that I don't do anything to facilitate them or give them any love. Let me tell you something. You can do what you want. See, when I with you, I looked on your community wall and I see a video. Yeah, nothing to do with me. Nothing to do with me. When I'm looking in the video, I'm seeing a picture of me in the video. I'm clicking on the picture and it's got respect son.
I don't know if you have a son.
So man is jumping up. Rodney K is jumping up on Respect's panel talking about Respect son with a picture of me. Man's letting man on and you like entertaining that. And then this is what you lot think. Let me tell you something from now. Yeah. I might not be the best typer. Yeah, I might not be the best person to put clips together and videos and montage. I might not be the best manipulator or shit chatter. I might not be able to stand in front of a community of people and chat shit, yeah, and lie. I might not be that pussy, yeah. I might not be a fucking weasel of a man. But I tell you one thing I am. I'm extra violent when I catch my enemies, yeah. I'm extra violent. Regardless of what you think, you've seen, you heard, you've been told, you could be 6'10". When I mark you as an enemy and me and you meet, no cameras, no panels, no nothing. When me and you meet and you have to stand by the words and the actions, try and know. This is when I see the measure of a man, and very few people come up in comparison. When it's me and you in solitude. Yeah, and I've seen it before. I'm telling people from now. If you fucking with me, be very careful of who and what you have around you, because I will turn to your enemy in a heartbeat if I think you're trying to disrespect me. Yeah, or if you allow any enemies any fucking room to try and shit on me.
I don't know what you're talking about.
You don't have to. I'm talking.
Community
All you gotta do is listen. All you gotta do is listen. Stop your noise. Stop your noise.
I'm looking on my community wall right now. I'm trying to figure out what video you're talking about. Can I just explain? Is this the video you're talking about? Some dude named Eza? E-A-I-Z-I?
I'm done.
No, is it? I'm looking on my community wall. Is it? Because I only got one. I did with the dude I had just followed on Instagram. Is his name EAZI?
I'm just saying, yeah.
I'm asking you, is it him?
Cats and mice will never be friends.
I don't know them. This dude, I just followed him on Instagram.
You're not listening to me. You're not listening to me. You're not listening. You're talking. You just talk. You're not listening, and I can't be bothered to explain. So let's move on. Because while I'm telling you, you're busy being confused about what I'm talking about. Listen,
yes, I know. I'm very
listen to me, Ari. I am your calm nephew. I'm cool, but I'm also.
You're not calm.
You're not listening to me. That's why, and it's annoying me. You're a big woman. Like, I don't know why you can't listen to me. You want to talk over me and interrupt. And
always attacking. I've been trying to get attacked by you.
Get the fuck out of here, man. Get the fuck out of here with your crying shit, man.
No, you
All you gotta do is be on mute. All you gotta do is be on mute and listen. All you gotta do is be on mute. You wanna make noise and cry. Man, get the hell out of here, man, with your confusion. If you ain't listening, that's your business. You crying for? What you crying about? Yeah, go on mute and listen to what I'm saying. But no, you want to interrupt and talk and be confused and then start crying. I had enough of this shit. I'm just trying to tell you a message. I'm saying you can't mix me with certain pussios, yeah? And you can't be my friend and a pussio's friend too. That's what I'm saying. I ain't telling no one to pick sides, but just know how you're moving. Know how you're moving. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You posted up something with your little pussio nephew, yeah? And it had a picture of me saying Raspek's son. I'm saying mind yourself, Ari, because you're going to end up caught in a crossfire between me and this little fucking mouse. That's what I'm saying to you. Yeah? Everything you do, yeah, outside of the trill is an annoyance. You hang around with pussios, you beg friend with pussios, you co-sign pussios. You're not the only one. I got next man tagging me in music videos where pussios can't even use their own name because we're talking a bit spicy about the police, and then people want to tag me in these videos. You got next man that want to invite me to. Bruv, I'm just letting you lot know, man. You see, I see the people that surround me. You lot are on the fence. I see enough of you lot around me that want to come close to me. You want to tag me. Will you fucking tag? Why are people tagging me? Don't tag me, man. You tag me and use my name and my brand that you love me, that you know what I stand for. And then you're going to put me side by side with certain pussios and pestilences. And I'm telling you, man, trust me, I warned you that a whole new wave is coming. I ain't, trust me. Oh, you like both of us, do ya? You like both of us, do ya? Oh, yeah, I'm cool with both of you. Yeah, great. Then I just know what a pussy you are. If your eyes ain't open now, your eyes will never be open. Get away from me, for I never knew you. Workers of iniquity. That's what I'm saying. Anyway, happy new day, man. Let's move on. And honestly, I ain't trying to hear no grown woman crying. I got my own reasons to cry. I got my own sad stories. You get me? If you're hurt, get a plaster. Yeah, let's move forward anyway. Like I said, and stop trying to mix me. Stop trying to be my friend and everyone else's friend. I don't need any friends, man. If you want to be cool with everyone, be cool with everyone except for Jeds. Leave me out of it. Because you lot keep making me cross paths with pussios. That's why I don't go certain places. I don't go places. When I go out, I only go with the fam. I don't go certain places. I don't mix with certain people. So me and them don't have to cross paths. Because when we cross paths, I'm on annihilation. Yeah? And when I see this pussyo, yeah? When I see this pussyo, I'm going to ask him who was the stripper to his face. I will ask him who was the stripper. That's what I'm saying. When I see this pussyo, I will ask him to his face. And depending on his answer is whether I'm going to let him live or not. I'm not playing with you lot, man. Not none of you lot's friends. Not none of you lot's brethren. I didn't grow up with none of you lot. I'm not sharing story. I have no compassion for you. I will destroy you if you get in my way. Because there's too many real ones out here struggling, and you lot just want to give pussios voices.
So I'm gonna start treating you lot like the pussios too. Yeah? And whoever understands the message I'm saying, understands. I hope you lot listen. Cause man, I didn't know it was that deep. I didn't know it rare. You mean a pussios. You co-sign people you don't know. You beg friend with people you don't know. And you're gonna get yourself in problems. Anyway, let's move forward, man. I hope I'm making sense, though. Like, those with sense know what I'm saying. Those that want to be dumb, I'm like, I don't get it. What? Cool, safe. And that's the man in the chat. That's for panelists. That's for panelists. That's for spanner holders, mods. Yeah? Try no, bro. Like, try no. Yeah, I'm cool. I'm rare. No, I'm not going to tell you who to be friends with and rare. But if you mix me with the pussy associations that you don't keep, you're not going to get the fire. Anything comes my way, you lot are getting the fire. I'm not protecting nobody, and I'm not going to hold back my tongue. And if you're riding with certain man, just know, bullets ain't got no name, you know? And I don't mean physical bullets. I mean shots. I mean just desserts. When it's getting dished out, know what proximity you are to people that are liabilities. That's why I keep myself to myself. So when John gets shot, it's got nothing to do with me. When Peter gets shot, it's got nothing to do with me. Do you know what I mean? Because I try to represent myself. I separate myself. I sponsor. Even when my own brother is making reckless statements, I gotta come out and say, yeah, nah, I'm not consigning that or rare. And that's like what you gotta do in modern day times. Because people don't understand the differences between people. A man tagged me yesterday. Leon Negus tagged me in Set Tripping, a song with me on it and two other guys on the song that didn't want to use their real names because I was talking about taking the fight to the real opposition instead of each other, instead of blaming a white man or blaming your another black brother or whatever for your issues. Let's take it to the system. That's the message I was putting in this song. And man, them didn't even want to put their name to it. Man, didn't even want to put the song out. I had to fight to get the song out. Let alone
that's a fact. That's a fact.
Yeah?
That's a fact.
And then 3 years later, you, Leonidas, you want to tag me about respect rebellion and Jedi and Red Pill Trill. You want to tag me on the video with him. I had to say, like, why are you tagging me with this pussy? Are you all right? I said, bro, you're weird. I said, you're weird for that. I said, oh, I didn't know that you lots didn't get on like that. No, shut the fuck. How the fuck do you not know? I was playing along. All right, cool. You don't know, yeah? You don't know that we don't fuck with each other. I said,
Leon Negus, lying motherfucker. He's a liar.
Lying motherfucker, bruv. I said, yeah, that was a weird thing for you to do.
Yeah. You was part of it, Leon. You was part of it, man. The little sneaky associations. You know what I mean? During gang, like these men are grouping together. They got their own angst why they're pissed off with man or whatever. Bro.
I can't take the gameplay, bro.
To pretend that, you know, we're not all sitting here because of certain situations and there's no gang no more. Other than this fucking idiot using the Gang Unite page for his own devices. Like,
even now he's doing
I saw that yesterday.
Even now he's still using Gang Unite.
Dickhead.
And you want to call yourself Gang Unite, and then you got next man Rodney K dissing me. Did I ever let him on with a picture of you? Did I ever let him on? Really, man, you're a dickhead, man. These men are dickheads. And I know you're not ready. Bro. You can have 50 soldiers with you, bro. I'll rip through all of them. You're not ready. You never even seen me turn up. None of you lot have. You don't know. You never seen me turn up. Anyway, let me show you this. I just want to show you because I just thought this was mad weird. I like if you.
Can I say something?
Nah, I don't want to hear from you, man. Shut up, man.
No, I'm just saying, I'm
Shut the fuck up, man.
Do you?
I don't want to hear nothing from you, man. Shut up.
Is this going to be an all day thing, or should I come back another time?
Shut up, man.
Yeah, you can shut up. No, I want to show, man. This is what man did. Yeah, this is what man did. Tagged me in this. Yeah, and not only did you tag me in this, you tagged me on his shit verse. Respect shit verse. Yeah, he edited the video to make him seem like the superstar of the whole fucking song.
coming through green smoke and some special effects when his voice comes in. You see respect more in my verse than his own verse, than me. And he edited this. We had to send it back.
He edited it 4 or 5 times. I've got a copy on my YouTube
version, which is disgusting. It's like you can't even see Jeds in it.
Yeah. Man had to edit it, and while he was editing, he was like, yeah, you see where I edited you into the video. So I know how he constructed the video and all of that. I know all the argument that at the end of the day, when the video came out, it was under your name.
Check this out. And then you tried to make it directed by, and you tried to put some directing credit in there because of one scene right at the end. Pussy.
Editing credit,
you fucking pussy. Yeah, acting like you directed it, because you can't take other people getting any light. You didn't even want this song to fucking come out. Let's be real. And you couldn't put your name to it because in this you're bingy. Yeah? And you didn't want to, and the reason why you didn't want to put it because the message in the song was too hot for you to handle. You couldn't handle it. What man was saying about feds. It was too much. Yeah? But now look.
Edited.
You wanna look. Look. But now look, you wanna post this up now, yeah? You proud? What? You brave now, yeah? Killing your own kind is a kind. And yet again, look. You're a pussy, proper pussy. You proper trying to glorify it, and look, you're getting bare fire emojis trying to glorify the tune. My tune, I brought you in, and you was too shook to even use that. Why don't you use Bingy now? Huh? Why don't you use Bingy now? Because you was a pussy, you couldn't use your name. Yeah, you was shook. Now you're trying to get some kind of credit off it. Fassy, man. I can't stand this Fassy. And then
for the sake of conversation, do you want an outside opinion on this?
Then you got Leon Negus, dude, who's supposed to be a brethren, supposed to be Mandem. Yeah, but I thought that move was mad weird. Like, why did you tag me, bro? Like, why did you tag me? I don't get it. So I said, you're weird for this. He said, behave yourself. I feel your brethren that. And you know that's not my brethren. I said, nah, man, seriously, this guy you tagged in my video couldn't even put his name to it. Bingy. Then Leon's like, a man said, Bingy, look, it's a mistake on my behalf. I didn't realize how severe you two's animosity, for lack of a better word, had developed. The tune's tough. I rate it. So I tagged the authors. Call me sentimental, using to be warriors, brothers, whatever. Yeah? And I said, honestly, King, I think you know better. Family, I'm not in you man's business, so no heady one around here. If I had, honestly, if I had known, I wouldn't have.
Lies,
man. Cool, man. There's no way you didn't know that, man. I just allowed it. Cool. Big up. Safe, innit? It's these little dumb games. And I've got man them all around me that play this little dumb game. And they've been playing this dumb game. They've been playing this dumb game for a very long time. Good homies, bad homies. All of you lot been playing this dumb game. You're blind. You can't see nothing. You can't speak. You can't rare. Cool. Don't try and tag me and stuff with this pussy, man. All right? That's what I'm saying. Don't try and associate me with. We're different stock, man. And I stay humble more time, but I will turn up, man. And it will be very disgusting. Yeah? And let your boy Respect know. I'm ready when he is, you know. Yeah? I'm ready. If he wants to turn his online chat into something else, I'm ready when he is. Just let him know that. Yeah? I'm not going to be doing the dead, fake, undercover shots. Like, I speak with my chest. And when I start speaking, bro, man ain't going to like what I'm going to say. I promise you. Respect Rebellion. I promise you. Say, give me the go word. Give me the green light. Say that's what it is. And we both do what we need to do. You won't like it, bro. You get me? And people stop tagging me around this youth. He takes little slice shots. He ain't man enough to address me. He ain't man enough to confront me. He ain't man enough to be real. And this is the issue that we had from the start. And I was surrounded by man them that weren't man enough to speak up. That's why it makes me look like the crazy one. And now the man them's just slowly getting their balls and their bravery and their voice now. But I was born with a voice. I was born with balls. I was born independent thinking. And this is why me and certain man don't get on. I don't want to lead none of you lot. I don't want to be your leader, your general. I don't want to be in no fucking group with none of you lot. No organization. I don't want to do nothing with you lot. I don't want to work with any of you. I don't care about none of your black organizations, your black community organizations, your white community. I don't care. If you're not about freedom, I'm not interested. Because everyone's just found a route to just get them a little job. Everyone's found a route to just make themselves nice and get themselves all popular and that. I'm not interested. I'm not here for none of that. Yeah? All right, cool. Let's move forward. Just had to get that off my chest, man. And yeah, Ari, you're going to keep coming around here crying. I don't think you know how bad I am. I don't think you know. I don't think you know. I don't think you know. I have no limits, Ari.
Hey, just man, like Red.
When you tag me and when you're associating, call up my name. No, it's a dangerous sport you're playing. Everyone likes to big up Jedi and say, "Yeah, Jedi's my brethren and rare." It's dangerous to claim me. It always has been growing up. Even my son had to grow up, yeah, like with one eye open when someone's asking, "Oh, you Jedi's son? You Jedi's son?" It's not like you're not just claiming me for fun. It's not just free, yeah. A lot comes with claiming that you're down with me. You can't just say you're down with me with your mouth and then tutus. I'm seeing certain things. If you're down with me, if I come around you and see your environment, you can't have things around there that's offensive to me and then tell me you're down with me. I'm not having it. I'm not having it. Can't be boosting up next people that's trying to encourage my downfall. Imagine Respect put up some post, yeah, talking about certain man of strippers and real. Now, wouldn't you think that a Muslim man like this that converted, yeah, that hung around me and would want to speak the truth rather than depending on slander? Huh?
So what? Hold on.
Debate on that.
He was what? Sorry. Did he do that recently?
Yeah. Well, the one time he got arrested or something like that. And
yes. Not
London Open TV sent me a post. Yeah, about this guy's arrest. I'm reading it and I started laughing. My man, I don't know if he got arrested, what he got arrested for, but he's acting like, "Oh, if you don't hear from me, then just know, and I'm gonna just some big drama fest that you've never been nicked before. You pussy, man. You got nicked. He's acting like he's going down for murder, and if you don't hear from him, and thank you for everyone that called at the police station, and just bare pussy on shit. So, I had a post saying, "Oh, feds just came and took my Xbox." I think it's still up on my page. I don't need to hide. Yeah. He tried to put up a little clapback, yeah, but it was weak. And in your clapback, you're saying, "Man's a stripper." I was like, "Rah! Is that what you're dealing with?" Yeah, Jez is a stripper. All of a sudden. Wait,
remember, he's not good at this game.
This is what I read. Please keep me in your prayers. I just got to. I'm not.
Oh yeah, go.
I'll tell my story real soon. I'm laughing my ass off. I'm ready to snitch on anybody. Feds took my Nintendo Switch, but I said, "This is me." Yeah, it's as blatant as can be. You can see people laughing, or some people don't know what we're talking about. London Open TV knows what we're talking about. Let me show you what he posted. I just want to clarify this, yeah, because you like to throw stones. You like to throw stones and act like and hide your hands. I hate people like this. If it's on, it's on, innit? If you're saying what you're saying, say it with chest. You want to say it and then delete it, and act like other people are the bad guys and you don't do none of this. But I'm saying, if you're gonna start slandering, brother, if only I could find it. But you had to delete it because it was slander anyway. But if you want to start slandering, bro, I got some things to say. I got some true shit to say, bro. It ain't gonna be nice. Like, I promise you, it will change everything, bro. Yeah? None of the man them know this shit. Like, none of the man them know this shit. No one else knows this shit. Except for a few people involved. Yeah? I would, please, brother. Please, brother. Know what you're saying. When you chat about me, I don't care if you chat about me. I can't ever tell this guy, "Don't talk about me. Don't mention me." Cool. But see, if the next time I catch you trying to encourage some slander, some lies against my name and my brand, because that's one thing I'll never do is lie about you. If you try to encourage some slanders, some lie, yeah, about my name or my brand, I'm going to go all in, and I'm going to go all in like it's my job. Cause I figure you take man for pussy. Cause more time I'm just chilled out. I think you take man for pussy. You know for a fact I will crack your skull anywhere. You know that. You know that between me and you on a man-to-man one. Yeah. And that's just because I felt your vibration of femininity, yeah, and dishonesty. I know face to face, you're not on what you tell everyone. You're not what you say it is. It's never that. I know you are prepared to lie. I know I've seen you lie. So I know you are prepared to just lie, but you act like it's all honesty and all rare. I don't want to argue with you, but brother, play with my name, play with my brand, play with my reputation, say it out loud. Say my name, and I promise you, this thing between me and you is going to reach a level that you never thought imaginable. You ain't going to see this coming. Yeah? People, separate people. Yeah? Separate good from bad, up from down, real from fake. Yeah? You can't have me and have this dude on your top 10 list of anything. Otherwise, remove me from your list. If these are the people you fuck with, if these are the people you endorse, if these are the people that you chill with, if these are the people you got love for, drop me out. I'm cool. I got enough love. I got enough real ones around me, you know? I got my own youths, my own family. I got enough real ones around me. I got a whole fam that don't go online or not on the internet because they've been real from day. My day ones don't use the internet like that.
Facts.
I'm good. Like, don't ever get it twisted. I am good. I appreciate support. I appreciate the family. I appreciate all of that. But I don't want it if it means that you're in two places or you're not sure. Because that means I'm not doing my job right. That means your eyes ain't working right. If you can't see me as the truth compared to other man, then just leave me alone. Let's not force it. You don't see it, innit? You don't see it. Let's not force it. Go your way. I go mine. I'm happy with that. All right, let's keep it moving. Yeah. Misplaced confidence. Exactly, true music. Because people, come on, man. You want to spend Christmas banged up for what, man? Shut up, man. Ain't no one getting banged up, man. Anyway, let's move back. Let's move forward, shall I say? Just so I know, because it really weren't about that. It just popped into my mind when I see RE. I have to tell RE, yo, RE, listen, you think you can mix me. Don't fucking mix me, man. Like, you're gonna have to, like, Ari needs to learn. And if you chat to her, say, Jedi just wants you to be very careful with who you mix him up with. Yeah?
Yeah, but
don't be mixing me up with people. God, next thing I'm unfollowing you. Yeah? I'm unfollowing you because you're posting on your community wall about certain man getting roasted in the lion's den. And when I'm looking on there, you got pictures of me on there with Respect Son written on it. I know you don't pay attention, but these type of things could get you smoked. Like, verbally, innit? Like, obviously, not literally. Verbally. I will smoke you over some shit like this, man. Keep your little weird friends and nephews and little cousins and all these little weird people you find out. Keep them over there, because you don't even know who's real and who's not. You don't even come to me and say, yo, Big Jeds, who's real? So you don't understand what we are. You're there bigging up the man then, but you don't understand what we are, man. You don't understand. You ain't taking the time to understand the big difference between us. Anyway. Happy New Day, family. Well, breathe and relax, son. Yeah, me.
Who's that in it? Is that Dave Smith?
Yeah, Dave Smith. He wants to debate or something. I don't know what he wants to
debate.
No,
I thought he'd want to apologize. I thought he'd come to apologize.
No, we don't know. He don't know what we're talking about. I don't know if you're thinking what I'm thinking.
Mm-hmm.
Then he don't know. He's like, he ain't said anything, and you don't know, and I don't know, and he's good. So I'm like, fair enough. Let's move on.
Why are you on about?
Just anything, bro. You just say so much. I think you think that we just got our head buried in the ground, and we ain't got. Or maybe you just say stuff when you're a bit tipsy, and you're just thinking it's normal shit.
Mm.
But man,
I don't drink. I don't. Oh, what do you mean? I don't drink. What are you on about?
You don't drink anymore, yeah? You're
anymore.
You're teetotaler.
Yeah. When we first,
was this going to be a personal gothic hour feeling session? I don't know, because I come here to talk about actual things. You want to talk about me? It's a bit boring.
All right, let's talk about actual things. Let's talk about actual things.
One second, Slam. What actual thing did you want to talk about?
I don't know. I'm not coming here to dictate the conversation.
Right.
That's up to you.
I came here just.
You got a white man here. Use your time well.
All right. All right. If you proceed now,
Utilize.
we can move on. We can move on. Yeah.
Move on.
But just apologize. Just
Oh, I'll
say
move,
sorry.
I'll move.
Maku, I'm sorry. Just say
What
that.
for?
Yeah.
What for?
You don't want to know what for, my brother. Yeah, you know what for, but it's just long. Just say sorry and we'll move on.
I would never apologize for you for anything.
Okay. So who did you kill?
Oh, this boring thing again. Shut up, man. Boring. That's it.
Shit. So
It wasn't a kid like you said, though, was it? You lying bastard.
Oh, so you killed someone?
I don't know, man. I don't know. Maybe I killed 16 Czechoslovakian interior decorators. You never know, guy.
Anyway, Snaps.
Anyway.
Yes, brother.
Whatever, man. Whatever. We don't care about your.
Does Maku still think there's 18 million black people in Britain?
I don't know. Did he say that?
Shut up.
Yeah, he did. He did.
Snap what?
Well, listen to Dave. He's still got to deal with the truth, blood. You get me?
Yeah, he's going to start getting personal now. Who I killed next, Maku? Fucking hell, did I kill 16 Scottish people on the weekend?
It's not even that. You made the claim that it was me who put that out
I
there.
don't care, guy. I don't care.
I want an apology, bro. That's all.
You're not getting
and we could have moved on. What?
We have moved on. You need to get over it, not me.
I need to get over it.
Yeah, you're a liar. You said I killed a kid. That was a lie.
Bruh, you have killed someone, right? And
yeah, not a kid.
It's such an extent, right, that you, even now, cannot turn on your camera. Because you saying if those people see you on camera, it's peak for you. So
what do you mean? My face is
you confess
videos of my face.
No. But there's also videos of you saying this. This is the problem.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know.
So as I said to you before, all I want is an apology because you said I was a liar. I just make up.
Yeah, you was. You said I killed a kid.
I never lied once.
Yeah, you did. You said I killed a kid. No kid was mentioned nowhere.
My brother, even at the time, I showed you the message. Did I not?
This is boring, man.
Did I not show you the fucking message?
And they lied to you.
No. So okay, even if that person, lied
and you
to
ran
me,
with slander.
Is it me? No, hold on. Is it me? And then on top of it, we had to go and verify. Hold on. I had to go and verify. Yeah. That person sent me another message saying, nah. And someone else sent a video, of you actually confessing to these things.
Yeah, but you did slander me, though.
Right.
Didn't you?
So at the end of the day, it's not slander.
But it is.
If it's
you said
on
I killed
YouTube,
a kid. That was a lie.
If it's on YouTube, it's not my business, bro.
Yeah, but Maku, no one said anything about a kid. You added that bit in. Maku, you lied. You lied.
It's why I'm asking you now. Who did you kill? If I knew you killed, why would I say that?
So one,
I don't need to lie.
Answer to you or anyone on YouTube. And two,
and I know
you lied.
Well, I know it ain't one of those 18 million black people in England.
But you definitely lied. You spread slander here, guy. I know. I don't know what made you think that.
Look, don't use words, that are not relevant. Slander is not in this conversation.
So why did you
mention
a kid?
What is in this conversation is where's Maku's apology? That's it.
Why did you mention a kid?
But you want to continue? All right, cool. Yeah. Explain to everyone what the story is then. Explain to the people what the story is.
I don't need to explain anything. I don't
then shush then. Because at the end of the day, you killed someone. So that's it. Right. That was the bottom line. And that was the premise of what I was saying and what the message I got. Shush.
Okay. But you lied.
Don't blame it on me. No.
But you did lie, didn't you?
No, you can't shoot the messenger. Sorry, not
on this
occasion. Especially when he's carrying a sniper rifle.
No, but the information was false. I don't know why I'm talking about something happened 3 years.
It's real. You know it's real. That's why you're burning in your seat.
I don't care. Understand this. I don't care.
One second, Dave. Like, just to clarify, Carl. Obviously, you did have. It was when your Jupiter that was trying to advocate for you, and apparently they said that everyone knew that you was just joking around when you said that, and you wasn't being serious.
Nah, at the time, it was say the maddest thing so you could get the most views on the thing.
I beg you, listen, this is what you just did there was interrupt me, and you totally went in a different direction. If you just do me the service of just hearing what I got to say. So Wendy and Jupiter were saying everybody knew you was just fucking around, you wasn't being serious, and you hadn't actually been responsible for anybody's death. Yeah. Now you're saying that you have been responsible for someone's death, just wasn't a child. Like, can we get to
I've never said that. I said I don't care about these allegations. But yeah, if you want to know, have an honest answer. At the time, it was say the maddest thing you could say to get the views up. It was just stupidness. But Michael did lie about the kid part. That was just pure malicious slander.
He didn't make that up. No, sorry, he didn't make that up.
Well, someone else did, and he passed it on. It's still the same difference.
No, he didn't lie. No. He just passed on what he heard. And he said he heard. So you can't.
But he had false information.
He's not the root of that story. Nah, he's passing on the information he heard, then you can verify it.
But no one mentioned no kid. So that was made up.
No, it ain't made up. Don't be silly.
Yes, it is. What do you mean? I never said anything about no kid.
Maybe you didn't, but it has been said.
Yeah, someone made it up then, obviously. They elaborated.
Yeah, but we've been down this route, and you've already got a name of someone you suspect of making it up. So why you're trying to blame Maku is you being.
Well, he passed it on then. He passed it on and he used it to be
malicious. The name of the person you suspect of making up that rumor. So you saying that Sniper made it up and is lying is actually you being dishonest.
No. I never said he made it up. He was being very malicious with what he was doing. He had malicious intent.
Either way, you know who is the founder of this rumor. So
yeah, but it's not important, really. Let's be honest.
Yeah. Anyway, the fifth anyway of the morning. Let's move on. I have the feeling by you saying I'm a white guy, take advantage of me being here. You want to talk about something race related, but is there anything?
I'm not here to dictate the conversation. I was here just to see what you're talking about, and that's it.
Yeah.
So well, it's your channel. You talk about whatever you want, and if I can,
and I have been. You were crying when we were because you felt left out. How long is this going to go on? Should I come back? So now we're trying to give you the attention you want. Now you're playing all shy and that. Like,
did I say that?
I said anything you'd like to talk about, my brother? Come on, let's just because I got to do my morning poo anyway.
Oh no. I didn't interject when you were having your rant. I didn't say thing. What are you on about? I waited politely and graciously. I'll talk about let's talk about Maku's telling me that there's 18 million black people in the United Kingdom then. I don't know if Maku's seen this.
Jump on the panel, family. Jump on. Hit the like button. Jump on.
Oh yeah, Mary Jen, I don't drink anymore, by the way.
MJ, can you jump on? Anyone want to jump on and have a chat? I need to use the bathroom, man. I'll be back. Yo, family, jump on.
Everything's been quite personal this morning. Flipping, huh? People don't want to seem to talk about real world things anymore. They just want to go on about gossip. I think I've killed his panel.
Nah, you ain't killed the panel, man. Don't worry, someone's gonna jump on, man. Just wait there for a second.
I'm not going anywhere, but I can't stay here forever though. Don't do that to me. Why don't Barry in the chat? Barry, jump on, lad. You was interesting to talk to you last time. I didn't understand much of what you said, but yeah. Let's talk about my fallout with Wendy. Oh, does that interest you, lad? Oh, yeah, if you want to talk about it, you can come and ask me a question. Ask me a question, I'll give you an honest answer, I guess. I don't know. But who am I? I don't want to talk about myself, though, because it's quite boring. Are you from the East Midlands? Yes, I am. I live in Ilkeston, Derbyshire. Come and see me. It's a very nice place. Anyway, why is everyone getting all personal, man? People are triggered. But yeah, Beefy, if you want to come and talk to me about Wendy, if you want, if that's what's on your mind, lad, I can have that conversation.
Big up, Dave.
Hello.
Big up, Reggie. So, what you want to talk
Reggie.
about?
Long time, Reg. Sorry, Jim.
I was just wondering what you want to talk about, because you seem to think that like a white opinion is needed over here, like there ain't white people here every day. You're not that
I
special,
was
you
being
know.
facetious then. I was being facetious.
We got the
Alright.
real white people. We got the real white people.
Reggie, double down, like double down.
What do you mean by the real white people?
I won't say deracinated, because last time I said that, Maku thought I was talking about Rastas.
Okay.
Yeah.
So wait, what's deracinated mean?
Oh, I don't know. You'd have to Google it, mate.
Oh, trying to use big sentences and words and you don't even understand them. They're just making it up.
Oh no, I don't understand what it means.
All right. So yeah, you must have had some kind of topic or something on your mind that brought you over here. So what do you want to talk about? Give us a topic.
I don't have anything in mind, to be honest. I thought I was just gonna see him come on and see what reaction it invokes from people. I guess normally that's how it goes. And it
Yeah, but the
invokes
thing is, like,
reaction
we've
of,
buried you over and over again, Dave. Like this, what won't you want us to
that's
do? Like
subjective.
bury you
That would
again,
be
dig
subjective.
you up,
Your opinion would
like
definitely
make the
be
hole
subjective.
even deeper for you? Like, come on, we move past shit. Do you know what I mean? We have streams every day. We get on with it, and we don't hold on to shit in the past.
Yeah,
So
but Jen,
let's
you
move
do
on.
understand your opinion is subjective, right? And what you think is not necessarily what others think. But if you're talking about personals and all that rubbish on the internet, then yeah, I'm sure that's marvelous. But real actual subjects, I don't know. You're gonna have to give me an example of where I got buried.
It becomes a loop anyway. It becomes a real loop. People have the same conversations and repeat the same points. So I don't know about that one. I don't know.
What's good, Reggie? Where you been?
Oh, I've been in hibernation.
Recovery. Recovery from your L's.
No, I didn't take any L's, but you know, life. You gotta get on with life. You know. Outside
Someone in the chat here has put topic: the Indians have taken over. I don't know what that means, but this person felt the need to say it. So,
probably because there's the Prime Minister.
I think they saw Dave and they thought, okay, Dave and demographic, and Dave like
oh, we're having that conversation, yeah. I'll flip, you know.
I'm sure you've seen the latest census.
Yeah. I've talked about it quite extensively, to be honest with you. But yeah.
So, Reggie, on that note, then, what have you taken from this latest census so far?
Honestly, I haven't seen many of it. I know the Christianity went down. Apart from that, I'm not sure about the ethnic makeup of the UK. I don't know about the census for that.
Right. So I'll tell you what I found from it. They've changed the language a lot, and they're using different labels now for groups. And then there was all of this, like, people who consider themselves to be national. Are you English national? Or are you British national? Like, there's all these new terms that I've never heard of before that they're using, and for me it's been highly confusing because I've been waiting for those stats for certain reports and stuff that I'm doing. But yeah, it's like we're having to change the whole layout of reports and that now, because it's like, yeah, you ain't giving us the information in the way we were expecting.
What are you trying to find from the statistics?
Yeah, that's what I was going to ask her. What?
Yeah, basically, like the racial breakdowns in particular
80% of Britain is white, and
yeah, but I need them more specific
Asian,
for areas.
2.5% black.
Yeah, but we're talking about on a national scale. I'm talking about I need in specific areas, and they haven't released all of that information yet. But they've also changed the way that they're putting the information out as well.
MJ, your ethnicity is in decline. That's what that statistic says. I think it was 80 something before, 85 before.
Yeah, it's gone down. Yeah.
Is that a genocide?
But is it okay? But hold on a second. Is it that white people are in decline? Because remember, the population is always growing. So is there less white people, or is there just less white people in comparison?
Yeah, white people are having less children, so we're not
I think
reproducing.
everyone's having less children, though, aren't they?
Yeah, the black community are the Afro-Caribbean black community. They're having children at the same rate as white people. Certain sectors of the Asian community aren't, but yeah.
Yeah, and I think the London is 30-something% white.
Yeah, white British. Yeah, Manchester, white people are a minority in Manchester, Birmingham, Leicester. So yeah.
Ooh. What do you lot think of that? What do you think of that?
Yeah, well, I guess the thing that they was railing against for a long time actually might be true.
But I think if you live in London, you're not going to be surprised to hear that.
No, you won't. But I mean, like, does it? Are you? Isn't that demoralizing somewhat? I don't know. Like,
how? What for white people?
Yeah, because like for example, in Nigeria, if you're gonna say in Lagos, Chinese people, for example, became the let's say that Chinese people became more and more, and then Nigerians, ethnic Nigerians, became 40%. I don't think most people here would be very pleased to hear that, or those that are Nigerian anyway.
Yeah,
you know
but Reggie, you got to think about it. It's the capital city, so that's where a lot of people are going to go. Are white people still the majority in London?
No, but you've skipped over the actual statistics. It's now at 80%.
I'm back.
Yeah, but I'm saying, like, what's
big up Reggie, big up MJ.
It's London, so this is where people, when they like migrate over here, and that they tend to go to London because they believe that's where the money is, that's where the big lifestyle is. You don't get a lot of people that go straight to country, but you go out to countryside and there's plenty of white people.
But that's circumstantial. We're telling you the overall statistics. It's 80%, so it's actually going down.
Yeah, but it's gone down in comparison. But what's the problem? Like, you tell me what's the problem.
Well, it depends what perspective you're coming from. Do you want to preserve your culture and your heritage? Then I guess it would be a problem. If you're not, if you're just like a multicultural, we can all live in a melting pot type mentality, then it is, it's not a problem. It depends on your perspective of life, doesn't it?
Okay, but if we're talking about the perspective of the British, their perspective is go anywhere we want, take over anywhere we want to, take people, displace them from their original lands, and who gives a fuck about their origins? So why all of a sudden now you're going to give a shit?
So that would be the revenge.
Ireland is having similar problems, so don't think it's just... If you want to go in that direction.
Hold on. When you say Ireland are having similar problems, what problems are Ireland having?
No,
and who said that it's a problem?
Irish people. Daily basis.
There are Irish people, of course, that will say it's a problem, and there is a problem in the sense that preservation of culture, like, yeah, in that sense, there's a problem in terms of like having a melting pot of different cultures and different ways of living.
Reggie,
that's the world.
Reggie, hold on. Yeah, but let me tell you something, Reggie.
The Western world we live in is like
the Irish. I'm speaking as an Irish person. Losing our culture. Hold on a second, Dave. Losing our culture has got absolutely nothing whatsoever to do with the people that are moving over to Ireland now, the people that have migrated over there the past 20 years, whatever, right? Losing our culture happened hundreds of years ago when the British took that away from us, when they took away our language, they took away our fucking land, they took away our rights as fucking people. That's when we lost our culture. Not in the last 20 years, because a few Nigerians decided
to genuinely trying to make the point that Ireland doesn't now have a culture and there isn't such thing as an Irish culture?
I can show you videos of young people in Ireland calling themselves Black Irish. It's a whole new identity. So they're embracing the culture. They're embracing the culture and bringing their own. Ain't nobody got a problem with that, because they ain't trying to take our culture away from us. We're not trying to take their culture away from them, and they're not trying to take it away from us.
Hey, I've seen a video of a Black Irish brother. You know what I mean? He's just normal African-looking brother or Caribbean or whatever. You know what I mean? But he's got a strong Irish accent. He's got a strong Irish accent, and the other people are like, raw. You know what I mean? It's like a novelty to us British. It's not a novelty to Irish people because he's in Ireland.
And it's certainly not a problem.
Yeah,
it's certainly not a problem either.
He's got the rugby top on, everything. Like, yeah, man.
You English people that want to make it a problem. You English people that feel like you still got some kind of say over what happens over there. It's now my country, man.
No, what it
Yeah,
is
it's not
that
it's not
idea.
actually, you're not actually a representative of Ireland though, because I speak to actual Irish people and they would laugh
Wow.
at you.
Wow.
They would, and they have told me
Okay.
how you are.
I'm
Your
not
opinion
a
is quite
representative, but I'm Irish. But anyways, you know, we can have
yeah,
different
that's
opinions.
loosely
We can
debatable.
have different opinions. It
Yeah,
doesn't
of course.
take away my opinion. Doesn't
Yeah, but you can't
invalidate
state
my
your
opinion
opinion
as
like it's
being
fact
mine.
then. You don't speak for
Doesn't
all
mean that
Irish
there isn't
people. That's what
Irish
I'm trying
people
to
that
say to
don't
you.
have the same opinion as me.
MJ,
Yeah, but you
look at
tried
how
to
you
state
reacted.
your opinion as
We
fact.
had black
You can't
Irish
speak
on
for all
stream
Irish
anyway,
people.
so my like
You still
Ulrich
haven't,
and that. There's
MJ,
bare
you still
Irish.
haven't let go. You haven't let go of the fact that the British should change your culture. Well, so you say, right?
No.
So how do you
Hold on. Dave's trying to say that the Irish culture is being taken away, right? That
I
we
never
have
made
this
that
problem.
point. I never actually made that point. I never
Oh,
said
one
that.
of you
Was that
made
Reggie?
that point. Okay,
Reggie?
so yeah. And I'm trying to say that in the last 20 years, which is when Ireland has had the most migration, right, in recent times, that is not taking away any of our culture. Our culture was taken away by the British hundreds of years ago.
Yeah.
But can I go back to the original
That's
point?
why the
What I'm saying
majority
to
of
you is, if
Irish
you're
people
genetically
are
replaced,
outside of
ultimately,
Ireland, right?
inevitably, it's going to mean your culture gets diluted, and that is a possibility in Ireland. You do understand that, don't you?
Your
If
culture
there
is
becomes less
American
and less Irish
culture.
people, there's going to be less culturally Irish people, aren't they?
The trouble is, yeah, people always
I don't know
talk
what you're
about
doing.
No, but this is the thing.
Doesn't make
Just
sense.
because people are moving
How does that
into
not
the
make sense?
country
Are you
doesn't mean that
British,
there
man?
is going to be less Irish people there. People moving in doesn't stop people from living and having kids that are already there. So why would there now be less Irish people because there's other cultures moving there?
Right. So let me explain this to you. If let's say that we move to another country, yeah, well, no, not as we, but fucking say people move to another country and they start to have more children than the indigenous people of that country, there is going to come a point where the population starts to shift. These are just facts. So if your indigenous population is having less children and the people coming into your country are having more children, you're going to see an acceleration of a shift in society.
Yeah, but
I'm not
these
saying
are
this with
all ifs,
prejudice.
but
I'm
these
just
are
saying it's
all
a fact.
ifs and buts and maybes, isn't it?
No, these are
So you're
statistical
basically
facts.
saying that okay,
Right,
so
listen.
the very small percentage of other people, that races that are in Ireland now, are going to start having more children than what the Irish people are having.
Oh no, I said if. I said if in that regard.
Yeah,
But
exactly. If. So we don't like it. So therefore, these things are not necessarily happening now. And even if it was to happen, it doesn't mean that, Irish people are going to be having less children. And if the percentages do start to shift, and it just is what it is. Like, I personally don't have this thing of, this is our land and nobody can come here, nobody can stay here. Just don't think that you're going to come and take over like the British did, yeah? But people are
MJ,
welcome
you've got
there.
to understand,
Irish people have
Ireland
always
suffers
been
more
welcoming
population.
people. We don't have a
No,
problem
MJ.
sharing our land with people and welcoming people there.
MJ, there's more than one way to what do you call it, to take over or to invade a land. You know what I'm saying? It's not only through a gun and a military might. You know what I'm saying? People do it multiple different ways. Remember, North Africa used to be full of melanated people. It's not like we had one big war with the Arabs and then they took over, but we got shafted. Now black people are at the bottom in North Africa. So let that be a lesson to those that say, okay.
But I hear you, like Reggie, I hear what you're saying, and populations change and there's definitely shifts, right? But these things tend to happen over centuries or thousands of years. I've probably got another 50 years on this planet. So if in 1,000 years' time, most of Ireland is full of melanated people, then what difference does that make to me?
Well, then your culture won't be preserved.
I'm probably just going to be one of those bones that they're digging out of the ground going, look, see, there was white ginger people here 1,000 years ago.
on both sides, yeah.
Then MJ, what you'll have is more people.
Hold on 1 second, Reggie. The policy of immigration is really what it's about, right? Right? Because you lot are jumping on that. You're saying,
Sorry, say that again. Say that again. I'm reading the chat. Sorry.
The Britain and Ireland's policy on immigration. This is what the basis of your argument is, right?
Well, it's an aspect. It's a part of.
Of course it is. It's a major part.
Yeah,
right?
The immigration is a massive part. Yeah,
because if it's dropped to 80 from 90-something%, right, to 80%, right? Obviously, you've got to remember they've kicked out, or supposedly kicked out, no more people coming in, from Europe, right? They already
No,
stopped ethnics.
people can
Hold
still
on.
apply for a visa. It's just they don't have the free movement. Yeah,
People are
Schengen's
still
been stopped.
Right. If you weren't here for 8 years prior, you had to go back home.
Yeah,
These
but
are the
you do
facts.
know 500,000 people are coming into Britain
No, but
with
hold on.
visas every year, right?
Yeah, but I'm saying this seems to be people with visas, government arrangements, so that large groups of people from Europe obviously have been coming here, you know, like and settled. Turkish,
Yeah.
Different communities, Kosovans, this one, that one. There's Bulgarians here, Romanians here, blah blah blah. You out in
Yeah.
country, you don't really see the effect of all of those people. You know what I mean? When you live in a smaller town or you might get maybe one or two of these new people, or the people who've been here a while, but now they've started to branch out into different parts of the country. But the main thing is
No, I don't know. There's a place called
hold on, wait.
Mansfield, a small
Okay.
town, and that's been overpopulated by Polish people. Actually, it's really
Okay,
has
that's
become
cool.
like a Polish
to
town.
show you what's thing. But the funny thing is, if you look at the stats of how many people, Polish people, came into the country, it's not even 1 million. Do you get what I'm saying? It's not 1 million a year, or it's nowhere near. So it's
Yeah,
like,
but when you're talking about when you're talking about the cultural aspect, it's not race based.
no,
Because
I'm not talking
ultimately,
about culture. I'm talking about government policy, and the government policy is an open door policy. So now you people are jumping on to an idea or something that was put out there to aid people's vote on Brexit. Yeah, it had nothing to do with what the real policy of the country is, because they got an open door policy where you got passport or not, whether you came in with a visa or not. You can get a national insurance number. You can get all of these type of things. I've watched these things happen with people who are legals or whatever, and and they've set up themselves quite nicely. So if for them to set up themselves quite nicely shows that the government at some stage, starts to give concessions or give them something. In some cases, it was like 20 grand, 28 grand or 25 grand. Man, they're opening shop instantly, driving around in a convertible BMW, blah blah blah. Polish, you know, man's only been here 6 months, but he's got a full British driver's license. How? What's going on?
Yeah, but what's the point you're actually making here? I don't understand.
The point
you might
is
be preaching
that
to the choir.
a small section of Britain and a small section of small-minded people, or sorry, let me not say small-minded.
Do you mean the 52% of the country who voted for Brexit?
Let me say small-minded. I'd rather say misinformed, because I've always said that from the beginning.
Not
These
globally
people,
minded, don't have a globalist mindset.
no, they're not even into capitalism. I mean, I'm not into politics
we're,
like that.
we're all in capitalism, mate. We live in it. How could you not
I'm
be
saying
into
they're not into politics like that. Do you get what I'm saying? So if the government says something, they might take it as gospel. And this is where we in London or in bigger towns or bigger cities, are a bit more savvy to what's being discussed and what's going on. Because that's how I said people could get fooled with the idea of Brexit, and that immigration was a problem, and that giving money to Europe was a problem. But if you look into it,
but have the statistics not shown that immigration is potentially a problem?
Yeah, but you're saying it's a problem for who? It's for the government, right? And the government can observe it, they see it, they're the ones who put out the stats, and they don't really give a damn.
No, the government are interested in importing taxpayers. They're not concerned about the effects it has on our infrastructure, because our infrastructure hasn't had any investment in it for years, but our population is growing at a rapid rate. I'm sure you've all seen this strain that is on our infrastructure, right? I'm sure we've all experienced it, right? How long you wait for a doctor's appointment, the NHS, these kind of things.
No,
you guys do see that, don't you?
No, I'm saying where
I can
you
get
are
a doctor's
and where we
appointment
are
in the next 4 hours.
Thank you. Where you are and where we are is totally different, bro.
Yeah, but statistically, that's just not true.
But
you guys,
live in London.
you're giving me circumstantial evidence. It doesn't make sense. We're talking about across the country. You can't do this, but I live in London thing. It doesn't make sense.
It does. The nation's capital is definitely significant.
And we'll outvote you every single time.
Hold on one second. Unless you're in one of the other major cities. Are you in one of the other major cities?
No, but look at this. We're going off track here. This is just
I'm saying you're taking small town mentality and fixing it to a massive city and a
No,
multicultural
nationwide,
on a multicultural
nationwide,
basis.
the
Yeah.
No,
time
but hold on,
for
Dave. When
people
you
to get
talk about
doctor's
our
appointments has got
infrastructure, when
longer.
you
That's
talk
a
about
fact.
our infrastructure and you talk about the NHS, who says that the NHS is our infrastructure?
Exactly.
That is just one service that you can use. You can go to any private healthcare doctor, Harley Street, the online apps. Flipping, you can get a
Then it's
doctor
not
through
the
fucking
public sector,
Superdrug
is it?
these
Then
days.
it's not.
You can
Then
book an
it's not the
appointment
public
in
sector.
10 minutes. Like,
Yeah, you've
that's
made
not. It's
you've
not
made your
everyone
point.
that relies on it. So you're only speaking for the
Your
people like
point was
yourself
terrible
who
from the start.
don't realize that you don't have to be
We're talking
reliant
about the
on the
public
system.
sector. No,
And he's got white
I don't know why
privilege.
you keep
Imagine,
talking. It's ridiculous.
MJ. He's got white
I'm talking about
privilege.
the public sector,
But
not the
white
private
privilege
sector.
makes some people lazy. You
I know.
understand? And reliant on the system.
Hey,
So
here you
Yeah,
go.
and now
oh,
remind
they're
you, they
messing
don't
up
they
our
don't
infrastructure.
see they
We're
don't
talking
see
over
that
each
there's
other. Can't we
anything
do one at a
beyond
time?
that
Can't we do
system.
one at a time?
They're scared of the reply, Reggie. This is what they
Yeah.
do.
What's the
No, but
Jay
you were
don't want
speaking.
the
But
answer.
Dave, I
She
wasn't
just wants
finished
to
speaking.
waffle.
I wasn't
Yeah,
finished
well,
speaking.
butting
You were
in,
speaking
Reggie,
over me.
makes no sense.
We have to, because your tactic is to just keep talking because you're scared of the response.
I don't like do these fucking monologues and
tactic.
shit. So don't try it with me.
But yeah, we
You're
understood
not
your
going to
point.
stop me from
I'm talking
speaking,
about the
though.
public sector.
How can you
I'm talking
understand my
about the
point
public
when you
sector.
talk
I don't know
over
why
me?
you mentioned in the private sector.
Let her finish, one, please.
She has finished.
Yeah, you don't know why because you didn't listen.
Right. But anyway, we're just going off track here. You're just talking. Now we've gone
So
into.
hold on, I
London.
wanted to Dave, let me take you back. I wanted to ask you a question, right? So how do you feel about the Ukrainians that have come here recently?
How do I feel about Ukrainians? In general, I think this country has had
And
too
how do you
much
feel about
immigration.
the fact that this country has, paid all this money to take them in?
Right.
We paid money to take them in.
Yeah.
Yes, there's families getting paid £350 a week to take in Ukrainian refugees. We know this, and
the government
there's
gets the larger
many
percentage.
projects and things
I
that
feel
are now
the
being
same-
set up to
I feel
help
the
to
same
support
way I
these
feel
people to help
Yeah, you
support
made
these
the point.
people to settle here long term.
Yes.
Yeah, you've made the point, and it's a very easy answer. I feel the same across the board to do with all immigration at the moment. I think we've had enough immigration. Very easy answer.
So what, you think those people should have just stayed in their country and died then?
Well, no, you're the one who has the issue with them. I don't know why you're not asking me a moral question. I just give you an answer. I don't know.
Who said I have an issue with them? I'm asking
Because you like to
you.
focus on Ukrainians, but you don't like to focus on the thousands of people coming across the channel every day. What do you think about them?
Afghanistan,
Bro,
Pakistan.
that's a different look. We can have that
Oh, it's
conversation.
different now.
We can
Okay.
have that conversation. That's absolutely
go on, then
fine.
let's have it.
I asked you in particular about Ukrainians.
Yeah,
I'm
and I
trying
answered
to understand
I answered
your
you.
mindset here.
MJ,
Right, so
to
it's
be
not
fair-
about me only focusing on that and not caring about the other
You don't want
thousands
to
of
answer
people
the
that are
question.
coming across there. What is your actual question?
What do you think about the thousands of people coming across the channel every day?
They must be going through some horrific circumstances to want to cross that channel and come to this damn country.
That's not entirely true, though. That's not entirely true. I think that you'll find we went through this anyway with the demographics. I think not Afghanistan, the Albanians is one of the highest ones. Pakistan and some other, Afghanistan is one of them as well. But they're predominantly Islamic countries, and not most of them are not at war. Most of them are not going through war. You know what I'm saying? So I wouldn't say it's because they're going through some horrific.
No, because they've got a deal with the British government. That's what I said. It's the British, Britain's foreign policy. Whoever.
Can you show us the deal?
If
Can you show us
people
the
are
deal?
coming here, hold on. If
show us the
people
deal
are
that they
coming
got?
here, hold on, my brother. If people are coming here under the guise of refugees or just a large body of people, this is why there's so many. Remember, there's a large body of Turkish people that came here. There was no war with Turkey.
Turkish people.
We're talking about people coming across the
There was
channel.
no war. Hold on, my brother. There was no war in Turkey in the time when they are loads of Turkish people, fresh Turkish, because we already got a load of Turkish people at the time. But we know when these batches come in, like when the Somalis came in the 90s, early 90s. Yeah, we saw all of them. You got what I'm saying? We saw the change or the
But did they come in legally or illegally?
Our community. It was all legal. What are you talking about?
So I'm talking about illegal immigration, the people coming across the channel.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with most of us. you get what I'm saying? 'Cause
So
we
why are
don't
you
think
mentioning the government in relation to that?
No,
I
as
was
I said,
asking Jen about that.
Yeah, but it's all to do with the government, Home Office and whatever. It's all to do with the government. What do you mean?
The government is not green lighting this. There's a problem they're having to
The
deal with because of the
government is
French.
green lighting everything.
These people aren't coming here legally.
Oh my God, my brother. The ones that are coming here illegally are still getting national insurance number. How is this possible? But it's possible. I've
Yeah, they
seen it
just
with my
get
own
processed
eyes.
as asylum seekers
Thank
and
you.
refugees. They come here, they get processed, and they win their
So that
case,
means-
and then they stay here.
So that means also,
Yeah, that's
even
a
if they're
joke.
from a country that's thing, if they don't have an agreement with that country, they most likely will get sent back. But it seems none
this
of
is
the
why we need
countries.
political
One
change.
second.
No, they don't get.
None
They
of the
don't get.
countries. Oh, hold on. None of the countries where these people are coming from. Yeah. It seems like Turkey, for example. They've got very good economy, massive army. They're doing well. They don't need England. But they must have had a deal to make large communities of them come over to England, settle, and blend in with society.
Sorry,
You
brother.
are
Let me just
aware of
hold
our
on, Reggie.
GDP.
One
right?
second.
You are
Can I
aware of
just
GDP
correct
in Britain, aren't
One second.
you? Our GDP is much higher than Turkey's.
The statistics do
Yeah,
not
it
show
doesn't
that.
matter, bro.
Statistics
Reggie,
don't
are
show.
you saying that nobody gets sent back?
No, I didn't say that. I think that's Maku's point. But I'm saying that they do send people back. They send people back when they found their papers and they know exactly where they're coming from. They can't send you back if they don't know where you're from and you haven't got your documentation. So, and then the other thing to mention is that Turkey, if you're looking at the people that cross the channel, Turkey is not one of the people, one of the,
No,
I think there's 10 or 15.
I'm
that
just
go
saying a
through the
large
channel.
influx of Europeans or Mediterraneans or whatever you want to call them, right? Came into the country. There was no war. Do you get what I'm saying? So they can't be classed as refugees. They didn't look like refugees. They came in and they were given deals, homes, and all of that via the councils and local authorities and all of that. That means cohesion. That means the government, obviously, right hand is the borough. So if the borough is already aware of these individuals and how to process them into the system, then what are we talking about? There's
So let's
with
address your
government,
point. Do you think? I
various
don't know.
governments.
We need political change. We know that. We understand that. And if you're making a point of that the government's complicit in this, yes, we understand that. But it's not. These people aren't coming across the
It's not even
channel and
complicit, it's
knowingly
there.
legal. It's known as officially being illegal, and it's costing us £7 million a day to put them in hotels. Now, I just wanted to find out Mary Jen's opinion and position on that because I bet it's going to be different to the white people coming here from Ukraine because Jen seems to be a bit of a anti-white person.
Let me tell you something, Dave. Yeah, this is the
No. Oh, Reggie, hold on.
She's
Let me
Irish,
have this
man. Come on,
conversation
man.
with Dave, please, because I think I don't understand. For a start, why do you think I'm anti-white?
Because of your views that you express.
Can you give me one example of a view that I have expressed that gives you the opinion that I am anti-white?
Oh, you've said all kinds of things that are anti-white, but just in this instance here, you seem to have a bias.
I've asked for one. I've asked for one example, please.
Yeah, I'm about to give it you. Right now, you was very open and willing to offer up the Ukrainians, but when I mentioned the people coming across the channel, you seem to have a different attitude towards that. And I was just all right. Then I'll take back my statement. Why do you have a different attitude?
No. But hold on. Let's get this correct, right? How is me asking you your opinion on the Ukrainians? How is me trying to ask your opinion on the Ukrainians? Me trying to throw them away? I don't understand.
Because I can see your bias.
Big up, Terry.
Okay,
Terry knows what it is.
That's your opinion.
It is, but I think I would
had a
be
job for
correct
ages,
in
man.
that opinion.
As long as I've known him, all these 4 or 5 years I've known Dave, he hasn't had a job. He's been sitting
You
there
haven't known me for 5
beer.
years.
I mean, to be honest, Dave,
I win the conversation again because Maku's gone personal. You can't debate.
No, I'm
You
talking to
can't
someone in the chat. You know what I mean? That's
You
what they're
can't
saying.
debate, man.
Look. I can't debate, but look what they're saying.
Yeah, the trolls. They say a lot of things about you as
No,
well.
but I'm agreeing. I'm agreeing.
Matthew, 1 second. Let me not go
because
off
I know
this. So,
Dave. Yeah, man.
Dave, you seem to have formed an opinion on what I think, and I think you're wrong.
No, I just think when I
you're
get
making a lot of
close, and I think
presumptions.
you just get
You're
personal.
making a lot of presumptions about how I feel about people coming into this country. And to be honest, I have no problem with people from anywhere coming to this country. I think I have more of a problem of how people are treated differently. So Ukrainians who were supposed victims of an alleged war that was happening, that was started by this political fucking leader of a country, right, have been welcomed here. They've been given homes, they're given money. There's a bunch of charities that are set up for them. Whereas the people who are paying to make their way here because they're trying to get themselves out of war-torn countries, bad situations, religious flipping things that are over them, whatever their situation may be, they get demonized when they get here. They get treated like, oh, they're less than us, like they're not good enough to be here. Like, I don't understand why people are treated differently, and why if you're going to welcome one set of people, why don't you welcome the other set of people?
Damn the Ukrainians and big.
Let me help you understand.
I'm not saying damn the Ukrainians. I'm not saying damn the Ukrainians.
MJ, let me help you understanding. Let me help you understanding. Of course, for some,
as an example. Yeah.
Of course, for some people, the ethnic makeup or the even the color of the Ukrainians will come into it. Of course, there's that sentiment, but there's also the sentiment. Look, if you look at one of the highest people that go through the channel, to come to the UK, are Albanians. Albania is not really a place in war. Afghanistan is no longer in war. It's now the Islamic Republic of Afghanistan, right? So it's no longer at war. Iran is another country that's one of the highest on the list. There's no war in Iran. Iraq, no longer at war as well. Syria, you could say that they're at war. Eritrea, I don't know if they're at war. Sudan, yeah, maybe they're at war. Egypt, no war. Turkey, no war. Ethiopia, no real war. You get what I'm saying? So not all these countries are at war.
Sorry. Some of them are not at war now. Sorry, some of them are not at war now. Yeah,
guys, that we're talking about now, though.
Yeah,
besides that, we're talking about now.
Hold on. If your country was involved in it, it makes sense that even after the situation, they've made a deal that these people can come over. Even though some of them are coming over illegally, there's ones that are coming over as refugees from time. So they can meld into that system if they want to. Do you know what I'm saying? They can claim here, and hold on, they can get here illegally and then claim refugee status. I don't know how you don't know this.
Let me respond to Reggie quickly. So, Reggie, I hear what you're saying, but the thing is, don't you think, like, taking all of these, what we hear in the headlines and all of that, don't you think for somebody so desperately to want to come to this country to put themselves through that, they must be in a bad place to begin with? There must be something going on for them that makes them want to come to this country of all places. When look, we got how many depressed people committing suicide, all kinds of bullshit, cost of living, poverty, recessions, the austerity crisis, all of this bullshit going on. It's not like we just rock up here and get the balls of gold, is it?
Sorry,
let me respond.
In that percentage, sorry.
Let me learn.
Go on.
The fact is, there are a lot of people that come on here and they basically
don't do other people's stuff, man.
Let me speak.
People on the panel, bro.
Let me speak how I want to speak. There are people that come on the panel on various days. There are people that come in the chat and they talk a lot of things about how bad their situation is in the UK, but their situation is not half as bad as those people that are making their way here. The UN, I think it's the UN Constitution says that people should go to the nearest area of safety. So all these countries, the nearest area of safety is nowhere near the UK. Right, but all these people have gone through all this hardship to come here. There must be a reason. The country can't be as bad as MJ has tried to make it out to be. You know what I'm saying? For all these
traveling
people to come
from safe and democratic society, country after country.
So who's involved? Who do you think? Hold on, Reggie. Who do you think is involved in transporting them, and why do you think that they choose the UK?
Opportunity, better opportunity. Because when, for example, Iran,
the people that are transporting them,
sister. Iran, Afghanistan, Iraq, Syria are closer to Dubai, Saudi Arabia, and the other Gulf nations. Why don't they go there? Why did they decide to come in?
Going to get no free ticket over there. That's
sorry, Reggie. Who told you they haven't been there already? Who told you they haven't been in France? Who told you they haven't been in different things? We heard Waleed's story, my brother. We heard Waleed's story of being in a truck and and going through the Channel Tunnel and to get to England. So don't
Yeah, I'm saying, why didn't they
pretend that you
say
don't know how people are getting here,
I'm
my
not-
brother.
Yeah,
And
but
why people are coming in.
what Reggie's saying is, why didn't he stay in the first safe democratic society he landed in?
No,
Why is he
because
targeting here?
Why did he continue his journey?
hold on 1 second. Because again, when Egypt was destabilized, yeah, his mom came over here already.
Destabilized by who?
What? There
Destabilized
was a
by
coup
who?
d'etat. It was a coup d'etat, man. They took over the government. They
Yeah,
deposed
the
the
Arab
leader
Spring.
and all
The
of that.
Arab Spring.
Right,
Arab
thank
Spring.
you. Thank you.
Yeah.
So
Well, is that
what
our
I'm saying
fault?
is, brother, yeah, obviously it's got something to do with us. Is if Egypt's part of the Commonwealth or it's part of the Arab League or whatever, it doesn't matter, bro. Yeah, they know
Egypt
how
part
they're
of-
dealing with each
Egypt ain't in
other.
the Commonwealth.
Hold on, they deal with each other and they deal with it because they're all united, right? That's why it's called UN. Yeah, United Nations. They deal with things together, right?
Huh?
Right?
Is Egypt in the UN? I don't know. I don't know where we're going.
No, bro, I'm saying like if a country is destabilized, we can clearly see everybody watched the revolution in Egypt or whatever, or the coup or whatever, right? But I'm saying his mom might have left at that time, right, and come to England. And it seems that they allowed her to stay and blah blah blah, and raising his other siblings and in England. He's still at home, right? So he's been through that. And at the end, he's like, listen, I've got to make changes. I want to do better. And I think his mom was not well, right?
Yeah.
So that even more drove him to get on a boat, pay whoever. Because remember, there's still money involved. These are not completely broke people.
Michael, I know what you're saying, yeah, and I know where you're going, but can I answer you? I don't blame people wanting a better life. I blame the government for letting it happen. So let's just get that one out of the way.
Right.
Secondly,
Thank you, Dave. Thank you. That's right.
Well, that is the reality of the situation.
Yeah.
But Michael, would you want to live in Britain with a population of 100 million people?
In Britain?
Yeah. Would you want to live in Britain with a population of 100 million people?
I don't mind. It's not my
You don't mind?
No.
You think this island
Hold
can
on 1
sustain
second.
that amount of people?
If it can, it can. Because there's loads of parts of England uninhabited. I only need to get on the motorway. Hold on. I only need to get on the motorway to see that England is very green, right? And it's green because there's not houses built everywhere. So as I said,
but what do you not want? Do you like countryside or anything like that? You want to get rid of all the green belt?
My brother, in my lifetime, I watched them make Milton Keynes, my brother. I've watched them do that.
Yeah.
So, like, space is not an issue. If they want to make a new town, they fucking do it. And there's plenty space.
Yeah, they're doing it all the time. Exactly.
Well, Matthew, if you was Prime Minister of Britain, say you was the absolute ruler of Britain, what would be your policy on immigration?
I can't be the absolute ruler being a Prime Minister.
No, it's a hypothetical.
I know.
It's a hypothetical.
Well, I'm telling you what the job title entails. Yeah, I am only the main secretary or Prime Minister for the Queen, right?
Yeah, but
So
in
it's
this
her
hypothetical, you've usurped the Queen. You are the all-powerful leader of Britain. What would you do about immigration?
It's not going
What
to
would be your immigration policy?
Your hypothetical is not realistic.
You can't answer.
Come
Because
on,
you know
bruv.
you wouldn't just
It's not
have mass
realistic.
open borders. You wouldn't be reckless
Who has
like that. It's
absolute?
ridiculous.
Hold on. Who holds supreme power as a president or a prime minister? Please.
But I'm giving you a hypothetical. It's obviously not real, is it, Maku? I'm just trying to find out what your position on immigration would be. Okay,
Right,
forget you being in charge.
I'm
What is
born
your
in England, right? Hold on, wait. I'm born in England. I don't give a fuck. Because the country and the government doesn't give a damn. I understand what they're doing. Yeah, I understand that more people coming into the country helps the economy. I know that. Yeah, I'm not silly. Do you get what I'm saying? And I know what they're doing. It's all about money. So while you're there worrying about their policies that drive the machine, that brings more people in, goes to other places, attacks people, gets involved in situations because they want the resources and want in on the deal, yeah? And then the aftermath, because sometimes they do go places and drop bombs for 30 days. They do stuff like that. And then the people from there automatically have the right to come to England. And then
so we're heading down the path of destruction.
Hold on. The English people that weren't consulted, are the ones now. So a section of them. Let's get that right. A small section of them are
Yeah.
disgruntled and saying, nah, it's immigration, it's immigration, it's immigration. But it's not a reality for them. You got
But
to
we
be
keep
honest.
going back to the revenge narrative, though, don't we? We
What
do
revenge?
keep landing in that
This is
position.
all over the place. This is
What
all over the
revenge?
place. These
Right,
countries.
hold on.
these-
No, but hold on, Reggie. Sorry. So Dave, let me ask you the same question. If you were prime minister, what would your immigration policy be?
I'll stop all immigration for 5 years.
all immigration.
Okay, so you'd stop all immigration for 5 years. Would you stop?
David,
And
David,
no, hold on. And
Hang on,
only
Jay.
allowed skilled people to come into the country. So like everyone would have to. There'd be a point system basically.
So you're not going to stop all immigration then?
Yeah, I was a bit thinking with that. What I mean is, stop all. It basically add into a point system, and be extremely strict on who we give visas to and who we don't.
Sorry, does anyone want this wobbly prime minister who can't even?
No, there's no wobble. There's simple.
Well,
You implement
these
the
are
point system.
complicated. No, it's not simple. Because if it was that simple, then things would be, voila, one click of the fingers from Parliament or whatever government policy, and everything would change.
No,
So
to
it's
be
not
fair,
simple.
to be fair, there are models, right? So we've seen the model that Australia has a model, a very strict point system, and it's skills based. America has another strict one now, which is more points based as well, and it's around people's skill set. And obviously Qatar and Dubai, they have their own as well. So in those countries, it doesn't matter how long you've been in the country, you're not getting a passport. When your time's done,
sorry,
go back home.
Are any of those countries older? Are any of those countries older than England?
No, that doesn't mean that. What does that mean?
No, they don't. So they're new. So they're new. And the funny thing with that is,
makes it okay. Yeah.
Hold on, the English have a hand in a lot of those societies. Australia,
no, back to the
definitely.
revenge narrative again.
One second. Yeah, Australia is a colony of Britain. America is a colony of Britain. Yeah,
yeah, of course.
Plain and
they
simple.
came from our nuts.
And their argument.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah,
their
yeah.
policies,
So their colony.
Even their policies and their government system is based on the British system.
Matthew, you always take us on to this conversation.
I'm just telling you. So what England is doing? Hold on. What England is doing? Big up, Lady D. What England is doing is using those colonies to perfect different aspects of their systems that they're running. Yeah, you see it as a capitalist, but it's basically fascist, communist, all of these things rolled into one. That's what it is. You get what I'm saying? Okay. You just have to understand social science and the sociology of what they were dealing with.
Are we not? As the next part of the conversation,
hold on, my brother. That is political science. Hey, you hear me? Bring up brother Kel. Yeah. So.
Big up, Lady D.
Let
me ask Dave one more question.
Lady D, can you explain political science?
Hold on, Dave. Sorry, I wasn't finished with my questioning. One second, Lady D. Just one more question. So, in those 5 years that you're going to stop immigration, are you going to stop English people, British people?
Oh no, Jen, I'll go one step further.
Are you going to stop British people from being able to leave the country?
Right.
No.
And
what I would do is though, Jen. Also, what I would do. Sorry, Jane.
It wouldn't happen. They'll be stopped.
I'd deport people like you, though.
Wow, take your passport. Dave, chill out,
but hold on, no. But that was going to be my next question for real. Is what would you do then with people who have already, let's say, they've got refugee status, asylum status, or they've been given British citizenship in the last, I don't know, let's say 20 years.
Oh, if you've been given
or what would you do with people like myself, as you said, that don't actually hold British citizen status?
Right. So actually, let me answer this question. Yes. Firstly, if you have citizenship in this country, I would not be in favour or support you being deported. That's not happening. Secondly, I think we've got a problem with the rate of immigration, and also when people are coming into this country, they are interacting with people like yourself, Jane, who is anti-British, and it is breeding, and it's becoming a massive problem that we're facing, unfortunately. And the rate that people are coming in, they're not integrating into our society, and actually they're moving into areas where they are encountering people who are anti this country, and it's going to breed problems. And we're seeing it now on a smaller level.
Are they moving into those areas where they've been placed in those areas?
No, but your mentality towards Britain is extremely harmful to our society.
What do you mean my mentality towards Britain?
Let me jump in here, Mary, because he's making a little bit of a point, and I will back him on a little bit of a point. So when he's saying, like, obviously you're going to have all these, for instance, we had that Leicester scenario the other day. with the Pakistani and the so there's the kind of instance he's kind of talking about, right? Correct, Dave? Am I there so far?
Yeah.
Right. Okay. Cool. The only problem I have with what you're saying is what I picked up on when you was talking earlier. You said that you will put a cap on the immigration, which is cool. You're free. English people are free to do whatever they want to do with their country. No qualms there. If you all want to put a cap, put a cap. My thing is where I have the problem now is when you said you would only let in people that can benefit this country, meaning you want to brain drain other countries to benefit your country. Now that's where I got a problem.
Every country has to look after.
Shush your mouth, Reggie. I'm not talking to you.
Hold on. I'm personally thinking, what has really changed? Hold on. What has changed in your hypothetical situation from what is actually happening now? You're saying you're going to leave what's happening now, but you're just going to tweak it a bit. That's what you're really saying.
No, I start to implement mass apprenticeships and I stop importing cheap labor. So there wouldn't be a brain drain on countries there. I'm talking about like highly skilled labor, and those people would get a work permit for a certain amount of time and then they'd have to go home. I'm not talking about giving
you've still got hold on.
Highly skilled labor.
1 second. You've still got the government system though, right?
What do you mean by that?
You've got a system of government. Yeah, I'm saying in your hypothetical, have you got a system of government?
Oh yeah, obviously, yeah. We would
Thank you. So nothing for me. You're not saying anything different. You just want to be the leader of it. All right.
No, I don't want to be a leader of anything.
No, you want to be a leader of this system, but just tweak it. Yeah. So
no, you misunderstand me. This system's corrupted. No, you misunderstood me.
Okay,
this system is run by corporations. No, I don't want to be operating at the behest of corporations. No. I mean, our political infrastructure has been infiltrated and owned for a long time by corporations. So no, we need a political revolution in this country.
But hold on. The government is a corporation, is a business. You know that, right? Is the business, is the major one, right?
Yeah, but you're just jumping around all over the place. It's irrelevant.
But you're in charge of it. No, you're in charge of it now, Dave. You know what I mean? In your hypothetical. So what I'm saying is, I'm thinking in your hypothetical. No, hold on. I thought you were maybe cleaning the board, but it sounds like you're keeping the system and just tweaking it. Am I wrong in saying that?
Well, I don't want to burn down the entire infrastructure.
Thank you. So you want to make some changes?
We have a brilliant infrastructure. Right. It works.
Okay. So that's the actors
within it are corrupt. The actors within it are corrupt, and they don't actually serve the people.
It's not any kind of spectacular changes he's trying to make.
Even in his
hypothetical. Of course they would be. He would get rid of all the globalists for a start.
Okay, cool. Sorry. So you've gone from a global business to a local business. Is that what you're going to say? You're going to turn the government and the country into... But basically, you're gonna make us broke.
Nah, we've now gone from immigration to obviously we deal globally.
But you don't want no. Hold on.
You're now starting a different conversation.
I'm saying what is your workforce? No. I never said immigration.
We're talking about immigration, Maku. We are talking about immigration.
Lady D, you should have told him.
In your government, I'm saying in your hypothetical scenario, you're saying you only want to change certain things, and one of them is immigration, right?
I want to change a lot of things, yeah.
Okay, you want to change a lot of things, but now you want to go into talking about associate businesses to the business. You think you've got all the power, remember? But remember, if you cut off your nose to spite your face, bro, it's going to affect the economy. Remember, you're not having the same rate. Hold on.
Congratulations.
I'm just saying, no, what your hypothetical is going to do, bro.
No, because if we're talking
I know how systems work. Yeah.
Michael, you've gone out of the hypothetical into reality. Yes, I understand. If Britain chooses to do certain things, the globalist machine will cut you off and do certain things. I understand how it works.
You said that, right? You said you're not dealing with the globalists. You're going to cut them off and do. That's what I'm saying. So I'm saying,
yeah, in the ideal world, yes, but obviously it's hard.
In your ideal
world, this hypothetical, Michael, we understand, right. Yes, mate.
I'm just saying, but in that, within the hypothetical, I'm just saying the scenario that will happen, there'll be a collapse of some sort, because remember, you've cut off the money, you've cut off the business, you cut off people dealing with each other internationally and and you
I
want to keep it
understand. There is a
local, right?
globalist agenda. Yes, I understand that, Maku. Thank
Right.
you
Now
for
you want to then after you want to do training schemes, but yet you don't have the workforce that you used to. Huh? You don't have the workforce that you used to because there's no foreigners coming in. There's no foreign migrants. There's no illegal immigrants. There's no, I mean, there's no
we just
refugees.
stop playing football. We're not playing snooker, man. Maku, you're just moving goalposts everywhere.
No, I'm just saying in your hypothetical situation is bigger than what you
Yeah,
think.
we need a global revolution. Yes, Maku, I understand.
You think you can just make decisions like you've got a wand in your hand and they
That's
won't
what
have
hypotheticals normally are, mate. Yes.
Okay, but even in a hypothetical, I can show you the repercussions
But
of your actions.
hypotheticals was purely being used, Maku, to find out someone's position on an issue. That was the simple.
I'm finding out your position.
You seem to have taken it serious.
No. I found out your position.
You've missed the
you
point.
Haven't realized. I've got the point. Yeah.
Okay.
And I've got what I wanted from this conversation. Do you get it?
Okay.
Right. So I know your position. I know that you come from a small town. Yeah. And you're pissed off since the miners and all of that in your, yeah. So they're fucking up your economy. They're fucking up your environment. Yeah. And now all these foreigners are coming in and cool. That's small town mentality. That is cool. You cannot use that for the whole
spin. But my spin on it is our infrastructure. We're going through cuts are being made. We're going to go through a recession for the next 2 years, right? And our infrastructure is not going to have money put into it. It's actually not grown for years, but the population is growing and it's putting strains on societies. Maybe you don't see this and you're going to say little town, but no, the reality is the whole country is under strain. And at the moment, we're paying £7 million a day to house people coming into this country across the channel. I don't think it's right. It's not. You can't run your borders like this. Your mentality of just let everyone in is dangerous. And ultimately, you're going to have a breakdown in society and you're just going to have more and more cultural clashes. And it's just going to escalate. It's not going to get better. It's going to get worse because people can't integrate into this society at the rate they're coming in. So I think you're reckless. Your mentality is more of you deserve it than anything else.
That's basically. Remember, this is your hypothetical. I haven't even given my.
No, this ain't a hypothetical. This is what I'm telling you in the real world.
I haven't given my position. I'm just telling you what I observe and what political science.
No, but when I asked you, would you say if Britain became a population of 100 million? You said you wouldn't give a shit, and I think that's reckless.
But I gave you the reasons. I gave you the reasons why. You see, I don't just talk recklessly. I explain what I mean by it. I gave you that England is not really as populated as you think. We have towns and they create new ones and there's loads of space for what they're doing. And they're building, even now, do you get what I'm saying? Any available space, they're building some massive blocks and things. For who?
Are we a small island, Michael?
Hold on. If we're already here. And the funny thing is, before the lockdown, right? The idea with this idea of Brexit from a London point of view, and from a builder's point of view, they were saying that, listen, they're building all these new blocks and all these new things. And I'm thinking, but you're doing Brexit. So that lots of people are leaving, not coming in. And they were like, no. Well, now we're going to have more Koreans, Orientals, and coming in. So I was like, okay. So what you've done, you've traded one for the other. You say, throw out the Europeans, your cousins, yeah, and you're going to deal with the emerging markets, because also leaving Europe means you're not doing business with them. That's all it means, right? Now you want to do business like Russia with the emerging markets.
We're not doing
like
business with Russia.
Hold on,
we
my
are still
brother.
doing business
Hold
with
on,
Europe.
my brother. Like Malaysia, India, and all of these type of places, China, and all of that, right? Because those are the emerging markets.
We've always done business with all of those places, Michael.
No,
going back
not
hundreds of years.
Yeah, but what they're saying is the European side is a hindrance. And we don't have to deal with them because just like Russia being the major part of Europe is not in Europe. I'm like,
the EU is a mafia.
Oh, hold on. I'm saying like, so who's Russia trading with? Well, they're trading with the emerging market.
Been sanctioned. They're not trading with it. They've been sanctioned.
No, it doesn't matter because they don't. No, you've been sanctioned. This is
why
the fuel
we're
crisis.
not trading with Russia,
my brother. We've been sanctioned. Not Russia's been sanctioned. We've been sanctioned. Right. Now the markets, hold on. The markets. This is why we can't have beef with Russia, because Russia is the key holder to those emerging markets. Why? Because they've always been dealing with them. While we've been in Europe and setting up the idea of the European Union and all of that, we, England,
America's got its foot all over Russia's neck
brother.
right now. Let's see how that works out for them.
1 second. No, what
You're
America
on
has
the
also
wrong
done. 1 second. Yeah.
Oh, ladies,
They've ripped up their old trade agreement, right? And also trying to make new trade agreements with emerging markets. So again, loads of people are moving their business and all of that and their dealings to the Far East. Yeah, because those are the emerging markets that Russia's already involved with, that Turkey's already involved with, and that obviously Korea and all of these other countries. They don't have to worry about dealing with Europe. Europe ain't got much. That's the reality. Europe ain't got much. What you lot exporting other than weed? You know what I mean? Fuck's sake.
What do you mean? What do we?
Actually, Europe has got quite.
We're gas rich, you idiot. We're gas rich. You know how much gas we've got? Natural gas beneath our feet. If they started, we're the richest countries for gas in the world.
Resources is great, but you have to have intelligence to be able to move forward in this world. You know what I mean?
Of course,
intelligence comes first. So when countries like Dubai and Qatar have lifted themselves out of just desert, they've hired a lot of European people European people as expats, and they value their expertise because of what they bring. Intelligence.
Definitely, and that's how these Europeans make these countries. Remember, these are all new. So, as I said, you can perfect newer techniques with these countries. You know what I mean? And that's the reality. Yeah. Okay, we didn't do so well with ours, but maybe if we tweaked it, like Dave said, yeah, and we do it in America, or we do it in Australia, or we do it in Dubai, or we do it in Qatar, or wherever. Do you get what I'm saying? We tweak our system, but they're all based on the same systems of governance and all of that, because they have to have cohesion. Do you get what I'm saying? Each leader is still going to have to meet with each other and talk about trades and all sorts and business and all of that, because it's business based.
Yeah, we know everybody's interconnected. We live in a global society, but that doesn't mean at the same time you need mass movement of people. Because again, like Lady D said, it causes damage to the countries where people are coming from. It puts them into more.
But hold on. Yeah, but hold on. The Asians fighting each other. What's that got to do with anything? That's got nothing to do with anything, because everybody there, even in that situation. Hold on, 1 second. Has a right to be here. Right, everybody there.
No one has
in
a
that
right
situation. Yes,
no
they
one
did.
has a right.
Yes, they did. There was no vans pulling up and say, "Hey, you lot are illegal immigrants." That is a logical fallacy, bros. Yeah. When we know Asians have been here longer than most, and they're more than black folk. Definitely, they're 14%.
Are you aware of Yugoslavia?
Huh?
Are you aware of Yugoslavia?
We are like 3% of the population. They are 14%.
We're 6%,
right?
I think. We're close to
2.5%
now. We're going up.
No. Black people are 2.5%.
Okay, so and I said, what are Asians?
I was surprised.
What are Asians?
I was like,
What are Asians?
10%.
Right. So even there's more of them than us, right? Easy,
Yeah,
clearly,
that's
right?
Yeah. I was surprised when I seen
and a lot of them, are in these towns outside the major city and also in the major city, but they're also in, and they populate in whole towns, for
Manchester,
example.
Birmingham, man.
Yeah, they're everywhere, but I'm saying like there's towns like Bradford and all of that, which is majority them, right?
Yorkshire, yeah.
Dave, did you think there were more black people?
I did, yeah. I thought it would be higher than that. I was surprised when I seen that. Just for that, I thought at least be 5% now, but it doesn't. I'm surprised.
On top of that, you know why it's not growing? Oh, it doesn't seem like it's growing.
Kids at the same rate as us.
We gravitate. No, we gravitate to the major locations. So London, Birmingham, Liverpool, Manchester. We're not going to these quaint small towns. Well, some of us are, but not in the number that can affect the society.
Explain to me.
You're like a sore farm out there. You know what I mean?
Explain to me the location of.
I'm not moving to Devon.
How that?
You know what I mean?
But Matthew, explain to me the location of someone. how that would affect how many of those people are in one country. Because you know they're counting every single person wherever they are, right? So they counted all the black people in London and all these major cities. You do realize that, right?
Yeah.
So I don't understand what you just said there.
No, but even the numbers of us in that number, in that small number, is going to be majorly in certain cities.
Oh, you mean you
and
congregate
London,
in certain
and
areas.
London being most the highest. You get me? So
Yeah.
the highest number of us is in London. Do you get what I'm saying?
I don't know. I'm not sure. I've
And
not
then
seen those.
the next
statistics,
highest
but I
of
was
us
surprised.
will be Birmingham, will be Liverpool, will be, you know what I mean, Leicester, and you know. But maybe
I don't know
even in
about
those
Leicester.
towns, hold on, even in those towns, we're not the highest number because now there's more. We know there's more Asians in Leicester than there are black folk. What is it? It's not an issue. Yeah, but in a
Well, it
lot of
can
those
be. It
scenarios,
can be.
hold on, no, and even a lot of those scenarios and situations, they are not the major people of the town or the population. They're still going to be white English people.
You do know black people face a lot of racism in Asian areas, don't you?
Not really. Not that I
No,
know.
didn't happen in Luton, though, and places like that.
I don't live in Luton, bro.
Yeah, well, that.
I live in the
not
nation's
really
capital.
relevant.
This is what I'm trying to say.
You
That's
are,
why
you
you
are
say.
weird.
That's why you keep saying that things are different. I mean, what does it matter? But it does matter because Luton is not London. Yeah, Leicester is
Yeah,
not
but it's
London.
still not nice
Birmingham
to
is
the
not
black
London.
people living in
You know,
Luton. You can't just say to them, "Well, so what? You don't live in London." You're not
I
making
don't live
sense.
in it. And I know a couple people from Luton, and they don't say that.
Nah, man, Asians, when they group up, they're racist against black people, man. Get out of the way, Snipes. They're racist against black people, man. We ain't covering
No, I'd
this.
say most groups are racist against other groups. There's an in-group
When you
preference.
lot group up, you're racist against us. When we group up, we let you in. That's just
But
a
what?
fact.
Yeah, but Jedi, can I quickly make this point? What I was trying to say to you is, when this escalates more and people start to congregate to their own areas more, you're going to start to see more tribalism, and you're going to see the society where actually no one actually integrates anymore, and it's just going to create massive
against
problems.
the black man. Like,
it doesn't work, man.
I'm waiting for
I don't
that
need
day.
to do that. It's
Listen,
already
hold
happened.
on. I'm waiting for that day where everyone's all over and out and proud about what they're doing. Then I want to see. Carl, honestly, for me, the black man is like, you don't want them to know directly that you hate them. Because if you do, then they'll see you coming and it's going to be a problem. So I think with the black community, it's much more essential to try and blur down the lines and make everyone drop their defenses. Do you know what I mean? Because I just don't think it's going to go well in England if, like, say, for instance, let's go down your example. Let's say the Asian community tried to turn on the black community. It would go very bad for the Asian community. Love you, Asians, but this ain't going to be a war you're going to win. And even with the minority of black people that we have in the UK, if black people was to feel like, yo, it's everyone against the blacks, it ain't going to be nice for everyone else. It ain't going to be nice. And I think that so like in society, it's not a good idea to let the black folks focus on a common enemy. Not a realistic one. Anyway,
yeah, but the argument you're making wasn't.
So that's why I don't think society is going to get split the way you think it is. I think
it already
society
is
not going to get split along race lines.
It
It's
already
impossible. Not in the UK. It's impossible.
Yeah,
it already is.
But remember,
No,
he
it
lives in a
ain't
small town, Jeds, man. You don't live in a big city.
It already
You don't
is.
know. The dynamics is different for him.
It's split by race, right? Is that what you're saying, Dave?
Say what?
Where you live, your neck of the woods is split by race.
No, not where I live. There's
Okay.
not many people of other races where I live.
So what, you think it's going to? You think at some point in time it's going to be split by race? Yeah.
No, I just think people naturally have an in-group preference, and I think it's something that's going to happen naturally.
Yeah, no,
I
but
wasn't trying to make a point of Asians are after you, black people. I was just telling you the reality of what's happening.
Yeah, no, but I'm saying like when you said my reality, it made it seem like there'd be like no-go areas for certain races, and that's not ever going to happen. It's never
I don't know.
happen.
I don't know. I just know in Luton there was white and black people who got the windows put in and shit because they wanted them out of that area. I know that happened because I can show you the news.
They wanted the black folks out of the area, black and white people out of the area.
Well, they want I can show you the video. I can drop you the
But
video.
the truth is in Luton, there's more white folks than anyone.
When I was in Luton, I realized
Asians are not in a position to be trying to get white folks out of Luton. I know there's loads of Asians in Luton. I know there's loads, but there's more white people in Luton. I've been there.
Well, in this certain part of Luton, it was happening because
30 times.
They were reporting it on the news.
Say that again, brother.
In this certain part of Luton, it was happening because they interviewed a Afro-Caribbean couple, elderly, said they had fucking bricks thrown through the windows, and they interviewed an elderly white couple who had bricks through the windows, and they were saying that they're trying to get us out of this area. It did happen.
Nah, I hear you. Pull up the report. Also,
yeah, I'll give you the video.
Yeah, Also, it's just a stronghold. When some people have a little stronghold, they try to flex a little muscle, couple kids. I don't think it's a prolonged, sustained attempt to try and culturally, racially sterilize the area of one race or the other. I don't think that Asians got the power like that in Luton.
There is a high level of institutional racism in areas that are predominantly Asian. They don't employ black people.
That's where Natty's from, right? And Natty's told us their
cool.
stories about
I hear you. They don't employ black people. We know this though. Yeah, I get that. But we're not going to focus on Asian institutional racism.
No. Can I just add the point to this that you lot are missing out?
That first.
When they're the
I've
majority.
been to Luton, yeah. And the black community there are well established. They've been there for a long time. And they don't see themselves any different from white folks. So if there's a beef with Asians in that area, I won't be surprised if you see an alignment between the established, long-living black community who've been living alongside whites and have fitted in with the whites and have got jobs alongside the whites and have got some sort of coexistence with them. And they see these Asians growing as a threat. I could see that happening, right? But I can't see it going the other way where Asians are singling out black people rather than their common enemy, which is the whites.
Sorry, when have we ever considered Asians as a threat?
No, I'm not saying you consider Asians as a threat. I'm saying if there's a growing community of people, whatever they are, yeah, and like JEDI is saying that when people grow, they like to flex their muscle a little bit, right?
Saying that white people are a common enemy of blacks.
No, what I'm saying is, if you're looking at it from the white man's point of view, yeah, you're looking at it and you're seeing one dynamic, right? But if you look at it from the Asians' point of view, they don't see the black people as an enemy, because in Luton the numbers of black people is quite low.
Speaking, Reggie, please.
The numbers of black people in Luton's it's not like London. Do you know what I mean? Like there's hardly any black people there, and the ones that are there been there for ages. Like they actually move like they're white.
I can't. Do you know some people move to Luton? Like some are even my family members, born and raised in North London. They moved to Luton.
Say that as well.
Yeah, of course.
People move out there. What I was gonna say is, the only threat, that is correct is to people like Dave Smith, because you got to understand
exactly
that's Tommy Robinson's ends.
All right.
Yeah, and when he was getting punched in the face by Asian, and he had a black guy with him, like, oh, I got black mates. That wasn't the issue. Whether you know what I mean?
Yeah, exactly. Right.
So, like as you said, the man find alliances where they can find. You know what I mean?
Right.
And what you want to be into, because remember, this guy's a criminal beforehand.
But we got to remember.
Why are we not talking about Tommy Robinson? Where's this
black
going
people need
because
jobs.
It's Luton.
They want to work.
They're talking about Luton, man.
They want to work. They're in a predominantly white area.
I don't feel comfortable with this Asian term, though, because it's not Hindus and
we can't
Sikhs.
talk about Luton without talking about the Football Lads Alliance and that, which originated in Luton. Let's not be silly, man.
Oh, the EDL. You mean the EDL?
Right. No, I said the Football Lads Alliance.
No, the EDL was created by Tommy Robinson. Football Lads Alliance is something different.
And where did it originate?
The EDL originates from Tommy Robinson in Luton.
Where did the Football Lads Alliance originate? In what?
Oh, I don't know about that. I don't know if
exactly. Right, shush, Luton.
Well,
Shush,
Show me
man.
your evidence.
Shush.
Yeah.
Bro,
Oh.
they followed Luton FC. They were part of that firm. That's who Tommy
Mhm.
Robinson is, a famous
That's right.
Luton football hooligan.
Tommy Robinson did not create the Football Lads Alliance.
Listen to me.
No.
We are not talking about Stephen Laxley or Yaxley
Right.
fucking Leonard. We're talking about Tommy
Ah,
Robinson.
that's true.
Yeah, we're talking about Tommy Robinson, the football hooligan
Mhm.
from Luton.
Facts.
Yeah.
Yes, who was one of the originators in this football firm that was a Luton football
It was
firm
Luton.
that
It was
turned
Luton.
into the FLA.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah, so what do you mean? Yeah. That's what I'm talking to you. You
Get
acting
your
like a
fucking
fucking shit.
racist history right, man.
Come on, man. Get it right. Bro. Get it right.
Yeah.
You
Obviously
joined it,
excited.
you followed them.
Very
I don't know. You say
excitable.
the football lads. You should be talking about EDL. I'm talking about the football lads because they and the EDL were originated from where? Luton. With who behind them? Tommy Robinson.
Tommy.
In one guys, in one carnation or the other.
Yep. And some of the
Right,
other friends that used to follow Tommy ended up in the football in the thing alliance.
So
it was
we're now
kinda
going into
obvious.
something about Tommy Robinson, yeah?
Yeah. No, I'm just saying in Luton. We're talking about Luton and the environment of Luton, and you're trying to make a fake scenario
Come on, man.
with Asians. But
Yeah,
Asians,
it's a fake scenario.
You gave us the Asian scenario in Luton, and we're now
I'm not comfortable with the term
We're now
Asian.
breaking down the climate. We're now breaking down the climate. Hold on. We're breaking down the climate and some of the historicity of Luton and racism, and you're lost. Like, oh, what? What's this? How is this relevant?
Yeah, it's because it's not very relevant to me. But what do you call it?
The DFLA headquarters are in London. But just a little, just a little.
What the DFLA?
Yeah, DFLA.
All right, cool. What about the FLA?
Oh, I don't know, man.
Yeah, shut up then, man.
I'm not comfortable with the term. I'm not. Well,
what is he doing, man?
I don't know why everyone's trying to catch man out. Like I'm checking.
The FLA,
no,
FLA.
That's the thing. But if it's important to you, okay. But I'm not comfortable with the term Asian though, because
You
I
know
think
what the L is in
too broad. What is it too broad? What term
it's too broad, man. Hindus and Sikhs shouldn't be brought into this business.
Ah. So wait. So you specify it. Give us the. You specify it for us.
Well, if we're talking about Luton, it would be non-Muslims and Sikhs, not Muslims, non-Hindus and Sikhs.
What?
Doesn't make sense.
Rather than say Asians, you'd rather say non-Hindus and Sikhs. That's
Just because
you think
I just said that Asian was a punch him in the face.
term.
No,
Non-Hindus and Sikhs.
I think Hindus and Sikhs have integrated much more into British society. So I think
what
it's
part of the
unfair
Asian society have
bringing them under that label.
What about the Jainists?
I don't know about them.
Christians.
Okay, so I'm saying that.
I don't know why you're offended. You're not an Asian.
Listen. Rather than say who you're not talking about, just say who you're talking about.
Who you're talking about, man? Yeah, because we weren't
In
putting no
regards to
shade
what
on them.
Luton. Well, if we're talking
Luton.
about Luton, it'd be what mainly Pakistani Muslims, wouldn't it?
Back in for 10 minutes.
Oh, okay, so now they're Muslim because that's why Tommy's running around the town. Is that why Tommy's running around the town, get punched in the face? Huh? By random Asians. Well, it's not random now. It's Muslim, it seems. Yeah?
Relevance of that
Muslim
is
Asians. Bam, punching him in the face. Yeah.
That's no
punching
relevance.
him in the face. I thought that was beautiful. It was a beautiful.
Yeah, I bet you got it on repeat. On your television.
Wait, hold on, wait.
Yeah.
So essentially, this isn't an Asian issue. You don't like the term Asian. Essentially, it's not an Asian issue.
Well, no, if we're talking about Luton, no.
Okay.
Because they want Luton doing that in that area. I'm not talking about if you're going into. We was talking about Luton, right?
You fucked up, man.
We ended up on.
No, I don't need to fuck up because I say what I actually think and feel. So you don't catch me out here on anything.
No, but you gave a hypothetical. I'm saying you gave.
I'm not giving any
right?
hypothetical. I'm talking about in Luton. People from non-Muslim and Pakistani community were getting attacked.
Okay.
For not being in that community.
And what of it though?
Andy says,
I don't even know what the point was now.
By who?
Okay. So so let me counter that claim with in South London, non-white Christian people were getting attacked for not being part of their community, namely in Bermondsey and Millwall, Rotherhithe. just in case you ask me where.
Yeah, it's tribalism.
Okay. So
But why are you particularly highlighting one
It's
though?
football hooliganism.
Why are you
I don't
highlighting
even
one?
know how we got onto that conversation, to be honest with you.
Because you're trying to throw the
How we
cat
got
amongst the
anywhere?
pigeons.
You know, it's just a trend. We get somewhere, we don't know how we got
we don't know how we got there.
No, I don't. Mackie goes all over the place.
Well, cool. Well, I'm here to keep us on track. So where are we now? Because you took us to Luton with racism. I'm taking you to Bermondsey with racism. Now what?
No, oh yeah, that was. I mentioned that in Asian areas there is a lot of racism, and then we got onto Luton, and then we went
Asian
on to
areas.
In white areas.
Asian areas.
Right. Yeah. All right. Let me ask you something. All right. Here's a question. Here's a great question.
Oh, I'm not denying that.
No. Wait. Please wait. Now you're gonna have to put your black shoes on, right? Imagine being a big black man, like 6'2", muscular. All right, look, let's keep it simple. Imagine being a black man, right?
Chris, you're proper taking it there, isn't you?
Right, jokes aside, no, I really got a point. I really got a point. All jokes aside, imagine being a black guy, right? Just empathize for a minute. Where do you think you're likely to find more hostility because of your race? In a predominantly Asian community or predominantly white community?
Interesting. I guess that's a multifaceted question, right? Because if we're looking at, like, say, communities that are more accepting to interracial relationships, I'd say definitely white people are more accepting. Asian communities, you're not really seeing it all the time. I gotta be honest with you.
Let's go.
Go on, Dave.
What do you mean? I just went on.
No, sorry, Snipes, man. Snipes was busy laughing at your first answer. I didn't want to get what you said.
So I would say,
when it comes to interracial dating, you think Asians
job hiring?
Harsher. Hold on, you think Asians?
I think you're more likely to get a job off a white person than you would.
See, now you're all over the place.
I'm not. I'm giving you one.
What was the question?
Can we dissect that? Can we dissect that interracial dating, please? Yeah. So I personally want to go on record and say I agree with you. I think it is easier in the UK to marry or to find a black man to find a white partner and be accepted by her family and her community than it is to find an Asian partner and be accepted by her family and community. Facts. I agree with you.
Yeah.
Not gonna lie to you.
As an individual.
The UK, not just the UK, worldwide.
Yeah, the question shouldn't be, as an individual black man, where would you go or where would you not go? The fact is, as communities who live alongside each other, who get along better, and obviously if you're a black community living in a predominantly Asian area, you're going to do better because that area is already multicultural. Whereas if you're going as a black community to live alongside a strictly white area,
that's true, Khan.
There's more of you.
Big on the Asians, you don't need to jump on. I ain't caping for you, and I'm not getting in the way. And none of these shots coming.
You got more paid for this.
I'm not getting paid for this. You got to remember one thing though, Jedi. Let me make one point here. That the areas what he's calling Asian areas, they're not 100% Asian areas. It's just an area with like 10-15% Asian. Right, it's still a white area, so them Asians are like that big community of whether they're black or Asian is regardless.
But we can do that all day, Khan.
Yeah, what I'm saying is that if I've got a community of Turks, right? If I've got a community of Turks and I want to fit them in somewhere,
we can do that all day. But we got to remember we're in Britain, so that's not really meaning that.
No, I'm showing you that he's making the distinction of Asian areas, which is a lie.
There
ain't nowhere that ain't
that's
England.
There ain't nowhere that ain't England. One part of Luton.
No. Bro, between me and you, we know there's Asian areas. Because if me and you chat, Con, we're going to chat about the Asian areas we know are Asian, bro. Let's not play games. But we know, man.
My point is the difference between as an individual and when you're trying to fit a whole community of people alongside another communities, different dynamics.
I would say, as
different
a whole,
dynamics.
As a whole, it's hard to say, man. It's hard to say.
You got more chance of getting a job off a white person.
Asian communities I've been to and I've frequented, it's a mixed bag of what you can expect. You can expect some stares, maybe some hostility or unfamiliarity, suspicion. You also can expect some love.
Yeah.
But I would say like the age range is about the age range. Now, brothers my age, a bit younger, maybe a little bit older, they're due to show me love. We're due to sit down with Gurdeep and them man there and chat about Rascal roots and boom, 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 boom.
Yep.
You can get that love there. You can get that. Yo, yeah. I remember when I came here in the 80s and 90s. Oh, yeah, blah, blah, blah. Well, go on, blood. I'll probably go to an Asian area, be able to get a draw. All that. You get me?
Yeah. But that's not to do.
It's not always
that's
negative,
not to
you
do
know.
away
It's
with.
not, I'm saying the black man in the Asian area, the experience ain't always negative, you know. So I'm not. Let's be real. It ain't always like, oh, fucking nigga.
I'm not trying to.
I'm more likely going to be called a nigger in a white
Dave's got
area.
a good point, and you agreed with him
No,
already.
not just that.
We're not shitting on Dave's point. Like he made the point. The point is the difference between what he's saying and what we're saying is that he's talking about one individual. Like if I was to get on a train and go anywhere in England as a black man, would I expect hostility? As an individual, probably not. Because I'll be the token guy that everyone wants to buy a pint and say, yeah, I've got a black mate.
Do you know what's mad? I promise you, white man, yeah, put on it, like, get your clothes on, yeah, travel down to Brixton, walk from one end to the other. You ain't gonna feel 1 ounce of hostility.
I will do that gladly.
You probably you'll be like the invisible man.
Of course.
Like you're like nobody is going to care that you are there.
Do you remember who that happened to, Jedi? Do you remember Liam?
Honestly,
actor? 1 minute.
honestly,
if I go down the white equivalent of that high road, it's not gonna feel good.
1 minute. Let me just say something. Like
I was just saying something though, Reggie.
Yeah, but you've been saying.
Do you remember that actor Liam Neeson? He was saying that one of his friends got raped or something. He was quite angry.
Yeah.
He wanted to take revenge.
I think he had a knife in it.
Yeah.
He wanted to take revenge on the black community, so he just went into this predominantly black area and was just moving like hostile.
Yeah,
he was going, after half an hour, I realised that no one really gave a fuck about me, and that racism was just an imaginary thing, and he just left and just went on.
Yeah, but he's referencing what happened. He's referencing what happened to him in the past. So
he's definitely lucky.
That's
a lot of it is
anyway.
He's definitely lucky, bud.
I'm saying
a lot of it is imaginary.
A lot of it is imaginary. If you have a positive attitude in life, usually you could fit in. I'm not saying there ain't pockets of like nutters that you could run into. Yeah, even in London, still there's them little pockets of fucking Packetton Estate and fucking Marcus Estate. I don't know about Marcus nowadays, but Packetton definitely's always been like that. Yeah.
Racist whites.
Yeah, that's just
and
like
non-changing.
That's it. Like England's not really
the people who are definitely like that is these Europeans. Definitely.
But this is what
they're the majority.
Yeah, they're the worst.
So like, that's what Reggie needs to learn.
Can I say now? Can I say? For me, an observation. These things where people have gone through or walking on the street and someone has said this or that to them doesn't really bother me so much. I know why some people might be so obviously might feel it a lot, but for me, it's not really the biggest issue. My thing is that if you're going to an area, from my experience, when you go to an Asian area, you're very unlikely as a black person to be employed by them, which is what you need to survive. You know what I'm saying? But white people generally are more likely to give you an opportunity to work, you know, in that area.
Yeah, I can't argue that point. You got a good point there, but really, where do black people give Asians jobs?
Then it means that a lot of them are less racist than we actually give them credit for, because being racist is ignorance, and a lot of English people are not ignorant. Remember, we've got whole back to them are liberals. You know what I mean? You got whole back to them as a conservative. That's conservatively racist for me, but you know what I mean? Because you know how you have to maneuver in this society. I don't think racism is going to get you anywhere. You know what I mean? So it's left for the weak-minded, and the ignorant, especially people who frequent football clubs and deal with the football hooliganism. These are workers, these are builders, scaffolders, whatever, painters and decorators. You remember, and they need an outlet. They're working hard all week or whatever, and their usual outlet was going to the football and punching each other up.
Yeah,
As
that's
soon as
right.
other
Can't go
people,
football, no more snipes.
right?
How much is a
It's
fucking
all
season ticket? You know
right.
what I'm
It's all
saying?
changed.
These man,
You
I
can get
need a
lifetime
boogeyman.
ban.
These man need a boogeyman. Like,
Right, you can get lifetime ban because women and
You don't
children
really
and all
think
sorts.
racism is moving like that in Britain, yeah?
I'm just
What
saying
in the
because that's
racial bunglings is going on over here? Salute
no,
everyone.
that's big up, big up. That's what used to happen. That's what we're saying. And now, like Jedi just identified earlier, if you still go to like a Millwall, the whole aura around it is ignorant European people or English people. You know what I mean? And they support
Tell
this
that
football
Linus
club.
Adofi, yeah, who's
No, hold on.
Millwall's
They support this football club,
Who is
right?
what? Say that again. Say that again.
Come on, man.
So tell that to Linus Adofi, yeah, because
Which
he
means
don't
what?
seem to think.
Who is that?
What does that mean?
I mean, he's an ambassador of the club. He's always repping Millwall.
Fuck's sake,
Okay.
man.
What? Wait,
Is that what you're
who'd
going down?
you
Fucking
say? Lion?
ambassadors for fucking
Sorry,
corporations.
family. What did you
Linus
say?
Adofi.
And
He's a
who's
boxer.
that?
He's
He's
a
a
boxer.
boxer. He's a black boxer.
Right.
Yeah, he's an
So
ambassador
you-
of the club.
That's
So
racism.
a black
Millwall's
box-
trying,
hold
aren't they, to change their reputation, man?
1 second, family man. So they do have a reputation. So you telling me to tell this black guy that represents a team that has a racist representation, you want me to convince him that Millwall's got a racist representation?
No, what I'm trying to tell you is society's changing. You guys are trying to talk like we're still living in the 80s. It's a joke. Go and live in Saudi Arabia and then tell me how you get treated. Go and
Yeah,
live in
but we're
Pakistan.
not
Tell
in
me how you
Saudi
get
Arabia.
treated.
Why do you keep doing the whataboutism and deflection?
Yeah, but you're trying to present this society as if you're living in a racist society. You're not.
I am.
Or somewhere
How?
like you can't go Qatar.
But isn't it funny that the white man doesn't know how the society that we both live in is racist? That's evidence of the racism because all the ethnics around you are telling
No,
you
it's
it's
capitalist.
racist.
They don't care about
You're
this. Look how many
denying
people are bringing in.
hold on, brother. You're denying our experience. You're denying our right to tell you, yo, this is what I found living the 30 plus years in in the UK. You use your privilege to say, well, nah, bollocks does it.
No.
You don't even live in London. I grew up around Millwall.
Yeah.
So I can tell you firsthand the energy that comes from that area and the people there. The old guard is still there, they're not all wiped out. And the young guard have taken it up as well. The only thing is racism is sophisticated now, right? And
I'm not
plus,
saying they're not racist
hold
people.
on,
I'm not
hold
denying
on,
your
hold
personal
on,
experience, but
hold
this
on,
society
hold
isn't
on.
racist.
Respectfully, right? I'm gonna finish saying what I'm saying. Yeah. Racism is sophisticated now. It has been pushed underground and made covert.
Yeah.
It is harder to spew racist rhetoric and not be checked for it. So they found new words and techniques to hide it.
That's because of white people, right?
You
know, it's white people who are checking other white
I
people.
think
You know that,
it's
don't you?
white people. I think white people in government ushering forward this nanny state, this censorship, and I think they're prepared to create an environment where it's hard to speak. I would rather overt racism than covert racism. I'm sure you've heard this many times. It'd be a much easier terrain to navigate when you could just see who the fuckers were and who out. You can see who the fuckers
I've got
were.
a very simple question for you.
Yeah, go on.
Very simple question. If this is the case, why are they willingly changing the face of this country?
What we're doing on one level is changing the overt face of racism and of this country. So we're whitewashing it, we're plastering over it, we're pushing it underground because you need to be seen to be progressive. However, in that very same context, the changing of the appearance of Great Britain is also for everyone else's detriment as well.
Yeah.
Right. So with the harsher penalties on racial speech and stuff like that, also comes harsher censoring, which means that everyone loses out. Everyone loses their freedom.
I agree.
Because essentially, you have to remember, I'm one of them smart blackies that knows knows it ain't all about me being black. That's sometimes I think you forget that when you talk to me. I'm not
Who, me personally?
Yeah, you personally. I think when you talk to me,
That's your perception. I've never really
sometimes
given
I
any
think
thought
you
on it.
forget. Listen, bro, you come in there calling us all racist and that, bro. Let me just say what I'm saying, right? Sometimes I think you forget that we're not all chakaras. We're not all it's black, blackity, black, black, black. We do see truth. Some of us are pro-truth rather than pro-black. So we understand. I understand that the freedom of speech of everyone is being encroached on. In fact, freedoms are being encroached on, and a lot of people are happy for the way that society looks, and they believe that there's no racism, but that's gone underground. They believe that there's no persecution, that's gone underground. The slavery is gone underground. That's for white, black, and anyone in between. They found new techniques for us to enslave ourselves, for us to police ourselves, for us to deprive ourselves of a future that is healthy and progressive. So, I mean, as the face of society changes, it's changing into a hideous demon as far as I'm concerned. It's not like it's getting prettier, it's getting uglier and uglier and uglier. And the racism is
the
never
objective
been
isn't racial, is
the racism has never been addressed, just gets plastered over. Yeah, racism is one facet of the control mechanism. And it's one
but I think you're misunderstanding me. I'm not denying that there's racist people and there's racism. I'm not denying that. But what I'm telling you is the machine's objective is to not uphold any kind of racial supremacy in any way, shape, or form. They don't care about it. This society is not moving in a white supremacist way.
Even though the machine doesn't actually care about race, like I said, race is always one of the number one tools in the tool belt.
Yeah, it's a divider, yeah.
Right, yeah. So yeah, we're on the same page. Yeah.
But
yeah,
Dave,
you're not
if
above,
race is
you're
such
not
a
above that
divider,
though. How
Dave,
can you get called
why is
into
there
that?
so many mixed race people?
There's 3% of Britain's mixed race. It's
But
tiny.
that's equal to the entire number of black people, isn't it?
It's actually more.
Right. So really,
it's still small. It's still tiny.
So really,
no, it's not more, bro. It's not more. Don't lie.
You know, yeah,
black people are 2.5%.
Yeah, it is. If
How
there's
many
3% of mixed
black
race
people are 5% now, bro?
No, we're not.
No, they're 2.5.
We're not, bro.
they were 2.7.
What
they've gone down.
Quoting
They've gone
is
down.
closer to the total ethnic population.
Yeah, that's
which is
right.
all of
That's
them
right.
fuckers lumped in some weird BAME type of category.
Yeah, they're fixing the numbers, yeah.
Are they?
Yeah, they're lumping people together in all kind of different ways.
That's kind of interesting. I didn't know that.
Exactly. So you can't play them numbers down, innit? You can't say, oh, there ain't many mixed race people when there's an equal amount to black people. You can't make that.
No, it's in a tiny. No, but in the grand scheme of things, Carl, it's still extremely small.
18% is ethnic minorities, isn't it? 18%, not 5%.
Hold on.
No, it's 20. It's 20%.
Don't look it up. Don't look it up.
It's 20%.
It's between 18 and 20%.
There's a difference between the numbers in built-up areas or cities is different. It's 20, 22%. And in certain places, the rest of the country, it goes down to 13% even. But balancing it out, it probably comes to about 18 overall.
Across the board, 80%.
Yeah, but you're not going to get a consistent 18% wherever you go. So London can go up
Asian
to
only
20.
makes. Oh, fuck's sake. Asian only makes up about 12%. Black people make up about 5%, bro. In my opinion, from what I've looked at.
Your opinion? Oh, right. Okay, then I'll take your opinion as a statistic. Yeah, man. Your opinion. Shit. Fucking hell.
Shut up, Dave.
In my opinion, from what I've looked at, I would say 5%. But ultimately, you know, the guy hold on, this brother's sitting here, yeah, saying that Asian people are racist. You're less likely to get a job from an Asian.
No, I'm
but
saying
how many
all
black
people
people
are
have been
racist.
hired by Asians?
No, Shifa. I'm saying all people are
I've got
racist.
no answer.
Now, all people ain't racist. Listen, all people ain't racist. But I tell
you're
you what,
definitely racist. I've heard you
all
say it's
people
the
ain't racist,
maddest.
but most people, regardless of ethnicity, would agree that white people are racist.
Yeah, of course. But every group can be racist.
You make yourself sound silly, bro. You make yourself sound silly.
No, but our society, white society,
you're acknowledging that people in general understand white people to be racist, But you want to sit there and say that racism don't exist, or it's not a
No,
racist country.
racism does exist. You know, no, I don't know.
What do you say? It's not a racist country. You said it's not a racist country. You said it's not a racist
racism
country.
does exist. Our society and the machine that runs our society is not racist. They don't care about race.
Yeah,
If
but
they
who
did,
runs the
the
machine?
wouldn't be going in the way they did.
Who runs the Dave? Who runs the machine?
Well, at the minute, it's
The
what's his
racist.
face?
You're missing the
The
point.
racist,
He's
isn't
coming
it?
with the Enoch
What's that
Power
prime
argument.
minister's name
Let's be
again?
honest. Come on, bro. Who runs the
You're
machine?
missing
I
that.
forgot the prime minister's name.
The prime minister don't mean shit.
You're missing the
He don't
point,
mean
Schiffer.
shit, bro.
He's coming with the
Look,
Enoch Power argument of if
Schiffer,
you bring
Schiffer. Let me
foreigners in,
understand.
there'll
Yeah?
be rivers of
Schiffer,
blood. He's not taking
if you
any
live,
responsibility
stop
for
begging
that
Schiffer.
himself.
if you
You know,
live in a white supremacist society, they wouldn't. The statistics, the numbers would not look the way they did. That claim is just not feasible anymore. Doesn't make sense.
Of course, it's feasible.
Yeah,
How
but
can it
these
not?
people,
What do you mean
these
it's not
people are
feasible?
not brought here to thrive, you know, Dave.
It's not reality.
They're
You
not.
need
They're
to let
not brought here
go.
to thrive. The whole path of these people coming to this place is through racism.
Exactly.
Brother, the institutions in this country are owned by racists. If you look at even the public, the public.
You lot need to hold on to that racist crutch. I don't know why.
Is being sold off to racist companies.
Dave, you need to go back to the fundamentals because they're taking you onto their tangent where they all get emotional.
Reggie, you can. Look what Reggie's doing.
The fact is, we're going
Reggie,
around
you
this-
run away from Bermondsey to Twickenham, yeah, where you're nice and safe. So you
Jody,
shut
if
your
your
mouth
input
on these
is going to be name calling,
Keep your
leave
mouth
it
shut
out.
on these
Don't
matters.
move.
So let's not
I'm
name calling
not
out.
name
Hold on,
calling. I'm
family.
saying he's
It's a
displaying
great
the
convo.
attribute. Sorry.
I don't want to slow it down. Go on, you're gonna pick up the mic again. Go on. I don't want to slow it down, but let's just try and
I'm saying
shouting out because the shouting out is just gonna fuck up the convo. Please.
I'm saying I don't think Reggie's kind of like being conducive to a healthy conversation. I want Dave to be able to answer off his own back without Reggie teaming up with him on some us and them weird ideology. Because if we're talking about race, I personally believe that now the money's drying up, everyone's going to fall into line and assimilate. And Dave's lot, they're just going to have us where they want us, right? So for Reggie, he thinks he's already one up on us because he spent ages arse licking. He thinks he's one up on the rest of us, but that's really not the case.
Now let me respond. The fact of the matter is, it's not just in my opinion, it's not just black versus white. There are other ethnicities in there, including your own Turkish. You Turkish people.
But we didn't slave you. And we don't owe you nothing. But whites do. But whites do owe you. They owe you.
Hear him out, man. Hear him out.
You gotta let him answer, man.
Sorry,
you Turkish people, you oppress black people as well. And I don't know whether you call yourselves white or something else. You oppress black people.
We're not angels, bro. We're humans.
The same with Asian people. The same with Asian people. They got black people at the bottom of the society.
What's the expectation of these people? They don't owe you nothing.
There is a reason.
Non-stop as he's been speaking, brother.
There is
sorry.
There's a reason why he's decided to come to Europe as opposed to going to, as an African going to South Asia, or an African going to China, or an African going to Turkey, for example. It's because in some ways they somewhat accommodate and tolerate and give people more opportunity than those other nations. So for people to just come here and say, "Oh, white people are racist," they're the only racist group. Try your luck somewhere else instead of coming here and being disingenuous.
Reggie, let me put an argument to your point. Reggie. There's something called white guilt in it, Reggie. Like, Asians don't suffer. Can you hear me? Asians and Turks don't suffer white guilt. They don't need to give you nothing. Yeah, but these lot, they're still in your country now.
No, I think that would be China. I think that'd actually be China, mate.
India's still a mess because of these people, and that's a fact.
We're going all over the place. No, exactly. Yeah, man. That's why you still got our
Reggie's trying to put everyone on an equal footing, but it's not equal.
Reggie, none of your
I don't know what he expects from other people. Like, what do you
expect,
Reggie?
What we're trying to say to you is the agenda is not race anymore.
We're going down the wrong road here, bro. You see what Dave needs to answer is this year. How comes when a black person has a child with an Asian person, the Asian people, I don't hear cases of Asian people disowning the child or not wanting to do nothing have nothing to do with the child. You'll see the families integrate with each other. But when you see black people,
really?
You show me a case where the Asian family have shunned the black child or the mixed black child.
Behave. Honestly,
Yo, what's the
I
case?
don't know why.
That's a mad one.
Nah, come on, man. What you're
Mad.
saying is an absolute madness. Because guess what? This is the quintessential stereotype, yeah, and testimony from black folks that have partnered with Asians and witness the Asian family not only cut off their partner, but the child that results from that union. Yeah, this is something I've heard time and time again from even my very own Uncle Tony Brown, who's you know, I'm not going into his business. I just know firsthand how many times.
I agree.
There's a disowning culture.
Wait, but Jeds, that's his
Come on, man.
generation.
Let's
Let's
not
still
play
running
this
in
game.
mine.
No, but how? So I want to know where Schiffer gets this.
No, but what I'm saying,
I can tell you. Can you? No, wait. Can you give us a deeper explanation as to where you have witnessed or someone has witnessed an Asian family disowning a child because they got black in them?
He just gave you an example.
It's a standard thing, bro. Shut up.
He just gave you an example, but I'm not here to talk for Asians either. I don't know why
I didn't hear the example. I didn't hear the example. Sorry, maybe I didn't hear the example. I'm talking to Jedi. Not Jedi.
Hold on, Chief. Rather than argue, Gurdeep, what do you think about this? Let's get the Asian brothers' perspective, bro. What do you think?
What exactly on?
Bro, why
About the
you
disowning culture.
You dropped the ball there, geez.
Yeah, why are you on
About
the
four
panel,
people talking.
All right, so we were talking. You heard what Schiffer said about Asians.
Oh yeah. So yeah, there is a.
You heard my
disowning
response.
culture.
I just want to know what you thought. What your
there is a disowning culture in the Asian community. For stuff like marrying out of the culture, it's more the old school than it is the modern school. Like the youngsters, they'll interracially marriage, and there's not much disowning more nowadays. But it's more the 80s, 90s. Crime Watch was indicated to show that as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
Crime Watch. So so you're saying. So what you're saying is that the more integrated Asian family have come to terms with interracial dating a lot better.
Yeah. It's a lot more common nowadays.
Yeah, and you're less likely to see honor killings amongst the younger generation.
Yeah. If anything, it'll be the people that come over now that might have that mindset still.
Yeah.
You know, I was saying it before,
but generalizing. But like, I got a man like Flame saying he's got a black nephew. Now I feel like some of you lot, you don't like to hear the generalizations about your culture, but then you want to feed into the unique cases like you. I would say that the interracial relationship with a black person in an Asian family and this is welcomed and championed, I would say is more of a rarity than a regularity. Now, not to say it's not increasing, so it's becoming less rare, but unless you are trying to tell me that my spider sense is completely off and the Asian friends and family that we chat to, they're not all rushing to say, nah, Jeds, you're wrong. Every man here, the Asians are saying, well, yeah, we kind of know this is a thing historically and we're getting a bit better. It's a bit like when the Met Police say, yeah, we're getting a bit better at racism.
You know what, though? I know 3 people who've gone through versions of that.
Thank you.
My
know
age,
them, I can't.
Like my age, 30,
28,
31 kind of type. So
I've got personal experiences. I know Asians, male and female. I don't even know why we're arguing.
Can I ask a question?
They're the only
We
people
can come to your yard. We can eat.
Nobody else.
We can come to your yard. We can eat. Diwali, Woodies, blah blah blah. Drop your son home. Drop whatever. Oh, you're going to see your friends. Oh yeah, you're going then. All of that's great. I used to train one of my ex-girlfriends. Her best friend was Asian. I used to train them both. I was their personal trainer. I used to go to their yard. The mom would make me mountains of food and give me Tupperware to take home. Open the door, tell me I'm welcome anytime. We had a conversation. Me and the girl had a conversation about relationships with black men and that. It's just like, listen,
exactly. Even relationships, forget having the kids.
My parents will love you. My parents blah 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 blah. If I was to bring a black man to the yard, my dad would tell me to leave.
Facts.
Can I ask a question?
Would never do that.
Can I ask a question? Are we promoting interracialism like it's a sign of not being racist?
My brethren's dad did that shit to his sister's man. And my brethren's mixed race.
How many Asian man? How many Asian man's family? How many Asian man have got with a black gal and their family have disowned? The girl's family have disowned her.
Yep, I've seen.
How many times have you even heard of it?
Mixed race family done that shit.
How many times have you even heard it? Just even heard.
I haven't. That's why I asked.
Hey,
yeah. Like, I don't want to spend half an hour giving examples.
I'm not saying it don't happen.
But
I'm not saying it don't happen.
Let's just keep
There's
it
somewhere
moving.
a black man or black woman has said, "You're not bringing that Asian person back to my yard. Come out." I'm sure it has happened, just not to be ignorant. But
It's
in our heart of hearts, it sounds pretty ridiculous, and none of us really see it being a reality.
Innit?
I don't know where he come with that statement from. He just threw the whole conversation off onto the side as usual. Like he wanted to deliver the knockout blow to knock Dave out with his question, but really, like, let's just talk to Dave about what Dave wants to talk about, innit? Because I think he's going to expose his own madness. Like we don't need to start coming with wild allegations. Do you know what I mean? Like.
Brother, I've never seen a case of an Asian person who has got a mixed black child, and the child has been disowned by the family. I've never seen that, but I've seen it with white families. I've seen it many times.
Like I said, I'm not going to spend half an hour giving examples. You're obviously ignorant. With Jedi's point. Like, he's made the point.
I'm not ignorant. I've just never seen it.
He's made the point.
Not something I've witnessed.
If I'm honest, if I'm honest, I think there's examples of both. But if I was to say who would be more staunchly purist when it comes to keeping blacks out of their family, I'm not gonna lie, I would assume it was Asians. Maybe because we're closest to Asians, so it means more to us. The disownment or whatever.
FLA
I don't know
guys,
if I'm getting it wrong.
A lot of those FLA guys got black grandchildren. A lot of them. A lot of them, bro. Like that's a fact.
And then also we got the racist saying, also, hold on. Now this is divide and conquer, mind you, yeah. So take this with a pinch of salt, yeah. Also, we got the Asians saying, oh, "You man are different, man. It's not you lot. It's the Packies, isn't it?" I've got loads of that. Do you know? I've actually heard that before.
Yeah, but I've heard it.
I've actually heard that, and I feel, and I'm like, oh, so you think it's cool to be on the fuck Packies thing because. What, you think I'm going to keep your little racist secret and I'm going to be like, yeah.
Nah, you was just very sensitive about what I mentioned and that you ran with.
I'm just saying.
I'm not teaming up with you, so why the fuck do I need you to like or dislike Asian?
Why are you interrupting? I'm not even talking about what you're saying. I'm not even talking about, I'm saying.
No, you're putting words in my mouth.
No, I'm talking to you. I'm giving my own account. Like, what's it got to do with you?
You just said you know what he's really saying. What are you talking about?
Be quiet, man.
I'm saying, I'm not mentioning you, bro. I'm not talking about you, bro. Like, I'm saying in my own experience, this is what white men have done. They've come like in jail as well. Like, no, black folks. Oh, I got a black mate. Is he fucking? And the reason why I'm using the P word, not to offend you, Asians, it's all love. But this is literally what they all could try to say. It's not you, no, it's the Packies. And then so I'm supposed to be like, yeah. I remember growing up.
What do you think?
Certain shops, the Packy shop, standard.
What do you think, Jedi? What do you think when you hear that kind of? Because I've heard it as well before. But
I think. Oh, you think I'm one of them coons that's gonna laugh with you while you're racist and be like, yeah, well, as long as you like me, yeah, oh yeah, I'm different, am I? Oh yeah, I'm safe. Like, and it makes me feel like, what is it about me that made you think cool to come and use that word with me?
It's to take advantage of the individual. That's what it's for. It's tactic.
It's tactic. It's divide and conquer, isn't it?
Yeah.
Oh wait, you lot are cool. You black lot are cool, but
there's nothing to divide.
When I was growing up, I'd be real with you. When I was growing up, I'd be real with you.
What you on about?
When I was growing up, I'd be real with you. The white people in the area use this. It's us against the Asians vibe. There was that. Everyone hates the Asian. Everyone, and I want to say, I'm gonna be blunt and say it was everyone hates the Packy vibe. That was the vibe. That was so. The shop. It's cool to call the shopkeeper Packy or call it the Packy shop. It's cool to say pat ding ding 2.99. That's a little joke. All that was cool in it. It's calm.
But let me say something about that though.
Is that funny, Dave?
I think that I think that there might be
Wait,
something.
hold on, go deep. Say that again.
I said all of that pat ding ding. You're not smirking, are you, Dave?
Oh God.
Do you want me to?
Oh, come on, man. Come on,
Do you
man.
want me to? Do you want me
Let's go
to?
up, man. Let's go up, man.
You make me feel better, Jody.
Reggie, what would you say, brother?
I would say that if you read more into it, they might be trying to say that, okay, the Asian people, we don't like them, and then you try and wonder, why don't they like them? Is it because they are? Is it because they are doing well in terms of like they have their own shop, they have their own business, and they see them as being successful in that sense?
It was never obviously at them young ages. It was never conveyed to me as that. Yeah. So, but when you look at it, if you're hating on the Paki shop, you're hating on Asian business, right? We weren't educated enough or minded enough to really see that perspective. But yeah, you're right. You're hating on Asian business. Yeah.
It's cultural.
Sorry?
It's cultural. The Afro-Caribbean community is more culturally in line with us. We're more integrated. It's the inside out.
I just know growing up, we were encouraged to disrespect our Asian counterparts and maybe see them as the whipping boy for racism or racist jokes or whatever. And you know what, man, participated in these things stupidly like a youth, not even knowing what we were doing.
Can I quickly make a point on what Dave just said?
Dave is on.
Let me just say something quickly. 1 minute, man. Sorry. Listen, I'm trying to make a quick point.
Before you got the point,
Dave said that the Caribbean community culturally is more similar to the indigenous British people. But what he doesn't realize is him saying that is offensive because that is a result of slavery. That is a result of colonialism.
No, it's not. It's to do with integration when they came here in the 60s and the 50s.
If you brought an African person from Africa to London,
took the language to
then you would realize that these people
can't
do
answer
have
every
a
argument.
culture of their own. They're not like you, Dave.
Say what?
I'm saying when you see now, all right, we were growing up in London with Jamaicans and Caribbeans, and we could see, okay, as Asians or as Turks, we could see, culturally they're more similar to white people, right? But when the real Africans come now, and you can see, but that's not the case because they're coming with their real African culture. So then when you realize, wait a minute, these Jamaicans and these Caribbeans have been like indoctrinated into this white culture from before they even got here. Which is part of the reason why they were brought here, because like you said, they're similar to brother. I'm making a point that they're similar to your culture,
your enemy,
but that's not a good thing. That's not a positive thing.
You see us as your enemy. You live here.
No,
You're going to be
about
affected by
enemies.
living.
It's about who can live harmoniously alongside each other. There's no enemies in this.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Integration. You're going all over.
You're saying that they can live harmoniously alongside you, but I'm saying
no. I'm just saying we're more integrated with each other.
Colonialism and the negative things that they had to live through, they learned how to live.
We just got more in common. Religion, there's more in common than other communities.
It's not true. Like, I'll give you an example, Dave. The Indians that lived under the Raj, right? The British rule of India. When they come to England, you ask them about English people, they already got an idea. They already know about English people. They're like, yeah, we know how to get along with these guys. And that's why Indians are doing very well in England.
Yeah, they've integrated very well. Yeah.
Over, bro.
But that's not a positive thing, Dave. They've been
integrating into the society you move to is not a positive thing.
You saying that they're like you, I'm saying to you, but how did they become like that?
But brother Khan, you're just saying how did they become like that? You know full well that there are Asian people right now in the leadership that are very much in sync with the UK. They're very much integrated, brother. So Asian people also been through colonization, and if they decide to when they decide to like turn it on and turn it off with their culture thing, that does not mean that they are somehow less have been somehow less colonized than the black people. It doesn't even. I don't think it's to do with how.
I'm not surprised you're making a statement that you can turn your culture on and off. Like,
well, that's what they do.
Surprise.
That's what they do, my brother. That's what they do. That's why you got. That's why you got a Hindu guy in power who doesn't talk about his Hindu beliefs or anything like that, and he fits in very well. Pakistani. You know what I mean? So you coming to pretend that they're always coming here and they're sticking to their culture. And you know what I'm saying? It's just
he will do whatever. Do you know it's what he did though? Do you know it's what they did? And that's why I went animosity for a minute. They focus on particular Asian communities, but then they cast this blanket statement over all Asians.
No, he interrupted you.
Brother, listen, just calm yourself down. Stop being a flipping snicker. Brother, listen. What I'm saying is, yeah, brother, listen. They focus on particular groups of Asians, but that's now blanket statement in all Asians.
Do you know what?
Depending on where in Asia you are, depends on the attitude towards other people.
You're a snicker sniffer.
Or makes these side points all the time.
Knicker sniffer.
A snicker sniffer.
He's a knicker sniffer.
Yeah, like I do actually.
It's a very English saying, this shit.
Go on, Sneaks, man. You got to bully it a bit, man.
Yeah, man.
Grab that mic, man.
So I do actually agree with Khan because when I was younger, like I did.
Intimidation, fight on a mason. Remember that's a petrol bomb at the station.
The Jamaicans have their own. It's daytime now. I can shout.
No one even notices when he does it.
Yeah,
now.
you're very quiet.
Okay, let me finish before I forget my point. Right, growing up, I did see there's a distinct difference. Right, Jamaicans come with their culture. They're not hiding it for no one. You know that's blatant out there. As I got older, I realised there's a difference between like African people in the UK and Jamaicans. When I was younger, it was if I wanted to see African culture, it would be on the TV. Now, when I got older, I realised, oh shit, this is actually their culture and people live this in the UK the same way I do. So I do agree with Khan with what he's saying. And as far as it comes to Rishi Sunak, he's a puppet and he will just do whatever he's told. So, of course, he's not going to... He did his little Diwali thing outside his house to show, oh, look, Asians, yeah, we made it. But really, he don't fucking give a shit.
That shit was risky. No, he did that, man. That was risky. I know a lot of people didn't like that.
Huge.
Dave,
I know Dave didn't like that.
What's he doing?
Stop speaking for me. You're not smart enough, Matthew. You don't have the intelligence.
What's her name?
I'm overqualified.
Yeah, sure you are. Like overstand it.
You're just a white unemployed murderer.
Bro,
Racist.
Let's not do the dissing. Let's just diss each other with information and facts.
Baku can't do it, man.
The fact is, Sneaky.
All right, but let's get back to the point.
Let's go.
Sneaky someone said that these people are puppets because they're leadership, and maybe she feels like they don't represent her.
Everyone, Reggie. I feel that way about everyone in that position. Everyone.
What's an animosity towards British people?
Can I try to, guys?
Regardless of what you feel, regardless of what
How are you not able to hear each other talking like this, man? Can't he always use you?
Reggie's trying to make a point.
Exactly.
While people's talking, please, bro.
Yeah, but we ain't here to hear Reggie's defense of Dave.
That's your opinion.
I want to hear Dave.
Yo,
I want to hear Dave, bro.
No. Reggie's saying what he thinks and what he believes. This is Reggie's opinion. How do I need Reggie to defend me?
This is what I'm saying. He's making you look like a mug.
What do you mean? I've been talking to 5-6 different people all day, man. What are you talking about?
Brother.
Right. I'm gonna finish my point. You lot got no control. Especially Khan. I don't know why he keeps talking.
Okay, Reggie, stop. Everyone just stop.
Sneaky,
please.
Sneaky, check this out, right? You spoke about Preeti Patel, yeah. Yeah, bring her on. When Preeti Patel got her position, when she became in government, she handed out contracts to Asian businesses to help Asian businesses thrive during the pandemic. So she risked the wrath of her party by giving contracts for PPE to Asian-owned businesses. Now that is doing more for her community than you yourself, Trill Sneaky, have probably ever done in your lifetime, right?
Do you know what?
That's such a great point.
That probably benefits her more than it benefits the people at the bottom, us at the bottom. Hello,
exactly.
I'm waving at you. It benefits her. It's in her interest. That thing that you've mentioned that she was doing was the same thing, is equivalent to Rishi Sunak doing his little Diwali thing outside his house. Look, Asians, hi, I'm with you. Look what I've done for you. Yeah. Next day, she's like, right, you lot fucking pack up. I don't care about your 10 aunties. You can all fuck back off.
Yeah, no, you do understand he's British and he lives in Britain. You know, you do understand.
Anyway. Let
You
me
need to
pose a
represent
question
British
to
society.
our resident racists. I need
You
to
gave
bring this
you gave
down to
contracts to your
a serious
Asian
conversation.
businesses, and the Asian businesses will employ Asian employees predominantly. So she is going out there and creating employment for Asians. It helps your economy, it's called group economics. And Khan, you haven't got anything relevant to say, so I don't know why you have to keep.
I have. I don't want to be talking about Asians and their success of working the
Khan,
system.
you keep saying you're going to ask me a question, then you just make a statement. I don't know. You're going to ask this question.
Dave, is actually going back to something you said, which I do listen to you when you speak, right? You said that you're not in favor of multiculturalism, and the powers that be, in other words, the elite of this country, are not racist, right? So if that's the
I
case,
never said that I'm not in favor of multiculturalism. I don't think I quite said
you speak
that.
against it.
The
But
agenda
anyway,
of this society is not
let
a
me get to
racial
my
one.
question then, Dave.
All right, man.
If you're saying that the leaders of this
I don't want to
country
be misclarified.
are not racist, right? Yeah. Then why should we give a fuck about what you're saying, Dave? Because you're saying that race is the defining factor, rivers of blood, Enoch Powell, all that bullshit. But then you come on here and say that the elite people are not racist. So why should we give a fuck about anything you're saying?
So can I respond?
Please,
right.
do.
So
That's what I
culturally,
really want you to do.
I think culturally, see me, I have a loyalty to patriots. So if a patriot's black, if he's brown, I have a loyalty to him. You understand that, right? So it's not
of course.
the all and end all of it. It's not race.
What?
But it is. Say what?
Who is a patriot loyal to?
The country, the nation, the people of the nation.
The people or the government?
Not the government. No, governments come and go. The land remains.
Okay, so you're loyal to the people. So this explain
And the identity of the nation. Yeah, upholding the union.
Describe a patriotic ideology.
What do you mean? Describe the ideology. What do you mean?
Describe a patriotic ideology, because there's not only one, is there? So describe one.
Describe what you're on about. It's like civic nationalism, the other forms of nationalism.
Your own one.
Mine is it's not exclusive on race. I don't exclude people from being a nationalist on the basis of their race.
Give me a patriotic sentiment.
Upholding the union, defending the union, wanting the union to remain together.
The union of
Britain. So Northern Ireland remaining a part of Britain.
Does that extend to the Commonwealth?
And defending every other British person wherever they may be in the world.
All right, are Commonwealth citizens, are they British as well?
No. People who are part of the Commonwealth are independent.
Well, my grandparents were
born in the Commonwealth by name only.
As British citizens with British passports because they were born in a colony.
That clarifies it, man.
What do you mean? If you're born here and you have a British passport and you love this country, you want the best for this country, then we're on the same team.
They were born in Cyprus, which was under British administration. So they were born British. They can come here, right?
Right. Okay.
So you're saying that you ain't got a problem with those people coming here, like Commonwealth people coming here?
No, I won't have a problem with people from the Falklands, from people from Gibraltar. No, of course
Nigeria, Ethiopia, Somalia. We're all part of the Commonwealth, though.
No, I'm not on about the Commonwealth. I'm on about people born on British soil with a British passport, British parents. What, Nigeria?
You don't know how it works. You colonize.
It's Commonwealth, isn't it?
Not.
Yeah.
Nigeria is independent.
Why is it so hard to understand what you said? Why is it so?
They don't want to believe that. They want
Nigeria
to push the stupid racist narrative.
That's stupid. We're part of the Commonwealth up to
yes. And what does that matter?
Regardless of whether we're or not.
Listen, the Queen is head of state. Yeah.
Oh my days! Here we go, going back to the Queen again.
Listen, Queen is head of state of a lot of countries, and she's the head of the Commonwealth. So it's now king. So you're king. Yeah.
Look, all I know is Nigeria is an independent country, right?
It's not.
Dave, if what you're saying is true, Dave, why is it only yesterday the Canadians come out with a ruling that they don't have to abide by the rulings of King Charles? That was yesterday.
Yeah, well, it's their prerogative to leave the Commonwealth, isn't it? That's
exactly.
What I'm saying. No one's being forced to remain. It's like Jamaica. Jamaica wants to leave, they can. You know what I mean? No one's forced to leave.
No one can.
Well, why are you bringing up the Commonwealth then?
Because you're saying the Union, and I'm saying, does that extend to the Commonwealth?
No,
He's clarified this already. Why are you not listening? Like, why are you not hearing so before? Jesus Christ, he's already made it very clear. Jedi, I understand. You lot are just still going over the same point. This is ridiculous.
We're giving him the opportunity to showcase and present his ideology.
Why would the
It's not you Jews
Commonwealth be a
speaking
part
for
of the British Union?
Because it's the British Commonwealth. It belongs to Britain.
Yeah, and it's not the Union. The Union is England,
No, but
Scotland,
what we're
Wales, and
saying,
Northern
what we're
Ireland.
saying, everybody in the Commonwealth is allowed to come here. And
Well,
you're,
they're not.
you're
No,
partially,
they're not.
you're partially,
No,
you're
they're not.
partially, hold on, you're partially agreeing.
No, I'm not. What you want about? There's 300 and something million people in Nigeria. Are they all going to come to this tiny island? You're mad.
No,
They're not even allowed to come as it is. So what is that?
We were allowed to come here on invitation, right?
Once
That's
upon a
what
time.
we're
Why we always get to once upon a time,
and
once
that's
upon a time?
because that's because of our participation in the Second World War. So, like,
Yeah,
we
that
all
was
know this, right? And there's more countries than just Nigeria that were involved. And they
Mac, I'm
all
not
have,
making an argument to deport people.
no,
You
but I'm just
understand
saying.
that?
But the reason why they can get a British passport is what Khan is trying to explain for you. It doesn't
Yeah,
have
and
to
if you have a
be
British passport and you're a British citizen and you want the best for this country and you love this country, then I stand with you. That's about as simple as it is. But if you're anti this country, then I would prefer it if you left.
then you haven't got a problem with the immigration because their immigration policy, yeah, allowed for people from the Commonwealth to come to Britain. And
Yes,
now
and I'm talking
you
about
bitches,
future.
hold on,
I'm talking
hold on.
about future
You
immigration.
wouldn't
We
have
need
had
to
a
have a
future,
cut-off
my
point.
brother.
I'm not talking about the past, people that
My
are
brother.
here. I'm talking about our
Let's change
immigration
it.
policy
My
going
brother,
forward.
you wouldn't have a future if it wasn't for these ethnics coming here. Now
Well,
you
that's
want
your
to
opinion.
complain. No, now you want to complain about Asians. You want to complain about, you get me? Like, it doesn't make sense. Your government
Hold on. Where's the
has
complaint? I don't
deals.
understand what you're
Hold
saying.
on, my brother. The government has situations and have always had situations with different countries. India being one, right? That they ruled for
Someone here
over
just said
200
Commonwealth
years.
is a part of Britain.
What? Sorry?
Someone just in the chat that said the Commonwealth is a part of Britain. That's hilarious.
Technically.
Big up them.
Yes.
Hey, Besson. Technically, it is.
Technically, it is like you explained.
How'd you
Hold on,
get
like you explained,
independence?
Dave. You was
How'd
talking
you
about
get
independence.
independence?
You're
How'd
not
you get
independent.
How'd you get
cannot be
independent?
you.
Yeah.
You
Yeah.
cannot
How'd you
be
get
independent with a governor general of head of
But
state.
they all
Nah,
have
you
sovereignty
can't.
over
You're not
themselves.
independent.
So we
No.
don't govern them. We
Yeah.
don't govern them.
No, they don't
You
have
do
sovereignty.
govern them. You govern
They
some
don't
of
have
they
them.
don't.
sovereignty.
Yeah. You
No, they
govern
have
Do we
some
make
of
your
them
laws?
outright. Hold on,
Do
one
we make
second.
your laws?
1 second. 1
Sorry?
second. You govern some
Say
of
that
them
again.
Do we
outright.
make the laws? Do we tell
What, in
them?
Jamaica?
Yeah.
Do you not know about the law in Jamaica?
Do you follow what is it?
It's British law, bro.
British
It's
law.
Yeah,
British
but
law.
you choose to follow that, right? We don't
It's
Jamaica law
force
is
you
British
a
to.
law,
Britain
bro.
law.
Bruv, it's governed by Britain, bro. Wait, bruv, stop
It's
it, man.
governed by Britain law.
Hang on.
Stop it, bro.
That's not true.
And big up people anyway. Big up.
Big up, big up,
Big up,
family.
man.
Big up, Mosh. Tell him, Mosh.
Is
He's
homosexuality
not telling
legal?
me
in that?
nothing. We don't dictate
Bro,
to
you.
Jamaica the laws that they make
Why
and
we
they
gotta
don't.
So why do they drive on the left then?
Oh gosh, man.
Yeah,
Reggie,
that's not
Dave, I'm promising you. Yeah, right. There's a reggae artist now. Yeah, he's in prison. Okay, for him to go through the highest court he can go to for his appeal is the British court.
You gotta go to Britain. Yep. Yep. The Court of
Well,
Appeal.
I would suggest that you guys need to
Brother.
get your own sovereignty then, and I would be in full support of
Oh,
that.
no.
Bro, you can't have sovereignty if
You
you have a
cannot-
head of a state from that's a king or queen from this
Well,
country.
then you come out
You
of the
can't have
Commonwealth then and get independence like Zimbabwe did.
Come out of the Commonwealth.
Yeah.
Are you gonna campaign for Charles to allow them out of the Commonwealth?
Hey, I'll back you guys in doing that for sure.
No, you wouldn't.
Yeah.
What do you want me to say?
And also-
yeah, you guys should be governed by Britain. I don't agree with that. What do you want me to say?
Hold on. He's going to fuck up your economy. You're already complaining about jobs and training schemes now.
Jamaica imports more than it exports.
Right,
mate.
I keep
Fucking
telling
joke.
you, your delusions of grandeur ideas for England, are
Yeah,
terrible.
well, give me
It's
the chance to find out, man.
My
Please
brother,
do.
it's gonna. No, we can't afford that. An uneducated individual.
Back
wants
who's
to be
invested in the British state.
My brother, please, bro.
Right. Dave, you made a statement earlier. You were
Yeah,
talking about Jamaicans and being more assimilated into this country and so on and so forth, right? And you're talking from a perspective of being, I guess, an 80s, 90s child growing up, right? And so was I. But the difference is, yeah, I have actual forefathers, yeah, uncles, aunts, etc., that experience everything in the UK, right? So the same fight that the Asians had to have, and so on, other demographics had to have. The only difference is that they came in at a later stage where we've already had our fight, yeah? Where there's already been our riots in Bristol, so on and so forth, Nottingham, and so on and so forth, right? We've had to fucking fight for our shit. So when you're talking about, oh, you guys have been assimilated and your culture's more closer to ours, no, we were just allowed to live in fucking peace when you were in more peace when you were growing up than before. Yeah, there weren't no assimilation, bro. Yeah, when there was blues dances in Bristol and Birmingham and all them things there, yeah, there weren't no Europeans going to no blues dances. Yeah, blues dances was a thing for Jamaicans. We had our culture. We brought our culture here and we had carnival. Yeah, please don't tell me about assimilated, so on and so forth. What you're talking about is a later on stage after we've had to bust up someone on a blood clot on the streets.
Oh, dude.
Yeah, but I'm talking about.
It doesn't mean that what he's saying is wrong. Because
ground level basis on relationships and communities, how they've intertwined with each other. Yeah, what you're saying is more likely right. I'm not denying that, but the reality is still what I said. Our communities are more close than other communities. We are more integrated.
That's because
how they got to that destination is what it is. But
you haven't got a culture to integrate into. Like, what are you doing? You're going to try that one, yeah? No, the British culture is assimilating everybody else's culture.
Yeah, when I go and play snooker at the local conservative club, drinking a pint of Boningtons, yeah, I'm engaging in Nigerian culture. Go on,
no, you're engaging in British culture.
And you lived in London too.
When your mum and dad decide they want a cup of tea, right? And then you got to thank the Asians for that.
And
because if it
not
wasn't
the milk
for that,
part,
hold on,
not the milk part.
One person, yo, calm down.
Not the milk part,
man. Yo,
That's
bro, shut up, man.
Over me.
Sure.
They don't drink the tea like us.
One person, come on now.
Forget it. Yeah, and that tea. Remember, they teach us. We go to British schools. They teach us about the history. So when they talk about when they talk about the Industrial Revolution, when they talk about when you lot was coal miners and all of that, you lot would have died, dead, finished because of the soot and all of these type of things if it wasn't for the tea. Yeah? So the tea has more relevance than you think it does. And thank the Asians, if it wasn't for the Asians, then this is the reward. You've got to understand. Yeah? The reward was supposedly to come to England and help in the process of building up England again.
Let me tell you something.
Tea has become British culture. It's become synonymous.
Yeah, putting milk in tea is definitely a British thing.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you.
Not an Asian.
Let me tell you something.
Tea in the first place.
Tea is Asian, yes.
Whoa. Wait. Dave, do you know what chai is?
Wow.
Do you know what chai is?
No.
Right, cool. I don't think you should say putting milk in tea is a British thing because
we put milk in the tea because it would break the cookery to call it milk.
What I'm saying to you is this: there's cultures that heat the milk with the tea.
Yeah.
Right,
but we didn't get that from them.
You might not have, but using milk for tea is not a British culture. It's a thing.
No, I don't think tea is British culture either. I'm not trying to say.
No, it's not. It's become synonymous with. It's become synonymous.
It's a tiny little aspect of things that British people do. Yes, but of course we have a culture. If we didn't have a culture, we wouldn't have traditions. It's ridiculous.
The culture. Hold on. The culture that comes from the ages, the industrial age. Yeah, the steam age and all of these type of things. The times when you lot was trying to build railroads around the world and all of this type of stuff. Yeah,
the industrial
India. Hold on, the East India.
The
East India Tea Company.
Yeah,
bro, you getting it now?
No.
So
you see
without the tea,
you don't have a culture.
You don't have a culture.
No, you don't.
Nah, Dave, you're not gonna get anywhere with these lot because they're desperate.
You're not, because we know
they're desperate. They're very desperate.
We know the truth about culture. Are you dumb?
What's up, Reggie?
According to them, the black but the fact is,
integrate. No, because the word is integrate. You see, if you're saying integrate into a culture, I'm saying British culture, which everybody, you can look it up. They'll tell
Everybody
you.
have a piece in it.
And British culture is an amalgamation.
Mm-hmm.
So the fact is,
everybody have a
But it's
piece.
still
Various
unique
different
to British
cultures,
people,
bro.
innit? Is it
fact
unique
is,
to
yeah,
British people?
Your language is not even yours.
the
Exactly.
fact is, yeah,
Old
Is it
English
unique
is
to
German, my
British
brother.
people?
My brother.
monologue,
My brother.
monologue,
Old
monologue,
English is German. Yeah.
Teach,
And we haven't
monologue.
even
teach,
started
Michael.
with your
Teach,
Saxons,
Sniper.
Saxons and
English is
Normans. We haven't
German.
started with that. Yeah. English. Old English is German. Look it up,
Wow.
man. What are
We
you
don't
doing?
even know
Look.
that.
The fact is, he's saying the word integration, but really he means assimilation.
Thank
He's
you.
saying forget your own culture and be like me. Have no culture. Just work
Right.
9 to 5, pay
No,
your
no, no, no.
bills, and that's it. That's your life.
You do
No.
know the
What?
Industrial Revolution, you know, working in
Sorry.
You see,
factories, industrializing,
I'm
that
not
is a
saying
culture.
that the
You know that, don't
concept, the concept of British culture
you? You do
doesn't
know that, don't
exist.
you? You
What
know
I'm
that,
saying is
Khan,
that
working in a
what
factory
we're
is
calling
actually
British
work
culture
culture.
is an
Yeah.
amalgamation of other people's
You're
culture and
dumb,
things
man.
they've
all
done.
right, all right,
This is
all
why
right,
we're
all right,
calling it.
all
This is
right.
why we're
Help,
calling it
help,
Great Britain. Oh, come on,
help,
man.
help us out, because Dave, they say on one hand that British don't have any culture, and then on the other hand, half of them say that, oh, you came and stole our culture, now we have no culture. Like, they need to make their mind up. That doesn't make
Yeah.
sense. They went
I
around the
said,
world.
look,
That does
look
make
up.
sense, bro.
I
If you
said,
stole it,
look
you
up
don't have
British
It
one.
doesn't
culture.
make sense.
It's an
Come on, Reggie, think.
amalgamation. Oh,
You're
Makes
borrowed.
so there
Think,
is a
Reggie.
culture in Britain, but it's
But it's
based on
borrowed.
skullduggery, negative
So,
things that they
Maki,
did around the
let me ask
world.
you a question. Let me ask you a question. If I
Come
went to
on.
the Conservative Club and I was playing a game of snooker and on the television in the corner was Coronation Street, what am I engaging in? Is this who else is replicating this around the world? Is
Boy,
this
sports
a
and
British
media.
thing?
What?
Is
Is
it a
Bernard
British
Manning there
thing
doing
or
his
is it?
stand-up as
Thailand,
well?
bro. You can do
One
that
at a
shit on
time,
top of
people. One at a
stop it,
time.
bro.
Yeah, one at a time,
I don't know what
please.
you mean, man.
Yeah. What do you mean? How do you not know what I'm talking
So
about?
you're
This is
saying
something we have things
Sorry.
that are unique to us as a people on this
Dave,
island. We have a
Okay.
culture.
Okay.
Dave, on
And now
that,
hold on. And now we're
One.
celebrating something, yeah, that is
Regardless of
unique to
where
you.
something
Hold on.
came from, it's like,
Hold on.
it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. Now, what is unique to you, like football, for example? You lot invented football, right?
We
Britain
invented a lot.
invented football. Now the World Cup is held in Qatar. Huh? It's come a
Yeah.
long way, huh? Right?
What
And
point are
you're
you
not the
making
best
here?
at it. We're not the best at it. So,
wait.
look, things that came up in Britain,
This point
sports.
scoring silliness.
Hold on, my brother, because you don't even know the root of the sport. Yeah, you're talking about football, but football wasn't football in the beginning. It was kicking a pigskin between one side of the town to the other, and
the
people
other
would
side.
die in that process. Hold on, people would die. It was like rugby stroke madness.
The whole town
basically
will be playing it.
Whole town.
So it's
People
like
Yeah,
dead.
they still do
500
that.
man.
They still do that
Right.
in town
Look,
today.
as I said, you lot are bush. Yeah, you lot are savage.
But I guess
Yeah?
they make your mind up. Do we have a culture or not? You go all over the place.
Sorry, Dave. Sorry, just on the example that you gave, yeah. Right. So say that we accept that example you gave, yeah. What demographic of British people go to the Conservative Club and play snooker with a cup of tea or a pint of Boddingtons? What demographic of Britain does that for you to be able to say that is quintessentially British culture, my brother?
No, I say what I'm telling you is that's something that is unique to this island. That's what I'm
Not
telling
really.
you.
They do it in China.
If we didn't know, they've adopted it from us. If they don't,
Brother, they do it in Sweden. They got
didn't
pubs
have a
in Sweden. What are you
culture,
doing?
we wouldn't
Wait.
export
One at a
anything
time,
to the
people.
rest
One
of
at
the
a time.
world.
Keep it one at a time. Keep it one at a time. Let him respond. Sorry, Dave. Say the last
No,
part
but
again, please. Say the last
if
part
we
again.
didn't have a culture, as they say, we wouldn't have rituals. We wouldn't have customs. We wouldn't have traditions. You do understand that, right?
So I'm not arguing against whether your culture. I'm just arguing the actual specific point you made.
Sorry.
Yeah,
That's unique to Britain,
brother. The working men's club, yeah, and the pint of beer and that. Are you saying that men associating in clubs separated from women is exclusive to British culture?
No, I'm saying the television and the snooker part originated here, and it became a
How
culture
long
of our
television?
society.
1 second, pause.
Television then.
So you're saying that it's part
It
of
was invented by
recent.
Britain.
Hold on. You're saying it's part of modern British culture. Because clearly the television's barely 100 years old, right?
Yeah, British culture isn't one thing. There's many
that's
subcultures.
modern. But like, if you're gonna talk about television, that makes it very, very, very modern, right?
Yeah, but that's another part of British culture, our entertainment. The entertainment in Britain is unique to our culture. Our comedy is our culture. When Americans watch our comedy, they don't get it because it's our culture. It's our sense of humor. We have a culture. We have entertainment. We have these, our programs that we watch. Surely you guys don't watch Coronation Street or Emmerdale and think, yeah, this is like watching fucking, I don't know, something in another part of the world.
That's not British culture, though.
That's not British culture.
That's American culture.
That's not. They're not on Coronation Street. They're not representing British life.
No. They are representing British life, but a soap opera is not quintessentially British.
No, but there is an entertainment culture in Britain, and it is a British culture.
Yeah, but it's not just British.
One second, man.
No, but the type of entertainment is unique to our culture.
Soap opera to entertainment culture. They're not the same. They're one and the same.
No, there isn't just one culture. There's different
subcultures. Watching TV is British culture, but associating with the men of your community is not British culture.
No, you're not understanding me. There's many different subcultures in Britain, and there's many industries that have been created in Britain. So they look at cricket. There's a culture that comes with it, the dress code, the food that people eat, the songs that are sang at this event. It's culture in Britain. It's a British culture that's been created here, and it's been advanced by us. The entertainment culture, we played a massive part in this.
The entertainment,
advanced by you or advanced by India?
Well, the things that we invent, Mark, we have invented things, right?
Cricket and entertainment.
Mad.
Right? We got that far. Cricket, entertainment,
the Industrial Revolution,
TV.
You can't put entertainment in it. I'm sorry.
No, he's saying like I think you can. Like
culture. No, entertainment is a representative of our culture.
Hold on. You see the celebrity culture in that? Yeah, I think he can. I think England has played a very big part in that. They're top
celebrities, entertainers,
and they're Michael Parkinsons. They're British institutions. They're BBC. I think
who do they look up
to? Their culture. Now,
who do they look up to?
Hold on, family man. The fact is that most of these showmen and entertainers and thespians are like they're gay and pedophiles, right? The kiddie fiddlers, man. The old guard, the ropes, right?
I see where you're going with this.
Am I wrong?
No.
So now he's going to try to make the point that British culture is just inherently evil, and we are inherently connected to pedophilia.
That's a fact. That
is pedophilia unique to British people?
Not unique, no. But we find it strange how much. Listen, we find it strange how ingrained the BBC is in protecting pedophiles and working with pedophiles. So we're not gonna. So listen, if you're gonna claim the BBC, family, because you could have said that TV's TV. And that was part
You've
of
moved the goalpost, but anyway.
No, can I talk without someone else talking? Because is there anyone capable of shutting the fuck up while I speak? Is there anyone prepared to just be like, right, let Jedi just chat? Or is I just got that ad-lib voice? I don't get it. Fucking hell, man. Give me a second. You might understand what I'm saying if you weren't constantly trying to rip holes in every other third word that I'm saying. Like, come on, man, give me a chance. Right. So we're talking about British institutions, the BBC, British Broadcast Corporation. You said entertainment, TV. And I'm saying that these men and women are part of the historical pedophile rings, that have been the pillar of entertainment in the UK. So when you say British culture, it's usually celebrating some rich elite, upper class white folks with a penchant, desire, a appetite for sexual deviancy, homosexuality. We got the two Ronnies, we got Kenny Everett, we got anyone you can fit, like it's all gays and pedophiles.
Wait,
I just
wait,
want you to know
Jedi.
that.
If Ronnie's
Big up man
going
like Johnny Rotten that knows
Savile.
that the institution, the British institution, is actually full of nonces and gay lords. We always knew that. There was something that everyone always knew.
Gay lords, yeah.
Yeah. Nah, because you know what? When you spoke to the average working class British man, he would tell you that the politicians are a bunch of benders. Yeah, he would tell you that. Remember, I grew up. Yeah, my neighbor was a teddy boy, right? And he held on to his teddy boy hairstyle, blue suede shoes, Elvis all over his yard. He held on to that with dear life. So by the time I come around, he actually got to give me a blast from the past and show me a part of society that wasn't available to me. Like he was like a relic. Do you know what I mean? Big up man like Mark, right?
He represented a culture that never existed.
He was representing the culture he came from, innit? British Bulldogs,
it's a subculture.
British Bulldogs all over his arms and that, blah blah blah. But one thing I noticed about these man, and I always try to say it is, when it came to the working class, they separated themselves from the police. They separated themselves from the politicians. They separated themselves from the elites, the hoity-toities, and these ones that run BBC and these things. They never said that whatever they did was part of their culture. Nah, bun it. They weren't into grassing, right? They weren't into any of the other funny stuff, right? And they weren't into touching kids. So I'm saying when you say British culture, I think the culture that you're actually talking about is the brainwashing culture that was pushed onto the real British people.
No.
Yeah.
I'm on about the culture that's represented on film. The way you characterize that is amazing. You framed that in a brilliant way, and that's food for people who don't know no better. But bottom line is, I'm trying to tell you that art
I tried it.
is imitation of society, of what's going on. So you watch a Carry On film, yeah?
Imitating art.
You watch it. You watch it. No, art is
imitating art. That's a lie.
Are there gays
But
in Carry On?
You watch like a Carry On film or these kind of things, right?
Yeah, I watch a Carry On.
Obvious,
And let's do Carry On.
Up the Khyber.
Carry On what? Carry On school.
Up the Khyber. Up the arse. In other words.
Watch Carry On films back. Watch them back, please, Dave.
Yeah, but this is the stupidity, man. You're trying to acquaint paedophilia to British culture, and then next you're going to tell me, if you tell me that British people inherently and exclusively paedophiles, then yeah, you can have that conversation.
No, he's saying that they've been assimilated into
activity. Class and the media.
No, I didn't say that.
Ah, okay. So why are you bringing it up then?
I'm saying what you are describing as British culture, a lot of it isn't even from the.
No, I was giving you an explanation.
Exactly.
Something else.
A lot of it ain't. Listen, because let me tell you something. The British, the everyday man, the working man has no say on what comes on the BBC.
Yeah, I don't like the
that was part of the illusion, right? The BBC was there for programming, to program the working man, to program the housewife, right? And now all your BBC television programs, you can see the state now of the country, the moral degradation of the family, individual.
I'm being straw man, by the way. But anyway,
no, you're not. I'm just letting you.
I'm being straw man. I'm not. You know, I'm not going to defend the BBC. So
no, of course you're not going to. But what you will do is call it entertainment and British culture. So either way, you're still defending it.
That's your take.
With no BBC, you've got no entertainment. You've got no music, no films, no TV.
That's ridiculous.
No, that is true. That is true. That is true. That is true.
What you not had.
That is true. That is factually correct.
For TV, you listen to everything on radio. BBC.
Yeah.
And the BBC would bring you plays. Yeah. And in these plays would be information that MI5 want the everyday man to consume.
The wireless man.
Regardless. Let's get back to the point. Let's get back to the point of Mac is saying there is no British culture. Now you seem to be making points here that would kind of disagree with what Mac is saying.
Did I say
you
that?
did. You said we don't have a culture. You said we have no culture.
I said it's amalgamation of other.
It's amalgamation. It's not like
that's why I gave you tea as an example.
And that's why I gave you snooker and other things, institutions.
Terrible.
How?
Terrible example.
What's guy talking about?
Snooker was invented in India. Billions.
Oh shit.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, gay, Batman.
What?
Sure.
Yeah?
What?
Let me show you how they showed the schoolgirls.
Mm-hmm.
Have you seen this? Do you know how disgusting this is?
Trust me, man. Wait, watch them back, man.
Have you seen this, bro?
1, 2.
This is absolute filth.
Yeah, but this is just a straw man, isn't it?
Oh man, you mentioned Carry On.
It's a straw man. You just changed the conversation.
Ooh, matron. Come on, man. Don't fuck with us.
This is dumb.
Nah, it's not dumb. So when you
It's a straw man. It just makes sense. I was trying to make a point, but you're obviously not mature enough to understand the point.
If you ask me, Sniper, already about African culture, Nigerian culture, no one's gonna tell you some prolifically gay programming. We're gonna tell you about food.
Well, I was using it as a representation of British life. Obviously, you want to focus in on certain things.
So it's perving on schoolgirls a representation of British life.
Say what?
It's perving on schoolgirls a representation. It's perving on schoolgirls.
Yeah, that's another straw man. That's another straw man. Yeah,
no, but bro, it's not. You just said it's a representation, bro. I didn't see it.
No, you don't. Obviously, you're not mature.
Oh my god, you're done. Look,
mad.
Now, hang on. How many people here actually think that Britain has no culture? Is that like
these guys?
I would say,
not me. Still,
I would say that many people that want to purport and talk about culture are often unaware of what British culture actually is. Now, British culture is an amalgamation of other people's culture mixed in with slivers of practices. Like you said, this young man here, hold on. Not many of us are going to mention when it comes to our ethnic cultures, practices that just started in the 60s or the 50s.
Well, no, I'll give you the Industrial Revolution. Oh no, let me actually explain that. I'll give you the Industrial Revolution.
The revolution.
That was my example, though.
No, no. The culture that came out of it, the factory life, the going to the pub, the community, the culture that was created around it, and what came from it.
Who created that
culture?
culture?
Is a part of our culture.
Who created that culture?
Yeah, but it doesn't matter though. I don't know why people think that.
That was Black Revolution. That was Black culture anyway. From the awakening Enlightenment era of the Moorish ventures into Europe, where they helped to enlighten their European brethren, which is documented heavily with consorts to the queens, mages, Moors and blackamoors being featured all over European history as the wise men, as the like even the 3 wise men. You understand the Magi, the black magician that came to bring wisdom, astronomy, science, and certain
materials,
medical
frankincense,
high
gold.
sciences.
Yeah, but we're having two different conversations here. We're talking about the origins of
Industrial
something.
Revolution, and I'm saying the Industrial Revolution would not have happened had it not been for the Moors dragging the Europeans out of kicking and screaming out of the Dark Ages.
Yeah, sure. Right. So we're having two different conversations.
Do you want to dispute that fact?
No, but we are in two different conversations. If you're talking about the origins of something or someone having a culture, because if someone,
you said no, but you're saying culture is being the origins of something. So we're saying, okay,
it's an aspect of it. Yeah, it's multifaceted. There isn't just one answer. You like to frame it in that way, but it's not the reality.
You can't have your cake and eat it. You want to talk about the beginning of something to establish this why it's your culture, because you lot was at the forefront.
Yeah, there are things that are unique to Britain. Yes,
we're saying the black man, the African, was at the forefront of the British Industrial Revolution by dragging you out of the Dark Ages.
Right. Yeah.
So your progressive thought processes and what you deem to be civilization stems from older civilizations setting that as a precedent, right? Yeah. And when you go back to these older civilizations, you realize all roads lead back to where? Yeah, the dreaded Africa, the dark.
Let's check your logic. You empowered us to then go and enslave you. Yeah, man. We got raised up by you, but then we colonized you. How the fuck did that happen?
Well, no one told you to.
Bro, you should have got some of them Moors knocking around Africa, maybe. They shouldn't have been floating around as Europeans. You know, hand out some of that magic over there.
Remember, to be taught the refinement of civilization and the etiquette for your fellow man, yeah, is very different from giving into your carnal lust for power and your insecurity and playing towards your savage nature by replicating many atrocities around the globe for centuries. See now, don't confuse barbaricity and savageness with intelligence. Right? No,
when you engage in mass slavery,
if you were so clever, if you lot were so clever and so smart, why'd you let us come and rape and murder your little ones? Right? And it's like, yo, intelligent people don't rape and murder people. Yeah, insecure, violent-natured beasts do stuff like that to other humans.
Albinos.
Yeah, high five, man. Big at yourself.
Yeah. So you're saying Europeans are inherently violent, yeah?
I'm saying that there's clear evidence to suggest historically that the European is capable of
so is all men.
Sorry, I feel like I was just asked the question, but the European is capable of acts of savagery and violence that the world has not seen. Right? Other nations are able to inflict even genocidal, self-destructive patterns, but rarely has it been seen to such an extent as the European willing to subjugate and oppress his fellow human.
Genghis Khan,
history books. I'm not. I'm saying the history books will reveal to you what we mean, because some people fought because they were from different tribes. Some people fought because they were from different belief systems.
I understand the point you're making.
And
was Genghis Khan a European?
Some people fought against others just because they weren't white.
Can I just add at this point? There is a lot of European DNA amongst Genghis Khan and his people. Genghis Khan was said to have a ginger beard.
Khan, you believe that white people are just inherently violent, yeah? And they're more violent than any other man.
I just answered it, and now you're moving on to Khan.
Because Khan agrees with that white people are inherently violent.
I clarified what the stance was.
We know what you're saying. You're just not saying it.
No one is here saying white people are inherently violent. What we are saying is that when we look at statistics, when we look at history, we can see the European is unmatched in his level of barbaricity, violence, and savageness he's willing to display on his fellow man.
And that's a fact.
I disagree.
From Auschwitz, which was committed by white people, from the concentrations of the Jews, our Jew brothers, shalom to the Jewish community, from the atrocities they suffered in Germany, to the atrocities we suffered in Africa, the Caribbean. Hold on, brother, hold on. I ain't done yet. I ain't even started. You're lucky I started at Auschwitz, right? To the atrocities suffered there, to the Tasmanian people and the indigenous Australians and Polynesians wiped out by the white people, but to the Native Americans hunted, wiped out, killed, maimed, raped, and destroyed by the white invaders, to the Africans killed, maimed, raped, destroyed by the white invaders, to the Asians starved, killed, maimed, raped, destroyed by the white invaders. You bored yet?
Hold on, let me respond. How old do you believe the history of man is? How old do you think mankind is?
What's that got to do with it, bro?
I couldn't tell you that.
He's talking about a blip in time. Blip.
That's what you are.
Recorded history is a blip.
Oh yeah, but the European is a blip.
Yeah. So how old's mankind?
And then based on the blip, look at them. Look
he's moving.
Look at how fucking you lot been up to.
He's
Come on,
moving. More generalization.
If me and you ran a club and we'd been open for 50 fucking years, and then in 1 week, Peter and John get into 5 fights with different groups, we're gonna bar them, bro. Even though we've had people killed at our club, we've had all sorts of fuckeries going on. We're gonna see the short period of time that Peter and John have racked up all this trouble, and we're gonna say, you know what, bro? If we want to keep in business, we're gonna have to isolate these lot and get them out. And that's what we're saying. We're saying in the short history of time that the Europeans have joined us on this place we call Earth, they have demonstrated a advanced level of savagery and propensity for violence. And that is not to say that every European is hardwired with that. But I would say that, play to your strengths. Like, well, you lot are very good at being violent. You're very good.
Definitely. Can I make a quick
can
point?
I actually respond there? Can I actually respond? Because no, hold on.
Europeans have this idea.
Jedi can't make a point and then you're going to jump in on top of it. This guy takes ages to make his point. This is a joke.
No, you did it twice.
This is a joke.
No problem.
This is a joke, man.
No, man. We're having a conversation. If you want to speak, you can speak. Sorry, I apologize.
Can I get my fair crack of the whip after Khan's finished?
Pause.
Sorry,
It's not a
Dave,
pause,
what
man.
was you going to say? I didn't mean to cut you, Dave. Sorry.
Whip, man. Yo. Go on, Dave. Anyway.
Go on, Dave. Don't hide behind me. Go on.
Bottom line is, the argument that you're making is a massive generalization, and violence is not unique to any man. All man can be violent. It just comes in different ways. Now, has the white man been more successful in creating his empire? Yes, I would say in recent times, yes. Why am I getting cut off?
Sorry.
I listened to you for ages.
Sorry, my
White
bad.
man has been more successful in recent time, yeah, but mankind is actually a little bit older than recorded history, goes back a little bit longer. So who the fuck knows what was going on back when? But here's the reality. You're telling me about the Moors did all these things for the white man, yeah? Well, shit, they should have done the same for Africa. What can I say? Other than it, the relevance of this is...
Can we get... I was interrupting you because I wanted to really get you to expand on the... that was a generalization route.
It is a generalization. You're trying to make out like white man is capable of committing acts of violence that you ain't.
Yeah.
That's not true.
Well, I'm just saying historically.
You ain't had the means to do it recently. I don't mean if you did, you wouldn't.
That's where you're incorrect. Because historically we have had the means, and many other nations have had the means to behave in the same way you did. They just didn't choose to. They just didn't have the means to travel in the way.
They do it now.
They travel all around the world.
You're not countering logistics.
All around the world. No, wait. That's a falsehood. We had the means to travel, man. We traveled all around the world. We're all around the world.
Africa is that big that they did not need to expand their empire further than that continent.
Well, then,
that is reality.
That's not true.
My point. Regardless of what, you're still proving my point, bro. No, we didn't. Regardless, we just
did. We just conquered people within the continent of
That's
Africa.
not true, Dave. That's not
yes,
true.
it is.
Africans went as far as
slavery was a major industry. Slavery was a
Italy.
major industry in Africa. You mass sold off your own people, and you're telling me about savagery.
We sold you.
That's irrelevant, Dave.
No, you sold your own people. Your ancestors, man,
We
you
sold
sold
your
black people into slavery.
No, my
Can I ask
brother.
you a question? Can I ask you a question? Are you Russian?
No.
Yes, you are.
Right. So that's the equivalent of calling all African people one people and say you.
No, I'm specifically talking about Nigerians who engaged in the slave trade, along with other African tribes at the time.
You've got no evidence of that.
That's
Please
a lie.
don't embarrass yourself.
No evidence.
You're gonna go and look for it. Listen.
Was there any major wars that
on,
led
man.
to black people being taken into bondage?
We
Obviously.
me now.
What are you talking about?
Because you're getting that triggered. Come on, man, relax, man. If you got the evidence,
I'm not triggered. I'm just trying to get a word in.
Produce it.
But I could show you a lot of evidence on it. Yeah, of course.
Yeah.
Nigeria.
I challenge you to produce it. Now, what I'm telling you is this, yeah. Remember, yeah, you're gonna go and look for information on Nigeria.
I don't need to. I could bring you a video right now.
Cool. Go and do that.
That's information. Video is information.
When you come back and produce your information on Nigeria, I will casually laugh at you and tell you that there was no Nigeria. Right? So.
Shit! You're on about the name, yeah. The name, yeah. It was tribes, obviously. Yeah, I understand that. Yeah, of course. The name Nigeria is a very recent thing. Yeah, that's semantics.
People, like I said, are you Russian? You said no. Right? I'm saying there's no difference between you not identifying as a Russian from a Igbo man or a Yoruba man not identifying with some other tribe, right?
Yeah.
I want you to understand. Remember how many times your little poxy England can fit into Nigeria alone. Let alone Africa, Nigeria, right?
About 4 times, isn't it?
Think about how many times. So you got to think about the sheer scale of what you're saying, right? Think about it. So when we say your people were selling each other, no, they weren't. No more than the Russians are bombing English people in Ukraine.
Yeah.
What I'm saying to you is slavery was a major industry on the continent of Africa.
Yeah, come on.
So whatever semantics you want to play, you engaged in your own downfall. What can I say?
Semantics, bro. Like you're nah, because you can't say that. You can't say that.
Tribally, it's not done. We don't.
You
do
can't
that.
say that.
Well, I can say that because it happened.
What can I say?
Tribally.
Yeah, but if you want to be factual, if you're interested in being factual and correct, then you wouldn't say that. Right. Go on, Sniper. No, Sniper was saying something. 1 second. Yeah. Then you
Right? What? I don't even understand the point you just made. Because
sorry to interrupt, but we've obviously come to this point in the conversation where they need to learn something now. I'm not really going to get to leave here without getting this work, bro.
Can't just slide it in there.
Go on. Well, that would be very subjective.
I did. Snipe, all right, cool. You say something, but Snipe and Schiff are waiting to say something too.
No, to be honest, I don't want to derail the flow. So,
okay, Schiff,
I was just going to say that.
Snipe?
Yeah, I mean, on this Nigeria thing, it's like, yeah, as Jedi said, there was no such place. And then another thing that is definitely significant is that the tribes there do not sell each other. There's no history. There's no records of Yorubas selling Yorubas or Igbos selling Igbos. Or
Fulani sell. We know Fulani sell people. We know that the
Fulanis are not ethnically Nigerian.
That's true.
They originate from somewhere else.
And that was Islamic Fulani as well.
From Mali and them areas, where the majority of them are.
Right, Shifa. And remember what you were going to say?
Yeah, so
go on, Shifa.
I'll be honest with you, I'm going to be quick because it's the day I was born today and people are ringing off my phone and stuff. Don't wish me no happy nothing because I don't
happy Earthstrong. Happy birthday to Shifa.
You can say happy Earthstrong, that's cool. But long story short, what I wanted to point out is the fact that obviously I understand what you guys said about Asians earlier, about Asians obviously in at times being prejudiced towards black people, but I think the blanket statement that was made doesn't cover all Asians, because when you go into most people's culture, just like if you go into a black culture, like depending on who you are, if you're a white person, white people don't tend to respect other people's cultures, but when you look at other people from other nations, they tend to respect other people's culture. Listen, they tend to respect other people's cultures when they go there. So for instance, I'll give you an example of why I say this, because I've got a friend who lives in Thailand and I've got another friend who lives in the Philippines, and between both of those people, what I find is one of them is white, and he actually is the one that shows me that the white people are disrespectful, and his wife is Filipino in it, so he don't like it. So he talks about it a lot. And then secondly, if you his wife's Thai, sorry, not Filipino. My Filipino brethren now, when you go to the Philippines, like that's one of the main things that they want you to do. You have to respect the people and respect the culture. As long as you do that, you're cool. But what you find is when the white people tend to go to the Philippines, they're the ones who usually get in trouble and get in problems with not respecting the culture, just like everywhere else in the world. Like if you for instance now, if you say Asian people are racist, all right, cool, I get you, but Asian people still go to other people's country and respect it. You see them in Africa. Do you know what? They're not out there just blatantly disrespecting people and talking down to people and stuff like that. But with the white people, I think that's exactly why I would say they're more racist. And that's what I want to say. And one more thing before you go. One more thing before you go, Now, I do understand that maybe Asian people have said prejudiced things towards black people or whatever, but I've never in my life been into an Asian area, predominantly Asian area, as a black person or an Asian country, and people attack me because of the color of my skin. But as a black man, I have been in predominantly white areas and white countries, and people have wanted to attack me because of the color of my skin, even police and official people. So, I think that it's just a silly argument to say that white people ain't racist. And, we're not just talking about British here. I'm talking about all white people.
Who made that argument?
I don't think Shifa's been to one Asian country. I'll be surprised. And the other thing is, I don't think his ancestors were respectful of the fact that when they went to America, they were going to be slaves. I don't think they accepted that part of the culture and integrated into that system. I think they revolted and they rebelled. So just because it's part of the culture, it doesn't mean that there's nothing wrong with rebelling against an unrighteous aspect of people's culture or rules. You get what I'm saying? There's nothing wrong with that. It's because it's part of the rules and regulation of that country. It doesn't mean that you have to
Is
respect.
there something wrong with me going into an area like, for instance, Eden Park? Is there something wrong with me going to Eden Park to go and collect my friends so we can go out and go to a party or wherever we're going? And on the way there, I get attacked and chased by racist people. Is that
but
cool?
Triller, no one ever made the point that white people can't be racist. No one's made this point. No one's making that
I'm not saying that white people can be racist. I'm saying that all white people, all white people are prejudiced, unfortunately, and a majority, in my opinion, are actually racist. They take it to the next extreme of racism, because if they didn't take it to the next extreme of racism, all of those places where you got all of these people that, BMP headquarters that were running down black people's children and trying to murder them in the streets, all of them would be in jail, but they don't care. You know, like that. It's not even an issue. It's a non-issue. We used to go down to these areas, and you know what? The racist people will come out to chase us and attack us. When the police do eventually turn up, because we will fight back. We weren't just scared little kids. We would actually fight back. We'll find bottles. We'll find something and dash it at you, innit? So when the police turn up, the police would always go for the black kids. They won't go for the white grown men that were attacking us. So I've never experienced that in the Asian community, brother. Nowhere. I've never, and the thing is, I got Asian family, I got Chinese family. I've been to China, bro. I never experienced no type of racism like that, bro.
You've been to China. You've been to China.
You just declared China a racist-free zone. Generalization today is
I'm not saying China is racist free, brother. I'm not saying China's racist free, but I will say this: I never experienced people trying to attack me over the color of my skin. There, that doesn't mean they're not racist.
You gotta be there long enough. I'll be real with you, brother. Like, what we gotta, obviously, we gotta stay away from kind of just letting our own personal experience be the only thing we're open to observe. Right? You gotta keep it ear to the ground, because you would know how badly the Nigerian nationals were treated in China when COVID came up, and they're getting slapped up and beat up, and they're not being allowed to get on to trains and stuff to get out of the area. They weren't allowed to get out of the airports. So we played a lot. Big up man like Wada Maya, who highlighted some of the real racism in China. Chinese people come to Africa, shoot videos of African children calling themselves monkeys. So I ain't co-sign. I just feel like we should stop caping. If you don't know, you don't know. Because what you could be doing is making another set of racists get away.
Yeah,
you can't cape for none of them shift. Carl, when it comes to black man, some people in China have a real disgusting viewpoint, and I wouldn't want to portray anything less. And if you want me to, I'll go and pull up videos about racism in China. You'd be disgusted, bro.
Is that the majority of China?
But what can we speak for the
majority?
Well, that's what we are speaking for. Yeah, we can. We can. When we're talking about Europeans, we can definitely speak for the majority. The majority of Europeans have a prejudice towards people who are not European.
Oh, this is brilliant.
Wait. Let me just clarify. Are you saying majority of Europeans are racist, are anti-black?
That's right, 100%.
Go on, Triller, lad. Go on.
You know what, I wouldn't argue against that. No, of course. I'm not going to argue against it because I don't know. And because I've got a small experience of Europeans that seem to be cool with me being black, that's a big difference from saying majority of them are not, ain't got an issue. So you know what? I'm not going to argue against that shift because I don't know who's got the stats to say, no, that's not true. But if we're talking about on the majority, England is anti-black.
Is it?
100%.
Yeah, it is.
So why is your standard of living better here than in some African countries then? How do you work that out?
What African countries do that?
So the standard of living in Africa has got nothing to do with whether they're black or not.
Wait, no, because white people inherently hate you. They won't give you anything.
Race-based. Standard of living is not race-based. That's
white people live in Africa.
Yeah.
Especially in
Standard
Northern
of living is not race-based. White people live in Africa and oppress black people, Africans in Africa.
Right.
No, but this is what I don't understand. If white people inherently hate the black people, why do they let black people come into their country? What is going on?
Agenda.
Hold on.
Profit, man.
We're going back in the circle now. This is going back to where we were trying to head with the culture. You got scared and ran the other direction because we were trying to show you that when it comes to great culture, yeah, you Europeans need other influences.
Yeah.
You need Asian influences, South Asian, East Asian, African, Arabic.
Greek.
You need these influences to
That's
enrich
ridiculous.
your culture. So here's the answer to your question. Why, if they're anti-black people, why do they tell black people to come to their countries so that they can use them, drain them, and in 60 to 80 years' time deport them on the Windrush chartered flights back to Jamaica, and then have their offspring, their great-grandchildren in the chats, on the panel, arguing with me like you were, saying, well, fuck it, yeah, they need to go back.
You're using that as that.
Do you remember that
you're
conversation? Do you remember that conversation?
No.
This is a fact. You don't remember the conversation we had about their Windrush deportees?
Yeah, but you can't use that as an example for.
Yeah, we can, because you are an example. This is how it works.
That's a small case.
They tell us to come over here. We come over here, build up your infrastructure, build up your British transport, build up your NHS. Yeah, we get battered, get our heads smashed in. We get wrongly labeled as yardies. Yeah, we get brutalized.
Long in prison.
We get moved into shitholes, marginalized, sacked, abused. Yeah, and then kicked out the country.
Well, you haven't been kicked out of the country, and the majority of black people haven't. That's a very small case you're talking about, which was wrong, by the way. I don't agree with what happened there. But
huge
like, you're using a very minute case as the overall example.
How
You're
can
misleading. The way
Windrush
you
be
word
minute?
things is misleading.
No, but the point is, how can you work for a country for decades and then get kicked out afterwards like nothing?
But that's not the standard, is it? That's not the general
that's what
standard
the
in the
standard
country.
was.
Is it? We know that.
Windrush was
You're trying to paint that as that is the norm. That's ridiculous.
No, but I'm saying to you, how could that happen though?
But it was wrong to happen. But it's not the standard. It's not the norm.
Yeah, it is.
That's a No, it isn't, you lunatic. That's a misrepresentation.
Did you not start the transatlantic slave trade?
That has nothing to do with what we're talking about.
I'm just saying. Did you not start the transatlantic slave trade?
Regardless, can I get back to the point?
Okay,
if white people inherently hated black people, they would not live amongst you. It doesn't make sense.
It does make sense.
Pure paranoia.
We're the strongest and most powerful people on the planet. It does make sense.
Physically,
we're the most durable. We're the most durable people, magical, powerful.
That's no relevance to anything. That's just more black supremacy. You're talking lunacy. Some people, some black people are strong. Some black people are weak.
White people know it, man. White people know it.
No, that's just black supremacy.
We're all weather. You can take us to the outer.
Are all black people strong?
We'll be fine.
Are all black people strong?
Compared to other races, yeah.
Okay, you're a moron.
Slavery. How will we survive slavery?
If the weakest black person is stronger than the strongest white person.
My brother. No white person that I know has experienced chattel slavery, right? So you can't even compare.
No black person.
You can't even compare.
Yeah, exactly, man. That's just the truth. That's the truth, man.
Reggie, you're an idiot.
What is he talking about? Neither of your ancestors. What are you talking about, man?
You're idiot. The majority of slaves taken came from the
not your ancestors. What the fuck's that got to do with you?
Hold on, my brother. It is my ancestors if it's the west coast of Africa.
Guy, you came over on a plane. Don't put yourself.
My brother, hold on. They named it the Slave Coast.
That's right.
Should we have a? Wait. Can we have a case study on this then? Yeah.
This is dumb.
So can we have a case study on this? Can we have a case study?
Yeah, but
you like entertaining stupid arguments, man.
Can I ask Matthew a question quickly?
Stupid arguments.
A real quick one. I'll say it'll be quick.
Hold on. Let Motion finish saying what he was saying.
Yeah, he said, should we do a case study?
Yeah.
So I'm saying, should we do a case study then? So Dave asked a question: is the weakest black man stronger than the strongest white man? That's a stupid fucking question, bro. Obviously not.
Saying that all black people are strong.
Wait, bro. Listen to what I'm saying, bro. Just chill out, man.
Come on, man. Relax, man.
Chill out, bro. Physically, it is well known.
Yep.
Right. So the denial, just for the sake of argument, right? It doesn't make no sense, and everybody entertaining the argument doesn't make no sense. Sometimes we just have to just shut that right down. Just everybody just pause and just say, you know what? This is just an intellectual faux pas. You get me? Allow the stupidness, bro. What speed, strength? Like, what are you doing, bro? Like physically, what are you doing?
Statement.
Bro, if you listen, for you to be stronger than me, for example, right? You would need to have the same mechanics as me, right? If you don't listen to me, bruv, let's stop.
You've gone off point. He said all black people.
Let him finish, man. Just let him finish, man. Go on.
Bro, listen. Bro, physically, we are able to do more than our European counterparts and Asian counterparts. That is a fact. That is known around the world, bro. Stop it, man.
And can I say?
Obviously, you're going to have opposite examples where you're going to have an extreme, like Eddie Hall, right? You're going to have someone like that, okay? But he's an extremity. If you go pound for pound, if you get two people of the same height, weight, etc., right, and do it, bro, you will see the difference, bro. Stop it, man.
It doesn't even have to be that with us, because as I said, the whole idea of the transatlantic slave trade is based on us. It's not based on you lot. It's not based on any other race of people that you think are strong enough and durable enough to withstand temperatures over 100 degrees.
1 minute, Reggie, you're next. 1 minute,
and that's the reason why in the Americas and other countries they stopped using European slaves and Native American slaves because they found them not durable enough.
Yeah, they broke down.
Okay.
Go on, Rich.
No, that was no motion. They weren't Native American slaves. It was actual Indians. The Native Americans were still used.
I don't know why I can't. Maybe you can't hear. I don't understand how we got to this strength. You're stronger than physically strong. We're living in a day and age now where we're no longer using chattel slaves and we're not using physical might for. It's irrelevant. If you're going to go to war right now, they wouldn't even use your physical strength. Will be irrelevant. You get what I'm saying? Because
it's relevant. It's definitely relevant.
Do you think
it's definitely relevant, Reggie?
Because in the sense that if the white people really wanted to take black people out, they're not going to say, "Oh, we're going to go to the street and have a physical fight with you." They're not. It's because of the fact that they got nuclear bombs, they got heavy artillery that Africa is probably not able to fight back or to push.
You can't use those weapons. It doesn't make sense, bro.
The white person you're describing is a unsophisticated lummox. Yeah, the white man the white man that would say, "Hey, let's get rid of the black guys and press the button and get rid of all of them," would be some dunce that's prepared to cut off his nose to spite his face. That is not the intelligent. That is not the intelligent enemy that you're faced with. So we don't need to come up with these nonsensical terms. They never want it to ever be a time where there's only them on the planet. So let's move forward. All right, brother minister, welcome aboard,
the intelligent one would want to go and have a physical fight.
Oh, please, man.
The intelligent one will just let you do all the speaking and fighting for them. But
wait. 1 second, Maku. Listen, Reggie, what's the
man?
Oh, go on, bro.
Yeah. I just want to say, Black Jesus Minister, you there? Yo, BJM.
BJ.
Yo,
Black Jesus.
BJ Minister.
That
didn't even sound right. Yeah,
now you don't play like that. I don't think you play like that. You know, big up Black Jesus, man.
When
you come round here, you got anyway.
Shifter, baby. So Reggie, what I was gonna say to you, brother, is You just said that these elites don't do all these things using physicality and that, right? Bro, what are we sitting there watching tonight? Is it the World Cup?
Mm-hmm.
Do they have Olympics?
I didn't say anything about
Bro, stop it. Do they have Olympics?
But you're misrepresenting me. Like
Do they? No, it's not misrepresented. You said the people in power, they don't use these shows of strength and physicality and so on and so forth. And I'm saying to you, bro, why do they have all these shows of physicality and strength around the world?
To represent the nation.
Right? I said that if we're talking about if the white people really hated us and they wanted to take us out, then they, it would come down to a physical contest. It wouldn't come to a physical contest.
No, it wouldn't.
It would come to arterial kind of contest where there's a might in terms of like your ammunition, your bombs,
Right,
etc.
say ammunition, but don't say nuclear, because no one's stupid enough to use a nuclear weapon.
Let me ask you a question, Reggie.
We're seeing them using. We're seeing them using bombs. The Russians are not.
Yo. What's the most powerful army in the world?
The United States.
Reggie?
It might be between China and the United States.
China's army ain't tested.
But the thing is, the fact is, in Russia,
how effective would the United States army be without black people in it?
I don't know. You'd have to show statistics.
Reggie,
we don't know.
No, because you're talking about all this stuff that they could do to wipe out black people, but it is black people
in the army.
Exactly. Who won the war? Who won the war for England, bro? It was black people, bro.
Brother, one of the toughest armies in the world is the Chinese army, and there's probably not one black person. You know what I'm saying?
Who have they
the same?
No one.
What have they?
Dave just said it.
No, I beg you, look, please, you gotta let Reggie talk for himself.
You're asking who have they fought?
He talks about.
You're asking who have China fought?
Reggie,
you're asking who have China fought? As far as I'm aware, they haven't fought anybody that I know of.
One, you just said that they're one of the most powerful armies in the world. They ain't fought no one.
Yeah.
Next.
But it's not more about manpower and artillery, though.
Hypothetically.
I'm not talking about because you haven't fought that you're weaker than someone that fought someone.
If we're doing hypothetically, I'd like to yo, stop that noise. I'm trying to talk. If we're doing it hypothetically, I'd like to nominate the Avengers.
Well, Jedi.
The Chinese did go to war with Taiwan, though.
I don't know if you realize, but China has got African nationals, people that are actually African, right? Panicking because people say they're taking over, right? Now that's a country that you're trying to undermine and say, oh, they haven't fought anybody. Well, I'll tell you what. That's a financial war.
You're moving from military.
The Taiwan, though. Come on.
No.
Having a military. Hold on. We were having a military conversation, and now we're talking about economic.
No. I'm talking about the fact. I'm talking about the fact. People are worried about the financial. People are worried about the financial. People have spoken about China creating a base in Africa. You get what I'm saying? So there are people that are also worried about their military might as well and their ability to expand militarily in Africa. You know what I'm saying? Even in the Caribbean, they got people spooked. This is not just about finance. You know what I mean? They're not worried about Africans because they can physically fight in Africa. The Chinese are not worried about that stuff. You lot can rebel and fight as much as you want. They'll just drop one bomb and they'll take out about 100 of you people that claim to be so physically superior.
Never
you know what I mean?
Where did it happen?
Shit.
Rubbish.
You
Rubbish.
The last 10 minutes of you chatting or 5 minutes of you chatting is just fantasy. Marvel.
No, but he's talking about the threat of the Chinese army. It's not to be underestimated. Yeah, they haven't been tested in an actual live warfare, but there's still a threat. They still got 500,000 men, and they're still equipped to fuck.
500,000 men to do what?
What do you mean to do what? If they came into conflict, I'm sure they're going to use them.
You think the Chinese army going to come? You think the Chinese army? You're going to ever see Chinese soldiers deployed on African soil to engage?
It depends. If you default on your debt, you might.
This is what the Ukrainians.
Wait. Reggie, do you think that you're going to see Chinese military deployed on African homeland to combat, to fight African.
As far as I understand it, China's already got 10 years ago. China didn't have a military base in Africa, as far as I understood it. So there were people like yourself that would have said 10 years ago, "Do you think that China's gonna ever be able to have a military base?" And today they do.
No, don't put words in my mouth.
Bro, that's not the question the brother asked, bro. Answer the fucking.
Yeah, but they're ready. They're ready. If they've got military
man.
bases in Africa, they're ready, aren't they?
Don't ever put words in my mouth.
Broski, listen. This is what the brothers.
So wait, are we avoiding the fact that you just come up? Are you avoiding what I've asked you? Because I've asked you 3 times. It's like you're just trying to fold off. You're trying to float into the background and let other people start chatting. Rich, you're mentioning China, like say there's some big warlords, and like yeah, they in England and in UK, Africa doing some kind of war. But yeah, they got bases. They got bases.
Some of the tents have been deployed in Uganda.
Base in Africa. The military base in Africa is that for combat against Africans?
No, it's there for friendly to create peace, to create harmony.
Reggie, listen. Reggie, listen.
Has NATO got military bases in Africa?
Yeah.
Is
that for friendliness? No.
India.
What other countries have military bases in Africa?
Every African country has a military base.
So, because I'm saying it like this here, you're talking about China. You're talking about a hypothetical threat, right? And if China was going to try and attack certain countries, yeah, understand the investments of Europeans would be at threat. Yeah. So those bases that are European will then react to the threat of China within Africa because there is plenty of European fucking interests in Africa.
Yeah, but Motion, can I respond to what you're saying? We are entering into a Cold War, and America is directly going up against China now, and they're vying. America's looking to keep their number one position, and it will inevitably involve Africa, like the Cold War of the 60s and the 70s.
It always involves Africa. The world wars involved Africa. It always involves Africa.
Yeah, I'm not disagreeing with you. What you're saying is true. Seeing military takeovers in Africa by the Chinese is not, I don't know if it's necessarily too far away, because if you want to implement regime change, they could do it by force.
What I'm saying to you, if they start to do that in Africa, I'm saying to you is this: the move that will happen amongst the Western world will be equally as swift and equal. And remember, don't forget these African politicians. Yes, they're taking bribes from Chinese and so on and so forth, making deals with the Chinese, but a lot of them are still very much British funded and part of some British American orders.
I say more American. Britain don't have that much influence anymore, but I know you'd
be surprised, my brother.
That's what international aid is. International aid is basically just a legal bribe.
Brother Dave, remember when we talk about the changing faces?
Yeah, it is.
This is another example. The changing face of white supremacy or Western imperialism or elitism. They've handed the baton over from England to America, but that's only cosmetic. Underneath, the power still remains the same. Power structure's not changed. The spiritual center being the Vatican, the financial center being the London Square Mile, the military might be in America, and then the overarching think tank, the brain, being Israel. We understand it.
You've put a bunch of things. You've only ever had 2 Catholic presidents of America. I don't know how you think the Vatican is involved.
They didn't mean anything though, man.
Dave.
No.
He's educated, brother.
No. Sorry, my bad. But when I mention the Vatican, what I'm actually talking about is the Jesuit society that runs the Vatican.
Oh yeah, I'm not supporting the
The Vatican isn't as powerful an entity as the City of London Corporation.
No. Like, I put it in its perspective, bro.
No, man. I think it's more.
No. Wait. Let's not start talking about them like they're individuals.
Thank you.
Then you're going back to 1998. You're going back to some old school way of thinking. You lot are in 2022. So much information. You're supposed to know that we're talking about different components of the same robot.
Mm-hmm.
If you don't know that, then we can't have these conversations with people that are not
aware of
world affairs. You gotta know what's going on. You can't think that Russian Russia and America are enemies and have this conversation with me. You can't think America and China are enemies and have this conversation with me because you're coming from a kindergarten-like perspective where you're still being controlled by the narrative that these people hate each other and this is the way the world is split up. No,
When they're actually working together.
Good
They're
cop,
working
bad
together.
cop, man. Good
Simple.
cop, bad cop.
Yeah, but
Yeah,
mankind would suggest otherwise to me. You're giving me this notion that somehow every man is under one control. I don't believe that's the case. I don't believe
It
man
is
is
because think
capable
about
of even
COVID-19.
achieving that.
COVID-19 came from China.
Every man.
You're telling me that China, an independent nation, well, air quotes then, but going by your logic, is going to be dictated to by America and so on and so forth. I don't believe it.
No. See, look at your mindset. Look at your mindset. China, America. Right? These leaders, these humans have names, first names, middle names, titles, addresses, jobs, pictures. We're not talking about a nation. Yeah, these people speak for a nation. These people control nations.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm not talking about China. I'm talking about the men at the top. I'm not talking about America.
And I'm telling you, mankind, man's nature is saying that okay, I could control China by myself, or I could control it with this group. 9 times out of 10, the man's going to go by himself and just control his own nation. If someone can get power, they're going to get it for themselves.
And
I don't
he's
believe
get
that this is
assassinated by a
collective.
big group.
So now we're exposing your political.
No, you're just giving me theories. Show me evidence. Give me facts. And I don't deal with this anyway. What the fuck am I going to be able to do with some world conspiracy? I deal with real things on the ground. I don't even entertain these conversations.
You got your nose. Listen, that's why you think the issue is immigration and Muslims. You dickhead. About you.
Nah, I don't. I've been issues with
hold on, man. Hold on. You're for the scraps. Yeah, you're fighting for scrap. You're fighting against your fellow man. You're fighting against your fellow inhabitants. Yeah, your fellow working class fucking bod. This is the person you think is your enemy. You're not aware of this conspiracy, and when you do become aware of it, you want to bury your head back in the sand. You think that you're looking at the big picture, but you're actually looking at small details. I'm trying to show you the big picture and show you how internationally this works, and you're telling me that it's no use knowing about the international conspiracy because it doesn't help you in Bolton, dickhead.
That's crazy.
Nah, I'm just telling you, this is your theory. You can't present it like it's fact. So anyway, you can't.
All right, Dave. Dave, are you in favor of the Ukraine war?
I'm in favor of the Ukraine being invaded. Why would I be
are you in favor of Britain backing up Ukraine against Russia, even though it's costing us money? Are you in favor of that?
I think Ukraine have the right to sovereignty, like I believe every other country does.
So you're just basically a sucker, bro. You're just being sucked in.
Yeah, of course. And that you're the man who follows Islam. I'm the
Khan, can I say one thing to him, bro? Yo, General. When the whole lockdown happened, and there was quarantine, we had to separate and basically seclude ourselves, isolate, and all that bullshit. Boris Johnson was having a party, bro. So at the end of the day, what Jedi is saying, people on the top control people on the ground. You have to follow their commands.
Yeah,
and listen to what they
they're
say.
always looking for more and more power. I don't need to.
But they can do a whole nother thing.
Well, conscious. Let me ask you a question. When we talk about, for example, a black person gets killed or something like that, maybe it happens tomorrow, whatever. Are we going to say, but the bigger picture is, that there was a conspiracy that the whole world is being controlled by a few group of people? Or are we going to talk about what happened in that particular incident?
Nothing happens by nature. Everything's orchestrated. That's why these conspiracy theories, these people become their gods. They think everything is orchestrated. Nothing happens naturally.
How is it a conspiracy when I just told you Boris Johnson was out there partying, which there's pictures to prove that?
You don't need to tell me about Boris Johnson and corrupt governments. They exist. You're making a nil point.
The people that run government lie to you every day, bro. That's what I'm saying.
Yes, I know, but I don't believe there's some Jewish conspiracy at the top of it.
Therefore, Chris
the Jews run the media, bro.
You're a nationalist, Dave. Are you a nationalist? You believe in nationalism, Dave?
You keep asking me the dumbest questions.
Are you for nationalism?
He's already answered this, man. If you can't
I
remember,
can't hear. I've got the washing machine on, Dave. I'm trying to talk to you, bruv. Sorry. Are you against globalism, Dave? In favor of nationalism and against globalism?
I'm against aspects of the globalist agenda, yeah.
All right. So when we look at the globalist agenda,
do you mean people having the right to travel? No.
All right. When we're looking at the globalist agenda, which like JEDI is laying out for you, Why are you then objecting to what he's saying? Because he's showing
Yeah,
you how the
because
globalists are overarching power over nations. They're running
yeah,
nations, right?
yeah.
But
So what
as a
if I told you
nationalist,
your
seem to be
ideology is a
saying,
part of that agenda?
yeah, but you seem to be talking
Yeah,
about
and so is
countries that they're
yours.
independent.
So is yours.
Yeah.
Yeah, don't deflect. I'm asking him.
Jedi's on the outside.
Why you gotta back him up, man?
Jedi's on the
Why you gotta
outside.
Yeah, but Khan, your ideology is a part of that agenda, though, bro. What are you saying about that?
What my agenda? Sorry, I got to move rooms, man, because the machine's just gone into freak mode. What are you saying?
Your ideology, the ideology that you follow, is a part of this conspiracy.
My ideology that I follow. So I'm asking you questions when you're on this panel to help you, like, establish your individual position, and you want to.
I don't need your help
it
with
back
anything.
on me.
I was just
Like,
asking you a question. You
Khan's
can't
had his
answer
day.
it.
I've had about 4 or 5 good days. It's not about me. It's about you. Like, I'm giving you the opportunity
Can you
to
answer
lay
a
out
question?
your market stall, and you're putting it on me, Dave. Come on, man.
You say you can't answer that question, though.
It's irrelevant. What's my ideology first and foremost?
It's not. Islam.
He's the least following Islam.
So there's only one Islam, you're saying, right? You're saying there's only one Islam.
He backs it though, don't he? He backs political Islam. He does. He has a very political view when in regards to his ideas.
No, that's small fish,
Again,
man.
hold
You're
on.
talking about
Everyone
religion,
pause.
man.
No, everyone pause. Everyone pause.
Islam is political.
Hold on.
Yeah, it is.
Hold on. We went from talking about world politics, the international stage, possibly going on to things like the IMF and bigger governing bodies and enforcers that are bringing together this globalist worldview, this one world order that all the politicians are speaking about, or this one young world, as they call their youth division. And I'm being told that I'm narrow-minded. Don't interrupt me. I'm being told that this is conspiracy, and I'm focusing on petty small things, and it's not reality. Now he's gone to the boogeyman of Islam. His comfort.
All right, then let me just. I'm playing the game differently.
Now he wants to discuss
say
Islam. So rather than us speak about internationally how these different bodies work to suppress their people, keep power for themselves, consolidate power, and keep the class gap sufficiently enough for them to keep power. Yeah. He told me that I'm dealing with conspiracy.
Mad.
Yeah.
And now he wants to come and blame Islam for all the world's ills.
No. Can I answer?
Yeah.
Can I answer? But like, say there is a liberal new world order, and there are things at play, right? And also immigration and Islam is a part of their agenda. So
you're saying you agreed in a new world order, but you're saying it's liberal.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I'm not fully going to go down.
Anyone that's conservative is not part of the new world order, according to you.
No. Of course, I'm not saying anyone can be bought, right?
You call it a liberal new world order.
That's what they label it as. I don't know.
Why is liberal, Jedi? Because they don't have anything they actually stand on. They
honestly,
in their beliefs, so they call it liberal.
The new world order can encompass anything. So even this platform that we're now.
Let's hear from a Christian.
Yeah, it could even as some Christians or so-called Christians will be part of this new world order and this agenda, including these platforms as well. Every one of facet of us can be part of this new world order. You know what I'm saying? YouTube allowing people the opportunity to speak and oppose each other and to go at each other and spread hate or whatever they want to call it.
Yeah.
As long as you're going along with their guidelines and conforming to what they want to, this is all part of the new world order and the agenda. You know what I'm saying?
But it's still something evil, though. You have to support.
You know what, Richie? When you're right, mate. You can't argue with you there.
And immigration and race and religion is a major tool.
Definitely.
I'm saying that
I'm still trying to understand the relevance of what Reggie just spouted.
No, what I'm spouting
is
Reggie's saying that the elites don't have a belief.
I already told you to shush before you even spoke. How did I do that?
I thought you said can't speak. Sorry, I can't hear you.
Can you just shush, Khan? Literally.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
How did I do that? Because you're in cape mode. Just fall back. Let Reggie speak for himself.
So the New World Order is going beyond religion. We saw that the demographics of people who are following religion is decreasing, and the demographics of people not following religion is actually going up. So if anything, the New World Order is actually going in a direction, you know, and taking society in a direction that doesn't conform to religion. It's more of a liberalistic, individualistic kind of ideology, and it's also it also controls this YouTube thing as well. You get what I'm saying? Whereas wherein people have to conform towards YouTube's policies. You know what I mean? And when you try that doesn't go along with YouTube's thing, you're demonetized. You get what I'm saying?
My excuse me, guys. My connectivity was bad earlier, so I apologize for not being able to respond.
Welcome back, brother.
Black Jesus, who's that?
Black Jesus.
So, sorry, Dave. I just wanted to know how you felt about what Reggie's saying, that actually the New World Order is pushing against religion. So you trying to say Islam is part of the New World Order?
Yeah.
Seems like Reggie may slightly disagree with that.
No. There's stages. There's stages. When you look at Christianity, it's been watered down quite a bit in the West, and now Islam is being used as a weapon, as a tool. You know, the Islamophobia, all these kind of things, and you know whatever that entails. But there will come a point where they will try to liberalize Muslims, and Muslims believe if you liberalize.
Did you say Christianity is being watered down in the West?
Yeah.
So can you tell me where Christianity is in its concentrated form?
Ku Klux Klan.
Oh my God, Con! Con, like on a level, Con, please, bro. Let other people.
I finished making my point before you asked me the question, though. But at some point, they will come to liberalize.
I don't know where the concentrated Christianity is. Just a side note. You said it's watered down in the West.
Well, Eastern Europe, Poland, Hungary. Poland, Hungary, these countries are more.
So Dave is on
Poland and Hungary.
Dave is right in the sense that they brought Islam here.
Can I just clarify? Your submissions are in the West.
Oh, in the West.
Christianity is watered down.
Yeah. Well, it's been
watered down are Poland and Hungary, which I'm
well,
I
can't speak for other countries because I don't live there. But say in Britain, it is openly acceptable to just criticize and slander.
So when you say the West, you mean in Britain?
Oh no, West has definitely become more atheistic. I don't think you're denying that, are you?
I'm just trying to understand what you're saying.
I'm saying literally what I'm saying. Christianity is not as prevalent in the West anymore. Is that a complicated thing? Or I thought that's very.
You said it's watered down. You said
yes, watered down, diminished.
And I think it's fair for me to ask you if Christianity is watered down in the West, where is it in its concentrated form?
I don't know.
No, you can see. So you can see that. So
there's some societies that are more Christian than the others, aren't they? You can agree with that, right?
Say that again, brother.
You can agree that some nations are more Christian than others, right? And so, say for instance,
I don't know any Christian nations.
Okay.
Can you point out some to me?
Well, this is one.
No, you're not fucked up, right?
No, not really, but whatever your anyway, this is just the distraction. I was trying to answer the question. The thing is, this is like 50 different questions here, man.
The thing is, Dave is onto something. I mean, they brought Islam here to kind of spread confusion into this community, into the society. So it goes against Christianity. It's one of the multiple things that go against Christianity, as well as LGBTQ. And a lot of societies, Poland is one of them, that said, no, we're not going to accept this demonic ideology into our society. We're not going to accept a number of immigrants from these particular areas that are going to come and spread confusion.
Do you agree with them? Do you agree with Poland?
We're not going to accept LGBTQ.
Do you agree with Poland?
Poland's preserving their culture, right?
Sorry, Reggie. Do you agree with Poland?
Of course.
Okay,
you know what I'm saying?
Pause.
They have every right.
Pause.
Yeah.
Pause. Okay, so you agree with Poland. What's your views on the Talmud?
I don't know about the Talmud, so I can't comment.
You know nothing about the Talmud. You never heard about the Talmud. So you're just point blank. You know nothing about it. I can't comment. Yeah.
I don't.
You're being an honest Christian right now. Tell me what you know about the Talmud. What you've heard.
I don't know anything. I can't comment on something I don't know.
You heard nothing.
Yeah, what are they?
Have you heard nothing about the Talmud?
There's been there's been speculation that it speaks ill of Christ.
These fake Christians lie. Look,
that's what I've heard. I've heard that it speaks illy of Christ. That's what I know about it.
It says that Christ is in hell in shit. Yeah.
Yeah.
It says Christ went to hell. He's a false prophet, right? And that he's in shit and some other stuff or whatever. It also says it also says that it was cool. It's cool to rape underage children, as long as you claim them as your own or claim some other shit or whatever. There's many foul, but you're not aware of it though. But I just wanted to put that to you because you're saying that they saw the Quran as being demonic, and you kind of agreed with that. But I would say that many people would see the Talmud as being demonic. Are you saying
that the Talmud is Christian? Christianity?
No, I'm saying no. I'm saying that the Talmud is Jewish, right?
Yeah,
but
right.
we know that the Jewish people come from Poland. I'm not gonna play this game. You know, he mentioned Poland. That's a good example.
Oh, that's the right.
Right.
European Jew argument.
But I'm still trying to understand. I'm still trying to understand. Why did you bring up the Talmud in relationship to Christianity?
Because he was talking about Poland. Yeah, he was talking about Poland, and he was saying in Poland that they have decided not to let in this demonic religion of Islam. I said, oh, that's fine. So Poland, yeah. So do you know about the Talmud? Because I know the Talmud is fine in Poland with the Orthodox Jews, right? And do you know what's contained in the Talmud? I didn't use the word Christianity.
Anything that denies Christ, I would class as being demonic, right? So we're not advocates of Judaism, so I don't know what.
So no, but what I'm saying is, brother Reggie, the Christian who jumps on any opportunity to back anyone that is anti-Islam is prepared to be in bed and endorse a group of people that are also anti-Christian. I just wanted to point that out to you.
I'm talking about Polish Christians.
You are. You said Poland. You were endorsing their views on not letting religions in to sully their good nation. Now I'm letting you know that the Talmud is perfectly acceptable. Yeah. Even if the Quran is not welcome, the Talmud is perfectly acceptable in Poland.
I'm not sure about that. I know that a lot of Poland identifies as Christian, and I think it's 90-something%. I don't know about the Talmud and how they perceive the Talmud, but if it is, if that is what the Talmud is about,
you don't know your world history, then it's cool. We'll leave it. You don't know what you don't know what you're talking about. You mentioned a country, you don't know what you're talking about. You're gonna Google, and now you're gonna strip Poland. You're gonna strip Poland from its Orthodox Jewish history.
It may have an. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about what they're representing now. You got what I'm saying? Maybe they
can't turn their back on their heritage.
The foundation.
Okay. So these people don't originate from Israel, no? No. You're making the argument that these people aren't actually from that region.
The Ashkenazis?
I don't think it's an argument.
Who's these people?
They're nothing to do with
and I'm not gonna, and do me a favor. If you don't know what you're talking about, don't start answering.
I just don't see the importance. I just don't see the importance.
I'm gonna finish my sentence. One of my pet hates is people eager to talk, filling in blanks for other people that don't know what they're saying. Let's expose each other's ignorance. Stop trying to bail each other out, right? So I'm saying,
and you generalize tremendously.
Well, break it down. Point it out.
Break down your generalizations.
Yeah.
Flipping up. So you're giving us we're talking about the Christian Polish people wanting to preserve Christianity in Poland, and now you're using Judaism as some kind of stick. It doesn't make sense.
Okay,
because you're going to show me where they're preserving Judaism in Poland.
Okay, so I'm telling you, the people that claim to a large portion of the people that claim to be Jewish now are actually from Poland, and in Poland, Orthodox Judaism has been practiced, was practiced, famous for practicing. I don't know why we're acting like we don't know that. So when Brother Reggie brought up the example of how they're against Islam because it's demonic, I said, okay, cool, that's great. But look at these people that are against Islam because it's demonic, but they're pro-Talmud.
So you could classify all Christian Polish people as pro-Talmud.
Listen to what I'm saying to you, man. Is Poland anti-Orthodox Judaism?
I'd have to look it up. I don't know.
Right.
I'm not Polish.
Is Poland anti-Islam?
Yeah, I would say so.
Right.
Yeah.
So why are you so confused at what I'm saying?
I'm not. But are you trying to tell me that there are literally zero Muslims?
Confused,
are there zero Muslims in Poland?
Are they zero Muslims? I didn't make that argument whether there's zero Muslims or not. The argument was made by Reggie that they are doing a good thing by not allowing Islam to flourish in their nation.
Yeah. No, but the point I'm making to you is
by essentially banning it, and he was applauding it. I'm applauding it, and I was saying, well,
yeah, but the point I'm making to you is
hold on. I was saying it's funny how you applaud them, when it comes to banning the demonic Islam, but how do you feel about the Orthodox Jewish views on Christianity and Christ?
Where
he's resting in feces.
Yeah, but I can answer
because that book.
Are people banned?
That book is not banned from Poland.
Are people banned from practicing Islam in Poland?
No, this was the point I was making to the Christian brother. Are you not getting that?
Yeah, they're not getting.
No, but you're not getting my point. How it's a reach.
Why am I getting your point when I made
a Polish person can convert to Islam and practice Islam within inside Poland? It does not mean all Christian Polish people are endorsing Islam either. So you say that Judaism exists within inside Poland means somehow the entire Christian population of Poland endorse it. It's a reach.
No. It's because this is where these so-called Jewish people originate from, Poland.
That's right.
Yeah, but they would disagree with you. Jews would disagree with you on that.
Well, that's up to you. That's between you and Jews.
No, that's up to Jews. That's got nothing to do with me.
I'm not. Well, you're speaking for Jews on what Jews would agree and disagree with. I personally know many people that are Israelite, and they agree with me. So what a Jew person or a Jewish person you speak to says to you, that's between you and them. I'm not asking for permission to quote history correctly. I don't need permission.
Are Jewish people running the world?
That's up to you.
No, I'm asking you the question.
Do I look like Kanye West? I ain't no idiot, man. Listen, no, I don't believe that it's strictly Jewish people running the world. I believe that there's people from all different denominations that have a hand in running the world, and it is a small percentage, the 1%, right? But I do think there's people from all different denominations that may have a hand, and I wouldn't be surprised if you pull back the curtain, the Wizard of Oz was black. I wouldn't be surprised at all.
That's right.
Well, Jedi, do you not feel that the Polish have a right to preserve their culture and allow who they see fit?
That's cool. I'm just saying it seems to be when it's time to preserve your culture, you want to preserve it against the brown folks, innit? Yeah. But then, you know what I mean? I'm just saying, like, just be aware what the Talmud says about Christ, and tell me whether the Talmud is welcome in Poland or not.
We know that Jews had Christ crucified, Jedi. That's not lost on us. We know that. It's taught in the Bible, my friend. We don't need to hear words. They killed him. They crucified him.
Can we get back onto the actual subject though? Because I wanted to offer a bit of information to you guys. You see what I just looked up here? I just said to myself, do you know what? How much black people actually served in the British Army during World War II? Because if they didn't win World War II, there wouldn't be no Britain. We'd all be German speaking right now. And what I realized is we were 1/5 of your army. That means we should really own 1/5 of your country, brother.
Anyway, Jedi, what was you saying, bro?
The fact is, yeah, it's not only
we should own more. We helped build this shit afterwards as well. So how you laugh at that? I don't know, bro. But brother, listen, we not only helped build your shit. In fact, we built majority of it. Yeah, not
Write
only
down the letter and send it
without
to your
us,
MP.
brother, without us, you wouldn't have won no war. We were 1/5 of your
More
army.
for you then, innit? Should have let them fall flat on their face.
Don't take the bait.
One thing we can do as a people is fight wars. So we don't need any help really with that. So anyway.
Brother, hold on. Who was stopping the submarines from getting to America? Was it not the West Indians? What are you doing? You didn't need us. Shut up. Who was the ones who came in and fixed your country after it got bombed to smithereens? It was us. Who was there looking after your children and looking after the families that didn't have no parents left because they got killed in the war? It was us.
You're right. It always ends up on the same thing.
Listen. Who was there? Hold on, brother. Who was there when your fighter planes were getting shot out of the skies? When your fighter pilots were getting shot down and you didn't have enough left? Who did you call on? So you, brother, really and truthfully, yeah, all I'm saying is, yeah, the fact that white people, one sentence, last sentence, I'll shut up. Last sentence and I'll shut up, I swear. The fact that the majority of white people don't feel like black people have the right to be here, yeah, unless they come here by what you call legal means, it just shows the injustice. Because, brother, you wouldn't be here without us.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyway, ignore that one, Dave, because it's just a bit of a rant as usual. But the fact is, yeah, if you look at the fact that
don't ignore shit, ignore Reggie, because Reggie's on your side. Ignore the stuff that's on your side and listen to the people that are trying to share information.
Let him go. Go on, Reggie.
Obviously, when you look at the fact that the Islamic religion has obviously come into the society, the Hindu religion has come into society, all of these things are works of the, as you would put it, the higher powers or the New World Order, or we identify as the Antichrist. So they're here to spread confusion and take people away from Christ, and that's what they're doing. And now what we're seeing is that the church in itself has become tolerant and gone beyond tolerant, and in the sense that it's allowing LGBTQ. Now maybe that's what Dave is alluding to when he says watering it down. And before long, even now, you see remnants of gay. Would you ever thought that you come across a Paul Williams? You know what I'm saying, within an Islamic religion, who can identify as a Muslim? You know what I'm saying? So they're coming into the Islamic religion as well, and they're bringing those rainbow flags over to Qatar and Dubai. You know what I mean? By fire or by force. So like, let's not pretend that it's not going to happen there. You know what I'm saying? So these
That
was waffle.
What
started off good, but then you fucked it at the end.
You didn't understand what he was saying. Well, okay. I understood everything.
Bro, you only understand because you're caping, innit?
You guys aren't on the same page, that's all. You got your own perspective.
Dave. What you don't understand is there ain't no Pope of Islam. Yeah? So how Dubai run the Islam, how Saudi run the Islam, how Egypt run the Islam, how Turkey run the Islam is all down to them. Now, Turkey can bring out the water cannons and gun down gay people in the street, and no one can tell them nothing. Do you understand? Yeah. These lot can ban the little lesbian or whatever flag it is on the football team and get away with it. No one can tell them nothing. But what happens in Saudi?
You know Saudi Arabia is changing.
Saudi Arabia is best
you
friends
know
with America,
Iran's changing, don't
right?
you?
Saudi Arabia is friends with America, so that's a different.
Wait. Sorry. Did a man say Iran is changing?
Nice.
Yeah, the people there are looking for a revolution, aren't they? The women are taking.
Listen to this. Interesting. Yeah, professional footballer Amir Nazareh Azadani faces execution in Iran after campaigning for women's rights and basic freedom in his country.
Done.
Yeah, they're holding on to power.
That's a good point. That's a good point, Motion. But let me.
How do you think revolutions start, Motion?
Let me
start
executing motherfuckers, bro.
And the people are standing up.
Can I just?
I hope they get freedom.
Can I just speak?
Hang on. Let me rebuttal.
1 minute, man. I want to address Dave's point, man.
I'm actually responding to Motion's point,
yeah? Usually, there's like an insurgent group that Britain from the outside support. The problem with Iran is there is no insurgent force for you to use in a divide and rule mentality. You can't infiltrate Iran. That's the problem.
All right, so Iran.
What I'm telling you is, let me just quickly say this. Carl, what I'm saying to you is, People in the Middle East are fed up of Islamic dictatorships.
It's not
and they've
true.
had enough.
To be fair, you should have let Khan finish, though, man.
They're
You should have
reverting
let
to
Khan finish.
Islam because of this whole Arab Spring thing that was put out by the West.
Reverting?
This
In the
whole
Middle
Arab
East?
Spring ideology
That's
that was put out by the West, yeah, fucked up the whole region, and it all backfired on them. And the only country now that's had a regime change that's in line with the Western desires is Egypt. It's
But
Egypt.
Khan, we're
That's the
talking
only
about
one
the
that they've got.
ideology.
The rest of them
We're
are
talking about
fucked
the
up.
ideology, what people follow. We're not talking about politics. We're talking about
David
people in the Middle East are leaving in their droves because they found the internet.
David spot on. Qatar used to be 100% Muslim. Now it's about 90%, and there's like 13% Christians. Iran itself has more ladyboys than anywhere else in the Middle East. Men that have, women that have turned into men because they don't want to be, because they don't want to be.
Reggie, did you know that in Iran you can get a sex change on the NHS? Did you know that?
They're getting further and further away.
Their government is doing that.
In
They got
fact,
the NHS in Iran.
Well, they've got their government-supported health service that they provide.
No wonder our NHS is failing
sex
for handing out
changes
operations in
they
Iran.
don't want them being gay. They don't want them being gay. So rather than them being gay, they make them into women.
But they're still gay because a man can't become a woman.
That, but I'm saying that's why they do it. That's why they do it.
Yeah, but a man can't become a woman, bro. They're still gay.
I know that.
Exactly. So what are you talking about? You know what I mean? They're rebelling.
They do in their country, bro.
They're rebelling, my brother. They don't want to be Islamic no more. They're trying to get further away from it as possible.
All right. Listen, here's the thing with Islam. You don't have to be Muslim. You don't have to be a Muslim. It don't bother us.
Don't mind us talking about anything. They want us to talk about Islam. That's it. That's all. Like one trick pony.
Yeah.
Reggie.
Soldiers of Christ.
Dave, all roads lead to Islam. We're going to be talking about Islam, not racism.
I didn't think Dave was on that.
International policy.
Dave was one
not
of them.
even international conspiracy, right?
I've talked to you about everything.
But like Islam is what we
You
want to
haven't
keep
managed
pushing
it
on.
though, Dave.
All of a sudden,
Managed
it's about
what?
Islam, and we're not going anywhere, and you just chatting shit. Everyone's just,
Yeah.
Islam is like, bro, this ain't.
Bro, if you're triggered by us just mentioning Islam, then that's your issue, not mine.
How am I
No, but you're not
triggered?
really well versed in anything though, Dave.
I'm not
are
triggered,
you?
man. I'm just saying this. I predicted it. Like you lot are still here talking about Islam.
Yeah.
Would you rather us make up
And this is
a
not
conspiracy?
Islamic conversation. Reggie don't know nothing else.
Yeah, but there's only so long you can talk about slavery for. No offense.
But we're not just talking about slavery though.
He's a funny guy.
Is that funny to you? Yeah.
Can't like that one.
I see.
Hey, Khan's laughing. I didn't laugh.
Well, I'm not allowed to laugh.
You're the one that made the statement, isn't it? But it's cool,
bro.
whatever.
The fact of the matter is, we
like it. That's what you like. I can't stop you from that.
We come
But
on
yeah,
here.
man, I feel that it's just gonna turn into some Islam, and the only Muslim you got on there to defend it is Khan. It's dead, isn't it?
Khan, the half Muslim that don't know his Fatiha.
We was on international law, racism, society. Even the little war angle and how much how much the English needed black folks and Asians. That was all better, but now we're just gonna focus on Islam. I feel like lots of us don't want to have this conversation. We're gonna start dropping off one by one.
Yeah, but you do understand that most things I've got into, a lot of the time, slavery has been brought up as an answer, or colonialism, an answer to things. When we're talking about modern day immigration, colonialism is like, and slavery is the go-to thing.
Yeah, but why wouldn't it be?
Well, I don't know, but not for me. It's not. I'm talking about now.
So how could we be talking about colonialism and then not mention slavery or the colony?
Yeah, that makes sense.
What are you talking about?
But it depends. If you think I need to pay a debt for what happened in the past, then maybe that conversation is relevant. But I'm not responsible for anything what anyone else has done.
If you got any benefit from what happened in the past, then yeah. If you benefit,
so do you. So do you.
I don't say
you. Now, see, look, what about Islam? See,
no, you genuinely benefit from colonialism, Jedi.
Hold on. You want to be the Englishman, yeah?
I am an Englishman.
Hold on, yeah. You want to be the Brit. You want to be the Englishman. You want to talk about our country, my country, this and that, and then you talk about if you want me to pay back anything, if you think I'm owing anything, then that's an issue, right? A minute I talk about, but you benefited. You're like, well, so did you?
Yeah, you did.
Well,
you do benefit.
I'm not.
You benefit from colonialism. You live in a first world country.
I don't benefit from.
Of course you do.
That's the thing. Jedi wants to talk about
only benefits the colonialists. You don't benefit us. So living in the colonial system doesn't benefit me because you've taken me and my family. You've disrupted our natural way of living, our lifestyle before being disturbed by colonialists. So there's no saying whether it's more positive or more negative. It's an assumption that my life is better than it would have been had Nigeria not been colonized. But that remains to be seen, and I don't agree with that.
And as we speak, people are getting in rubber boats, traveling across choppy waters to get here.
I don't think Yoruba land, Ashanti land, Igbo land are better places for being colonized. No, I don't agree with that.
No, but I think if you give modern day Africans the opportunity to come to the West, they'd take it with both hands. Most Africans, not all, but some would, because they know the opportunity.
I'll let you interview most Africans. I can't make that judgment. That's a ridiculous claim to make.
Yeah, that more likely was generalization. I'll give you that. But a lot of Africans would take the opportunity to come to the West.
My dad came here, went Cambridge, studied, left, and refuses to ever step foot back in this country. And that goes for millions of Africans. Yeah. They've got no interest. You know how much of the world don't have an interest in living in London or England or UK? You don't think that everyone wants to live over here, you fucking dickheads. You actually
not everyone. And that's a lot
majority. You think majority of people want to leave Africa to come and live here? No, they want to leave to come and make some money.
Got to emphasize.
Hold on. Because I see you're interrupting me while I'm mid-sentence. It seems to be something you like to do. Right? So I feel this is my opinion. Wherever there's the opportunity to make large amounts of money quickly, in relative ease, people are gonna want to exploit that. Now, what's important is, do they want to come and stay, or do they want to come, earn, and leave? Majority of people come, earn, and leave.
I don't know. I've seen the certificate.
And guess what? It's not just in the UK that they go earn and leave. All around the world. All around the world. Nigerians are travelers. We everywhere. Africans, we everywhere. Right? So there's not one corner of the earth you're not going to find an African trying to find a hustle, make a little money. Some people are economic migrants and they stay. Lots of people take the money to go back, build back their own shit back home. So this fallacy that majority of Africa wants to come over here, it's not true.
No, but the original point was you're benefiting off colonialism, and you are.
No, I'm not.
You are. You live in this society that's been built off colonialism.
I answered that point. I made a second point. You ain't answered either.
You are benefiting though. You're definitely benefiting. This platform YouTube. This platform YouTube is in a Western, is created by Western
anyone
technology.
Can use YouTube around the world. Shut up, man.
That's a stupid one. That's the most stupid thing I've heard today.
YouTube around the world, bro. They got you. Bro, they got
internet.
Bro, what are you talking about? Listen, anybody around the world can use YouTube. Why are you trying to argue with me?
Silly, isn't it?
No, everybody in the world can use YouTube, but not everybody has the privilege. Not everybody has the same thing, opportunity, for example, to be able to talk about whatever they want. It's only because you're in the West that you can talk about whatever you want on a platform.
But you can't talk about whatever you want. You can't.
Well, within the certain.
No. Either I can or I can't. Can I say anything I want on here? No.
No, you can't. But you, of course,
without reprisal.
Of course,
can I say anything? Hold on, man. Stop this dishonesty. Without reprisal, can I say anything I want on this platform and continue to stream? No, I can't.
I'm saying you still have to conform, but not to the extent that you have to conform when you're in other nations. It's only because you're in.
I'm gonna have to be in other nations to agree with that. I don't know. I'm not speaking, and don't speak that you're in a position of knowing what other nations allow you to say and don't say whatever.
No, it's pretty clear. It's pretty clear that if you go on for example, if you were in the Middle East and you said bad things about their leader, like you say bad things about Queen Elizabeth, or you say bad things about Prince Charles or whatever, the royal family in those countries, you will have your hands chopped off at least. You know what I'm saying?
You're saying that. You're saying that, but is that fact?
It's not your freedom of speech.
If I talk against, if I'm in the Middle East and I talk against the monarchy, is it a fact that I'm going to get my hands chopped off? Is that a fact?
Online.
online. If you talk about
bring me a case study.
There's loads of people that have been put in jail. Do you know
And
know
you
about that?
bring me a case study of someone's got their hands chopped off for speaking bad against the monarchy in the Middle East. If not, stop making shit up.
I can show you reports of a woman who got 35 years for questioning chaperones.
Let me just talk to Reggie. Let me just check to Reggie.
Are you going to talk to him? Go on then. Go on.
Yeah.
I'm saying,
Reggie, you supplying it?
I was going to give you an example. That guy Khashoggi, or I don't know his exact name.
Khashoggi.
Oh, yo, you know what, Khan? Is there a possibility of you shutting up and stop that
Khan knows
next man's conversation? Is there a possibility, though?
But he's just asking me to pronounce the name properly.
I put it in 55 different ways. Like what you that desperate to check to Reggie?
No, just help him with the
Reggie
pronunciation of the name.
Like you doing the ad libs. Can I speak to Reggie, please?
All right, man.
I want to know what Reggie knows and what he don't know. And you keep trying to fill in his words, pronounce shit for him, give him information. It's like you're trying to make his argument. And he's only going to go and call Islam demonic. So do you think you could shut up for a minute?
All right, man. All right. I said all right already. God's sake.
Man. It's like you're trying to cape for the brother that's calling your whole belief system demonic. Like, can you let the brother speak for himself? Sorry. Shit. Reggie, let's try again.
So this guy in question spoke illy of the Saudi Arabian government, and he got himself killed, dismembered. So that's one example.
Dismembered by who?
By the Saudi government.
The government came and dismembered him, or members of the public?
No, the Saudi leadership.
Show me about it. Let me hear about it. The leadership took him out his house and dismembered him.
They
found him guilty of a crime.
No, they didn't. They did it off the not by the rule book. They didn't do it by the rule book. What they did is
how do you know it was them?
How do you know it's them? Just the same way that we know that this place is run by what do you call it?
Bro, so basically,
same way we know that.
Do you have evidence for what you're saying?
I have as much evidence as we have for there being a new world order.
The answer is no.
I have as much evidence as we know.
Do you have evidence for what you're saying? Yes or no? Do you or not? Do you have proof that the Saudi government dismembered a man that spoke illy about them?
No, they have said the Saudi government.
If you don't have that evidence, let's not make up slanderous claims on the internet. Let's stick with something that you've got some evidence for. That's a direct claim. You're not talking about a conspiracy that you're saying this man was killed by this government. If you don't have the evidence, then why are we bringing it up?
Hey, he was killed by the government, but the leader said that it was a rogue operation. That's what they've said. It was a rogue operation, but people don't believe him.
So this is to say that the only place you got freedom of speech is in the UK. Is that what that's supposed to mean?
It's supposed to.
What have I told you about American journalists and English journalists like Dr. David Kelly that find themselves suicided once they go to expose the truth about weapons of mass destruction not being found in Iraq?
Suicided, so he's decided to kill himself. So he wants to kill himself.
Suicided means killed, but made to look like a suicide. Dr. David Kelly, you know about the case?
No, I don't know. No.
Maybe you should focus less on Poland and all these obscure Saudi Arabian incidences and actually deal with what's on your doorstep to get a better understanding of the nation you live in before you start lauding it for its for the ability to speak your mind and say whatever you want. You know what I'm saying?
All right, so you're now making an argument that the level of freedom of speech in those Middle Eastern countries is greater than the freedom of speech that you get here. Is that your?
I'm saying it's a misnomer to assume we have freedom of speech over here, and
I don't think we have.
And to assume that we won't be held accountable for speaking out against ruling class. So I don't feel it's free. Like you're making this notion that basically I'm benefiting from colonialism because I'm able to speak against the monarchy and be cool. But I'm saying that nah, I don't think that there's a man that's been sectioned to indefinite mental health detention because he dared to question whether Queen Elizabeth was in her coffin. And when he went down there, he wanted to go and check. I don't think you're free to express yourself as you think. You get me? You the thing is, yeah, the sanitized version of reality that the UK presents to you is one that is quite favorable to your mindset because you want to see the best in the British. You want to see the best in them.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, you do. You because I think you got a colonized mind. So you think I'm benefiting from being in from being part of a colony on the colonist land. You think I'm benefiting?
Of course you're benefiting. If you wasn't benefiting, you would be here. You wouldn't be here. If you wasn't benefiting, you wouldn't be here.
How do you know?
You wouldn't be here.
So
Because
there's no people in places that don't benefit them.
Not with people. Most people that are in places, right, that don't benefit them, do the obvious thing and move to another place that will benefit them. Especially people that have the passport to be able to move. You know what I'm saying?
What if the other place is a colony? So you want to move from the colonizer's land to the colony? And those are my options, yeah. As a Nigerian born in the UK, my options are Nigeria or UK.
No, you got a lot more options than Nigeria or the UK. There are Nigerians that move.
Passport, right?
Yeah, someone with a passport can move to loads of different places, especially a UK passport.
Where?
Especially a UK passport. Where? You can move to the Middle East, where you said that. Oh, it's almost the same. Because, like you said, it's not. It's an illusion. Because you're just alluding that it's almost the same. Actually, the Middle East has got some very rich countries.
Oh, bro,
so
you're just chatting so much shit. This is all to say that I'm benefiting from colonialism. You're just going to keep going round and round the houses.
That's right. That's right.
Where's the benefit, bro?
I'm waiting to hear the benefits myself.
I'm not suffering like the Nigerians in Nigeria that are suffering because their land was colonized. And
He don't care about them.
They were economically retarded.
Yeah, he don't care about the Nigerians in Nigeria, though. He only cares about England. And I'm glad do you know, that's why I've been silent a bit, because I'm glad he's showing his true colors today.
I don't care about the Nigerians that have been in Nigeria.
Oh, he's ready for a distraction. He's running.
No, because I missed you because something happened.
Let's talk about
brother, you are obsessed with England. You're obsessed with your English.
The colony, man.
Yeah, and your benefits. Talk about your benefits, bro, of your colony, bro.
The benefits of being in UK. Is that what you mean? What are the benefits of being in UK?
Is that a question in reply to the question you was already asked?
Sorry, what, Shiffer? You seem to be ad-libbing. I don't know what you're saying.
Jedi asked you a question. Can you answer the question, brother?
No, I think because my thing cut off. That's why I couldn't hear the full question. That's why I was like confused.
All right, Jedi, would you like to ask him again, brother?
He's going somewhere.
You said that we were benefiting from being on the colonist land, right?
Yeah.
And I'm saying, what's the benefits, bro?
The benefit is the level of opportunities that people have when they come here. So the level of opportunity to be able to make money, the opportunity that if you don't feel like you're having that the money's enough, you can go elsewhere. The opportunity is that
outweighed by the health risks and the threats to my life and liberty? Is that outweighed by the social injustice, by the institutionally, by the acclaimed institutionally racist systems that we have out here? Is that supposed to be like some kind of trade-off?
Well, to be honest, I know a lot of black people, and they're not Pan-African.
Rates,
so I know
rate, stress-related illnesses.
The health rate. Huh? What's it got to do with the health? What do you mean health?
Because what do you mean? What's it got to do with the health rate? Do you not understand the tax that living in the UK has on the black man's well-being? Do you need the statistics of how much times more likely we are to suffer from stress-related diseases?
Yeah, but that
how much more likely we are to have insufficient or inadequate care. You do know that the NHS is. You do know that the NHS is institutionally racist, don't you, young man? You do know that this is a finding, so it's not just me chatting. Yet again, another institution found to be racist to its core. Do you know the risk that poses to black men, black women, and black children? Shall I highlight a case where black people are treated unfairly and have their children seized by the white establishment? What about let's talk about the organ donating. Oh man, we just go on and on and on.
The thing is, yeah, my thing is very simple. There are a lot of black people here.
Just like your mind.
The mortality rate for black people in the UK is significantly higher than the mortality rate of black people in Africa.
Pause. Let me ask you a question. Let me ask you a question now. Is the mortality rate of the black man, is the mortality rate of the black community higher or lower than the mortality rate of the white community in the UK?
No. The mortality rate of the white people is higher.
The mortality rate is higher.
Sorry, what am I saying?
Surely it should be matching if everything was fair and equal.
What do you mean it's higher? What do you mean? Wait. You're saying that black men die older than white men in the UK?
I'm saying that black people die. Sorry, the white people live longer. Yeah.
Do you think any of that is based on racism, or is it just biology?
It's based on covert racism. Yeah.
You're talking about the benefits of being over here because you're comparing apples and oranges.
It's not just. Now, brother,
we're living longer. We're living longer than our brothers and sisters on the colony. So that's a good point. Is that what you're saying? That's a benefit.
Brother, let me help you. Let me help you.
Outlive our brothers and sisters on homeland. Yeah, that's the benefit.
We can outlive our brothers and sisters. Let me help you lot, because obviously people here, they just like to talk about what's wrong and they don't really have solutions. So here's a statistic, right? And I need to get a source for this, but the average Asian family passes down 100.
You're gonna read a statistic and then not give us the source. You ain't got a source ready for this.
No. What I was saying.
This out of thin air, whoever you're quoting. Come on.
No, I'll leave it to the people so they can find it, or when I find it, I'll bring the source as well. And obviously, if you don't want to believe it, you don't have to believe it, but I'll put it out there. The average Asian household passes down about I think it's 100,000 worth to their children, right, in terms of property value. Whereas the average black family passes down about £1, right, down to their next generation. So the generational wealth that is passed down to the black community is at the very lowest end when you talk about inheritance. You know what I'm saying? So that also plays a part in your health. It also plays a part in how you live as a community. You know what I'm saying? And obviously the white community passes down significantly more. So when people say, oh, it's all down to race, how we're treated as individuals, it's also down to accountability and responsibility. If you decide that you don't want to pass anything down for your children or have any sort of economic sense, then you can't always blame other people. You know what I'm saying? I know motion itching because the Caribbean is.
Are you basing that off? Listen to this. Are you basing that off the time in Europe? Are you talking about? Are you talking about in terms of European wealth?
No, I said I brought up the Asian one because the Asian one's the one that I was.
Are you talking about in the European sense? My question is, are you talking about in the European sense of wealth?
I'm talking about people. I'm talking about the Asian British Asian UK, the Asians in the UK. Are you with me?
When you're measuring wealth, are you measuring wealth in the British sense? That's what I'm asking you. It's not stuff.
Well, if I'm talking about finance, I'm talking about finances. I'm talking about how much they're passing down. I'm talking about them passing down £100,000 worth of property.
Okay, cool. But I'm saying to you, £100,000 worth of property. Do you think that's a lot?
I don't think it's small change, brother. I really don't.
Brother, listen. Do you think 100,000? You just said 100,000 pounds worth of property. Show me a property that's worth 100,000 pounds, my brother.
You can find that in the north of England. You're asking me to show you as if I don't show you.
Motion, I'm not going to cut you, Motion. I'm not going to cut you, but Jedi, put a link in the side chat. Could you put it on the screen? I'm not cutting you, bro. Go on, continue.
I can't lie. You're going to have to get Sniper to do it, or ask Lady D to jump on and do it, or Emzalini, or MJ. One of these, man.
I'll jump on my laptop. I got the laptop with me. I'm going to jump on the laptop. I'll do it. Give me one.
Yeah. Right, do that now, then. All right, Sniper, you there? I'm running late for boxing. Yeah, you there.
Yeah, I'm here.
I'll be back. Yeah.
Yeah, Sniper, do it for me, please, bro. I'll put it in the side chat. While Motion's talking, could you get that up on the screen? Because Reginald told a blatant lie before, and I just want to expose the lie that he told. So if you could just put that on the screen so we're ready when Motion's finished. It's the last link in the side chat.
Yeah, so my question is, the reason why I asked you about wealth in the British sense, because number one, you're talking about £100,000 on average, right? I'm saying to you, that's nothing in a property. I'm asking you to show me property that's worth £100,000 you're talking about in the north of England.
Have you got £100,000?
Let me finish. You're talking about County Durham and those areas where those areas have got no fucking infrastructure, well, not no infrastructure, but the government are not spending money on them. So people are leaving those houses, right? And you can buy houses for 50, 60, 70 grand and so on and so forth, right? Yeah, I know about those areas, bro, yeah. But understand this, those ain't areas that those Asian people left behind for their children, are they? They're not. That's why they're fucking emptying and people are selling them for so cheap. The Asian people ain't buying them, are they? So I don't know why you're talking about that. So show me where they're leaving property worth £100,000, bro. Show me where £100,000 of property is, bro.
Ah, okay. Let me go and dig it up. You know.
And then you're asking me, do I have £100,000? No, I don't have £100,000, but my house is worth more than that.
Yeah, well done. But I'm saying that there are property worth 100,000. I'm saying that 100,000 is not small money, brother.
They're not left by the Asians that you're talking about, are they? So I'm asking you, where's the property left by? Because, for example, like my family, we've got a home that we've inherited. You might not value it at £100,000, but it's got its land and its hours for life, right? And it's not in this country. So you might not value it as £100,000 in the British sense of £100,000, but in my opinion, it's worth more because it's mine, and the land that I own that goes with it is ours too. I think that's more valuable than property that I could have in England, to be fair.
But brother, we're alluding to what they have
and grow on.
Yeah, but they're alluding to the wealth of this country. They're alluding to the wealth of different ethnic groups within this country. They're not talking about the Asians might have a family abroad, a family investment abroad, and how much that might be worth. They're talking about what they have in this country. It's not more expensive than that.
Broski. When they talk about other people's wealth, do they talk about other people's wealth in just in the country they live in? When they talk about the richest people's wealth, do they talk about their wealth in the country that they live in? Are they classed as the richest men in the world or just the richest men in their countries, bro?
No, but what the purpose of the study is?
Not for the purpose of the study, bro. Wealth is wealth, bro.
You guys are so. If you want to,
bro, listen to what I'm saying to you. Wealth is subjective. Because, listen, there's man in Somalia, yeah, that feel like a man that's wealthy has a lot of camels, right? And land and so on and so forth, and he's got a lot of camels. That's what they class as wealth. Okay, so he might come to England and accumulate a different type of wealth and go back to his homeland, yeah, and go and buy more camels. Do you know what I'm saying?
Richie.
That's why I asked you if you're talking about in the British sense of wealth, because there's many people from the Caribbean that might not have £100,000 property in England, and in Africa, and so on and so forth. But what they might have is land and so on and so forth, and homeland that they've got for the rest of their generations.
Reggie, can I talk to you for 1 second, bro? Reggie,
that's not exclusive. to Africans.
Now,
we
Kanye,
aware-
you got to make him deal with what's on the screen first. Kanye, before you go, make him deal with what's on the screen. He said that
Thing is,
black
you
people
got a
die
track
earlier.
record of sidetracking issues, bro. I don't know.
No, he
That's
said, no, brother.
what you're bringing.
No, he said this before. He said black people die earlier than everyone else. Black people have got the lowest life expectancy. Read the screen, Reginald.
Well, go down. Let's see the whole thing then. It says life expectancy lower for white and mixed ethnic people than black and Asian study group show.
Okay.
So go down. Let's see the rest.
The lies
Richie,
that
you
come
are
out of your
known for
mouth.
you are known
You
for
are
waffling,
confused
Richie.
with the
Come on, be
lies.
honest.
Come on, stop lie all the minutes. Like, come on, bro. Tell some truth sometimes and actually research something before you talk.
So I'm saying, Richie, you want Muslims to let you in their country to evangelize
go
and
down,
spread
so-
your faith,
so go
but
down, so
you
go-
can't
so go
even
down.
come on here and tell the truth, bro.
Well, you do know that my point was that black people live longer in the UK than in Africa. But anyway, go down. Keep going now.
Yeah, you'd have to compare it to the people of Africa.
And you ain't gonna get a more British source than the Guardian.
Yeah. You come with all this pub knowledge, man. Like you've been sitting in the
So-
pub
so-
with all
so
these
they're-
white people.
So they're saying that
learning
they're
bullshit.
saying- So
Pub
they're saying that
knowledge.
white people have a lower life expectancy than black people in this country. That's what they're trying to. Anyway, that's fine.
What do you mean that's what they're trying to? The study's there, innit? Look into it if you don't believe it.
Yeah, that's
Well,
fine.
look at the methods, innit? How they use, what methods they use to come to that conclusion.
That's fine. So then we are privileged that we are living longer than our black counterparts in Africa, and I don't know about the Caribbean, but I would say Africa.
That doesn't compare it to Africa. That compares black and white in England.
Brother, I could see the age. The age is 80 something years.
Yeah, but
and
you're
that's higher
not.
than the, what?
You're
That's
not.
higher than the life. That's higher than the life expectancy in Africa, my brother. So
But you have to bring the delil for that. You can't just spout that kind of stuff because
Oh,
you're
whatever. I
known
don't
for
have to
chatting
bring the
shit
delil.
now. You
Alright,
basically become the boy who cried wolf now.
Whatever. It's not for you anyway. I'm not trying to convince you non-African anyway.
I know,
so-
but what I'm asking you is,
Yeah.
you are expecting Muslims to let you in their country to evangelize your faith, yet you can't even be demonstrating any criteria of righteousness on this panel. You lie all the time. You always come with some biased attitude that you're just not known for being consistent either. Like you're not really a representation, are you? It's a shame. It's embarrassing.
Is that the point you want to make?
Like, no, but my main point is your whole gripe with Islam is that they don't let Christians evangelize in their country. One minute. I've known you for so long, Reggie. Your main gripe is that you want to be able to evangelize your faith in Muslim countries. That's what you keep coming back to. Right? Now you're using Hungary as a example of Christendom of how they're keeping Muslims out, right? But if we look at the true history of Hungary, they've been ethnically cleansing their own people for over 100 years now, since the end of the Ottoman Empire. Yeah, the First World War, they brought the population of Muslims down to 25%. Second World War, they ethnically cleansed their own people down to 12%. Yeah. Now the population of Muslims there is like 6%. Now you want to use them countries as an example of Christendom. Like, how do you expect Muslims to react to this, Reggie?
Bro, you're taking us back to Islam, and then the next moment it'll be, oh, you guys want to talk about
No,
Islam?
I'm not talking about
Bro,
Islam.
you're
I'm
taking
saying you want to be treated equally, but yet
Of course,
your
who
track
doesn't want to be
record is
treated equally?
negative. Your track record is negative, bro.
What do you mean? Our track record is
As
negative.
Christians, your track record is negative. For Muslims living alongside Christians, yeah, whether it be in Byzantium or Rome or any Christian empire, yeah, it's always been negative. Historically, Christians have lived and flourished in Muslim countries compared to Christian when it's the other way around. Yeah. Look now in Europe, all this Islamophobia. How long's Muslims even been living in Europe? What, 100 years? Not even that.
You're taking us back to Islam again.
No, but I'm saying to you that your track record isn't something you can rely on.
What do you mean our track record? Our track
Your
record
track
better.
record as Christians for looking after minorities amongst you is not good.
What do you mean? It's not good.
It's not good. Like
why-
minorities, not just Muslims, Jews that have lived in Christendom, yeah, have been ethnically
Bro.
cleansed more than once. The first
Bro.
ethnic cleansing of Jews happened in England. Before the German one, it happened in England first, right? We know about the Spanish Inquisition and the expulsion of Jews and Muslims from Spain. Like, Christians do not have a good track record of looking after their minorities. And now you, Reggie, are upset with Muslims because they don't want to let you in their countries to evangelize your faith.
Bro, you lot have not got. You've got a very poor record. You've got a very, very poor record. Yep.
Reggie, you are an evangelist. Are you not?
You're rambling on, brother.
I'm asking you a question. Are you an evangelist?
You're rambling on. I don't need to answer this question.
Do you believe in spreading the faith by spreading the words? Do you believe in that?
Of course.
Okay, so when we understand your biases and where you stand, the rest of it all fits into place. So let's not hide the fact that you are ultimately a person who believes in evangelizing, spreading the faith by the word, and going around, you know, like how Jehovah's Witnesses do, going around spreading the word. This is your main purpose in life. You don't really care about working, money, all these things. That some of your attributes are good, yeah. But when I'm saying to you, you're representing an institution or a history that, from a Muslim point of view, is very negative. You seem to not really want to take that on board. And I don't know why that is.
You're rambling. You're having a monologue, brother. You're having a monologue.
I'm having a monologue, and I'm basically telling you the countries that you're using to represent Christianity and conservatism are steeped in ethnic cleansing, murdering their own population just because they have a different religion.
Brother, so is your if you look all over North Africa, it's full of invading forces that have brought in a very demonic ideology into that region that continues to oppress and subjugate
what is
people.
More demonic than ethnically cleansing your own population?
Look, brother, I didn't interrupt you. If you look at what's happened today, you see a team called Morocco has entered the semi-final of the World Cup, and they identify themselves, even though they're on the continent of Africa, they identify themselves as Arab and Muslim success. Can you imagine? You know what I'm saying?
Can you imagine?
They can't even say it's a victory for Africa. They say that it's an Islamic.
Yeah,
and it's
I'm sorry, Reggie. People are
they're
saying
lost,
both,
brother.
to be fair.
They're lost. How can it be both?
People,
a lot of Arabs say
people don't have a singular identity. They can be Arab and Muslim all at the same time, Reggie.
What's more ethnic cleansing than that? They don't even know what
they can be. They can be Berber, they can be Arab and Muslim all at the same time.
Nah, they're not Arabs.
Yeah, they can.
They're a country that is in Africa, on the continent of Africa, and they forgot, and they're calling themselves Arabs. Like this is what you call ethnic
Arab speaking.
They're ethnically cleansed. They've been invaded and they've forgotten their identity, and now they identify with Arabs.
Is it for you to tell them how to identify?
They're lost.
Is that for you to do? Is that for you to do?
No.
Tell them how to identify. Is that your job?
It's the simple fact that your Arab supremacy has now taught them how to identify as Arab. You know what I'm saying?
That's irrelevant.
It's not
I'm
irrelevant.
talking to you about you using Christian countries in Europe as an example of Christendom, which is based on ethnically cleansing their own population based on religion for over 100 years.
Ethnically cleansing them.
Ethnically cleansing. Go and look up how many Muslims lived in Hungary 100 years ago. And what happened to those people? Why have they disappeared off the face of the earth? They were killed by their own people. Every time there was a war, First World War, Second World War, instead of attacking other countries, they killed their own people.
You mean like your Boko Haram? You mean like your Boko Haram?
Do. Christians are known for doing that, bro. You in Europe.
Nigeria.
Boko Haram, Al Shabaab.
Hold on. Since when was Khan Nigerian, bro? When did that happen?
No, they're his brothers. He's not Nigerian. They're his brothers in Islam. You know what I'm saying? They forget that they're Nigerian and remember that they're Islamic, and they start killing their own black people.
You're one of those ones. You was Christian before you were black. I get it. You're one of those ones. My bad.
I was Christian before I was black. It's so random.
Well, you put your Christianness over your blackness every time. So I'd assume that you must have been Christian before you were black. I put my blackness over my Israelite, or in fact, I can't really with Israelite, but as far as Christian, definitely I'd put black first because I was black before I was anything else. And I was born this way, same way I was born an Israelite. But you weren't born no Christian, bro.
Yeah, I don't know. This it seems to be a common theme that you lot need to try and somehow reassure yourselves of your identity and your personality. But for me, it doesn't matter what you lot say in
No,
terms of
I
like.
just want to reassure myself that you are all about white people, innit? You don't like black people. That's why you would make a silly statement like black people die quicker than white people. Yeah, but we know if we put black people and white people in the same environment, the black people outlive them every single time on every front. Even if you want to start talking your Asian talk, and all, the Asians are doing so well. They leave so much money for their family. And hold on, brother, did you realize that Asians die quicker than black people too? Did you know in India the life expectancy is lower than the life expectancy in Jamaica? Are you joking?
The irony is,
you chat shit, bro. And I think that we need to stop. We need to stop talking to this guy, man. Certain times, man.
True. I'm not going to take lectures on loving my community from a guy who's been on this platform not so long ago and said that he hates black people. He's actually come on here and said he hates black people, and now he's coming on here.
What about you can't face your own music. You can't face your own music. You're gonna play what about, brother? You're showing your true nature now. And this is the thing. If you can't even respond to the statement like fairly, and you want to do whataboutism, and you want to talk about what someone did last week and what they did last year, then brother, you're just showing that you're the most disingenuous person to ever touch the panel. There's no point in us conversating with you because you're never gonna be genuine. You're not genuinely trying to have the conversation. You're trying to create confusion because you look bad, innit? And I'm not here to argue with you, so I'm gonna just not talk to you no more. If you got anything to finish on, I'd like to talk to Black Jesus Minister, if that's okay.
Yeah, let's do that, man, Shifa.
That's if he's here when he's ready to speak. Black Jesus Minister, when you're ready, I did have a something I wanted to talk to you about, brother. If you're still there.
Yeah. It's mad. Yeah, man. Like, no one needs to prove how much they're for black people or not for black people. You know what I'm saying? Like, you just need to go and put the work in. You know what I'm saying? Just do your work. We don't need to come here and have a debate over
what
who's
have you
more
done for black people. What work have you done? Please share the work. What work have you done for black people? Because you're saying do the work, put the work in. What work have you actually done, though, brother?
Brother, I've spoken about these things.
Could you please answer the question, Reg? Could you please answer the question?
I'm trying to answer. You're very animated.
Brother, what work have you done? I'm waiting to see it.
As I said, no one needs to come. People just need to put the work in. You get what I'm saying? And when the work is done, then other people can comment on what they're doing. You get what I'm saying? It's not for me to come out here and start saying, "Oh, I've done this, I've done that." You know what I'm saying? It's all for people's ego.
I asked you to come out here and say you've done this and you've done that. I asked you specifically, what is it that you have actually done for anyone else other than yourself? Talk to us, brother, in the black community.
So for starters, I went to a melanated country, predominantly black country, right? And I got myself a nationality that identifies with my people, that lets people know that I'm part of a particular people. You get what I'm saying? I didn't just stick with the white man's European passport, which so many have done here. You get what I'm saying? And the reason I managed to do that is by getting myself over to my place of origin and doing what I needed to do to get accustomed and to get certified. You get what I'm saying?
That's actually brilliant. That is good. I fully support that.
And I've done that in the process.
Yeah, but at least you know there's a process.
Yeah, there's a process. You have to be able to.
Why? Because there was a time that you never did it.
No. I've always had it. I've always had it and it expired.
How can you always had it? No, you have to get it the first time at what, maybe 10, 11 years old. Yeah, your first passport. Yeah, because maybe you might need to travel, right? And then you get it, right? Which is cool, right? Yeah.
I got it very young.
What point is that though? Because remember, it's still a Commonwealth country, and that passport is effectively still part of Britain.
Yeah, and being part of Britain does not mean that a lot of people in the country are not going to still get on with their life and do what is important.
Right. Because why? Because Nigerians themselves do not need passports until they're ready to travel. So there's a lot of Nigerians. There'll be loads of Nigerians in Nigeria who would never imagine of getting a passport because there's no need. You know what I'm
Yeah,
saying?
and
They're
for
not
me,
traveling. They're not going to be able to leave the country, or maybe they don't even want to. You got to remember that as well. Only the wealthy can leave a country, bro. So you've got to check your people's resume and see if they're involved with the political system in Nigeria, which is basically British. So it would allow them to come over here. This is why we have an embassy. This is why we have Nigerian House and all of that in the middle of central London. Come on, bro.
But what I want to know, Mike, is that as an evangelist, as a person who's trying to spread the
oh my
word,
God, going back
what
there again.
makes him think?
Let me respond
What,
to Schiffer.
what,
Schiffer's
1 minute,
main.
man. What makes him think that Muslims want to
Why
hear
would you
his
ask
message?
you?
What makes him think that he's got something for Muslims, though? I don't understand. You want to go to Muslim countries and spread Christianity, but they don't really want to hear about it.
But you know what it is, my brother? You have to be informed and up to date with information. Then you won't make silly statements that Boko Haram is Nigerian. When you would know that they come from Chad, a country neighboring Nigeria, out of the forests of Chad into the country, the towns on the border inside Nigeria to come to kidnap, young ladies and all of this type of stuff. And they're just coming in and out, in and out. They're insurgents. That's the word used, insurgents. So really, they have no origins in what we're calling Nigeria. But their ideology and philosophy is definitely related to the Middle East. And
they're riddled all over northern Nigeria. If you type in Boko Haram, Nigeria will come up straight away. So
you learned something today, Richie.
So for me, it's very.
They're from Chad, my brother. They come out the forest of Chad, and Chad borders Nigeria. Like, stop it, man. Little information that you should know. So when you're throwing slurs and blah blah blah, and you talk about Al-Shabaab is not even African. You can hear the Middle Eastern fuckery going on with that. Yeah. So we know that a lot of Africans are Arabized. They've taken a particular ideology and did it because these insurgents, these little groups and all of that, they're not even with conventional or mainstream Islam. It's got nothing to do with it. This is just political wranglings under the guise of a supposed religious banner.
That's right.
Yeah? This is what we talk about, ISIS and Daesh and all of that.
This
is not got nothing to do with anyone's deen in this country, in those countries, or anyone else.
That's it.
Well, you learn every day, Reggie, man. Come on, man.
It's mad how these lot, like, they've got these very strong beliefs and they don't really invest any time and energy into learning, like, even their own position. It's like Dave's come on here and he's saying stupid things like, oh, if people want to leave the Commonwealth, I'm happy to back them. Oh, they can be independent. Rare. And you're saying to him, yeah, but your country's going to collapse. You're going to lose money. Your economy is going to go down. He's like, oh, I don't care. It's like, are these people real? Are you real? What world are you living in?
Maybe they don't care. Maybe they just want you gone. Simple as that.
But wanting it and practically being able to achieve that in a realistic manner is two completely different things. It's not realistic for England to disband the Commonwealth and tell everyone, "Oh, go and make your own money."
They came out
of Chad. Is that the mafia, bro? Is that the mafia saying to you, "We don't want to take a cut out of your earnings"? No. It's mad.
They're foreign insurgents in all of these countries, all of these East African countries, especially Somalia, where it's obvious at one stage. Yeah, that all of these surgeons, these Al-Shabaabs, these Daesh, all of that is coming into the country of Africa coastally, and some of these countries are fighting them coastally. Yeah, this is definitely a truth. So how can you say, oh yeah, they're not from Chad, they're majorly in Nigeria? No, they majorly come and attack us in Nigeria, but they're coming from the forests of Chad. Yeah, but we don't know from beyond that. Hold on, beyond that. Obviously, they come from somewhere else to even get into Chad, because Chad is not as a stable country as Nigeria. No way.
No, it can't be.
No way. So it's obvious that people can go in there, do what the hell they want, have terrorist groups in the country, taking over the country like the Taliban. We've got the same systems in Africa. You know what I mean? That people coming in there, yeah, we're taking over now. You ain't got no leader like that. These are simple. These are what these European CIA, and other parties. Because who can hire terrorists other than governments and stuff? It's not none of us. It's not a society. The Nigerian people don't say, "Oh, we need Boko Haram," or "Can we hire Boko Haram?" You know what I mean? If anyone was going to say that, it'd be the government.
The maddest thing for me is any ideology that's going to align Reggie and Dave on one platform has got to be questioned. How is Dave and Reggie coming together on one belief system? It's just to me, it's just mind-boggling. It's crazy.
Reggie don't know Dave. You know what I mean?
Oh no,
It's
he knows. He spends a lot of time.
No,
with
I'm
these
saying
people.
Reggie don't know Dave like, you know, like the rest of us. We know Dave. Like, we know Dave before Reggie. So what I'm saying is, we can give you the back record and the history of Dave Smith, for example. You know what I mean? The days when he used to turn on his camera, the days where he used to sit there and drink John Smith's just like Randy. Right? This is a person we know to drink while he's having a conversation with man. And yeah, we've known him for years, man. He's a dick. Always been, man. You know what I mean? And he keeps changing his point of view. Like a lot of these racists and far right and all of these guys were doing back in the day. They've seen the frailty of following Tommy Robbins. Oh, I don't follow him no more. That's your business. But you did.
You did.
So you're culpable. So sure.
That's right.
You know what I mean? Right. Yeah, instead of you to say, all right, I put my hands up, I backed the wrong horse. No. You're going to stand firm, steadfast, and then you're going to add Reggie to it, which is fine.
Oh my God.
Because if anyone ever looked like a cheerleader, it would be Reggie. But not for the right causes. You know what I mean?
The fact is, they burned Nigeria. They burned a Nigerian Christian in northern Nigeria for speaking ill or speaking something against their beloved prophet. And you guys have got no smoke for that kind of thing. You know what I'm saying? No Alba for that.
Wait, Reggie, are you on about the one that was on WhatsApp in a group chat with the students?
I don't know about WhatsApp, but she was on. It's quite well. It's in Google. You can find
we covered it on the channel, Reggie.
Because if you're on about that and not having
I think someone asked you. I think someone.
I distinctly remember the stream where we went into that and Jed himself, the fucking Nigerian, was so disgusted. And I remember Matthew too. I remember all of us. So please don't fucking lie again, innit?
No, I'm not lying. I'm telling you.
We do more work than you. Hold on, we do more work than you in investigating things that are going on in the world that we live in and the times that we live in. So we do that work. Hold on 1 second, and you're allowed to come here and voice your opinion on said subjects. Sometimes you're just not here when we're discussing these subjects, and then you want to group us together and say, some people jump on this panel, some people do this, some people do that. So what, Reggie?
It's sloppy, Reggie. Very sloppy.
You say reckless things out of your mouth and don't want to claim responsibility for it.
Yeah,
and that's the only thing we hold you to account for. I don't even wrong you for having your own point of view.
Exactly.
You know what I mean? I'm not that person. Do you get what I'm saying? I like to hear it, and then we can debate it, and we can do. You know, minus the cheek and all of that. Car, we know we're from the same country. You know what I mean? And we're even though we're from the same country, we're coming from similar backgrounds. Yeah, but it seems that your generational wealth is more visible here, where my wealth is back there. And then if any wealth I've got here is what I have made, which is black excellence.
Original.
You know what I'm saying? Just surviving in England is black excellence, is Turkish excellence, is white excellence, is all sorts of excellence. Yeah, everybody can take that bracket now. Since you want to do that, since other people want to do black betterment, and I'm saying, black betterment is just you surviving, being able to sit down and have these ideas and say, you know what, we need to get all our black businesses, and no one has a black business, not me. Who's had multiple businesses. I've never had a black business. The business might be black owned, owned by a black man. That's about it. But no one needs to know that. And we know even in the corporate world, you don't even see the pictures and identity of some of these CEOs. It's top secret. They're private. They don't want people to know their business. You know what I mean? And I'm saying with my business, even, it has got to be neutral. It has got to be international. It's got to be available to all because of the country I'm in. I'm not the predominant. And even if I was the predominant and it was mainly my people in this country, I don't think I would have that type of attitude anyway. Because they don't over there. Yeah, their dealings with any countries is international. Africans are international. Yeah, they have international corporations and all of that where they deal with Chinese and all of these other different people. They have travel, tourism, and all of these things that they've had for a long time. So when you talk about infrastructure and how Africa is at the moment, like, bro, you just need to go there and live or something. Because there's a lot of false statements being made and it's not necessarily true. You know what I mean? But you caught in onto the Dave thing, that's your business, man.
Reggie, I do wonder why you don't hold yourself to a higher standard. Like, why is it you think you could come on here and waffle it on and everyone's just going to take it for granted that you're telling the truth and not question you or not ask you for Dalil? Because every time you're pressed, you fail. And then you don't learn your lesson. You still do the same thing again and again. And it's like you made yourself look like
you're just piggybacking.
1 minute, bro. Can I just finish my point? Because I'm speaking for your benefit, innit? Yeah. I'm saying that you've discredited yourself, basically. If that's the correct word, it's discredited. Do you know what I mean? Because you could have come here as a complete stranger and no one would have had nothing against you. Like we said, like, we don't care that you're Christian. We don't care that you're an evangelist. Like, there's Christian evangelists, innit? Like, there's people that push this position that you hold, right? And they have the right to that position. But the way how you're coming, with no Dalil for anything you say, very biased, aligned yourself with some dubious characters, you fully discredited yourself, my bro. And I don't know why you've done that, because I can see these other brothers, like Sniper, for example, just feel the embarrassment to know that you're one of them.
You're talking nonsense, bro. You're talking.
That is a fact. That is a fact. That is an observable fact. That is an observable fact. Yeah, we don't hate you. We don't.
There's
You
people
definitely
with more wilder positions than Reggie, right?
What you're doing, kissing ass usual, Kanye. You're kissing
But I'm saying, Reggie, there's people that have got more crazy belief systems than you. There's people that have got more outlandish positions than you, but yet they don't come across as so incredible.
You're just coming here kissing a load of ass as usual and trying to jump on other people's bandwagon. You know what I'm saying? At the end of the day, I've come on here, I've made my premise, it's been very clear. You get what I'm saying? The standard of living for black people in this country is obviously well, I wouldn't say the standard of living, but the mortality rate is higher than the mortality rate for those in Africa.
But you haven't proven that. Where's the evidence for that?
I don't, people can go and do, if you have to ask for evidence.
You evidence for his point in about 3 minutes. Where's your evidence?
Brother, we're not, if we start asking for evidence for every single point that's
not everything. Not everything.
We haven't got all day, brother. You know what I'm saying? If you want to know the mortality rate for people in Africa, you can Google search it. You know what I'm saying? It's not the mortality rate for black people in this country, they said it's 80 something. You know what I'm saying? They said it's 80 something. The mortality rate for black people in Africa is significantly lower.
I feel like the different countries and regions would have quite a difference. Like,
there is variation.
I don't know why you'd even start comparing the two.
It's not variation, Reggie. It's like,
they're still
speak over you, but I'm gonna go ahead anyway. You don't have a scientific background. You don't seem to understand even what variables are. You can't compare apples and oranges. You can't compare England, which is a country, to Africa, which is a continent. You're saying, oh, people's life expectancy back home. I'm sure that if I went and made the effort, I could find a place in Africa where people would outlive English people and black people in England by far.
My normal grandma died at 96. 86, right, in this country, right? And my great-grandmother died at 128 in Nigeria. So
that's mashallah.
Please, my brother. And she has sisters that are still alive that are way past a century. So please, I don't know what you're talking about.
Yeah, and what acts are you grinding? Like, you're making this point, but what is the
Africa is not a monolith, my brother. It's not a
Where's
monolith.
the
You can't
bias
say it's
coming
Africa.
from?
Bias? What are you talking about bias? I don't even know what you're on about. Like, you're
Not
just rambling
bias. You
nonsense.
just got to see people who, you know, like who
Reggie.
buck statistics, and that's the problem. Every time we bring statistics, remember that it's only a percentage. They're not going around and 1, 2, 3 every member of the population. They're not doing that, bro. They're taking a percentage, a small percentage, based on statistics via the country, via birth certificates, via death rates. But you know what I mean? These are what they're getting the data from. You know what I mean? And that in Nigeria already presents a problem because not everybody is registered. Not everybody is under the government system. It's so vast and so big. This whole regions where that has no significance. Yeah. What they've tried to do, as I said, they bring a governor of the state into your area, and then you can do all of those things there. Do you know what I'm saying? While they're collating data, yeah, to send back to who? To their taskmasters. Remember, your Commonwealth country, so the person who owns your country is Britain.
Is what it is, bro. Is what it is. You know, they say don't hate the player, hate the game.
So stats for me is really annoying because even that one that Schiffer just brought was based on a 2011 census. Come on, brother. We're in 2022, almost 2023. We'll hear that shit.
And a lot of shit's happened.
That all throughout the death rate would have changed.
Definitely. COVID, Movid, all them things.
All them things. You know what I mean? So like I need some stats from yesterday. But I never get that.
It's hard.
I'm always
it's
gonna
hard.
get to 2020. You know what I mean? If I get 2020, I'll
The
be
thing is,
lucky.
what people don't realize, Snipes, when you go on Google and you Google something, things come up in a certain order, and sometimes you got to trawl through a lot of shit to get the exact thing that you want.
Yeah.
But on this YouTube thing, people ain't got time. They just grab the first thing that pops up and just try to run with it.
Hence the word lazy being used.
Yeah, very
I
sloppy,
get it.
very
Makes
sloppy
sense,
researching.
yeah.
You know, like you got to remember, researching's its own field. Like people get paid for researching things,
Right?
You know,
It's a
and they're
job for
professional
someone.
researchers. Yeah, it's someone's job.
It's someone's
Like, it's
job.
not some half-assed thing you can do.
Yeah,
Do you know what I mean?
But even the end results are half-assed. And they
Exactly.
admit it.
Yeah,
They're
it's
like,
not
oh,
an
we
it's not an
estimate,
exact
oh,
science. It's never an exact
we
science.
estimate, or we thing, or you know,
Yeah.
like
Yeah.
these words they use that let us know clearly
Yeah.
that this can't be 100% of what it is. You know what I mean?
That's right.
And then once we overstand the process, once you say a survey, or once you say a statistic, which will be based on a survey, collecting data. That's what they do.
That's
Now,
right.
in these other countries, there's a method and a system of doing it, but it's not foolproof.
Never.
Right. Because they've got kingdoms, regimes that have been in existence before this supposed independence and government forming.
That's right.
In these various countries. You know what I mean? So here's what it is, man. You just got to know the politics, man. Political
But
science.
you know what? Big up yourself, Reggie. You've come a long way, like since back in the day. Like you've
Innit?
really put
He
a lot
was
of
proper
effort.
ignorant. He was proper ignorant.
Yeah, he's come a long way, but like I don't think you've really got the self-awareness to realize that like everyone's onto you. Do you know what I mean? So you put yourself in the firing line and you don't realize that everyone can just see your faults and the missing parts of your argument, and you just come out into the arena thinking that you got some bulletproof argument, but you haven't, because you really haven't put the effort in. You haven't done the homework. You haven't done
You're
the
a
reading.
donut. You're a donut. Every argument I put forward here has been clearly demonstrated. You got what I'm saying?
Reggie,
And
you don't even know how to evaluate evidences. You don't know what evidence outweighs another evidence. Like these are things that we learn at uni, right? Like if you've got a science degree, you'll know all this statistics and all that. Like half of it is based on that. You know, the actual science that you're studying, be it chemistry or nutrition, doesn't make a difference. The science is the basics. So when someone like
what are you even on about? You're talking nonsense. You're talking about science.
It's like a foreign language to you. You don't understand what I'm saying because you don't have that scientific background.
It sounded incoherent. Like, what point are you trying to make? You're talking about science. What is the conversation?
You don't have a background in statistics in reading and understanding the data that's being collected. You don't have that background.
Statistics is not a scientific.
Of course it is. You could do a degree on statistics alone. Statistics is a big thing. It's a big field.
It is a science still.
Of course, we're talking about this numpty.
Not in the science.
Absolute numpty.
You guys are just
investigation.
Listen. The scientific method, is based on data, and that is the only thing that is factual in the situation.
Exactly. That's the only factual part out of the whole thing.
You guys are donuts. The fact is, statistic.
Reggie, this is the thing with you that I've noticed about you, Reggie. You are disrespectful. You don't respect people that are older than you, more educated than you. You only respect your pastor.
Statistics.
Everyone else is a charlatan. Everyone else is a liar. Everyone else is a demon. Everyone else is this and that. Yeah, you've been indoctrinated into following certain people in your life.
Take the cape off. All I'm saying is that statistics is about numeracy. Is more mathematical equations. It's a STEM subject, but it's not a science like that.
Brother. Mathematics is the language of science.
This guy's you're very weird.
The first rule of science is something has to be measurable.
You couldn't say nothing.
It's measured in units. Units are what? Numbers.
Straight. Oh, come on, man. Yeah, you can't even do physics without numbers. There's so many things you can't do without numbers.
We weren't even on about science, you know. We're on about just deciphering fucking information when it's presented.
Yeah, no,
even that.
Data, what? Yeah, data, information. What do you want?
Data is related to mathematics. It's related to mathematics.
What?
Right.
Data is related to actually the thing you're studying, to the facts.
Yeah, he means data collection. He meant to say the data collection.
Yeah, but I'm saying that even the data collection they tell you is not 100%. So say there's 100%.
Can never be 100%. Can never be 100%.
Say if it's 100% of the population, only 25% were under that survey, right? And that's what it is, Reggie. And sometimes it's even less than that. I'm giving it 25, being generous. I'm saying like 10%, 5%. They've done these surveys because I never got no surveys for none of this shit ever. Yeah, so they must be taking it another way.
Reggie, you know in nutrition we use BMI. Yeah.
Yep. And your BMI must be overweight. I'm 100%.
Yeah,
sure,
obviously I'm overweight. Yeah, obviously that goes without saying. But 60% of the population is overweight. But you know what? You can't use BMI for all ethnicities. Because BMI doesn't show you the difference between fat and muscle, right? And the people who cannot really even be used in BMI studies, which they didn't include, is black women, right? So when a white scientist goes to Africa and starts measuring people's BMI and start trying to tell them about their health status, you got to remember they're referring to charts from the Victorian era where even the white people were skinnier and had less muscle. Now you're trying to compare that to modern day people, and especially people of a different ethnicity with a different way of laying fat down on their body. Their body shape's different because they put fat on different places. Their musculature is different. Their bone density is different, right? You can't use BMI for those people. Do you understand? Right. So it cannot be, when we're looking at science, you can't have it 100%. You got to look at the methodology. Right? If you don't understand the methods, if you don't understand the units of measure, even, right? You can't interpret that data, even if you've got perfect data collection. That's just one example. That's just one example I'm giving you.
No, my brother, you're rambling.
I'm giving you an example.
Reggie.
Yeah, I'm listening.
Can you answer the question? What's your perception of God?
My best God is that he is omnipotent, omniscience, omnipresent, and he's unlimited.
Omnipotent, omnipresent.
Does he hold on? Does he talk to people?
Omniscient.
Does he appear to people?
Yeah, he communicates with people. Yeah.
Oh, he does.
Yeah.
Has he communicated with you?
Yeah, he has. I would say he has.
Oh, and what language? What voice? What was going on? What do you sound
No,
like?
I say that it's communicated with me in I wouldn't say that the voice, or sorry, I'll say that it's communicated with me in a sense that he's shown me signs, and he's shown me wonders, and he's given me inclination as to what I should do and what I shouldn't do.
So and that's proving that was God, right? You're saying that's the proof.
For me, that's adequate proof. For you,
Adequate proof that God exists. One, he talks to you through things.
Signs.
No, he talks to you not directly, but through things, through signs. Thank you. Through things that he shows to you, right? He exposes to you, like, yeah, boom, a cup that drops down from the side. That was God, right? Is that what you're saying? Communicating with you
through signs and wonders. Yes, through signs and wonders.
Wonders.
Yeah.
What's wonders now? Let's go. Let's deal with that.
Wonders are divine interventions, miracles.
Miracles, yeah.
Things that the unexpected things that you see.
So I mean, have you experienced any miracles in your lifetime?
Yeah, I would say that I've experienced miracles. Yeah, I have.
No,
yeah.
have you experienced God performing miracles? Stop your
Yeah,
nonsense.
from my belief, yeah, I've seen.
Where?
I've seen that.
When? Where? Please give us
When
one example.
I've seen multiple times. I've seen people come in with illnesses, two of the same illnesses, and I've seen one die and one survive, like with the same treatment. And for me, that's a miracle that the one managed to.
Sorry, you're not hearing yourself. Treatment.
Yeah, intervention.
Hospital. Hold on 1 second. Yeah, getting a medical procedure done by who?
A doctor.
Right. So then, where's God in this?
Well, God is the one that for me, God is the one that made the treatment to be able to work.
No, God is the one that made the individuals that made the treatment to work, right? Because you remember you said God is omnipresent. He doesn't really intervene in our day-to-day lives, obviously. Otherwise, there'll be no disasters. There'll be none of the things we're talking about and all of the things you're bringing up and all this white supremacy and all of this. God would have dealt with that. We don't need to worry because some of you are going to church every Sunday, to alleviate some of these human problems. Now, which is a bit weird for me because unless like you only seem to praise God when things are good, when things are going bad, then what happens?
No, we're not taught to only praise God when things are good. The Bible says clearly that.
Oh yeah.
No, the Bible is clear. The Bible says that you should praise Him through the good and the bad times. There's verses for that, but I won't get them right now. But
no,
there
when
are
you're in a war. So sorry, when you're in a war in a Bible, you heard them singing Hosanna in the highest, right? Is that what you're saying?
No, there are multiple. Even in
there was no singing. There was no singing, bro. Stop it. There was no praising. There was no praising of God. Yeah. Where's the time? Like, what are we doing here? You go into a battle and then start praying, you're going to die.
No, I'm telling
you.
you.
Where is the appearance of your God that you're talking about? Because right now it's sounding like a myth. And you're telling lies. You're lying on God, talking about you can hear God's voice and God has been working miracles and He's shown you particular stuff. You directly.
Yeah, God is still moving. In terms of like for example, whenever I come on here and I heard black degeneracy and I'm able to really withstand the black degeneracy that goes on in here, and then I'm able to propel my black excellence, and I'm able to see God able to put envy and jealousy into the hearts of my what would I call it? My adversaries. You know what I'm saying?
So why doesn't God put joy? Yeah, joy and happiness into those people. Why can't God do that? Why does He have to put enmity and do? What is He doing? What is this? No, this is not God's work. God has made you with all the skills and capabilities you need to survive. That's what the book says, right?
Yeah, for His people.
That's what.
So we've seen in the Bible.
And then what's God's words? It says in the Bible, God helps those who help themselves.
Amen.
So show me where you're doing that. Show me where you're doing that. If you're going to church to pray to God, you're not helping yourself. Yeah.
No,
and in reality, you need.
Brother, you're not trying to learn.
I feel that God helps those who help other people. I feel that. That sounds more feasible. It's better mathematics, right?
Well,
because at the end of the day, you don't need God to rely on. You need human beings. You need the kindness and the thing of human beings, because those are the ones who are going to cause you harm.
What do you mean? I don't understand what you're saying there. Are you saying that we need to rely on human beings?
You need to rely on yourself. Yeah, God's helped those who help themselves. What does that mean to you?
It doesn't mean I have to rely on myself. Well, no. If you rely on yourself, you're not. I mean, I know you like to feel that you're perfect and you're able.
No,
to
you're
do
saying you're relying on who are you relying on? Something you've never seen, touched, tasted, smelt thing. How are you? What?
I'm relying on something. I'm relying on something with a proven record, because God was there in the beginning and He was there in the end. He's been through. He's bulldozed many caliphates. He's bulldozed so many atheists and agnostics. He's bulldozed so many African spiritual systems. You know what I mean? He predates them. And he's,
hold on.
He's
How
also
you gonna say
gone
bulldozer. Hold on. Why you say bulldozer when they still exist? When these people still exist, whether they believe in your version of what you think it is or not. So then God has no bearing on their mindset and It's just whether they believe in your particular thing or not. So then there's nothing to do with God here. God is absent from that situation. Let's be honest. It's all humans. It's all human beings. Humans writing books. Humans making quotes and all of this type of thing, right? Because they say that these religions are subjective. They say there's no compunction in religion, yeah? And some of us say that we're not even religious, that it's our way of life. And that's what you should have in this world, a way of life, a way of living, a way of being is much easier than all this other complicated doing rituals, bloodletting, all of this type of stuff to no avail. No one's going to suddenly appear in front of you, God, and you're going to have to think. An angel hasn't even appeared in front of you. So we're going to have to wonder if this is actually a true story.
No, brother.
You know
the fact of the matter is, the Black Christians are the most successful people of the Black community. The Christian community as a whole is the most successful community on the globe as a whole. You get what I'm saying? So God is moving. You get what I'm saying? It's you lot that need to prove to me.
God.
Prove to us. You know what I'm saying? No, it's the works of
That's
God,
not
brother.
God. Who's the holder?
It's the works of God. Works of God who has instilled in us a way of life and instilled a confidence in us, in our Creator, that whenever we go about doing things, that we have the intervention of the Most High and we have the approval of the Most High in doing it to the most excellent capacity that we have within ourselves. You get what I'm saying?
My brother, listen to this. Listen to
We
this. Listen to this.
to acknowledge that God is behind their success. You know what I'm saying? That's why most of these Americans that you look up to, you know what I mean? Yeah, those Americans that you look up to will tell you the first, whenever they go up onto the podium, they'll say, first of all, they want to thank God, and then they want to thank this person. You know what I'm saying? That's how it works, my brother. Now that we've got a new movement of atheists now that's saying, oh, well, we don't know whether it's God, whether it's spiritual system, whether it's this or that. You know what I'm saying? Y'all can go on with your confusion, brother, but don't try
I feel everybody is entitled to their own point of view on how they see God and the Creator. Now, yeah, you say that God is infinite, omnipresent, and all of this, but then you limit God with your mindset, with what you're saying, bro. Because I'm quoting from the Bible for you, yeah, and you're not getting it still. Yeah, you still have to take responsibility for your own actions. Stop putting it on God when it's good or bad. Yeah, you saying it, you should praise God all the time, but you're not doing that. That's not what happens. You wait, you do all this fuckery during the week, and then wait till Saturday or Sunday to go and, ask for forgiveness. Now that system is a system of cheating and laziness. Yeah, just like this system that we live in. Always relying on something. Oh, they want to give you benefits. They want to give you this. They want to give you that. It's actually making you fucking retarded or disabled. Because we're more like children. Hold on. We're more like children than adults because we're not taking care of ourselves. We're relying on a government to govern over us, yeah, who says they are a Christian country, but yet they're committing the most atrocities and God hasn't said anything.
You're projecting lies, brother.
Awful,
You're
man.
projecting
Awful,
lies.
man.
You're projecting lies. This
awful, man.
I don't remember.
Go on, Zulu. Go on, Zulu.
I don't remember the last. God, well, anyway, go after Zulu.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, Reggie, I think your opinions on the borders and the people coming in and all that, I think it's very unbiblical and very unchristlike. You know, you're supposed to care for the strangers that are surging among you. And obviously, we don't just let anyone in to cause havoc. They must abide by the laws, the statutes, and commandments, even in the book of Leviticus and many other passages. But we definitely have this duty to care for other people because every single human being is the image of God. So when you harm another human being, you are harming the image of God. When there's a human being that is starving or that is struggling and you do not help them, it's as if you've left God without anything. So this is from the Bible, by the way. Every single thing I'm saying. So
on, man.
As a Christian, which is even more, you know, loving and caring, because this ain't Old Testament type thing. This is like New Testament type thing where Jesus even says, right? If someone hits you on the right cheek, you give them the left cheek. So it's even more loving, right? You should be opposed to not letting people in. You should be saying, nah, let them in. These guys are going through all this turmoil. Let them in. Help them out. But you're doing the exact opposite of what the Bible says.
Brother Zulu, I know you don't want to address Matthew and his dismissing of the Lord and Savior Jesus Christ, but I'll address your point. The fact is, we can't.
Sorry.
Can't,
your interpretation.
In my church, brother Zulu, we don't have an LGBT friendly kind of environment, so we don't just embrace anybody coming into
LGBT environment.
Yeah, I'm
Some
saying
of your
that
thing is LGBT. What are you talking about?
What's that got to do with what I just said?
I'm saying
your church supports it.
I'm saying that the Islamic faith is an antichrist spirit, my brother. So when you say that we should accept anybody coming into this land or into our spaces, it's not exactly entirely true, brother. Because if you know that they're going to bring any kind of antichrist spirit.
You're just downing on Abraham. You just
downing
on Abraham.
Hold on, brother. Hold on, guys. Let me ask you a question, Reggie. Are the Egyptians, Reggie, were the Egyptians an antichrist religion or civilization?
Yeah, they were.
So how come the Bible says? God says to the Israelites, "Do not abhor the Egyptian, for you are a stranger in their lands, and do not abhor the Edomite." Why does it say that in the Bible?
Yeah.
You explain to me why is it alluding to that?
The reason why I'm quoting that is because regardless of what their religion is, we are to care and treat them like fellow men. We're not supposed to put them down or separate ourselves from them because of their religion, because it is us who is supposed to spread what we believe to them. How can you spread what you believe to them if you cast them away or you separate yourselves from them? You're supposed to go into the world, right?
I'm saying that they should come in, but they should put down their wicked ideologies, and they should not be practicing their ideologies in the land where Christ reigns supreme. You get what I'm saying?
So all the other ideologies like Sikhism, Hinduism, atheism, which you know are thriving in these countries, should they also do the same and not practice their religions here?
100%.
Why don't you campaign against atheists? Why don't you campaign against Hindus, Sikhs, all these other religions? But you seem to be more focused on Islam.
Sorry. Who made the devil?
You're going somewhere else again.
Who made the devil?
Can you answer the question, Reggie, that I said, please?
Who made the devil, my brother? If it's
it's
not God. Who made evil if it's not God?
Yeah,
what are we
that's
doing
not the
here,
point.
my brother?
That's not the point I'm making, guys.
Not you. Sorry, Zulu. I'm just asking Reggie. You know what I mean? But you want to answer your point. Go on. Answer. Sorry, Zulu's point. Sorry, Zulu.
Yeah.
Just had to say that because he's.
I just want him to understand why the fixation on Islam. That's all I'm trying.
No, I'm saying that. I'm saying maybe
Abrahamic religion. Bad thing.
No, it's predominantly because we are facing a Islamic audience, and we're trying to get them saved. You get what I'm saying? So we have to address the audience, right? So if it was a Hindu audience,
hold on. You think the majority of the people listening are Muslim?
No, I say there's a significant amount of people in this audience that are Muslim, and that's why the talk sometimes. Even look today, I haven't even tried to talk about. Brother, I haven't tried to talk about Islam much, but Khan has brought us to Islam multiple occasions.
You
so
and
yes,
Dave.
You may not have spoken about Islam today, but you've spoken about it many other times. So this is why it's become a topic for us to discuss.
Brother
Zulu,
Zulu,
your character online,
you have been
to speak on Islam, right?
You have been to Speaker's Corner, brother, and
you don't speak on the Talmud. You don't speak on Orthodox Judaism.
Where are the Jews? Where are the Jews?
Which you've already been told what they actually believe in their texts.
You're doing what about us? And where are the Jews here to talk about the Talmud? Which Jew is here to represent?
They own this whole. They own this whole platform, bro. They own YouTube.
Oh, it's Jedi Talmud. Jedi following the Talmud.
They own YouTube.
Oh, right. But I mean, who's coming to rebuttal? Like, which Jew is here to come and give their opinion?
Come on, my brother.
Or you want me to have a monologue?
Your focus is on a small group. They're not even in control.
A small group.
Running the world. You think Muslims are running the world?
1.9 billion is a small group, brother.
Oh my gosh, bro, you're so confused. You think 1 billion Muslims out of the how many billions of people on this planet are running the world?
I didn't say they're running the world.
Exactly.
We wrestle.
So why is your focus on a small group of people in comparison to the people actually
deal with the principalities? Yes, deal with them.
Deal with the principalities. The principalities are using you lot on this platform.
But you're siding with them.
They love it when you lot talk about them, brother. That's it.
Oh
they love it when
you don't understand.
Because you lot never
your
talk
religious
about
views. Hold on, forget your religious views. Yeah, politically, you're siding with them. Those are the ones that have the institutions and the governments that we live and reside in these countries.
And if you think they're pro-Christian, you're definitely dismayed because these same Jays, they're the most anti-Christian when you read their texts. And what they believe.
You talk about.
I said it earlier.
Zulu, you talk about the Jays a lot. Why can't you talk about the Jews and I talk about the Muslims?
I talk about all of them. I talk about any group of people, right, that are trying to control the world and to basically cause turmoil in human society. That's who I talk about. I don't discriminate like, oh, I'm not going to talk about these guys. But from you, it's always Muslims. We never hear you speaking against is the state of Israel. You're probably pro state of Israel. You're probably pro Israel. You don't care about Palestine.
Are these Europeans all free? Are in control of all three Abrahamic faiths? Are Europeans in control of all the Abrahamic faiths? Let's start with the Roman Catholic Church, right? Boom. Anything Christian, anything any subsection, that's the master.
He won't condemn the Catholic priests, but he will talk about Muhammad and all that, which is hilarious.
Right, and then we got the Jays, who are the owners of the Jays of their J thing.
It seems you're scared or something because everything he's saying, you seem to conform and agree. The fact is,
what am I conforming to, bro?
Maybe they control your
There's
church.
no confirmation in my talk.
Listen.
Church. But my church is not controlled by any European. You know what I'm saying? So the fact
church
is
not controlled by any European. That's a lie.
That's a lie.
You've never been to my church.
And in Europe,
every church pays homage to the Catholic Church. They have meetings with the Catholic Church. They're even talking about bringing the Catholics and Protestants together again to reconcile on their differences. This is part of the New World Order agenda. But you're not privy to this knowledge because all you're focused on is race relations and Islam. That's all you're focused on.
All you're focused on is race relations and making sure that you conform to the people on this platform. That's all you're focused on, brother.
What?
You know what I mean? You can all throw allegations. You know what I'm saying? Nothing you said stands up. You get what I'm saying? Nothing you said about me stands up. I come on here and I wrestle against these wicked ideologies. It's not only Islam. You know what I'm saying? It's any other ideology.
Give an example.
For example, I've gone against the black nationalists here. I've gone against white nationalists. I've gone against...
What white nationalist have you gone against? Whoa.
Never.
What white nationalist have you gone against?
We always side with Jupiter and them. Like, stop it, man.
When Jupiter says the N-word, you don't have nothing to say about it.
Jupiter's not even a white nationalist, but I've gone against Elron.
Really?
I've gone.
Of course she is.
Yes, she
Yeah,
is.
in your opinion, because you lot have obviously
No,
got some,
that's what she said out of her own mouth, my brother.
obviously you got some sort of bias. But the fact is, yeah, I've got against
I've got
white
endless
nationalism.
shows with her confessing this. Like, stop it, man.
I've gone against you. I've gone against you, conformance. You know what I mean? I've gone against everybody. You know what I mean? I've gone against everybody that I feel is speaking in contrary to the word of God. You get what I'm saying? But you, Zulu, you appease all these people because you wanna suck up to them. I don't understand it, bro. You need to think for yourself.
No, I show love to other people regardless of what they believe, which is what Jesus did. You don't seem to do the same.
Yeah, you could show love for people. You have to. You don't mean
No,
you
you
have
don't
to
show love to
for their
anyone. You've come on here many times. You've
People-
called people demons. You've said to me. You've even called me a demon and a devil.
They're people
right?
of the world.
I don't know what
They're
kind of
people of the
takfir
world.
that
You're-
is, because I'm supposed to be a Christian as well. But you're calling me a demon and
Yeah,
devil.
but
So I don't
Yeah,
see
but
how
you're-
you're spreading love.
The fact is, they're people of the world. They're spreading a worldly ideology. You know what I'm saying? So you have to recognize that their ideology. I'm not against anybody. I'm against the ideology. You know what I mean? Simple as that. Be it Islam or be it atheism or be it Hinduism or Sikhism. It's simple, and I think that's very clear.
Yeah,
Y'all
but
just need to make
it's
yourself
not
clear,
helping
bro.
the Christian cause. It's an embarrassment on Christian, and it's embarrassing on the text. Yeah, because if you're not following the tenets of the Bible, then what are you doing, Reggie?
He's following
I'm
a
following.
westernized version of Christianity, which
Thank
is
you.
fixated on propagating white supremacy. He's
Thank
the same
you.
kind of Christian that went around Africa spreading white Jesusism.
Thank you, Mazungu. A
Right.
whole Mazungu out
Yeah,
here.
yeah.
Mad.
Unfortunately, that's the
Yeah.
truth, Reggie.
That is the truth,
No,
bro.
the truth is that you're here to kiss ass, brother. That's it.
You're like
That's
a
the
young
truth.
missionary.
Who do I kiss ass to?
The fact is that you have come here to cape for Maku. Yeah,
I've come
and
here
in
as
the
a
sense-
proud
and
Christian. I've
I-
defended my
Ah,
ideology for many years. I've never conformed to any other ideology. It's just that I
brother,
show love to
you
people regardless of what they believe. You don't seem to
What's
do the
your-
same thing.
up to? What's
You're gonna
showing
have
love
to
got
learn that. You're gonna have to learn that, Reggie.
What's showing
And,
love got to do? At the end of the day, you have
It's
to
just
choose.
no, it's a form of respect, my brother.
You choose
Because
between the
regardless of whatever you're saying, we have to respect each other. Come on, my brother.
Yeah.
As I said, I just mentioned that no matter your ideology, yeah, I still respect you as a human being. You know what I mean? We only argue on ideology, on points that you've made or reckless statements from out of your mouth. That's all we argue about.
I've
We
never
don't
called
argue
you
about personal
degenerate.
stuff.
I've never called you
I don't
degenerate.
care.
I've never called you a demon or devil. But these are all things that you have held against everyone that's spoken to you.
Yeah, because
So,
there is such thing as degeneracy, brother. I know and there's people
And
who
you
have
would
used a lot.
side. You would side with a demon.
And you
Zulu,
even
check
had
this
you
out.
even had the guts to say that Yeshua became a degenerate.
No, I didn't say that. You're lying again.
What do you
This
mean
is
you
why
didn't say that, brother?
This
It's
is why I
on,
said
it's
that
on
you didn't.
clips. It's on Trilluminati clips. We saw
This is
it.
why I
It's all
said that you
there.
didn't. Okay, bring the evidence. This is why I said
don't
that you
do
bring
that, bro. The video's there, bro.
the evidence. This is why
I
I
was
say
so
that you.
disgusted when I heard you say that. I was so disgusted.
This is why I say that you're obviously doing the work of the devil, and maybe it's the influence.
There we go.
you-
Now I'm working for the devil. You see? You see the
This is
pattern?
You see?
the influence. It's a significant influence of these
burning him,
demons.
man.
And you have a tendency as well to not stand up for what you say, even though it's all recorded. It's like you have
Okay.
amnesia, bro. Like this shit is recorded.
No, it's very clear. It's very clear that the devil can use anybody. You know what I'm saying? Even those that say, like Christ said, not all that call on my name she saved. You know what I mean?
Who do you think that's
There are
talking
people-
about? Who do you think that's talking about?
there are sheep.
He's
There
talking
are,
about people like you that claim to be a Christian but have nothing to do with Christ and behavior and
there are
character.
wolves with sheep.
He's talking about people
clothing.
like you.
There are wolves in sheep's
He's gonna
clothing,
say
my
to
brother.
you, "Get away from me! I never knew you, bro." On that day, what do you think he's talking
Mad.
about?
It's mad. You come on here to cape for your non-believer. You got what I'm saying? It would probably fit. These people are going to be in the same place as these people are going to be in the same place as those that wrote the
You're
Talmud.
acting like
You know
I
what I'm
don't
saying?
debate
Here
Muslims
you
and
are
all
caping.
other religions as well.
Here you
But
are
my brother Reggie,
are
my brother
caping.
Reggie, only at the end will you find out where you're going, and that's the point.
Yeah,
You
100%.
should be worrying about your own soul and your own thing. You can't do anything for anyone else. You can't. Yeah. And remember, God helps those who helps themselves. Like, bro, you're not helping anybody. Yeah. It's all for self. That's all you care about is yourself and your trainers and your staff and thing and abusing people and saying you're drawing to them to the way of Christ. It's no. How? You're not a shining example of a Christian. When I think of Christianity, I don't think of Reggie. I don't think of a good Christian. I think of Reggie. I'd rather have a conversation, a cup of tea with Bob the Builder than you.
Yep.
And many other Christians who I definitely interacted with.
People that
Soca
actually
TV,
speak on Christianity.
You get me? Soca TV is like a kind of good friend of mine. You know what I mean? Like he love when he see man in the bar. Oh yeah, Maku. You get what I'm saying? Like what are you doing, man? You're embarrassing, man. Then I got my brother. Then I got my brother. What's his name? Zikos.
There are many. There are many. There are many
videos with Christian videos. We've done videos together and given up both our point of view and and he's my brother in real life. Like I see him in the ends, and we stop and have a conversation. And it's like the ones that come from Speaker's Corner in North London, we always seem to congregate together. It's like, oh shit, there's the old Somali brother. Oh, big up uncle. And then we got DJ Razza, who's got his little stall in the middle of Wood Green, and then we go and see him as well, and we catch up. So this is real life stuff. Zikos is a proper Christian. You're not going to argue that. He's better than you. He's more known than you. You are like the fake Zikos, as far as I'm concerned.
It's not.
Yeah?
It's a,
no, you are like the fake Zikos. He's a Christian, and he's been a Christian, and he's been at Speaker's Corner, and he's been in debates, and he's helped in the community. He's done all sorts, while you are still here chatting. The only thing you've done is come to Speaker's Corner and link arms with Betty.
There we go.
And cape for a man that didn't need to be caped for, and then snitch on another man who did a righteous thing.
Reggie, let me ask you a question. Would you say that your knowledge of the Bible is sufficient enough in your spiritual journey right now, where you are? Would you say it's sufficient?
No, I would say that my knowledge of the Bible can be greatly improved.
Okay, so do you think maybe you should spend more time reading the Bible and studying the Word to strengthen yourself and your spiritual journey, rather than focusing on antagonizing and hurling insults towards other religions?
With all due respect, Zulu, I think I can do both. I think that I'm not very, very prominent on these platforms. If you haven't realized, I'll just remind you, I'm not very prominent on these platforms, especially of late, right? So I kind of like keep myself busy, and I do not. I don't need to really convince anybody here of how my spiritual work or journey is going. I come from a very, very great community, quite a large community of Christians, right? Black Christians, black Christians, ironically, yeah. And some of our organizations actually out in terms of bodies, right? We probably outdo Gang Unite. We probably outdo a lot of these other supremacist movements, and we'll probably outdo even your ministry, Zulu. And
okay,
Zico,
so Reggie, allow me to respond. So Reggie, the reason why I asked you, okay,
I'm pretty well known within the Christian. I am pretty well known within the Black Christian community. Compared to someone,
we don't even know what you believe, bro. We don't know your denomination. Just fall back.
Not more than my mum.
Anyway, Reggie, the reason why I asked you whether your knowledge on the Bible is sufficient enough, because many a times we've had conversations where people have questioned you on your beliefs, and you were unable to provide sufficient sources. You were unable to even answer the questions. For example, you were asked to prove the Trinity many times, and you couldn't even answer. And you were even asked to prove many of your other beliefs, and you argued with people like me and many other people who are well learned in the Bible, and you couldn't even respond with anything sufficient. So this is why I asked, if you were to spend more time studying the Bible, maybe when people ask you simple questions like prove the Trinity, you would have a better argument. But because you don't study the Bible and you focus more on all these trolling and antagonizing, you don't have a strong foundation within yourself.
Actually, Brother Zulu, I know you're doing the devil's work right now, but what you'll find is if you ask
more insults.
Exactly. It's not an insult; it's a truth, because you need the truth.
Fellow Christian,
truth is going to set you free right now. If you speak to a lot of the Muslims, right, in the chat right now, if you speak to Middlesex Omar, if you speak to let's say Stopzilla,
Why are you
let's say,
doing that? Always calling
brother,
other people's names.
you don't need to put your cape on. You don't need to put your cape on. I'm talking to Zulu at the
No,
moment.
but yeah,
If you
talk to
talk
Zulu, but don't mention Middlesex Omar because you're just gonna make him jump on and
brother,
switch on you.
brother, I'm addressing. He doesn't need someone to cape for him at
Shush,
the
man.
moment.
Just
I'm
talk what
speaking
you're
to Zulu.
talking and just
So
stop
Zulu,
mentioning people's names. Shut up.
if you speak to some of these people, right, they would say that you failed to speak to prove the Trinity. They would say that you've actually, because none of them, because to be honest with you, I don't think that they want proof of the Trinity. I think that they just want to make a point that the Trinity is false, that doesn't make sense, and this is the topic they want to talk about every other week. You get what I'm saying? But if you want to keep on talking to them about it, that's your own business. I don't know why you're pointing at me.
Trinity was just an example, Reggie. The point I was making is when you are questioned on your beliefs, the basic fundamentals, even for example, proving Jesus is God or whatever, you never seem to have a strong argument to stand up for what you believe because you don't spend time actually reading the word. But whereas when someone asks me a question, whether or not they agree with my answer, at least I have a strong argument and it's based on scripture.
No, actually, brother, that's what I'm telling you. I've had these conversations with them multiple times, and they're disingenuine. They just want you to keep on going on about the Trinity, and they never accept any of the things that you bring forward. And if you want to keep on engaging with them, that's your own prerogative. I don't have to do the same thing. You get what I'm saying? I've been through the conversation with them. Middlesex Omar, the other week, right, had a conversation with you, and he's still not convinced. So he was argued that you haven't done what you claim I haven't done. You know what I'm saying? So that's everybody's opinion.
It's not my job for him to make the decision. If I say anything convincing, hold on. It's the Holy Spirit that convinces him, and it's called planting the seed, right? So even though I give my answer and he may not agree or whatever, at least I've done my part. It's not up to me from that point. But when someone asks you genuine questions, that's an opportunity for you to evangelize, right? Someone's asking you about what you believe, but yet you're not able to answer it. You've missed an opportunity to save a soul.
Right.
Have you not?
No, that's not the way I see it. The way I see it is that you have to speak with wisdom.
Your own.
Speak with wisdom. You don't just talk for talking's sake, which is a lot of people doing it, and which is what is so prevalent. It's so prevalent within the black community. We've got people having monologue for like 15, 20 minutes, and then the next week they're going back to have the same monologue on the same point. It's like a loop. Black people just talking and talking on here and not doing anything or even understanding what they're talking about. You get what I'm saying? And then people will say, oh, you didn't prove this, you didn't prove that. And then they're just going on and having the same conversation week in, week out. When are you guys moving forward? When are you actually going to even understand? I've never seen a community of people that don't understand the Trinity as much as the Islamic community. And you think that's just because, oh, it's not been explained to them properly. Is that what you think? That you need to keep on explaining it to them? Like, why is
It's
it
not,
that
it's not just for the person you're communicating to, it's for the listeners as well. When someone's asking you a question, not only are you presenting your point of view to the person you're speaking to, it's for the hundreds of people that are listening too. That's your opportunity to spread the gospel, but you refuse to do that.
In your opinion, so that's
it's not
your
an
opportunity.
opinion; it's a fact. You don't know who's listening in. They may not ever speak to you now, but on the judgment day, they may come up to you and say, you know, because of what you said that day, I chose to give my life to Jesus. Da, 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 da. Things you do can affect people without you even knowing.
I've never seen.
But you refuse to use that opportunity to spread the gospel. Instead, you want to hurl insults and present a very evil
responsibility
and repulsive character.
I've never seen any minister of God speaking about the Trinity every week or every time that someone asks about it. Even Bob the Builder in Speaker's Corner does
not about speaking on the
evangelism.
Trinity. That was an example.
Even Bob the Builder, he regulates what he's going to talk about every week. There are loads of people that heckle and ask questions. He doesn't.
What do you do? You don't do that,
Reggie. When I'm on here,
you don't even have a plan.
Reggie, when I come here and I'm questioned on my beliefs, you're never here to defend the gospel. I'm standing by myself, proving Jesus is God, proving the word. I'm doing this all by myself. You ain't coming in and saying shit. But when it's to go against Islam or black people, you're first in line. So where's your priorities?
I don't know what you're referring to. When you come on here and engage in certain topics, for me, that's your choice that you've made to decide to go into that conversation at that particular moment. You don't have to engage with it because you know full well that the Trinity has been played out so many times on this platform. People have heard it so many times. Most people that are coming to ask you have already heard it many different times, and they just don't want to know it. You know what I'm saying?
It was an example. You're focusing on the one word that's a Trinity. It was an example of the lack of defense of Christianity, but more of the attack of other religions. This is what I'm seeing from your experiences online. This is what I'm seeing. You never come on here to defend what you believe.
Brother, I don't remember the last time I came on here to attack any real religion or belief. If I've said it once in a while, it's not that I've come on here to engage in the topic where I'm going to directly be attacking anyone's religion. I haven't done that in ages. You know what I'm saying?
Change the word. Sorry. I'm saying to change the word rather than say defend Christianity, yeah, because everyone's gonna have their view on jumping into an argument, yeah, or some debate, right? To change the word. When do you ever jump on the panel, my brother, to spread the word, the good word, right?
Right, that's exactly what I'm saying.
To bring us some delil, even on the benefit that it may have even brought to, like, for example, to those people that you may class as being degenerates, and what the good book has brought to people that were formerly degenerates. You understand me? How about you bring that good word to the panel sometimes? You know, everyone brings a little video here and there, like, but there's none from you. Excuse me.
Bless you.
Actually bringing actual, you know, stuff and tales about how your faith is doing great things for people. You understand me, brother?
I've done it plenty of times, brother. Motion, and what you tend to get is black degeneracy, even from your own so-called black Christian brothers. They hate to hear about the successes of black excellent Christian brothers and sisters that are doing well. I've said it many times. Brother Motion. I'm trying to respond.
I'm talking about Christianity, bro. Look at black.
Yeah, I'm trying to respond. I'm trying to respond. Christianity has elevated itself from the early 1900s in Africa, from a population I think of around 5% to 40-something percent. That's in Africa. The future of Christianity, yeah, as we live, or you know, as it's being turned into, is in Africa, and you will find that the majority of black people are Christian. You get what I'm saying?
Monologue.
And yeah, because they're addressing me, right, Matthew? So I've got to respond to their point. You know what I'm saying? So what I'm getting at is that when I talk about the fact that the black Christians are actually the most prosperous group within black people, you know what I'm saying? And they are the ones that were at the forefront, right, of the civil rights movement. They were the ones that are the forefront of black people doing excellent in today's society. It gets people upset. You get what I'm saying? It gets people very upset. They just want to hear that black people are doing poorly, black people are struggling, black people are this. You know what I mean? I don't understand it.
So Reggie, again, that's not what I asked you. Yeah, I'm not talking about the circles that you know or the little bits that you know. I've asked you specific questions. Can you show me? Can you bring me videos? Can you bring me the lil? Can you bring me, for example, me, a former degenerate, as you like to put it? Yeah, I would like to see. I like to tell people my story because I feel like that's something that people can see and resonate with if you're sitting in a position where you're fucking a little degenerate, right? So I can show a man, listen, I used to be a little degenerate like you, you know. Look, I done my little time, and tell actually story, yeah, that people can resonate with, right? I'm asking you, why are you not doing that with Christianity? You show me people that are rich, that's fine, that's cool. They're Christians, cool, that's fine. Rich and Christian, that's cool. I want to see Christianity changing people, brother. That's what I'm saying to you. I want you to, because this is what you're talking to people, yeah, that either follow a system already, have a belief already, or don't give a shit about God, right? And I'm saying to you, you telling me about riches ain't appealing to people. It's not going to bring people to Christianity because you're going to show them what you class as black excellence because it's rich Christians. But I want to see Christianity doing good things and changing things. You understand me? And people, right?
I don't know.
That's the example I'm trying to explain to you that I'm asking for you to do with your Christianity. Rather than focusing on Islam, focus on what great things Christianity is doing for people and spread the word so more people turn Christianity in it. It's that simple. That's your job, bruv. That is your job. That should be your ministry, bruv. That's what you should be doing. You know that too. Yeah, go out and be a light unto the nations. That's what it says. Go out and be a light. That's what it says, bro. You're not being a light, bro. You have to understand what the brothers are saying to you, bro. Yeah.
We're definitely moving and we're being a light in many ways, my brother. If you've had the liberty, I had my parents that went to South Africa recently. They said some of the places in South Africa are even better than here, my brother. That's another predominantly Christian nation. Now, I said I agree with you. Materialism should never be a barometer of how successful or how well a nation is doing or how well people is doing. But at the end of the day, it's only God that knows people's soul, right? So we have to judge by their parent, right? And yes, we can all.
Judge by behavior, bro. We have different metrics, so we judge by behavior. We judge by habit. We judge by what we see, right? The Most High can judge our souls, yes, and we can't see each other's soul. Yes, I do agree with you. I totally agree with you on that. However, we can see someone's actions, and we can equate it to what we class as intentions, right? So, for example, your brethren, or your brother, right, or brethren, might try and do a little good thing for you to help you, right? But it might not materialize. So he then brings half of that thing that he's trying to help you with, right? Because he don't have it all, but he's brought something there in it. Now you're not gonna scrap your face at the £2 he's giving you. You're gonna just give thanks because he's giving you the £2 and he could have given you nothing, right? And his aim was to give you the £4, whatever, right? You're looking at the intentions, my brother. So yes, we can't judge and look at people's souls, but we can see people's intentions, brother.
100%, brother, and that's where the Black Christian community is leading the way. And this is where brothers like Zulu, they'll take you to the Bible, but they won't take you to the nitty gritty of how the Black Christian community is leading the way in terms of when you look at the Black Christian community, right, and the behaviors, the community thing. Brother Kel always says, that we need to practice group this and group that, but the pan-Christian identity, the strength in the pan-Christian movement is stronger than any other Black community.
Christian about pan, bro.
And that is why the Black community is one of the most feared and hated community by both Black and white non-Christian. Because
just one second, because I'm literally. I'm asking you a question. Can you keep it short and concise? Because I really want to explore this, right? If this is what you're saying to me, right? We need to take our time with it, right? Let me just understand something. So you're saying the Black Christian community is the most wealthy, yeah, and is having the most achievements, and is that based on them being basically, like you said, pan-Christian? So are you saying that's all Christians? So it will be white, black, whatever demographic of Christianity. Is that what you're saying, or are you saying that's just solely?
I was specifically talking about within the Black community. This is why we get a lot of envy sometimes, and they say, "Oh, why are the Christian community? What are the Black Christians doing for the Black community?"
I don't care about the envy, bro. I don't care about the envy thing. I don't care about the wars that you have with other people, bro. I'm not part of that conversation. What I'm asking you is that a demographic of Black, for example, Black Nigerian Christians? Is it Christians of all demographics that are Black? What is that makeup? What is the makeup of that?
Specifically of Black Christians. Black Christians.
Just Black, so you just have to be Black, right?
So the Black Christians are the most prosperous in terms of academia, prosperous in terms of
same. You're repeating the same thing. I get what you're saying. I'm asking you. What I'm saying to you is this part, right? So, for example, in terms of wealth, are they supporting each other financially as a pan-Christian group?
100%. 100%. I've seen it in my own personal life. I've seen it outside of my personal life. They will hook you up. They will do their best to put you in touch with people that will make you there's some, for example, I know my family, they know, do you know this guy called what's his musician called again? Fowles, African musician, Fowles.
Not really. Go ahead,
Fowles, no? Yeah, he's an African musician. He's a popular one.
Yeah.
And his mom is a pastor. You get what I'm saying? So the people within that ministry will, if someone's into music, she will put them in contact with Fowles. You get what I'm saying? To help him blow.
So and for example, so obviously Fowles is going to make his money off it because whatever in Poland. Okay, cool. So that's fine. So it's almost like a society.
Yeah, of course. It's like a networking.
Is there a hierarchy? Is there a hierarchy?
Not so much, but if you're like going to church and you're a lawyer and you're just starting and someone else, you know, if you're a lawyer and you're established and you know someone is trying to enter, you're going to put them in touch, you know what I'm saying, to get some sort of firm. Naturally, because they're part of your brother and sisters in Christ.
Where's my white gloves?
What if I want to weed, man?
Yeah, but that's the thing. We obviously go against black degeneracy when it comes to that kind of thing. So that's why something it won't work. You know what I'm saying, with a weird thing. But I'm just saying when it comes to that kind of thing. Yeah.
I can't get a foil off or two in a queue now. No, quite.
You see, and this is the problem that a lot of the black non-Christians they hate it when we bring up these kind of facts. It makes them burn. We've got one in the chat, for example, Papa Cop talking about Egypt. Is Egypt a black country? Like, since when was it?
Sorry. A Christian country, England, that sells weed.
Please here
explain.
We go.
Please explain.
We're going to the Europeans now.
They're the biggest suppliers of weed in this part of the environment. Like, what's going on?
I wouldn't even call the UK is not a Christian country. It's traditionally Christian, but it's not a Christian country.
It's a Christian country, you dickhead. Shut your
Haven't
mouth.
you read the news? Haven't you read the news?
Have you not read
That's not
Christian
representation
country?
of what the country's religion is, though, is it?
What is
That's
it?
not the news.
Come on, man. Stop that one.
Is who do you
No,
swear
if you
to
not check
when
this,
you get into office?
Mag, get off Mac, who's asked for a second.
I'm not on
go in
anybody's
the
arse,
church.
but I'm talking about the fact
Pause,
of this
pause.
country based on the fucking insufficient funds that you're bringing out your mouth.
Go and check on the national statistics, brother.
Yeah, I'm not on about the statistics of the population of the country. I'm on about the basis of the country, the constitution of the country, the culture of the country. It's not British, it's Christian.
We said that it's traditionally Christian, but we know that is the actual constitution.
So then what's the argument then?
The
God
constitution
save the
is
queen.
secular.
God save the
You know
queen.
what I'm saying? Like,
God save the queen. What God? You idiot. Come on, man. Stop your nonsense, man.
Go court and swear on the Bible and that. Like, stop it.
But we know their actions are non-Christian. We know that.
Yeah, we're aware of that.
Fuck's
You
sake.
see, we're talking about Africa emotion. These people have taken us back to their beloved Britain. Anyway, well, back to Africa. You know what I'm saying? Back to the black. Back to the black community. You know what I'm saying? We are leading the way, my brother. And this is why we get a lot of hate from these non-Christian people. You get what I'm saying?
My brother,
They blame us.
I don't want you to listen. You're having a conversation with motion, right? Motion, yeah. I want you to just focus on the conversation with motion. I'm not hating on what you're telling me, you know. I'm intrigued into how it works. You understand me? If it's an organization, if there's a hierarchy, so on and so forth, right? Because you spouted this a few times, right? And I'm not one. I can't refute what you're saying. Do you understand me? I could probably give you examples of people that are not Christian that you could argue that are wealthier or equally as wealthy, but I'm still interested to know how you're saying that this accumulation of wealth is just has gathered amongst the black Christian sector within the UK, and I'm sure that will be within the States as well, if that's the case, and in Africa. And I'm saying, how is this working then? And you're giving me the deal on how it works. And I'm grateful for that. I'm not refuting nothing you're saying. So, bro, keep the energy into the positives that the thing's doing. That's what I've asked you to show me, and that's what I'm inquiring about. I don't give a fuck about who's hating on who, bro, because I ain't hating. I'm asking you to show me the good part of something, bro. And that's it. That's it, man.
Yeah.
Stop getting up in beef and that, man. I'm not in combat with you, bro. Everything's a war, bro. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Easy.
So
Listen, I drink. Oh,
So,
British
yeah,
tradition, sipping tea.
So we are moving as a Christian community.
Yeah, I'm having a hot chocolate, mate. You know what I mean? Old man things.
Go, Reggie.
Yeah, I'm just saying we're moving as a black Christian community. We're doing our thing. You know, people just have to try and keep up. And if they can't keep up, they shouldn't envy us for it. You know what I'm saying? We're not telling. No one's come here and told you lot that you should basically. Well, actually, we do advocate for a better lifestyle, but at the end of the day, you lot make your choices, and you have to live by your choices. You know what I'm
So,
saying?
Reggie, can I try something then? So, for example, right? I know you and your brother Zulu have. You believe in the oneness and the Creator, right? And you believe in the Messiah, right? So I'm gonna ask you, someone like Zulu now, right? A young brother. I wouldn't class him as a degenerate. I class him as a very well behaved, a very well mannered young man, intelligent, and I feel like so he's a young man that's in his situation in his life. Now imagine someone like Zulu tell me, I said, okay, I'm about to start up my own company. So what I do is what I venture. Him not actually being within your fold, would you invite him to the trappings of that?
What if he's not a Christian?
No, not necessarily a Christian. Maybe a believer, but not classing himself as a Christian. But he's a brother. He prays to the Most High. He reads his Bible, but he doesn't class himself, for example, as a Christian. He may not believe in using the word Christian or whatever. Do you know what I'm saying? But, you know what I'm saying to you? Would you?
Yeah, I understand what you mean. But it would be in a different kind of relationship. So we would treat it as a professional relationship. So it's not something that we could bring to as a Christian. Yeah, it's not something that you can intertwine with your Christian brethren. You know what I'm saying? Brotherhood or womanhood. You know what I'm saying? It's something that would have to be outside of.
Even though you could chop it up and talk about how the similarities in your belief, and that your similarities could be even 90% similar. You could have those similarities. You're saying because he doesn't class himself as that Christian and as a black man, he probably wouldn't be able to have the full trappings of that group. For me, my brother, that's quite that would sound like a very exclusive group and not necessarily about black betterment, but just about black Christian betterment. And you have to be part of a club to be able to be benefiting from that betterment. In which case, there's no difference from the golf club of the 60s and 70s or the tennis club of the 20s and 30s. Do you get me? They're just, if you ain't part of this, you ain't part of that. That's it.
Yeah, it's clear that the black Christian community is catering for black Christians primarily. You know what I mean? That is very evidently clear. It's not.
How are you bringing people to Christianity, my brother? If the charity is not, because I'm saying this to you, my brother, right? And I'm not asking. It's not that I'm asking about. I just wanted to ask because it's interesting. I'm interested in this thing that you're talking about, right? And how this is bettering the black man. So I'm saying to myself, okay, there's many brothers that believe in 90 to 95% of the things you believe in, right? But because they're not what you class as a Christian, right? The trappings of that charity and love isn't afforded to them, right? And I'm saying to you from before, I want you to show me where this Christian and being black and Christian is such a beneficial thing to our community. And you're showing me that it's actually just a benefit to the black Christian community. And if you're not part of the black Christian community, you're just black, for example, and you don't know about Christianity, you don't really know, you just know that you believe in a creator. Like, these people ain't gonna show you no love. So you're never gonna turn to Christianity. You're never
No, they will show you love. And as you're probably aware, the black Christian community is involved in charities, is involved in community incentives as well, and those kind of things as well. But at the end of the day, when it comes to like things to do with the community within the church, you have to be part of that community for them to really appreciate you and for really want to put you in touch with certain things. Why? Because they expect a certain behavior. You know what I'm saying? People's reputation is very important. So if someone's gonna put you forward for a position, for example, they're gonna say, okay, these are with a Christian, at least at these fundamental bases, you know, this person is gonna want to be like Christ. You get what I'm saying?
I don't know if that can be guaranteed though, Reggie, and it kind of makes the charity bullshit, because that means that all you can do with the charity is give people bread for the day and keep them coming back to you for bread. But if you do get into the fold and you do start following our little rules, then actually we can give you the tools to actually be self-sufficient and to flourish in whatever your chosen field is. But everyone else can just keep coming back to you for bread via your little community initiatives. That's basically what you just outlined there, Reggie.
Yeah, of course. It's only when people are like,
it's not that good then, is it?
No, what do you expect them to do? Are they a job center? We're not. The church is not a job center.
Yeah, well, based on what you started with in terms of what you're doing for the black community, see, it needs to be better. Does surely
No,
not.
it's not. It's not. It's not a
degeneracy to be gone,
brother. The church is not set up for the black community.
right?
It's just for different reasons. And
well, you can always get out of it then, basically. But I swear you were making some much bigger claims before the conversation started.
No, I didn't make. I've never said that church is for the black community. I've just highlighted a very. Well, you should know this. Seeing as you're part of the black community, you should know that majority of black people in this country identify as Christian, and you can check any source you want to. You can probably find it yourself. You get what I'm saying? Majority of black people identify as Christian. So by that significance, they're going to predominantly help black people. You get what I'm saying?
May I ask a quick question?
Black Jesus minister, fire away.
Yeah, I'm very curious about these questions that you guys are asking about black Christians. I mean, like, are you asking about Christian communities in Africa, in Europe, or America, or just anywhere? And you know, where are you? What Christian communities are you referring to? Or questions?
I'm talking specifically about whoever Reggie is dealing with. I don't know about black Christians overall, even in the rest of the city that I'm in. I'm talking about what?
Yeah, in England, basically.
I'm talking about the thing, that at least the section that someone's here to talk about. I can't speak. Every church is going to be.
Oh, okay.
Maybe you can.
Well, the reason why I asked that, I mean, it just kind of, you know, it seems to me that you all are asking these questions as if Christianity is this type of unique community of people, or some exotic community of people, or some secret society community of people. Christians are just community people, brother, just like anybody else. Community is community, man.
No, brother,
no. You
No, you got that wrong.
1 second, my brother, 1 second.
Well, let me finish saying what I'm saying. I mean, community is community, brother, no matter where you are, bro. Whether you're a Christian or you're not, whether you're a Muslim or whether you're not, whoever the people that you interact with in a community, it's a community. It's not a damn secret society. It's not a damn cult. It's not a, you know, oh, we're only going to look out for our people. You know, man. I mean, well, I know no one said that. I know no one said that, but it seems like the way you guys are asking these questions. Excuse me. I'm saying that the way that you guys are asking these questions, you're asking these questions as if Christians are some type of aliens from some other planet or something, man.
Brother, you have to know the context of the question.
Yeah, we know who we're talking to as well.
Do you understand me? So, if the brother turns around and says that he is part of a community, which is a sub-community outside of blackness, okay? He's given those distinctions, the black Christian community, not the black community, not the community that his church surrounds, the black Christian community and the wealth that they're accumulating and how they help each other out. And I asked the question about people of the same belief, maybe not with the same title of Christian, being able to be afforded the trappings of that group on the basis of being a believer and being black. That's it.
I hear you, and I hear you very clearly. Now, like I just said, you just said the Christian community of what you referred to what he said, right? Mm-hmm. And then you emphasized, well, this is a sub community, a sub culture, bro. I mean, there's millions of cultures in any damn country, bro. Millions.
You're not hearing
no, listen to me for a minute, brother. Please, man.
Brothers, one second. Black Jesus minister, pick up yourself. Your mic has a bit of an echo, so we can't hear you properly.
Your mic sucks.
Yeah, so if you can adjust it for me, and guess what? I want you to go hard. Yeah, I want you to go hard, but I'm in listening. Just fix your mic. Fix your mic.
Pause.
Hi, lady.
Yeah, pause.
Bless
Yeah, we can
you.
hear
What about now?
He knows
What
what I
about
mean.
now?
Yeah, you're good
What
to go.
about
You're good
now?
to
It's not
go.
his mic. Lady D, it's not his mic, it's an echo. So if one of us speak, there's a
Yeah.
background noise. So you have to either mute his YouTube
Yeah,
or something.
yeah.
That's
It's not my mic. It's, yeah,
Okay.
it's somebody else is being open. That's my I'm being reverberated through. So, but yeah, but I
Okay.
mean, just like I
Bless
just
up.
heard you just now. So I was listening to the spirit and the tone of what you were saying, and you just repeated it. You emphasized that Christians or Black Christians are a subgroup, you know, whatever. I mean, damn.
my brother.
Black Muslims are a subgroup.
Let him land, brother. Let him land.
Comprehension,
Come on.
Reggie, but you know his comprehension is off.
I'm listening to you, man, and I'm saying to you, bro.
Brother, you've got it
It's
wrong
like,
again. I'm giving you his.
no, I don't have it wrong. No, I heard you explain yourself. I heard you explain yourself. You may disagree with me, but I heard you, and what I heard sounds like what I've been hearing the whole damn time.
Oh my brother.
So what I'm saying to you is, what I'm saying to you is, you're asking these very inquisitive questions as if Christian human beings, Black people, or some type of aliens from outer space, some damn secret society people, you know what I'm saying? Or some unique culture of people that are just totally different from all the other subcultures of Black religion, people who have different religions.
I'm addressing is the person that does that, my brother.
I know you were addressing the person, sir.
Right, so
But I'm saying you're addressing the person.
That's not his premise. That's not his premise.
Listen, the person that I'm addressing is the person that makes it seem like it's a totally different subculture. That's who I'm addressing. That's why that's what I'm saying to you. You don't have the context. I'm telling you, he talks as if it's a different demographic, bro. Not me. I'm not saying this. I'm saying if me as a Black man, I'm asking him if me as a Black man that believes in the Creator but doesn't class myself as a Christian, am I entitled to those trappings of that group being a Black man and a believer? That's what I'm asking him.
Okay.
I'm not asking. I'm asking.
Okay.
He's put it as a subculture because he's saying the Black Christian.
I got you. I got you. So he was the one that made it seem that way. I got you.
Yeah.
Right. From our perspective, from my perspective, that's how I feel he's putting it, as it's a different demographic to any other Black demographic. You understand me?
Yes, sir. I got it. I got it.
Can I ask Reggie a question?
Who's this now?
Bob. Big up, Bob.
Oh, Bob. Oh, Bob. Anyway, okay, yeah.
You consider yourself Christian or Black first?
These ones again. This is like, you obviously came into the world as Black, and then you choose yourself, make yourself Christian. What does that question even mean? What does it mean?
Okay, let's do it this way. If the interests of Black people and the interests of Christians clash, which side do you roll?
I actually don't even know when they do clash. Can you give me an example? When do they clash?
What?
Somebody does delete somebody in the neighborhood, and you're feeling like you can't tell the police because the police are corrupt anyway, but your Christian values say you know who did it, and you should report it.
Reggie would definitely report it. Yeah, he would.
That was an easy one for Reggie still.
Yeah. He's a snitch. He's standard.
Is that bad? That you'd report a crime?
No, I'm not saying it's
bad. Ask him the same question.
It's got nothing to do. Hold on.
Are you a white guy?
Hold on. It's got nothing to
do with. Is this a white guy asking the question?
Hello? It's got nothing to do with Christianity.
Is this a white guy asking the question?
If you are willing to snitch to the authorities, what has that got to do with your Christian values? When your Christian values are supposed to be based on the Almighty and what He laid down. This is man's law that we're dealing with, and we're dealing man legislations and that these men are saying are abiding to, which are not Christian-based rulings. Where in the Bible did it say you must go and snitch on somebody who, what? When? Where? No, that's not Christian. So the people who pretending to be Christian or have Christian values are full of shit. And we'll tell you straight. Like, you can't get nothing by us who have family members who are that proper mumsy and that. You can't tell her nothing. Yeah, she'll be telling you she's a prophetess and all of that. You tell her something. Huh? She's been to Jerusalem. She's done her pilgrimage and all of that. You tell her something. You sitting there in Twickenham, yeah, with this little gay organization that you're of private Christians who only help who? That's not even Christian. That's what we're trying to say to you. It's not even Christian. You're only out to help yourselves. Like, what is that?
Mac is taking it very personally, but Bob, you get what I'm trying to say.
I'm just explaining.
Some of our black brothers, we've had this conversation before, and some of our black brothers will conceal the killing of other black people just not to comply with the police. But some of us black people feel it's important sometimes to report, because we've seen instances where our sisters like Sasha Johnson have been shot by certain people and no one's come forward. You get what I'm saying? And the perpetrators continue to go away and get away with their thing and continue their killing spree. And some of us feel like it's important to actually out the black person, whether they're black or white, for the safety of our community. Now, that's more of a personal decision. I wouldn't even say it's so much of a Christian decision. I think there are many non-Christian black people that will also concur. You know what I'm saying? But some of our black brothers, obviously, they would rather the person continues to kill and wait till maybe he gets killed or something like that. I don't know what solution they
The only person you're gonna get killed out here is yourself. Yeah, because you don't know how to act in certain circumstances. You know what I mean? It doesn't even make sense. Yeah. Why don't you do
Are
like
you a
Christian
white guy
and turn the other cheek?
Yeah, who was that asked the question? Are you black first or are you Christian first? Who asked that question?
Bob.
Bob, are you white, Bob?
No.
No.
Oh, okay. Pretend that you are white, Bob, and ask this. I'm gonna ask you this question. Yeah. Bob, are you white first or are you Christian first, Bob? If you are white Christian.
You want me to pretend to be white? I guess I would say I'm Christian first.
You're Christian first. And do you really believe that white people actually move like that? That they actually believe that we're Christian first before we're white first? They put their Christianity in front of being white?
We're talking about in America, right? We're both in America. We're talking about America, correct?
No, I'm talking about all over the world. Anywhere on the planet, wherever white people are.
No, I mean, I can't make that claim, man. I mean, white people are different in different places around the world.
So, so you don't think that white people put whiteness in front of being anything, and that's why they're so cohesive in their solidarity, and you know, in basically ruling a lot of countries that they've invaded?
I never said that. You put words in my mouth. I never said that.
No, I didn't. I'm not putting. I'm just asking. What do you think about that?
What specifically is your question?
Jeez. Well, my question originally was: if you were a white Christian, what would you be first? And you said you would be a Christian. So I'm challenging what you said. I said, do white people all over the world move one as Christians, or do they move one as white people? Do they identify as with their whiteness before they identify with Christianity in the sense of the privileges of white supremacy that they've created for themselves all over the world?
Another brother that believes in this whole white supremacy stuff. I would say it's a false choice, man. I think most whites in America identify as Americans before they identify as white or Christian.
Okay, are you a white American? I mean, you're black. I keep forgetting. You sound like a white dude, but anyway. So are you an American?
Yes, I'm American.
Oh, okay, and you're a black guy, right?
Yes.
And you say that white supremacy does not exist in America?
Not the way you're defining it, no.
So did white supremacy ever exist in America?
Yes.
And when did it exist in America?
We got somewhere else now.
And when did it exist in America, sir?
Well, why don't you tell me, since I perceive based upon
No,
the
I'm
way
asking
you're
you.
asking.
You told me. No, I'm probing you. I'm probing you. You said that that white supremacy does not exist, and then you said it may have did at a time. So I'm asking you, what time?
There is no actual date where white supremacy stopped, but I would say.
So what era, what period of time that you can refer to that you're saying when white supremacy existed, since you say it doesn't exist now or at some point or the major point of time of history?
Okay, you've already made one mistake by assuming that a brother was saying something he wasn't. Please don't make that mistake again. There is no exact date when white supremacy stopped. What I was going to say
was there a period of time, sir, an era?
I'm trying to answer your question. I would say it has been declining rapidly since the mid-60s, that having white skin gives you influence. As I've said before on this panel, I believe that social class determines more than somebody's skin color.
Unsynchronization, boy. But hey, Bob, can I ask, are you a Christian or you're a non-believer?
No, I'm a Christian. No, some people have compared me to you. I haven't heard you before, but you and I apparently you and I line up on a lot of ways. I've heard of you sound like Reggie. So nice to meet you, Reggie.
Yeah, nice to meet you, man. Don't listen to these demons. Don't listen to any of these demonic people when you speak, because they're their hearts.
All right, so you would agree. So you would agree. So you would agree.
One second, my brother. 1 second, Minister. Reggie, just so you know, Bob is the brother that thinks sisters are unattractive and masculine and so on and so forth. Just so you know.
Yeah, I figured. I was wondering why this brother sound like a white boy. He ain't talking like no white boy for nothing. That's why I'm asking you these questions. So now again, my black brother, my black American brother, who's an American. Hold on for a minute, man. Now you said so. Since the 1960s, white supremacy has not existed after 1960. So before 1960, you agree that white supremacy existed. You agree that white supremacy existed before 1960, and this country is well over 300 years old, right?
Black Jesus Minister, I didn't say white supremacy. No, you're putting words in my mouth. I said having white skin has been.
You said that things got better since 1960.
I said that having white skin is different. Would you just shut up for a second? Let me talk. I said having white skin has been declining in importance in terms of maintaining power since the 60s. Prior to that, having white skin was pretty much the way things were, and that even during the slave times, it was almost mandated success that you had white skin. Having white skin nowadays doesn't mean you're going to be successful.
True. Again, sir, you agree that from your statement that white supremacy existed before 1960, right?
It exists. It exists. Having white skin. You're saying white supremacy. What you're talking about,
sir? I'm talking about the ideology. I'm talking about the institution of white supremacy in government and in every facet of American life.
Right. Listen.
That affects other people negatively who are not white, and supremely black people who were the most affected by white supremacy, and starting with slavery as the example.
Correct. And things have gotten better for black people since slavery, unless you're going to say that slavery.
Yes, sir. I agree. I agree with you. So because things have gotten better, we're no longer slaves. Does that mean that white supremacy has disappeared and doesn't exist at all?
Do you want to have a conversation, or do you just want to talk to me? I can see where this is going.
Have a conversation.
What is your major point? Your major point is that white supremacy still exists and is keeping the black man down.
Is that your final?
And you say it does not. And you say it does not. Right?
I said that social class matters more than white skin. If you have money.
Okay, sir. Okay. Maybe we can make this real short, sir. Do you believe? I'm gonna ask you a question again. Do you believe white supremacy institutionally exercised by white people in government and in every level of society, sir, still exists today in America? Yes or no?
No.
Okay. So can you explain to me why is it that white people commit more crimes than black people do, but black people make up the majority and brown people make up the majority of the prison population?
The fact is, you're automatically associating that with white supremacy. There are also more men who are in jail than there are women. Could I say that it's female supremacy?
Is that not white supremacy? Isn't that not white supremacy, where white people commit the majority of crimes, where white people consume the majority of drugs? If the drug trade in America had to rely on the consumption of drugs by black people, the drug trade would have gone broke a long time ago, bro.
Okay, listen.
And the disparaging of white people who are now drugging themselves on fentanyl, meth, and all this other stuff. It's now a health crisis. But when black people, when white people and the government brought drugs into the black community to fund the Contra warfare in Central America, you know what I'm saying? So the difference is, oh well, lock them up. Lock up all the black people, you know what I'm saying? And let's give them 3 times the prison sentence for crack. But for cocaine, you know, we're not gonna. The sentence will be different. It'll be lesser. So again, the fact that black and brown people are the majority of the prison population, and that there's war on crime, and the criminal justice system targets black communities and brown communities, deliberately do that. And white people are getting away with the majority of crime. White people are getting away with being the biggest consumers of drugs.
They're not getting away with crime.
Would you not classify that as a form of white supremacy?
Sir, listen, I've had this talk before. I'll be happy to discuss it with you, but you're preaching, and I don't go to your church. I'm simply going to say this. If you have money in America, you have access to many things that people don't have money. There are millions of white people in America who are broke, bush pig poor, and their lives are not good. If you have access to a good lawyer, if you have education, if you have all that, this whole white supremacy thing that you're talking about disappears. Now, there's overlap between being poor and being black.
Brother, that's not how it works, though. I often feel like you're unaware of exactly how white supremacy can affect even somebody that is seemingly earning more than an African. Because I think you think as long as you're earning more than the Africans and you got a bit of money in your pocket, then you're not suffering from white supremacy. White supremacy is not oppressing you. You look at the statistics of your country, and that simply isn't the case. I feel like you have to be wantonly ignorant to the glaring numbers that are in your face. I don't want to go onto the cliches of the prison system, funeral homes, the mental health, and all these different services that make squillions off of us.
Marsh,
off of our backs.
Who's talking right now?
Say that again, bro.
I'm sorry, who's talking right now?
You never know when I'm talking, man. It's Daddy, man. Daddy's back. Yeah, it's Mr. T, aka
Jedi. Okay.
You know it's me by now. But yeah, so I feel like you just seem like, oh, I don't see anything. Are we doing good? My brother, I can go into JC Penney's and I can buy a Mercedes and I got cable TV and I can keep my teeth extra wet. And there's no white supremacy here. But you're ignoring the numbers, the stats, the cases all around you. You're ignoring the environment you live in. I'm in the UK and I can see it. Maybe you have to be out of USA to see it. I don't know, but I'm in the UK, and as a black brother in the in the UK, I can see the white supremacy in the USA.
Jedi.
I don't know why I don't know why it's so hard for you to spot.
Jedi.
Yes, brother.
I hear what you're saying. I do. I really do. But when I hear white supremacy, when people say that, what I'm thinking is there are mechanisms of power that exist that benefit people with white skin, irrespective of how good or bad they are.
Oh,
and is that
white supremacy can work against white people too?
Okay. Well, okay. Then
they're gonna get caught up in the system. So shall I give you an example?
No, you don't have to. Before you do that, before you do any of that, okay, you can understand that when someone hears white supremacy, they're thinking skin color, not that other white people get hurt. I mean, how would a white person get hurt under white supremacy?
How does a white person get hurt? Because a white person can easily get caught up. Let's talk about the crack epidemic
because they have no money.
Let's talk about the crack epidemic in the 80s. Now, I'm not sure if you're aware of this, brother, but it's been pretty much well established that the CIA infiltrated several communities and created an influx of crack cocaine on the streets that was designed to immobilize and suppress the black civil rights revolution and so forth. Forward thinking. Listen, well, this is the time that it came out. Forward thinking black people, and those that was seeking a more loftier position in society. It seemed to come smack bang in the time when these type of conversations were on the table, and right out the back of flower power, everyone was told to love each other and hold hands. Bam, they hit you with the crack, and the crack was put into the black poor neighborhoods, and eventually it made its way into the white neighborhoods, into white hands, and the crack epidemic hit white people.
Exactly.
That's an example of white supremacy, a symptom of white supremacy actually hurting other white people. But what we some of us in the room already know, and those that don't know better recognize. If you're not in the top percentile, if you're not in the top elite clubs, then you are just a nigger, regardless of your skin color. It's all the same. We can use the word nigger, we could use the word chattel, we could use the word profane, goyim.
Poor white trash.
Yeah, there's many words to describe this underclass. Just so happens that the black people reside, just like they do all over the world, at the bottom of the social economic ladder, and that's another.
You just proved my point.
That's another symptom of white supremacy, because white supremacy is global, my brother.
You just proved my point, brother. Thank you. You just proved my point.
How?
Because what you essentially said is that it's devoid of skin color. It's economic. That was my point.
No, it's not devoid.
So what I'm saying is, even though something can be weaponized and aimed towards a demographic, i.e., black people, they can be what's the word, collateral damage by way of anybody that's in that vicinity or sharing that space. But we know, regardless of where you look in society, if you look at the bottom, you're gonna find black people there, right? You know that, right?
Okay, sure.
Right. This is a symptom of white supremacy.
Okay.
Whether or not the elites have a passion for race and identity and all that can be debated. But regardless of what the motives are, the facts are, black people worldwide, whether you want to be black, African, melanated, brown, any fucking name you want to call, indigenous, foundational, either way, you're going to be at the bottom of what? The social economic ladder.
Okay. All right.
Bob, don't you think that there should be more white people in prison since they consume more drugs and they're the majority of the population in America, shouldn't there be more white people in prison?
No, because there's more to an individual than just simply their skin color.
Sir, I'm saying to you, white people are the largest demographic of consuming drugs in America. All right. And in regards to this war on drugs, black people and brown people make up the overwhelming majority of that population. Don't you agree, since white people are the greatest consumers of drugs because of their numbers and the population numbers in America, that they should be the largest population in prison for drugs?
No.
Wow.
Not without looking several factors. Half the population in America is male. Most of the jail population is male. Why don't we say, you know what? Shouldn't half the population of jail people be women?
No, because crime is not committed equally amongst
only
genders.
if they're the ones taking them.
Really? Crime is not committed equally. I agree. I agree.
Listen, crime is not committed equally amongst genders. Men by far commit more crime. Now, the same cannot be true for color. You can't say more black people commit crime than white people. What we can say is more black people are convicted successfully.
Actually, we can say blacks commit more violent crime.
And they have a higher exoneration rate.
You can't. Even in a country like America, you can't. Unfortunately.
Blacks commit more violent crime than whites.
No,
as
no.
As a percentage of the population.
Sorry.
Not overall, but as a percentage.
Let me correct you. Black people are convicted for more violent crimes. That doesn't mean that they commit more violent crimes or have a higher propensity for violence.
Okay, let's take that for a second. How are the white people getting off? You think a judge is looking and saying, since you're white, you're going to get you off?
What about that Syrian culture?
Let's put it this way. When you live in a society where a serial killer that shoots people gets taken for KFC, yeah, and the man gets his neck nailed on for 8 minutes on camera, you can see the difference in the way that police treat people. You don't have to be a rocket scientist to like, unless you're going to say you're unaware of the institutional racism of the police force. Then I'm wondering what you are educated on, brother.
Jedi, I've gotten pulled over a number of times.
I'm from Peckham, South London. How do I know? Come on, brother. Do you even want to pull up some stats to back up what you're saying, or are you just like shooting off the hip? You freestyle MG.
Yo, we can put up some stats. You can go with that. But
can I ask you, have you traveled?
Jedi, yeah, I have traveled. I live in Hong Kong for Jedi. Let me just say something. We can play the stat game, but you and I both know that people can go online and find the stats they want to back it up.
That's right.
All right. We can go stat for stat for stat for stat. There's stats that say that violent crime in America is the same number of whites and the same number of blacks do it.
Find me those stats.
But as a percentage of the population, blacks commit more violent crime. Now, you can find stats that say that's not true. And I can find stats that say it is true. And you can say, well, I can find conviction rates. Why not? And we can go back and forth on stats.
Yeah. But there's going to be some truth in the numbers, depending on how biased you are when you're reading them. But there's truth in the numbers. Okay. And the facts are there's far more white people committing crime. There's far more black people being convicted of crime. This is the stats, same stats we have over here. A white man is something like 3 times more likely to be in possession of an illegal substance, but a black man is twice as likely to be stopped and searched.
Do you agree that people can pull stats that back up their position?
I believe people can pull stats to back up their position. I also believe there's stats that are based on factual evidence. So I don't want to misconstrue the two.
Okay.
Right.
Okay. And then we have to go and say, well, which institution is putting out the correct stats that we can all agree upon? That's why I get a little bit weirdly about the stat game, because all of us can play the
so in your opinion,
yes,
you've probably been all around America. You've probably witnessed and are educated on all different types of communities in America, from Black America to white America and everything in between, Latin, Hispanic, and everything in between, Asian. You are 100% sure that across the board, black people commit more violent crime.
As a percentage of the population, yes, not in overall numbers.
As a percentage of the population. Okay.
So blacks are 13%. Whites are what? 66%. Whites apparently commit more crimes because there's more of them, but there are also more white people.
Okay.
Blacks.
Wouldn't there be a higher representation of white people versus black people in the correctional facilities if what you've just said is true?
Not necessarily, and that's why
this is where it gets strange.
That's what
before you answer, people, I'm out. I'm going to pick up a little one from hospital. Done.
Hey, bring them home. Bring them home.
Bring them home.
Big up yourself, man.
Done, no peeps. Big up.
All right, man. When you holler back, you get a minute, man. Just pop back in and say what I'm going. You get me?
Yeah, man, brother. Done.
All right, big up yourself. Big up the missus and the baby, bro.
Peace.
Yeah, brother Bob. So,
like I was saying is, I'll give you 100 years ago, things were enormously different. But Jedi, I got to tell you, when you start introducing social class into these decisions, the skin color argument becomes less and less powerful. People who have access to money and lawyers and contacts are living an entirely different life than people who don't. And America has millions of poor white people who are sitting around wondering, where is this white supremacy that I have? Because I don't have anything.
Yeah, like I said, man, I don't think that you've got a full grasp of white supremacy. So I think in your eyes, white supremacy means that regardless of any microcosm, white men are going to be rich, and it doesn't go like that. What happens is the elite, the ruling class, which historically are made up of Europeans. Hold on.
Actually, another group, I think, but go ahead.
One second. Mm-hmm. Yeah, sorry. No. I'm correct. Europeans. I didn't start. Yeah. These are European people. They're not African. They're not Middle Eastern people or anything else that you're trying to imply. In actuality, the majority of the elites ruling class are European with the help of their sellout international friends. And basically, it's my opinion that they couldn't give a fuck whether you're black or white, as long as you're beneath them, right? But the tool they use of white supremacy is to create the divide between black and white because it makes it easier to control the populace. All around the world, we deal with white supremacy, whether it be via the caste system, whether it be via what did they have in South Africa? Segregation. I forgot the name of what they called it. Apartheid. Yeah. Whether it be through apartheid, whether it be through Jim Crow laws in America, colonization in Africa, all around the world, it's evident. Asia, whatnot. And this system is still the one that's in. This is still the overarching system internationally. So I mean, it doesn't matter if Billy Bob is living in a trailer and Master P has a mansion. It doesn't work like that because Master P has a mansion for selling death to black people. Yeah, ain't nobody got a mansion for putting out 50 records about killing Jews. So we know, like I'm telling you, how white supremacy works. Yeah, you're gonna make it far, but guess what? In order for you to make it, guess what you gotta do, Bob? Assimilate, and that's probably why you find yourself in a pretty decent position, right? A decent enough position to be unaware of the unfairness of the society you live in, which is kudos to you. You've managed to shapeshift and dot the right I's and cross the right T's and use the right language and put your best foot forward and probably display an attitude that says, look, I'm loyal to power. I'm loyal to the ruling class. I'm loyal to government. I'm loyal to law and order. And that is basically becoming one of them. and success is rare or non-existent if you are your authentic self. If you don't comply, if you don't shapeshift, if you don't assimilate, or if you don't help to destroy your own community, you ain't going nowhere.
You're making assertions about me that I can understand perhaps how you see them, but I think they're either slightly or wildly off.
Okay, what assertion did I make about you that's off?
That I've assimilated into the system.
Okay.
And I'm enjoying the benefits. I grew up under a single parent. I actually grew up under my dad.
Okay.
And my dad taught me very early on, these are the rules to the game in my household. If you break them, I'll break you. If you don't, you'll live.
Cool.
He taught me the value of hard work, the value of God, the value of dealing with your neighbor.
Did you say your dad was in the service and that, right?
He was in the service for like 4 years, but he got it from his dad.
Right. I guessed that, but guess how I guessed that? Because you never said before about the service. I just made that up. But guess how I guessed that?
I can't imagine.
Right. Because you follow the blueprint that I'm talking about.
Wait,
so this is your family.
Jedi, my dad was in the service for 4 years.
Okay. And his dad was
not like Jedi, come on, just give me a second.
And grandpops, you know, all due respect, no disrespect, but grandpops was in the service for how long?
I don't know if my grandfather. No, wait, he was. He was in World War.
Okay, so you from a long line. So you from a long line of military family.
Okay,
you
Jedi.
You the boxes of the type of brother that will can make it. You tick the boxes, brother. Now, not being funny, it does. You could choose to speak the way you want. I'm not ignorant, yeah, but you understand that your diction, your pronunciation, and the way you come across is a lot more pleasing to, let's say, corporate America's ears than maybe Black Jesus Minister or some of our other brothers from different parts of America. Would you agree? You heard my brother Ashley speak?
Jedi.
You know my brother Born Rich, right? Tennessee?
I've heard these guys.
You know the difference. You know people don't believe you're black until you turn your camera on, all that kind of ignorant jazz.
Yeah,
right?
I've heard that all my life. It's not.
So how do you think that has assisted you in your interaction with corporate America?
Jedi, you're saying a lot of stuff here, and you're making assertions about me, and you find out
questions.
Brother, can I just get my word out, because you're doing a lot of the talking here.
I'm just asking you. I just want you to know that I've been asking you questions, not making assertions. I'm asking you questions. But yeah, carry on, please, brother.
I'd like to think I know my dad perhaps more than you do, and my grandfather more than you do. I'd like to think that.
Right.
Them being in the military, I can tell you, did not have much influence on their life.
Okay.
My father and his upbringing from his father was not about military influence at all. It was just about how things were. Did I hit the lottery in being born under my father? Absolutely, I did. Did I grow up in a white neighborhood where this is the way they talk and people talk this way? Absolutely. I don't I don't knock at all. The environment was my parent when my parent was not around.
Bingo.
And I receive certain benefits from that other people
Bingo.
don't.
Bingo.
I don't deny, but let me finish, man. Let me finish.
I'm not stopping you.
You think I'm proving your point? I can also tell you this. I have tried to help out Black people in the profession I am. And guess what? They don't take my help. I've helped out white people and they're very thankful. I can tell you that there's some basic behaviors that my father said you cannot do in this world. It had nothing to do with the military, that I see Black people do all the time, and it's deleterious to their upbringing. You may be thinking it's funny I'm using the word deleterious. Yes, I'm not a big guy. I have a kind face, and I have a voice dictum that is pleasing to the ear. I'm keenly aware of the tools that I have, but I'm also aware too that I was lucky to be born under a good father, number one, and that the things that I am aware of, other people used to be aware of growing up, Black or white in America. It's simply like manners. like obeying authority, like, I don't know, man, not mouthing off, not being loud in public. There's certain behaviors I see in the Black community that the old Black community would say, this is crazy.
Fair enough, but you see it in the white community, the Hispanic community, and other communities too. You just seem to think it's a Black thing.
We're talking about Black and white. We could talk about Hispanic communities.
Well, you happen to be from a white community where they don't act like that. But this is what I was trying to point at, because I feel like brothers like you help to point an unfair image of America, and you assist this this view of America that the only degenerates in America are the blacks, and everyone else pretty much behaves themselves. And that's far from the truth in America. Yeah, the levels of degeneracy from all cultures is insane. Yeah, and you got whole white communities where their behavior is absolutely abysmal. But it's like, you ain't seen that. You ain't ever. You're not going to mention that. You're just going to talk about Black communities, and the white community you come from wasn't like that. And Black communities, Black people seem to have this behavior. But what about the white folks that have this behavior? We all see Jerry Springer, bro. We know what's going on the other side of America. Why are you hiding it? Why are you hiding what white America really is like?
You're making
all white America is conservative.
No, I actually don't believe that. You're saying that about me. I never said that. You're putting words in my. I never said that.
Without me saying that, you won't be highlighting that because you stuck on the negative behaviors of Black folk, and you didn't offer up any anecdotes about the negative behavior of white folks. The English, the London dude had to do that.
JEDI.
This is what I'm saying. People like
JEDI.
like you help to spread this view that in America, this is why when Africans go to America, they get the talk. Yeah, don't hang with the Black Americans.
JEDI, what you're saying is false.
The negative stereotypes of weaponized hip hop and CIA controlled operations that force us to look at our brothers and sisters as if they are less than human. Yeah, which enables them to be treated less than human in America. And you seem to be talking to me, the London guy, and trying to regurgitate that kind of narrative. That's why I keep trying to urge you to say, well, where's the balanced view on this?
JEDI, I give you the balanced view. You just don't hear it. I keep telling you that in America, it's social class. It's not skin color, which means that ignorant white people have it bad. Ignorant Indian people have it bad. Ignorant Chinese people have it bad. That's the premise of my argument. It's not that I'm picking on Black people.
I'm glad I prompted you to be more forthcoming with.
I said that in the beginning. I said that in the beginning. It's social class.
Okay.
I said that in the beginning. You got to give me that. I said that in the beginning.
The white neighborhood you grew up in, do you think that things would have been the same had you been brought up with your dad in a Black neighborhood?
JEDI, I want you to concede that point at least. That I said that in the beginning is social class.
No. Sorry. Unfortunately, when you was describing the degeneracy, you were speaking about Black behaviors. You said, I quote, "In my line of work," you for some reason you brought this up because we wasn't even talking about this. You just brought this up. In my line of work, I've tried to help Black people. They don't want my help. Yeah, I tried to help white people. They're grateful. This is the type of comparison that you've been making, and through our conversations over the last 2 weeks. This is what I hear. I've been listening to you speak. This is how I hear you speak. I don't know whether you recognize that's what you're doing, but I have to prompt you to hear you say, "Oh no, Black people are or no, white people do this too," without me prompting. You're not painting that picture.
JEDI, you're just hearing what you want to hear.
They only walk away with the complaints and the criticisms that you have for the Black community, and they don't get the rounded view that some of these things that the brother's talking about, they actually exist in higher rates in other people's communities. So
JEDI, you're only
like, for instance, you'd be over here selling us the fact that Black people have a higher propensity for violent crime in America, which is untrue. I have to bring the balanced view that hold on, wait, no, the numbers don't even suggest that. Then you start attacking whether stats are accurate or not. Come on, brother. I'm doing your job as the Black man in America. This should be you bringing balance speak truth by all means, but speak it with balance. You shouldn't have the black man from London having to do that for you. And this is why I say that I feel like you're slightly a little bit warped. Unfortunately, you're not beyond help, but you're a little bit warped in your negative view towards yourself or people that are people of your own hue. And I don't know why that is. Probably, like I was saying earlier, bingo. You thought I was cutting you off. I was saying bingo because you was like, yeah, you raised in a white neighborhood, and I'm sure you give a lot of credit to that white neighborhood for the man that you are today.
Jedi, you're making assertions, half-truths, and innuendos. I originally said that social class was the issue. I originally said that. I don't know why. I think your ear only hears black and white. It doesn't hear anything else. It just doesn't.
I heard someone say that you held negative views about black women. Is that true?
Generally speaking, yes.
Oh, okay. So that has nothing to do with class, correct? Economic class, right?
No, it does.
Excuse me? Okay, so why are black women all of these negative things because of economics and not black men who share the same damn economics?
I never said it. Again, this word twisting and stuff. Lady D asked me a question.
Okay, Lady sir. D, you have negative sentiments about black women, right?
Can I finish a statement? You ask me a question, then you don't like the answer, or you don't like me even beginning the answer. Lady D asked me a question. She said, why do you think black women have it tough in America? Why do you think they have attitudes that you speak of? And I simply said that black women have it rough in America. They have to deal with a lot of things that being a black male, they didn't have to deal with. There are things black men have to deal with that black women don't. But black women have had it as the roughest group of women in America. And that to me has created a certain mindset in their mentality that makes it difficult for them to deal with.
Your negative descriptions of black women. I think I heard somebody say you said that black women are ugly or something like. What did you say? What are those physical traits
they don't have smiley faces?
What I said was we were talking about genetics and social construct. I was saying darker skin on a woman generally makes a woman look more masculine. That was then taken to it being a social construct and how wrong that was. And I said, that's fine. Then I also tried to assert, which I didn't do because no one heard anything. They just hear race, that there are a number of factors that make a woman good looking or not. Skin color is just one of them. It's just one that happens to be seen. A woman can be dark skinned. That may be a knock. But if she's 5'3" or 5'4", that could be good. A woman could have white skin or light skin, and that be seen as beautiful. But if she's 6'4", she's not going to be attractive. Again, there are many factors to what makes a person attractive, physically and not physically. You guys are just stuck on one.
So would you conclude that the black woman is the least attractive woman on the planet?
Yeah,
he's thinking about it.
I don't know why he's doing that. I'm here. Lady D's in the house. Lady D's in the house. Black Jesus Minister. So what actually happened was this, right? He had a conversation. I didn't really get to speak to him much on the first time I met him. So then I wanted to revisit the conversation and the little bits and stuff that I remember hearing. So I asked him, first of all, about the looks and stuff. And he basically told us we're masculine, we don't smile. Typically, we're frowning and we're looking miserable in our photos and whatever other nonsense he likes to push out there. Cool. So then what I tried to do was try to find out his mindset because I didn't really get to speak to him about it. So I asked him, if you took a black woman and applied white skin to her, what would you get? But unfortunately, brothers on the panel refused to shut up, keep their mouth quiet and let me flow. So we never quite got to finish off where I was going with the mindset. So then I tried to ask him if you put a smile to that now. If you take away the black skin, add white skin, would she look more pleasing? He didn't get a chance to really respond. I tried to ask again, if you try to apply a smile to that as well, would that come across even better to you? Because I'm trying to figure out, is it the appearance of us that irks him so much, or is it just actually what he's been brainwashed into thinking? So this is why I was trying to have a one-on-one with him, but unfortunately, as usual, it just didn't go there.
Sorry, I'll be real with you. Big up, Lady D.
Big up.
Your rendition of what happened is totally false. I'm
No,
sorry.
it isn't. No, it isn't. That's exactly what happened. And Maku would have
give my opinion.
Yeah, go on.
My opinion. Yeah, like Bob was engaged in a great conversation with me. I was asking all the relevant questions. All the information was laid out. How he felt, his stance, exactly what he was saying, his ideas on masculinity and darkness, femininity and lightness, smiling women, polite black women, rude black women, unpolite, aggressive. We got there, and he said it all. When you came on the panel, I was like, "Right, Lady D, this is what this brother is saying. Get him."
Did I get a chance though? Be honest.
There was a lack of engagement. A couple times I tried to facilitate it, tell everyone, shush, boom, please let Lady D. And when Lady D just wasn't biting the hook for some reason, she weren't really biting. That was the first time. I'm talking about the first time, Lady D.
No, I'm talking about the second time.
Yeah,
That's
right,
what
exactly.
I'm talking. Right. So
Now.
be real now. Be real.
No, I'm being real, man. I said like so. Like I said, the first time it was laid out, boom. I don't know. It weren't going for it. But either way, just to clarify on what Brother Bob said, he says that dark skin is more masculine, whether it be on a male or female, and light skin is more feminine, whether it be on a male or female. So it's not just about. He reckons a white man is appears more feminine than a black man because of his white skin.
Yeah, but I'm not addressing the black men, so I don't know why you're putting that in. I'm addressing the black woman, which is what Black Jesus Minister is addressing too, black women, right?
We getting there,
okay.
We getting there, man. But I'm just trying to.
That's an
important
mindset,
right?
That's an important point you just brought up, Jedi.
Yeah, exactly. You asking him all these questions on mindset, and he highlighted his mindset, which is the darker, the more aggressive, the more masculine, the lighter, the more feminine, the more, if you like, passive or agreeable, right? And this is where this brother is coming from. This is what, and I'm telling him that you have a mindset of white supremacy, and he doesn't see it.
I know, Jones. I can clearly see that, but I'm not even thinking about, because I'm letting you handle all of the white supremacy. I'm not even on that. If you notice where I'm going to, he's just his total mindset, and that's all I'm trying to get to. Now, remember, it's not just him that has it. Many of brothers have it.
His mindset.
Many of them carry this.
Lady D, I'm confused because you said you're not dealing with the white supremacy. You're dealing with.
No, you don't got that. You got that.
His mindset is white supremacy.
I know, bro, but I'm more focused on the woman part. That was mainly the conversation that was being had at the time. It was mainly about the women. Remember, the first time he was talking, I wasn't engaging because really and truly I had other things going on in the background. I was on the phone. I wasn't really bothered. Hence why when I got the opportunity the second time.
So you want to focus on the black woman?
Yes.
Cool.
Yeah.
I mean, regardless,
you can speak for black men. I don't mind. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, sorry, I'm going to speak for the black woman and the black man. Right. That's what I'm going to do. In fact, I'm going to speak for people with sense. Right. So this is what I'm saying. I don't know about this segregation of what I'm addressing and what I'm not, or what he. The fact is good.
I'm not saying what you should, bro. Just be clear. I don't want you to think that I'm trying to tell you what to address.
Hold on.
Yeah.
The fact is this. Not only does he have these views about the black woman, which you're more interested in, cool. He also thinks black people have a high propensity for violence. Yeah. He also thinks black people are more aggressive. He also thinks black people have a code of conduct and a behavior that he's reluctant when giving his examples to balance out and give other people's behavior. So you can see he has a pure bias against black people. And I'm telling him that everywhere you look at the world is through the lens of white supremacy. So you're not about hypnotized.
Facts, 100%. But the brothers have got that. They got you on that. Yeah.
Whatever it is, whether it be male or female, if it's dark, if it's dark, it ain't as good.
Well, it's good for black men.
And I ask Brother Bob another question?
Of course.
Brother Bob, so would you agree with what was basically said, that black men are likewise hyper masculine and therefore dangerous because of their dark skin, black skin?
Never said anything like that. I didn't say hyper masculine. I just said skin color. The darker the skin, the more masculine you look. I didn't say anything about hyper masculinity.
Okay, I know you say that towards women, but I'm asking you now about men. What is your opinion of dark-skinned men, and what does that dark skin mean when in regards to black men to you?
So the original question, we were talking about attractiveness, and that's why I didn't say it, but I mean, you could deduce that black men are the most attractive.
I'm not talking about women now. I'm off of women. I'm not talking about women anymore. I'm asking you about black men. What is your opinion of black men, since you say darker the skin is, the more masculine you are? What is your opinion of black men?
What is my opinion of black men?
Yeah,
because of skin color,
masculinity.
I think black men are more masculine than any other group.
Wow.
Okay, and so is that a deficit or is that a positive in your
What do you
view?
think, man? What do you think? If you're a man, is it better to be masculine or not?
Okay, so it's okay for men to be dark skinned, but it's not okay for women to be dark skinned?
Jesus God, I feel like yes.
Wow.
Hallelujah.
If you want attractiveness, the darker you are as a man, the more you're going to be attractive.
Okay. So do you agree or disagree? Okay, do you agree or disagree with white supremacy's sentiment that black men are hyper aggressive, hyper criminal, and hyper dangerous, which is attached to their race and being black and dark skinned?
Bob?
Yes.
You agree with that?
No,
somebody call my name. No, hyper.
Yeah, do you agree with white supremacy's view?
I agree that there's a perception. I would agree there's perception that black men are more violent than white men, just strictly on phenotype, just strictly on our skin color. I'm not a big guy. I'm medium brown.
So do you agree with that? So, yeah. So do you agree with that?
I agree that it exists.
No, I'm asking you, do you agree with the view that black men are more dangerous because they're black?
No, not because they're black, no. But because
they're more masculine.
What I have seen with black men in my experience and black people in my experience, when I'm walking down the street and I see two white boys coming, no, I don't think anything about it.
Why are you saying boys though? Why are you saying white boys?
That's what we say in America. That means white boys.
Oh, is that what you lot say?
Yeah, he's a white boy.
That's so disrespectful.
Well, go screw yourself.
Well, I don't think it's conducive to a conversation, Bob, mate.
When I see two black guys coming down the street, yeah, hell yeah, I perk up a little bit and think about it.
The question is, Bob, yeah, you can have these views, but does it emanate or stem from conditioning as a result of white supremacy? That's the point. Like, anyone can have these views, right? But doesn't necessarily mean you've been brainwashed. Now, it's on you to convince us that you ain't been brainwashed. So far, you're ticking all the boxes of a guy that's been brainwashed. You're not really putting your case forward.
I tried to. I get interrupted a lot. I should.
No, but Bob.
I apologize to you for saying screw yourself. That was wrong. I got a little angry there. What I will say is this.
I understand how it is when you got four people against you. You feel like your back's against the wall, right? But keep it together. We're only here for the conversation. No one's here trying to demonize you or crucify you. We just want to hear your truth. So
I've said my
truth. Like, speak from your heart. Like, don't overthink your answers. Just speak.
I think I am doing that. I really
I think
do.
you're
believe
overly like trying to give the answer that you think's gonna come across in a certain way. Just speak, bro. No one's here
I
to
have been
judge you,
speaking,
innit?
Don. I have been speaking. Listen, man, listen. From my experience.
Bob, just speak, man. Just speak, Bob.
Are you brainwashed by white supremacy? Yes or no?
My answer is no. Your answer is
okay.
yes.
So expand on that. Expand on that.
Give us your answer, Bob.
I said no.
I'm playing.
The man asked you, do you agree with white supremacy? And you said, yeah.
Of course he does.
Do I agree with white supremacy?
He said, do you agree with the white supremacist ideology that black men are have a propensity to violence based on their race? And you said, yeah.
Yes, I do believe that part. Yes.
Well, I don't know.
That's not, I mean, but just to say, because I agree that there is messed up stuff that white people do with to black people or think about black people doesn't mean I agree with the all-encompassing idea that white people are against us. There's things that women do that I can't stand. I don't consider myself anti-woman.
I hear you, Bob.
So, Bob, if I was to ask you your mindset, what is your actual mindset?
I've said this before, and you guys don't hear it because you're only looking through the lens
I'm
of race.
asking you. I'm not trying to hear other voices this time. I'm trying to hear you. Go ahead.
I believe that we are born into this world as individuals. We don't know shit from Shinola. I believe that God gives us a soul and we're going to live forever once we die. As individuals, as you get older, people are going to tell you different things about yourself that generally benefit them. They may benefit you. Your parents, commercials, friends, your environment are all going to tell you, listen, you need to believe this mentality. And if you don't, it's to your own deficit. As you get older and you mature, you begin to challenge these beliefs. Some of these beliefs you say, okay, are true, some are not. And that's largely based on experience. You get older and you get older and you get older and you begin to see that, now that I have more information, I can really say, yes, my parents did teach me right, or my environment did teach me right, or my parents did teach me wrong, or my environment did teach me wrong. But you are constantly looking for, as I said, you divide the world between two people, those who are introspective and those who are not. My grandparents would tell me that they're gone, but that they were very scared of white people and I should be too. Well, that's their reality. But as I grew up, I didn't find myself having problems with white people. Why would I continue to hold on to their beliefs when it's not my experience?
But you
So,
did,
as I
however,
said,
find problems with black people, right? Am I correct?
I'm just trying to finish it. Let me just finish this. As I said, you divide the world between two groups, people who are introspective and people who are not. If you begin to look in the mirror and really think about what do you believe, why do you believe it, what are your experiences, what is your anecdotal evidence, what is your empirical evidence, and sure, you can look at data. Then you can really see, perhaps, I don't believe this as much, or there are more nuances to it. I can tell you right now in America that there are people who look and say black people should not be successful. Black people should just be in jail. Black people shouldn't be educated, so forth and so on.
Wow.
I disagree with that.
Of course. Do you come into contact with these people, though, Bob?
Con, let me just finish, man.
Sorry.
But I don't think that is the overarching problem that black people face in America is this power structure called white supremacy, albeit it's white and social class and any number of things. How can a brother worry about white supremacy when he can't even speak correctly?
What's correctly?
Okay, forget it.
Man, you're very irritable, aren't you?
Sorry,
we ask one simple question, you go
very
on.
touchy.
Because I think that you guys are just poking and prodding things just to just.
No, you know why? Because you speak in a certain way, and I want to know whether you think you speak correctly versus who. Give me an example of somebody that speaks incorrectly.
Here we go.
Someone who doesn't have a basic command of the English language when they are trying to ask or articulate very simple sentences or questions about something.
You mean like an immigrant?
No, I wouldn't say immigrant. Immigrants have accents.
Okay. So somebody with special needs.
Pardon?
Somebody with special needs.
Now, someone with special needs doesn't, that's like a medical problem.
Somebody that speaks heavy Ebonics.
Correct. That mindset is not one that you can carry out into the world and expect to be broadly based successful. Now, some of you say, well, that's white supremacy. That's white supremacy. That's white supremacy. And I'm thinking, no.
One second, brother. Is what you're saying true? Or is that just an opinion of yours?
Both. It's my opinion that it's the truth that if you do not speak a certain way, your opportunities in life are going to be limited in many areas.
Okay. It just so happens that it seems that in your nation, the what do they call it? The land of, what was it? Dreams? Well, I can't remember what they.
Land of the free, home of the brave.
Right.
The American dream and all that.
Yeah, the American dream seems that anybody can make it in America. Once you got a plan or a talent or a skill, you can make it. You could be massive. Seems to me that you got many people that are multi-millionaires that don't have the best command of the English language, speaking heavy ebonics. In fact, they seem to get paid off speaking in heavy ebonics. Heavy ebonics seems to be a multi-billion-dollar industry.
Did you just hear what I said? I agree with you.
Give me a second.
I agree with you.
Give me a second. It seems to be a multi-billion-dollar industry in the little nation that you reside in. So once again, I think that your viewpoint is not only outdated, but it is based and entrenched in the limitations put on Black people via this oppressive. Yo, we're gonna fuck you lot up. We're gonna oppress you. We're gonna put you at the bottom of the barrel. Then we're gonna judge you on the way you speak, and you're gonna be less of a human based on the way you use Queen's English. But yet your slang and your ebonics and your swag, your lifestyle, yeah, we're gonna make billions off of that. This is where we're going wrong. Your own viewpoint. In a time like now, your viewpoint, you think that somebody that doesn't speak perfect English is at a disadvantage in America?
JEDI.
When you have the story of so many immigrants that come over there that can barely speak a lick of fucking English and they fucking smash it out there.
JEDI.
But all the FBA's mad. Mad, you can't even talk properly. All funny accents and shit. They own all the shops and shit. Ain't they got all the liquor stores and all the shops? Yeah, thank you, come again. I get it. Ain't that? I feel sorry for your mother. Ain't the Koreans got loads of shots? The Asians got loads of shots. Ain't the Africans
menace to society
over there? What about the Mexicans? Are the Mexicans out there? And they hustling? Making fortunes for themselves, barely speak any English.
JEDI, I did say.
When it comes to Black folk now, they're lesser. You have this expectation of them, and they're lesser.
I can't even get a word in edgewise, man. You guys are doing all the speeches. Go ahead and tell me what I think.
I'm crying, man.
What I'm trying to work at is
because you come from that neighborhood where it's hard to be assertive. Yeah. When you want to speak, it's like you're not putting that oomph into it. You're not even trying to like, oh yeah, let me speak now. You're just like, okay, I don't know. It's lame.
Adapt, brother. You gotta.
I generally like to have people be able to finish their point, and I think I should be able to finish my point. Now, if you consider that lame, that's on you. But no, I'm not going to start. I'm not going to start talking over somebody. That's just not how I communicate. I mean, you speak and I speak, and you speak and I speak. How can you run a panel if people are always trying to talk over each other? But apparently that's weak. Okay.
To be honest, Bob, I ain't got no problem.
Is that what you're using the microphone for? To cry? Don't use the microphone to cry, bro. I thought you was gonna say something. You just grab the mic and start crying. I put the mic down. Come on, what are we doing, man? You need your emotions, man.
I really am not.
I bet you don't remember what your point was.
As I said to you, I agree with you that there are certain areas of society that you can excel in. And I said that there are certain areas you can excel in if you have a certain type of dictum. My type of dictum wouldn't do well in rap music.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's
All right?
a fact. Yeah.
So I said, and that's why I get a little annoyed, because I say things and you say things, and you're saying what I basically said, and I agree with you, but you're not listening to the other parts of what I'm saying.
Yeah.
You're just not, and it gets frustrating because it's like, man, I actually agree with what you're saying, and I said it.
So there's no more points. You're just gonna keep crying about having said something that I said and I said something. You're gonna make a point.
That's what
If you believe I'm crying, you're welcome to believe that too. Look, man, look, if you're saying that I have a weak voice or that I don't,
are you gonna make a point, brother?
If I don't assert myself a certain way, then you know that's on you. I'm not going to sit here and start trying to change.
The crying, it's like a siphon of tears. Can we?
Bob, can you hand over the emotional part to me, please? I'm the female on the panel. Thank you.
Oh.
No, again, you guys are making assertions.
The thing is, Bob, you only get that from black women. Other women don't give a flying fuck.
You're appearing to Jedi again. You don't know me, I don't know you, but you are asserting that I'm being emotional. I don't believe I am. I'm a little frustrated, but I'm certainly not emotional. I'm not sitting over here crying because I can't get my point out. But if you want to believe that, fine, man. I mean, whatever.
You've not made a point for about 10 minutes of holding the microphone.
I can't even talk.
No one is interrupting you. You're just bleeding out for 10 minutes straight.
Bro, no, Jedi, come on. You've been talking way more than I have. Come on, man.
Okay.
Bob, can you tell me roughly where you're from in America, please? Because I personally believe America is a very big place and there's a lot of diversity, and race relations obviously can fluctuate from place to place. So to get a better idea of like where you're from and what kind of place you're representing, if we assume that you are a product of your environment, I'm assuming you're from a very nice place. So can you tell me where that is, just for my benefit?
I grew up in the suburbs of Washington, D.C., but I live right now in Memphis, Tennessee.
Okay.
So the good side of the tracks, yeah. You know, DC's mad on the other side, isn't it? So you on the good side.
So this place where you're getting all this white pom, is that in Memphis, Tennessee?
No, actually no.
So where was that then? Back home in DC?
Well, I lived in Atlanta for a while. I guess you could say I got it there. I mean, I'm kind of dating this girl right now, so we're going pretty good. But I'm in the travel business, so I can get around fairly easily.
Oh shit! Do you know Dave Chappelle then?
I do not know Dave Chappelle.
What personally?
Yeah, he might have been his neighbor in that, innit? He's from the good side of the tracks, innit, in DC. So
I don't think Dave Chappelle lives in DC anymore.
No, but he grew up there.
He lives in Ohio.
Neither does this guy, innit? He don't live there.
Well, are you from an affluent area then in America?
Yes.
Yeah. Have you noticed that a lot of black people, they seem to be very hostile around affluent black people? They feel intimidated.
Reggie's trying to pull you onto his team now. The Black Batman and all that.
Reggie, say that again. Blacks are hostile towards affluent blacks?
Yeah, there are a lot of black people that are very hostile towards black people that are successful in affluent areas. You get what I'm
Absolutely.
saying?
Yeah, I've experienced that. Yeah, it's very true.
Yeah. I don't know what that is. I think that's what you're experiencing now. You're experiencing the hostility you tend to get from,
Yeah, definitely because you're affluent and not because you said that black women look masculine and black people have a higher propensity for violence. It's not because we've been having a debate with him. It's just because he's affluent, even though we have no idea about how much money he makes. Suck out, man.
I know, man. Fuck you.
It's mad.
Bob, just to clarify, man, because this is coming from their mouth. Did you say that black women?
Shut up, man. We've gone over it 1,000,000 times. Yes, he did say. He said it.
Reggie, what were you going to ask?
Eat himself.
No, I'm just asking to clarify the comments that he said you made.
Why do you need? I just said what he said. Did you say it? Yeah, he did say it. Boom. Let's keep it moving. This is what this whole conversation is about, Reggie.
Reggie, I see they treat you the same way, huh?
these two are bonding, trauma bonding.
Very similar. Very similar. I'm a very, but I kind of grew up in both areas, so I know I'm very familiar with both. You know what I'm saying?
You didn't.
I did. I grew up in Bermondsey.
Yeah, that's not. What area is that?
I grew up.
What did you experience in the mean streets of Bermondsey?
Canada Water, yeah.
I grew up in Bermondsey. I went to.
What does that mean? What does that mean? You grew up in Bermondsey. What does that mean?
It doesn't mean that I'm a gangster like you lot, but it means
just then. There's no point telling man you grew up in Bermondsey like that's like you grew up somewhere.
It means that I've seen black degeneracy at my doorstep, and I've seen both. I've seen black excellence. You know what I'm saying? And it's never been able to meet in the same thing. One always goes at each other. You know?
Like, listen, honestly, when you get life experience under your belt, then come and chat to us. We don't care, bro. You're like a little boy trapped in a man's body. You know what I mean? You can't tell us anything. But yeah, in terms of Brother Bob, I don't know if you had that conversation about black excellence before. But what does that terminology bring to your mind?
Black people, striving towards excellence.
Not you. No one would be upset.
I think black excellence is a mentality that is good for blacks who don't think. I think it's kind of actually abhorrent, to be brutally honest.
You think it's a what?
I think it's abhorrent to say black excellence.
Abhorrent. Okay.
Yes.
Why is it abhorrent?
Because, and I'll put this as simply as possible, individuals make themselves excellent. To talk about being successful and still staying black, I find deeply problematic. I don't have any children, but I wouldn't look at my son and say, you need to have black excellence. I would say you would just need to be excellent.
Right.
So, Reggie, what do you think about that?
I think he's kind of like misconstruing the whole thing. I mean, if you're black, then you got to be something. You know what I'm saying? You've either got to be excellent, or you got to be not excellent or degenerate. You get what I'm saying? It's as simple as that. You can't change the fact that you're black, but you can change the fact that you're excellent.
I agree. You can't change it. I agree that you can't change the fact that you're black. That's not a characteristic I would have put on somebody. A guy goes next. Let's say, I don't know, a guy invents some kind of new thing that changes the world, and he's black. And I'm thinking about him on stage describing how he came up with this new thing. And then somebody asks him, so how does it feel to be, a black person who has done this? And I'm thinking, what kind of question is that? How about all the stuff I had to do to get to this point, and you still only see me as black? I think when people use the term black excellence, what you're also doing is saying that, the skin color is kind of more important than the individual. And what you're also saying too is, and this is why I say real power is assumed, it's not broadcast. You're also kind of giving an assertion that white people are excellent, because you never hear about white excellence. It's just excellence. But when you say black excellence, it's like, oh, here's a black person that can be excellent too.
I agree with Bob on this one, to be honest, to some extent. It racializes, someone's progress and all that. And I think that, I remember watching a video about a coach from Tampa Bay, right? And the way the reporter was speaking to him, he was saying, well, you're a black coach and you're playing against a team which has a black coach and all that. And she was talking about the coach's skin color to a larger extent. Like, had it been a white coach, she wouldn't be saying that, right? I think that it recreates a racialized stereotype or racialized, topic that shouldn't be there. I don't like individuals that like to racialize, stuff. That's what I've noticed. Really, it's just people are racializing things that don't need to be racialized.
All right, yeah, I hear you. Big up, you. Reggie?
The ideology of black excellence is to say that, okay, we've historically been looked at as having low IQs, which some of the FNATs predominantly have come and said and given us statistics to suggest that we've historically been made to feel as if we're not achievers, and here are our achievers. So we are here to kind of like symbolize and to kind of give praise and to uplift our people by basically showing people that we have people that are excellent, that can actually can actually compete with our peers, and that not all of us are being suppressed by white supremacy and are here just to complain about hardship, that some of us are actually managing to excel in the system. So I don't see anything wrong with that.
What are you saying, Bob? What do you think?
If you assume somebody's in power, that is a lot more stronger than somebody that has to say, I'm in power. When white people do well, they don't carry the white moniker with them. It's just they are doing well. They're Dr. So-and-so, they're an attorney so-and-so, they're a politician so-and-so. It's all that. It's assumed that they are going to be successful.
Right, it's an individual thing.
Exactly.
Bob, they have the acknowledgement of the white people, because white people always tell themselves that they're excellent anyway, and they have the acknowledgement of our own black people. You see how black people here have come to tell us that we're at the bottom of society, that we're under white supremacy, that we're basically not, regardless of how much we achieve, we're basically not achieving anything because there's a system that suppresses us and it can't, you know what I mean? So we have to tell ourselves. If we can't give ourselves credit, no one else will. You know
Reggie, that's why I was saying, hold on, I hear you, Don. Reggie, that's why I was saying black excellence is for people that don't think. Let me pose this scenario. Let's take black and white out. And you meet two people, and one person says, hey, how you doing? I'm a millionaire. And another person doesn't say anything. They say, hey, how you doing? My name's Chris. And later you find out that guy, Chris, is a billionaire.
Mm-hmm.
You're going to be impressed by the fact that he didn't even mention how much money he has. But the guy that announced how much money it has, you kind of look and you think, man, well, I mean, of all the things to think about, that's what you come with? That's your first introduction is I'm a millionaire?
I think you might be misunderstanding. I don't subscribe to black excellence as a tag or whatever. That's Reggie's thing, isn't it? But I think you might be misunderstanding the utility in the phrase. You're thinking about it from a perspective of if you're excellent, why would you need to?
Let Reggie break it down.
Yeah. Go on, Reg.
But Emma, I've had a conversation with Emma before and other people, and it's more than just it's not a material thing necessarily. It's also, you get a lot of people. If you type in the terminology into like Google, you get a lot of people that have just done, for example, you'll see people that have excelled in terms of like graduation. They got the highest marks, or they might have excelled in terms of like being creative, inventing stuff, or winning a competition. Just going above and beyond their peers. Which for some of us, we understood that was the whole purpose of a lot of our movements that we've had in the past, was to give black people the opportunity to be able to demonstrate their ability. And now they're given the ability, and now they've been given that opportunity. We're seeing black people excelling. We see a movement of Nigerians, that people that are born rich, a lot of the American contingents love to hate, have moved from Nigeria to America, for example, and they show black excellence. And it seems to rub white people off the wrong way. It seems to rub our own people off the wrong way. Like, we have to give ourselves that confidence. You get what I'm saying? We have to actually acknowledge our own perseverance and our own ability to shine in a climate where we've not historically been able to do so.
Reggie, and that's why I agree with you. And that's why I said I agree with you on this. And that's why I said black excellence is for people that don't think. It's like growing up and somebody, like the people that I don't know. I guess I only idolize my dad, but people I wanted to be like in my profession. No one had to say to me, "Here's a black person in your profession. You can be like him too." They were just pretty much all white guys. But I was like, I want to do that. I didn't need a black person in front of me to motivate me to do well. So when I hear black excellence, it's kind of like someone saying, here are all these black people that can't do well. Here's a black person that can do well. Come on, black people, look at them. You know, why can't the people I want to emulate or want to learn from be of all different kinds of races or both genders? Why is it I can only relate to a black person? And I'm saying that may be true for people who are of a certain mindset. But if you're already thinking above that, you don't need to see a person that looks like you to know that you can be successful. I'm around many people that don't look like me at all, and I don't feel as though I'm lost because there's not a person like me.
But you was raised like that, though. You was raised around white people in a white neighborhood. So why are you acting like I'm around all these different types of people and I don't feel out of place? Why would you feel out of place? You've always been.
JEDI. The question was about black excellence, and I said, I agree. I said to you that black excellence is good for people who are in a mentality pretty much where they need someone who's successful to look like them to be motivated.
People that don't think.
Yeah, people who don't think.
Yeah, that's not why I'm arguing though, but cool. That's not why I was arguing.
Well, I'd like to think that most of us up here can look at somebody who doesn't look like them and they're doing something that you want to do and say, you know, I'd like to do that and think they can do it.
But you was like, yo, but I'm surrounded with people that different types of people and I don't feel out of place. And I'm like, yeah, but you already just went through telling us your upbringing was in a part of America where there was loads of white people. You was in a white community.
So what?
So it's nothing new to you.
Exactly. So for people who they need that kind of stuff, yeah, it's good for them. It's not good for me. I don't need to see a black president to think I can make it. No one ever told me I couldn't be black president.
I personally think that that mentality is one that's been forced upon black people. And I don't think that they realize how much they're controlled by that type of mentality, but it is where it is. After a while, it just gets it gets old. It gets old, bro. Like everything, you know, like.
Can I tell you a story?
If something is black owned, then you're gonna go for it, right? So that's what made everyone go out and vote for Obama because he's black. It wasn't his politics.
Right.
When Obama got elected,
wasn't what he stood for, and the type of support that he gets from the black community just shows that we still are vulnerable to pledge allegiance to anything that looks like us. We're vulnerable to that, and that's a weakness. And I think I read through the insecurity that's always kept around about our identity and our belonging group, and you know, and then you do get terms like black excellence. Unfortunately,
yes,
excellence seems to be like if you are a football player or a rapper and you come out all blinged out on the BET Awards or the Super Bowl, that's black excellence. Or if you do, I don't know, man, these rappers and these icons, and it's all about idolatry and materialism. Just another trend, unfortunately.
When Obama got elected, the older the black person, the more they cried in happiness. And I saw this with my own family in particular, but just in general, watching the pictures, people who were born in the 1920s that saw this, they were unbelievably overjoyed. And I can understand that because their mentality was, their life experience was totally different.
Right.
When Obama got elected, I was like, okay, you know, whatever, just another person in power. Because no one ever told me this. No one ever told me I couldn't be president. No one ever said that this is an impossible thing for me.
Slightly off the beaten track, yeah. You was raised by your dad, so I take it mom wasn't around.
Yeah, my parents got a divorce when I was 10. Mom had some health issues that, yeah.
Okay. Did your dad ever remarry?
He did, but I was pretty much grown by that point.
Did he marry forget it. Don't worry about
No, he's not into the pink toes, as we call them. He married a black woman. Why is there a guy that's on his knees with a skeleton over my picture?
Can I ask you a question, Bob?
What's up?
You said your parents, they were like afraid of people who weren't black and all that. Were they from the South? Were they from like states like Alabama or Mississippi or Georgia, like in the Jim Crow days? Because it kind of sounds like it.
My mom was from Mississippi. My dad was from Pennsylvania. But I don't remember. What did I say my parents said?
You said, I think your grandparents.
His grandparents.
Yeah, his grandparents were afraid of, white people and all that. So I'm assuming they were from the Jim Crow South.
My grandparents are from Pennsylvania.
Right. Yeah, but with regards to Barack Hussein Obama, I remember back in the day that there were more people more concerned of him being a Muslim than being black. That's something I've noticed. Back then, there were like people saying, "Well, I'm not voting for him because he might be a Muslim and all that."
I think a lot of white people said that, but I think the white people that didn't vote for him, it wouldn't matter if he was Christian.
Yeah,
that's
something bizarre because I think if there was like let's just say a US standard of a census and all that pertaining to religion, I think religion has fallen probably. I'll probably say 60% of Americans are Christians or something like that. A slim majority at the very least, because when you look at the US, it's very secular. Atheism is on the rise in the US as well. So you have to take all those factors into consideration. All that, particularly even generational. I think people who are the same age range as me are practically agnostic at the very least. At the very least, agnostic or atheist. You might have some who are religious.
Where do you get to religion?
No, that's what I think.
How do you take us to religion again?
Look, okay. Yeah. So I went off track. I do apologize, but yeah, I think that.
How does that happen? When you start talking.
Yeah.
And you know what you want to say. Then halfway through, you end up somewhere else. How does that happen?
Yeah, I just explain like very deeply, and I just I just went off track. Yeah, okay. I just don't. Yeah, it's madness, isn't it? Yeah, I know that. But going back to Obama, I think that when I look back at 2008, I think it was a shame basically for like black people saying I'm voting for Obama because he's black.
Hang on, Bob, are you there?
I'm listening.
Yeah, I find it quite a shame because, you've seen Obama as a symbol.
Yeah, Bob, what are you going to say to Bob, Reggie?
I was going to ask Bob, do you lot take as much interest in our presidential campaign as we seem to take in American leadership?
No, I love you guys. I watched the British House of Commons as comedy.
I was surprised to hear Born Rich watches Wimbledon.
Because it seems like so who are you going to vote for then, right? In this your new, I think you got an election coming up, right? I think it might be next year.
In 2 years.
2 years, yeah. Are you with Trump or you got?
I'll vote for whoever's Republican.
I always get them mixed up. So that's Biden then.
Hey Don, I'm sorry you got cut off, man. But Reggie, go ahead. I felt bad for John. He was just trying to make a point. But go ahead.
Yeah, he won't get to the point though. He'll just keep saying stuff that he heard other people say before he took the mic. That's his little thing.
Yeah, he needs testosterone replacement therapy, man. The mental focus.
Nah, that's out of order, man.
Honestly, they say that testosterone is responsible for mental focus, so you might want to look into it. Maybe get tested.
Oh, guys, I didn't want to go this way. Reggie, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Bob. Are you like
I think Kanye needs to go to Weight Watchers, isn't it?
Are you? So you're of African American descent, or do you know what heritage you come from?
Yeah, I mean, I did the ancestry thing, but yeah, I'm mostly from Africa
and England.
Yep, 19% British, and but yeah,
That's a solid percentage right there.
I can hear the penny dropping for bare people. Like what? Okay.
So you're mixed race a bit. Like you look. Do you look mixed race?
No, I think I look black.
Okay. Well, you don't know where in Africa.
Apparently, I'm 30% Nigerian, 30% Cameroon.
No.
Suck your mom. Yeah, I said it, suck your mom.
Y'all are wild, man.
Yeah, you better pick that penny up off the floor, boy.
That River State's got a lot to answer for.
Shit. Yeah, boy, man.
Well, I do follow British politics. I mean, I like politics and culture and all that stuff. You guys pretty much get up and make fun of the other guy, and I wish we had a system like that.
Bro, it's a trash system, and it's not you guys either.
Well, everyone says that their system is trash. I guess. I mean,
hold on, wait. That what do you? What? So you like what they do in the House of Commons for what reason? Because it's entertaining, or do you think it's got genuine political utility? Like, well, why do you like it?
That's a good question. I probably more entertainment, but I do like the fact that someone can challenge the prime minister directly, where in America you just don't. With the Republican kind of system we have, the president and the Congress just don't talk as much, and certainly not directly and openly.
You do know when they talk, they usually give like political answers, and they're not very forthcoming on a lot of topics. So they might look as if they're asking direct questions. They don't really answer directly. So.
Yeah, like I said, I'd imagine it's not strictly policy based. A lot of it's jabbing at the other guy, I guess, for points and election purposes. But I don't know. I find that system it seems more direct than what we have. I mean, the president here and the Congress they don't have any interaction with each other that much. I did like what was the guy's name? The short guy that used to run the Commons, Berkshire. He would make
Yeah. The whip. You mean the whip?
The guy that sits up there and
yeah, he's the whip. Yeah.
Burke something. I forgot his name.
Burkov or something like that.
Yeah. I enjoyed him. I enjoyed watching him. There's a lady that sounds like a dominatrix that I think is kind of funny. Betty Boothroyd. Used to watch her.
Betty Boothroyd, yeah.
Yeah, she was good. Yeah, I got a lot of respect for the British Empire, man. I know
the British Empire.
Let him go. Let him go.
Go.
You tell us about the respect.
Well, I'll say this and I'll use this term with you lot, that I understand some of the atrocities. I get it.
Nah, see, you you alerted him. You see, you lot got to start learning.
Exactly.
You lot got to start learning to contain your responses so that people because now Bob is a very astute guy. Already he's in Disclaimerville. You spooked him, he ran to Disclaimerville.
Hey, can he explain why he respects the British Empire?
We want to hear about your respect. Don't tell us about it.
I really just use that opportunity to say lot because I think that's a funny term you guys use. But okay, psychoanalyze me. Look, Canada.
Just say what you want to say, man.
Yeah, man.
Canada, the USA, Australia, New Zealand, all first world countries, man. That's incredible. That's unheard of. And I mean, none of us would have been born without Britain. So,
well, you wouldn't have been.
The historical aspect of it, I think, is very powerful.
You wouldn't have been born without Britain.
It's 20%, isn't he?
Oh yeah.
So do you feel like the colonization, the murder, the
Oh, there we go.
invasion,
See,
right?
that's why I gave a disclaimer.
Yeah, I know. What do you think about the British rule in a third of the world?
Into the punch.
Bob, what do you think of that?
He's proud.
How you
I
proud
think
of that? What?
I think that generally speaking, there's always going to be somebody in charge. You want somebody in charge who's going to be the best dictator possible. When you know, in 100 years, you know, in 200 years, I mean, I don't know who will be in charge, but whoever's in charge, you hope they do the best. And somebody's always going to be in charge, no matter what. That's just how power is, man.
Sorry, you said
what about the
familiar with the
indigenous
Bible?
people of the land in America? Don't you
Jesus
feel like
Christ.
what
I
do you
got
think
shot
about
by
the
3
Native
people
Americans
once.
though?
What's
'Cause
that?
You're in America, so what do you think about the indigenous people, like what the British did to them?
The same thing I would think about any type of genocide. It's horrible.
Okay, so could you say the British Empire is wrong for that?
You see why I gave a disclaimer?
No.
Yes.
But I just don't see how you can respect that. But each to their own, innit?
Well, I can tell you a lot of Native Americans, they used to throw kids into the fire to give respect to their gods. That's kind of a practice that was done away with. You know,
What do they call that?
No idea.
Okay, I've never heard of that. It sounds like a white
And what
man's
do you
life,
think?
but-
And what do you think? What do you think about that practice? Do you think that means that the people are barbaric, lack morals?
Well, I tell you something, man. If a society is great, no matter what it is, but you're throwing kids into fires, I think that's a pretty high bar to say that you guys are.
Hey, Bob.
Oh, wait, please, wait. So, do you think that means, for instance, the people that were living like that, doing those type of rituals, do you think that they deserve to be conquered, maybe, or civilized? Invaded?
Do they deserve to be conquered?
Yeah.
No. I mean, killing other people to get land is not good.
But if they kill babies, then they're fair game, then, right?
The individual who did that is fair game, but not
if
not
it's a cultural practice. So it seemed to be you was indicating some kind of cultural practice amongst the native Indians of throwing babies on the fire.
Right.
Are you saying that was one anecdotal story from an individual?
To my understanding, it was a cultural practice.
Right. So
does it mean that another country can go over there and do something?
Yeah.
No, but I'm not going to sit here and act like certain cultures are better than other cultures when it comes to people living their lives.
Okay. But can I ask a question?
Sure.
I don't know if you've heard about some of the practices that the British and the Americans were involved in during their conquering of the world.
I see where I gave it disclaimer. Nobody's innocent, man. Nobody's innocent.
No one's innocent. Okay. We're just going to throw out random things about Native Americans without proof. Where's the evidence that Native Americans threw babies on fires?
I don't know. Where's the evidence that Jesus existed? You know, I never was there.
I'm not talking about Jesus. I didn't bring up Jesus.
No, but you're bringing up argument construction. I'm going against your argument construction.
Why? That's nothing to do with what I'm saying. You're straw manning me. I'm actually quoting something you said, right? And I've checked it out and verified that this is what you mean. We've gone over it painstakingly, and now I'm asking you to supply the evidence. It's very different from picking
I'm not going to do it. I'm not going to do that right now on a panel when I'm having a discussion.
Hold on. It's very different from picking out a random fantasy character and asking me to prove who they are when I didn't even bring them up in the first place. Do you have any evidence to support the Native Americans burning their children?
Americans abandoning their children?
Burning
Native
children,
Americans.
throwing their children on the fire.
No, I don't have any ashes.
No. Do you have any evidence that they...
No, I don't have any evidence.
Practices?
No, I don't have any evidence. I don't have any evidence that the earth is round, but I certainly believe it.
Oh, good.
Here we go.
This guy. It's cool. Don't worry.
Can I ask a question?
Why would you make a statement like that with no evidence? Where did you pick up this information from?
Because I read.
Where did you read it? That would be a source. That would be deemed as evidence.
I don't remember where I read it. It was in some book about.
Can you provide the evidence that this happened? If
Okay,
given
listen.
time?
If you want me to
We do that here. You watch
every
the
single
show.
thing that I've ever learned about,
you
that's
watch
going
the
to be
show.
pretty long.
You watch the show. You see what we do here. We ask for evidence on claims made. We pull out. We share the screen. We do all sorts. Play videos. You've been watching enough, Bob, to know what we do here. You made a big statement about the Native Americans, and I want you to quantify it.
Okay.
Any kind of.
You want me to go and pull out the data right now?
Yeah, that's what we do.
Okay. If you guys are so big on that, okay.
I wouldn't do that, Bob.
So there's no misinformation.
Bob.
Yes.
Have you heard of planned pregnancy?
I heard of planned
Have
pregnancy.
you heard of these free abortion clinics they got in America for
Started by
predominantly
Yeah.
So if we go to heaven, like hypothetically, if we was in heaven and there was a section for babies, right? Wouldn't most of those babies be American based on the abortion rate?
What?
Saying based on the abortion rate, how many babies were killed in America, right? This year, last year, and the year before, right? Or since this whole planned pregnancy institution was set up, targeting predominantly black people, right? Encouraging them to kill their babies before they're even born, right? If we added up all those babies, right?
Yeah, it'd probably
compare
be
them to how many Native Americans threw their babies on the fire. Whose number would be higher, in your opinion? Just off the top of your head.
Well, I'll give the answer you want. Americans.
No. Right. I you know what, Khan? It's good. You see my train of thinking because I was going to go through all the different cases of where Americans and British people murder children.
Yeah, they're murdering them before they're even born.
Yeah, but Bob's
it's funny how you guys are asking. It's funny how you guys aren't presenting evidence.
Bob is a slick customer. So what he did was throw in the disclaimer quick that, oh yeah, well, you know, yeah, I know our guys did bad too. Yeah, so he pretty much shot it dead in the water, man. I give him points for that. Yeah, any evidence for anything you hear me claim, and you want something, and you say, "Wow, where's the evidence? Let me tap me on the shoulder, and I'll have a look, mate. And I'll come back." You know what I mean?
Hey, but Bob, real quick, a side note: who do you side with? Like, do you side with the indigenous people, or do you side with the pirates, the invaders?
That's not a loaded question, huh?
Oh, he's 20%, isn't he?
Yeah, he's kind of half and half, man. I don't know.
That's a good amount of British DNA.
Guys, I gotta tell you something.
Him being British, he's still black.
Go ahead. What's up?
But what's 20%? It's like literally a whole limb, like your whole leg, one leg.
20% nothing, man. That's nothing.
Your heart.
Yeah.
Like every black person in the Caribbean has some white blood in them.
Yeah, but like a little finger.
You can't say every.
Yeah, sure. I can't say every.
Not a whole leg.
But the most of them, though.
Well,
and that's through slavery.
I don't know. I really don't know, bro. It's dangerous to say that. Even though I know a lot of Caribbeans believe that, I think it's dangerous to say that.
It's unsubstantiated.
Yeah.
It's like the slogan in Jamaica is "Out of many, we are one."
Of course.
You know what I mean?
Mm.
Because they're
That's
mixed in Jamaica.
beautiful.
There's a whole heap of people in Jamaica.
Yeah, that's a beautiful idea.
Mm. It is. Yeah. But the original statement, I think when that guy was here, General, and he was saying, do we hate all white people? Do we see all white people as racist? We're all human beings. We're all living on Earth. So we can't be hating people just because of their race. That's
right.
kind of stupid. Do you know what I mean?
Mm.
But with Bob, he's seeing the oppressors as like something to respect. And even common white people don't even respect them. I'm kind of confused with you, Bob.
I'm not going to sit in judgment on Bob because I don't know where his ideas are emanating from. You know, like it does seem to be consistently a white supremacist narrative he's putting out there, especially with this whole last thing that he said about Native Americans throwing babies on fires and that. It just seems like he's.
Do you think that white people are innately more intelligent than black people, Bob?
Oh,
on the whole.
Sorry, I was looking at something. Do I think whites are innately more intelligent?
Yeah.
Yeah. But I can qualify that. Yeah, I don't know if you guys will listen if you have the capacity to understand.
No, 100% will listen, man. I'll listen. Go ahead, man.
I know we're not white, but we'll try to understand, brother.
That's right. Well, just don't get in the sun. You can stay a little bit lighter. You know, maybe your IQ will go up.
Good.
We need that snow, is what you're saying. Okay.
I posit the idea that everything started in Africa. Humanity started in Africa. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
As humanity began to move into different places, and for our purposes, we'll say what is modern day Europe.
Mm-hmm.
There was one simple thing that they had to deal with, and that is things got progressively colder. Okay. In order for you to stay warm when it's cold, you're going to have to think up ways to stay warm.
Mm-hmm.
I think we all agree with it. You're going to have to use parts of your brain. You're going to have to develop parts of your brain on how to get certain foods, because there's farming issues, how to stay warm, how to build a society, and things of that nature.
Can you pause for a second?
You asked me to pause? Somebody asked me to pause?
I don't think he was talking to you.
Oh, okay. So you're progressively going to have to use your brain in such a way to stay warm. Now, someone could argue you were stupid for going in the cold in the first place. But I think that development of the brain, as well as your body developing differently, gives you certain advantages that we have nowadays that have come from that brain changing. When it's warm outside, and there's an economic theory, and I guess I can go find it, that the warmer it is, the more lazy people are naturally. You don't work as much if it's warm outside, generally speaking.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
So you don't have to do certain things. You don't have to think up certain things when you're sitting around, you know, chilling by the lake. So it's not as if I look at whites as, in this case, whites as part of the broader aspect of humanity who develop certain attributes because of their environment. That is not to say from a political sense, where I would gather it may be going, that I look at every single white person and say, you're smarter than me.
Mm-hmm.
Wouldn't you say though, Bob, the sun governs this reality? Like, for instance, at night, usually everybody goes to sleep, all the creatures, etc. And when the sun comes up, everybody wakes up.
Yeah, brother. What was the last thing you heard me say, Bob?
I heard pause.
Shit. Yeah. So what I was going to say to you is, you made a statement that man that was trying to adapt to the cold or find ways to eat or find ways to deal with the cold used different parts of his brain to do so. Is there any evidence to support that claim?
Okay, again, I figured you'd say that. I can find the evidence for you. I would simply ask you this. I would simply ask you this. If I put you in, I don't know, Sweden, and you had no clothes on, you would probably generate a lot of time thinking, how the hell do I get warm?
All right, sorry. Are you of the opinion that nobody in Africa had experienced the cold before? Are you of the opinion that Africa is hot 24/7?
No, it's not hot 24/7, obviously.
Okay. So I don't think it'd be a new idea to figure out how to regulate your temperature using clothes. Or come on, brother, hide. We got all the animals, every climate you could think of. We got cold, we got hot, we got wet. Like about Africa, bro. Like you're not being realistic.
Okay.
You feel me? Some dummies that decided we don't know shit, but we're gonna walk butt until it gets cold. I'm like, oh shit, maybe time to start engaging parts of my brain to figure out this puzzle of how to warm myself up. Come on, brother, man. This is astonishing, and this is your worldview. I'm astonished, quite frankly.
As we can agree that blacks, well, that Africans are generally darker than whites. I think we can at least agree on that. I would argue that that's a skin adaptation for climates.
But what you got to understand though, Bob, right?
Sorry,
Before you say that,
stop, please. That's another theory that's been debunked. There is absolutely no evidence that your skin tone, your complexion changes based on your environment, unless we're talking about direct exposure to UV. That's it.
Okay.
But there's all different types of different Africans, man, with different colors. You know,
and let me simplify it for you. Jack and Jill take their white selves from England or America, and they go to live in Mozambique. Yeah, and Jack and Jill have kids, John and Jane. They have kids, Jimmy and Janine, and so on and so on and so on. And in 20 generations, those kids come back to the UK, come back to England, and in winter they're as white as everyone else.
Okay. 20 generations is not long in when it comes
50
to 50
generations, 100 generations. There is no evidence to support skin changing based on environment.
Okay, so how did white people come about?
That's a good question.
Albinos, man. They're albinos. That's. I think that's the most likely answer. It's some form of albinism. That's the most likely answer. Do you know what I mean? Either that or different races were created, and they
I agree with the second one.
And they emanate from a race that was created, pale, light, whatever.
You talking about Yakut?
No. I'm saying different races being created. That's in from the beginning.
Okay.
Right. But in terms of we understand, or it seems apparent that blue eyes are a degenerative expression, just like blonde hair and ginger hair and other expressions that we find in white characteristics or characteristics we would deem as white. It's pretty much been explained that all these expressions exist within mitochondrial Eve, a black woman, and can be expressed from her. We know about various tribes with their different characteristics that seem to be the birth of newer races, such as the Mongoloids and various other people. Do you know what I mean? So I don't think it's really hard when you really look at the world and how it is. If we take away some of the fantasy of everyone got there via slavery, we start to see a much truer, cleaner picture of the world we live in today. And I think that the white family is just a descendant, with, and there's evidence to support that. It's really down to albinism. Makes the most sense. I'm not saying that I'm 100% right or whatever, but from what we can see, it makes the most sense.
I think historically, if we look at the whitening of people, you can see that it does emanate from one particular source, which is the origin of the R haploid group in Russia, and they came down and basically made everyone they came into contact with a lot whiter than what they originally were. So when you talk about, for example, the British Isles being originally inhabited by black people, and then they were 90% replaced by what we call the Yamnaya culture, who are from modern day Russia, it's understandable how that could have happened across the board, not just in England. That would have happened all the way across, like, the whole world, basically. Especially in the Mesopotamian region, they come down into that area. I think Maku's the one who showed the evidence of Turkish being like up to 10%, 15, 20% even are Russian bloodlines. So that would fit in with what Jedi is saying. The only one thing I would disagree with Jedi when he said the modern people and he said Mongols, the original Mongols are the closest living relatives to the Africans, or the original Africans. So Mongols, the real original Mongols, they were a very ancient people.
I'm just talking about, really what I meant to say was Mongoloid features. I'm talking about the Chinese looking people.
Oh yeah. The original Mongols wouldn't have looked like that. They would have looked like black people.
Yeah, sorry, I used the wrong thing, but that's what I was going to say.
All right, cool.
So
Apart from that,
anyway?
I like.
That's a lot to digest,
like
Bob.
it.
That's a lot to digest, Bob. What do you think about that?
I mean, what you guys were saying a lot here. Jedi, you posit that we're either created differently or that whites were an albino race. My posit is simply that it's an adaptation feature depending upon where you go.
But see,
yeah, but
my whole point
what I'm saying is that hypothesis is based on a flawed theory that people's skin color change when they travel around the world.
It's a theory.
I'm saying that theory is flawed and incorrect. So what you're basing your hypotheses off that. Ergo, your hypothesis is wrong. Because it is not true.
Again, it's one of these
Africans
things.
don't turn white when they go to Europe, bro.
I think amongst scientists, there is a general consensus.
African chameleons?
Yeah. We're gonna come back black, bro. Get me? That's it.
Now you're playing dumb. You and I both know that one generation or a person is not going to become completely white if they stay in Helsinki.
Don't use semantics. No. I told you. You can pick the time scale. You take the keys.
It's just a theory. It's a theory. It's not even substantiated. It's not been proved.
Centuries or whatnot. You pick it. Say 1,000. Say 10,000. Say 20,000. How long, bro? Until we find evidence of this happening.
Jedi, I am not experienced in this. This is just my hypothesis on things. You asked me about IQ. I talked about it from a general idea that we all came from one place, migrated.
How long do you think it took us to leave?
I have no idea, and I don't care.
Quick question. How long do you think it took us in this out of Africa theory to get from Africa to Australia?
I don't know. I don't know.
I think Africa to Australia is relatively quick.
Listen, you're basing your theory on these premises, so you need to become abreast with these ologies, in order to explain your position. Your position is based on this whole thing of migration, and with migration comes this adaptation, right? That migration is based off the out of Africa theory.
That's right.
So it's important for you to know things like this. Okay, how long did they say it took for the African to get to Australia? And how did they circumnavigate the ice walls? Because apparently there was the ice age. I'll wait, man.
I don't know everything about everything.
I'm saying it's fiction.
Okay, what I'm simply saying is I don't know everything about everything, Jedi. Perhaps you're more knowledgeable on this. I'm sure you are. What I'm simply saying is just if you just think about human beings and what they want, what they need food, they need shelter. Those are just basic things. Do you want me to pull up a study on that? I guess I could.
No, we know about that. We know about Haplow's theory of what hierarchical needs. We understand. Yeah, we get it. Food, clothes, shelter, love, all that good stuff. Great.
Okay. I wasn't even really going that far with it, but okay, fine.
What I'm trying to show Bob is though, real quick, is that I studied the Scottish, bro, and when they were like living in caves, they used to eat like dead people's hearts, bro, because they thought they would gain strength. So they weren't civilized. When you're saying the white people were intelligent,
I
Like
think the Scottish
they
were
weren't
like the
even
last
civilized, bro,
people to
properly in
be
Europe.
civilized.
I never
They were
said
one of the
that.
last.
They weren't
I
the
never-
last.
Yeah.
And you got to understand that they're the
And it was the
weaker
Irish
gene. They
that
can't take the
civilized
sun. The Africans can take the sun more better than the Europeans. They're the stronger gene. So how could someone move to a different part of the world and become more weaker genetically? Like, do you know what I mean? Don't make
I
sense.
think conscious. You know, shall I tell you something mad? You know, in America they got the hillbillies.
Oh yeah, the rednecks.
You know, they trace their origin. You know where they come from?
Where they come from?
Scotland. Mad thing.
Where they come from?
Scotland.
Damn. See what I'm saying?
Yeah, yeah.
And they can't take the sun. You see them, they get burnt by the sun. They call them rednecks.
Yeah,
Simply because they
they're not
get
just
burnt by the
rednecks
sun.
though. They're the most degenerate fucking caveman type people out there, innit? They're scummy.
And all those type of people, the hillbillies and slavery were the overseers.
They're known for it.
Do you know what I mean?
Now, why do you think Jeremy Kyle's got his studio up there? He's still got them traits, innit?
Exactly. And I'm trying to show him that these people weren't civilized, man. It's just only recently they became a civilized people.
Yeah.
Before in England, they were shitting in buckets, throwing it outside the windows. Getting
Yeah,
diseases from it.
But at least they had windows.
Yeah, they had windows.
The
But my whole
Scottish were
point, they
living in
didn't
the
have
mountains,
sense.
bro. They were living in the
have
mountains
sense.
wearing fur, putting like shit on their faces as markings.
Right.
Yeah, but I don't see anything wrong with that.
Nah, I'm not saying that it's right or wrong. I'm just saying that along the same timeline, we've got to look at the differences, isn't it?
Exactly. And the Africans were way
I
more
don't know.
advanced
You know
than the
what
Europeans, man.
The thing is, honestly, it's hard to trust these timelines of history.
Yeah, it's not 100%.
100%. I don't know what percentage they are. That's accurate. I don't know.
Well, when we're talking about civilization, it's civilizations based on people congregating in what we will call cities or villages, even. You know, people didn't have village life, and they were like hunter gatherers. They didn't have farming. We could draw the differentiation at that point and say people who had farming were civilized because they would have an abundance of food to maintain their artisans and their like soldiers and everything that was necessary for a civilization. Whereas hunter gatherers, they wouldn't have had that luxury. The civilization, you can draw a line between people in that respect.
Right, Bob.
Yes.
If you had a choice, yeah, and you could, if you died and you had a choice to come back, you can come back black or you can come back white. What would you be?
Come back myself.
Nah, you can't come back yourself. You're dead.
Come back. Well, no, I mean, it's false choices, man. No, I wouldn't
come back in a new avatar. Which would you pick?
Why is it false choice?
I mean, think about what you're asking, really. I know you're playing the game, but think about what you're asking, man. If I could die and come back, would I rather be white or would I rather be black?
But he's saying black as in fully black.
I'm not even thinking that. I mean, who thinks like that? I'm not even thinking that. I'm thinking I'd rather be myself. I like who I am.
I'm saying, yeah, if you die, yeah, and you get a chance to come back and you get a chance to come back and live another life, and it's the chance to come back as a black man.
I need more information.
A white man. Sorry, brother.
I need more information.
You got the choice between the blackest black man and the whitest white
Don't
man.
do that, Khan. I hate when you do that, bro.
You hate it because it's effective.
I didn't say anything like that. I'm saying you can come back as a black man or a white man. Who are you picking?
Since I happen to answer your question, which is really such a false choice, since I'm black, I guess I would come back black. But there's so many.
I don't believe you.
One white friend, you'll say something else. No, I'm joking. I'm joking.
He made his decision.
You guys are not gonna. You're answering questions. You already believe what you're gonna believe about me. I don't know why you even answer these questions.
No, man, it ain't like that, bro.
Would I rather be? I tell you this. I'd rather be. Let me think. Let's put some sugar on it. Would you rather be black and gay or white and straight? I mean,
that is fucked. That is fucked.
Yeah, it's got quiet there, didn't it?
No, I have to say white and straight, man. Fuck
yeah,
that.
it got quiet there.
Listen, I don't think anyone loves being black
I know
to the
it's
extent where they'll take it up the
you
arse.
know what I was thinking? I noticed that he made it black and gay. So you wanna force the premise for us to choose white for whatever reason. where you notice how fair I was. I was just like, you die. You have the choice to come back as a black man or a white man. I didn't do no super dark, super light. Oh, the black man's this and the white man's that. I just said a black man or a white man. And
I like
honestly,
the way I posed
your heart
it.
spoke. Your heart spoke before your mouth.
Answer.
Your heart spoke before your mouth.
Jedi, would you rather be black and gay or white and straight?
White and straight.
Okay, then, Matt. Like I said, there are more
Jedi ain't
factors
taking
than
up the
just
odds
looking
for
at
no
skin color.
one. No skin color.
Why have you put that? Why have you put that factor in though?
Because human beings are very complex. There's a lot of things to it. If you're just going to look at one little aspect, I need more information. I do.
Well, you ain't going to get that information. I didn't want to say their gender or their sexual orientation. It's just a black man or a white man. Who would you rather be? And that's all I was asking.
And I was telling you, the question is kind of a dumb question because I need more information than just skin color. But if you're going to reduce it to that, since I like me as an individual and I have brown skin, I'll take brown skin. But
yeah, exactly.
That's such a simple question. Now it's funny when I threw in the gay part, it got silent.
No one
wants to be gay
because no one could believe you would say that. No one was pressed to answer your question. It weren't like he got silent because no one knew how to answer. No one was pressed. No one was jumping and answering that dead question because you all of a sudden you bring in the sexual orientation and we just talking about race.
It changes things, doesn't it?
Yeah, you wanted to change it.
Yeah, there's more. There's more. There's more. There's more categories. There's more categories than just black skin.
Cool. Like I said, man. Like I said when you made your decision, I said, all right, cool. He's made his decision. I didn't mock your choice. So all right, cool. You chose black. Cool, fair enough. That was my answer to your answer.
I chose black because I happen to be black and I happen to like myself. But it's
you
still
already had one lifetime as being black, and you want to try the other side and find out.
I don't want to come back as a white person, man.
Oh, no, man.
White men look more. No.
So let me ask you then: would you come back as a black gay guy or a white straight guy?
Wait. Let me do another one.
You guys are falling into my trap and you don't know it, but go ahead.
Would you, if you could come back, if you had the chance to be darker, would you come back darker?
Yes. Do you believe my answer? No.
Yeah,
So
I
what's
do
the
believe
point?
your answer. I do. I think it's. Yeah, I do believe your answer.
What benefits do you think would come with that darkness?
Dark skin is more attractive in men and more masculine in men, and you think the more masculine and more whatever you are, the better. So that you stated that. You stated that. That's why I asked anyway.
Okay. All right. Did you? Okay.
Your blackness is on trial today, Bob, man. You got to prove how black you are.
I want to ask him this question.
No one ain't asking you how black you are.
Do you pick a white woman or a black woman?
If I had to become back as one?
No.
Yeah, the wife.
What? As a wife.
All things. I mean, there's no other information. Black woman or white woman?
Yeah.
You're not gonna believe my answer. You're not gonna believe my answer.
Do you believe your answer?
I need to know.
Do you believe your answer?
Do you believe your own answer?
Yeah. I believe my own answer, definitely.
Go on,
but the reasons why I believe it are not what you guys are even thinking about.
Can we hear your answer?
If I was going to get married and have kids, two things I have no interest in. But if I was going to get married and have kids, I would prefer a black woman because if God forbid I had daughters, I want my daughters to look up and see their mom looking like them.
Yeah, that's a good answer, man.
Okay.
But I have no interest in marriage or kids.
That's why you fuck white hoes.
If I knew I was just going to have sons, I'd probably not care. I'd probably lean towards white.
For just sleeping around purposes, you mean?
What happened?
Bob, I'm saying that if your purpose in interacting with females is just for sex, you're saying in that respect, then you choose white women.
In my daily life, I go for white women.
Is it because they're more available?
Actually, less available. No, it's because it's what I find attractive.
Well, I was about to ask you that.
But for purposes of marriage and family, which is like a real deal, it's bigger than me type of thing, then that's an entirely different dynamic.
So would you say that
I was asking you where you're from
black
in
women
America.
are ugly? Is that what you think?
I think black women are generally unattractive.
Damn, why is that?
Right, we just established this for everyone listening. Bob thinks black women are generally unattractive. The dark skin makes them look more aggressive and more masculine. Light skin is nicer, more feminine. Like,
say the other part too about it applies to both genders.
He says all of that. He says all of that. Then says that he'd rather marry a black woman. Like, you think he's being honest? Conscious.
No, you know what's funny, Jedi? You only hear what you want to hear because I said the business of marriage and kids is a lot bigger than me.
I heard you, man. I heard all of that, man. Why do you think I never heard it? Just because
you don't hear it.
I heard, man. I hear everything. Yeah.
So hang on.
You paused the questions in a very in just giving a limited amount of information that I said.
Bob, why would you not? Bob, why would you not get married and have children? Why don't you want to get married and have children?
Man, that's a whole nother issue. But I think marriage is male slavery to me. I think the divorce system is totally for women. I think kids are extremely expensive. I have no interest in raising that stuff. I don't care about genetic lines and all that.
You're really tapping into that 20%, ain't you?
I find the whole marriage paradigm just extremely oppressive for men.
Damn.
At least in America. I've seen married men, and a lot of them just aren't happy. I've seen men who are divorced and what they have to go through. No way.
It sounds like you got a resentment towards women.
I understand women for what they are.
Which is what?
There are people whose primary interest is on children. It's not on the man, which is understandable, which means that you are nothing more than an asset to their worldview.
Okay.
Yeah, to be fair, there's not. I don't even know how you can counter that. To be honest, like if you decided that to do the world a favor, you're not gonna, make a single house or something like that. What can we say? And here comes someone who might actually agree with you. White women, and of course,
Stacey and that Becky. No, don't diss Becky. No,
but Reggie, I do struggle with that from a Christian standpoint about not procreating. That's something I'm in conflict with.
And then you two are both gonna act like you lot don't start smoke and you don't say stuff and you don't get at people, insult people or nothing like. Shifa just jumped on the panel. And you're aping while Reggie. No, hold on. You're aping while Reggie is doing the thing that you claim you never see Reggie do. But just remember this, innit?
No, but
no, I remember this. Don't worry.
Cool.
Conscious. He has come on. No, have you not heard the brother say that he doesn't think all women are trash or something along those lines? Am I not quoting him factually accurately, or is my memory bad?
You don't find black women attractive, though.
Hold on, one second. Now, Conscious, here comes the fuckery. Yeah, because we know that we're talking about him talking about white women, but he's trying to switch it to be about, he said women are trash. But you know why he was saying, here comes someone that might agree with you.
No, you're right.
And then you started saying Becky and all that. But now we're
don't worry, I'm not playing this game. Don't worry, Jedi, I'm not playing this game. I've learned, you see what it is? You've got to let Reggie expose himself for who he is. Because Reggie plays this more holier than thou type of role. And it's like he really isn't more holier than nobody. In fact, if anything, he's worse because he's not even genuine. He can't even tell the truth. So I haven't got to argue with Reggie. I'm not going to say nothing negative about him no more than what I've said.
No, but you know what? You know what, Reggie?
He lied on my name.
I feel like
he said that I said all women.
He would say the white girl better
when I said nice women.
He's on that one.
you remember that? Do you remember me saying that westernized women are trash? Not all women, westernized.
So he's now watered it down.
Schiffer, you won't be saying the black woman's ugly, though, innit?
Brother, not being funny, but you see, if we're just gonna play silly games over here, let me just remind you, I got a black daughter. So if I thought the black woman was ugly, I wouldn't have a black daughter, would I, bro? I wouldn't have a black son neither. So when we say ridiculous statements, ridiculous statements, I'm just gonna ignore. I'm gonna disregard them from now on. I'm gonna disregard them because obviously you might be young, innit?
Women are ugly, though. That's what I'm saying. And he likes white women.
No, Bob's not saying black women are ugly. Bob has his preference, innit? He likes what he likes, innit? He likes what he likes to look like. I got a cousin, he likes Chinese women. He just likes Asian women. He just got a thing about it. Mate, you could call it fetishizing, you could call it whatever you want to call it. But you can't call it a dislike for black women. That's not fair.
Yeah.
Not
Maybe
dislike.
he likes Asian women because they're really feminine and petite.
Well, do you know what? Some people just like what they like. Do you know what? There's some black men who have a massive,
they have a massive, by default, black women are ugly.
No, but here's what I'm trying to say. There are some black men, yeah, who have a massive attraction towards just black women, yeah? And no one ain't got a problem with that. There's some black men, there's very few black men who have a massive attraction towards maybe a Turkish woman, maybe Turkish, or do you know what? They like something, they want to think out of the box. They're trying to be exotic. And there ain't nothing wrong with that.
Okay.
Ain't nothing wrong with that, but that don't mean that because a man said, you know what, he likes a woman from a different nationality or a different racial group, he doesn't like the women within his own racial group. Maybe the one that he likes within his racial group, someone else already got her. So he found one he likes somewhere else. What's wrong with that?
Now, because it's like you're basically, you don't know it, but it's a part of the colonization, self-hatred aspect of things coming from like the Willie Lynch and worshipping your oppressor, worshipping the white woman, saying she's the standard of beauty. Do you know what I mean? So if you're a conscious black man, you wouldn't be promoting that.
Yeah, but everyone knows the white woman is not the standard of beauty. And you have to understand, as a black man, sorry, you're a black, right? Just to confirm, you're a black man, right? So you got a black mom, right? You got a black mom, right? You got black sisters.
That's a black motherfucker right there.
All right. So at the end of the day, what you're saying to me is a load of nonsense, because you know, as a black man, regardless of what woman you're with, when someone tries to attack your black mum, you're going to be the first one there.
Oh, yeah.
So you love black women. You, no one could ever told you that you don't love black women.
But no
and it
one's
will be the
attracted
same
to
for
them.
Bob.
Schiffer,
If
that's
anyone,
a good example, but
no,
no one's attracted to their mom.
It's not about
I see where she was coming from. Go on.
It's attracted. It's about love for the black woman. Love comes in more than one shape and size. It's not all about flipping having sex with people.
We're talking about attractive.
I know you're talking about attractive, yeah. But like I said, the woman who is in for instance, for Bob, there may be a black woman out there that he grew up fancying. He really loved her off, and he tried everything to get with that woman, but she ended up with someone else. Now, do you know what? Maybe some of the qualities he's seen in that woman, do you know what? Maybe he found in a white girl. Or maybe it's just that, do you know what? He likes the way white girls look, and he was experimenting, he was exploring. He wanted to try something new. Whatever his reasons are, that doesn't give us a reason to judge him and throw him under the bus and say, well, you just don't like black women.
No, but we know within the community, right? The media, they promote black women to have straight hair and European standards. And they only give you a black woman that looks white as pretty, and they demonize the black woman that's natural, like with afro hair, big lips, dark skin. So we don't want to make our women feel insecure.
Did the black women demonize the black woman? Hold on, wait a second. Did the black woman demonize the black woman who's looking natural and just got a normal, natural skin, natural hair, natural everything? She ain't altered nothing. Like the black women don't emulate. Listen, brother, one second, brother. The black women, brother, listen. The black women don't emulate women like that. So the black women of now today, they're gonna go out, they're gonna put hair in their head to make their hair look like it's the same as the white girl's hair and the same as the Indian girl's hair. But the fact of the matter is, hold on one second. The fact of the matter is, if people started blurring the lines long before Bob did and started altering themselves long before Bob was alive to say, you know what, we want to accommodate to look more like and to change ourselves and alter ourselves to fit in with, then it's not necessarily Bob's fault that he got attracted to certain things, because these were the standards set by the women, not by us. I can't set it. No man can't set no woman's standard.
He was trying to compare himself to King Solomon, so he was just following the Bible way. It wasn't even like he was just
conscious. You're always the one to run to the Bible.
What does the Bible? Wait. You say
Those
the
are the type of
Bible. What does
Africans
the
that believe in
Bible say?
polygamy and that
Hold
type
on.
of
What
stuff.
does the Bible say? What does the Bible and the Quran are both going to tell you the same thing? Yeah. If you're dealing with this idea that you're supposed to just be with someone for the sake of their color or something silly like that, it doesn't work like that. Like if you're gonna go, I'm gonna be honest with you. If you're a black man who deals with Islam, then yeah, you're gonna have to deal with someone who's similar to you. So preferably they will be from Islam, but you might not find an Islamic person in the country that you're in that had the same upbringing as you, that went to the same type of school, that had the same type of food and had the same to everything as you. So there may be someone else who's closer fitting to you and more closer to you in culture. So what I'm trying to say is now, yeah, it's the same. It's the same with when you're going out and you're dating now in a Christianity relationship. You're not supposed to be looking at people because of the color of their skin. You're supposed to be finding someone who, do you know what? Even if they are a different color of skin, they eat similar food to you. They went to similar school. They had a similar upbringing. Their parents have similar values. So when your children are now brought into the world, they're not being pulled in two different directions.
No, but I'm saying to you, they're trying to destroy the black nation. So if you don't really have a goal to have a black woman, you're being a part of the New World Order.
What
Because
Bob's
they promote through the adverts, bro, interracial couples, and it kind of gets programmed into people's heads to go and date outside their race.
No, but is Bob doing that?
No, Bob was literally having women, bro. He said he can have all the women.
Thank you. So Bob's not the one promoting nothing.
King Solomon flex.
Listen, brother, listen. Bob's not the one promoting nothing. Now, at the end of the day, you can say he's on the King Solomon flex, or you can say he's on the King David flex. But if we're going to go biblical again, and we're going to look at King David, remember what happened to King David. Remember, two of his pitney end up doing whatever. So there's things that will come back on you if you do too much F-freeze in life, innit? None of these people weren't perfect. The ones we're talking about, King David, King Solomon, none of them weren't perfect. So you can't use them as an example. We can't use them as an example. What we have to do
I'm saying the Rasta man, they use them as an example to do that.
No, you don't. No. They can't.
Their wives, you know.
Brother, Rastas might listen. You're saying Rasta. A lot of Rastas have bare wives. I'm gonna say to you this, brother. Yeah, it's not legal to marry multiple women. Yeah, in any British colony, in any British country. Full stop. It's not legal, so that's nonsense. It doesn't happen. If he was in a Muslim country,
I
fair
know
enough.
Rasta man, bro, that have bare baby mothers, man. Like
baby mothers is allowed. No, but listen, they're bare English man that have bare baby mothers, fam.
No, but I'm saying to you, the Jamaican Rastas do that because they're telling you they're emulating King Solomon and the prophets. They will tell you the prophets did it.
Why did the English people do it?
Certain Muslims will say the same thing about.
Why did the English people do it? Why did the English people do it?
I don't know about the English, bro. I'm not even thinking of them.
All right. Now, at the end of the day, listen, brother, we can sit here and be childish, innit? And I understand your age and my age are not the same, innit? So I'm not going to patronize you, but I'm going to say this,
I'm not
brother.
trying to patronize you and say you're old. I'm not trying to say you're old and you're going backwards. All I'm saying to you is that in the reality, these people have a doctrine that tell them they can do this. And that's their justification for it.
Brother, listen. Let me tell you the doctrine that should tell you that they can do it. You see, the fact that it's legal, yeah, then it's not breaking no law. Secondly, the next thing that should tell you, yeah, is the fact that people don't always get along. Relationships break down. Is there anyone within your family or within your friendship group or anyone you've ever known been in a relationship and broken up and separated because it wasn't working? So therefore, your arguments are non-argument, brother.
No, but you're
because
talking about
in that case, hold on one second, brother, listen. In that case, if it's okay for people to separate, it's okay to have multiple baby mothers. By your account,
it's due to your ideology that might not be the case. You might be
nothing, brother. Listen to what you brother. Let me ask you the question again. Is it okay if two people who may be married or not married but have children, yeah, if those two people are not getting on within the relationship and they don't work very well together or they're at each other's throats, is it okay for them to separate? My brother, I'm asking you.
That's
from
their
your
decision.
opinion. Now, I'm asking you, is it okay from your opinion? Now, I'm asking you, from your opinion, is it okay for those two people to separate?
Yeah, of course.
All right. So if you're saying it's okay for those two people to separate, then the question about baby mothers is irrelevant. It was just like, it's a wasted question. And you're wasting time thinking about things.
They all stay together. They all
about
have like a little village together. It's literally like they're all cool with it. So it's like they
brother, listen, brother, listen. It doesn't matter if a man's got multiple baby mothers and they all know each other and they all get along or they all try to coexist. That's probably better for the children.
No, but that's
There's no
their
problem with that.
motive. That's what they're on, bro. Like, do you know what I mean?
It don't matter if that's what they're on. By law, he can't have more than one wife. So one of them could be his wife. The rest of them are just baby mothers. If they choose to take next man and do whatever they're doing and move on with their life, but still connect with the rest of the siblings of the children, then that's down to them, bro. But there's nothing wrong with that by your own account.
No, but I'm not saying there's nothing wrong with that. But I'm saying to you that the Rustlers do it because that's something a part of their community. That's what they've been doing.
Why did the English do it?
I don't know about the English. They're not Rustlers, bro. So I don't know why you mentioned
No,
the
but
English.
you live in England. Listen, you live in England. You don't live in Jamaica. How many times you been to Jamaica?
Bro, but I'm
sir?
Jamaican though. I've been Jamaica
How
a couple
many
times, man.
How many times you been Jamaica? When did you go?
Like
when was the
twice.
last you went? When was the last time you
After
went?
the riots.
After the riots. All right. So when you went to Jamaica, which part of Jamaica did you go and stay in?
Everywhere, man. We went everywhere.
Like
I got
where?
family all over Jamaica. Like literally traveled the
No,
whole
but
Jamaica.
What part was
I
you
was in
staying
Montego
in?
Bay though, staying in Montego Bay.
You were staying in Montego Bay. All right, brother, please, relax for a second, yeah? We all know where Montego Bay is. We know what's going on down there. You're not staying with your people. You're staying in resorts, cuz. So
No,
what
but
you're doing
that's
is...
where the hotel was, bro. I'm saying to you
please,
that.
brother, please,
you don't know
relax
what I
one
did in
second.
Jamaica, bro. So you're just talking
Brother,
about a
please,
little
relax
bit. I
one
gave
second.
you a bit
Listen,
of
brother,
awareness, bro.
listen, relax one second. I'm not
So
arguing
you
with you. I'm
don't know
trying to
the
give
full
you a bit of
story.
insight. Brother, I'm trying to give you a bit of insight. Yeah?
Yeah, I know, but
you see, brother,
at
you
the end
see
of the
when
day,
I've been to Jamaica, you see when I go to Jamaica, yeah, I got certain family that are like you, like certain cousins, certain sisters, yeah, female ones. They want to stay in the resort. They don't
was you
even
born
go
in
to check
Jamaica,
people
Shifa?
like that. Brother, I wasn't born in Jamaica. No, I wasn't
All
born
right,
there.
cool. So so you can't really talk for Jamaica, like in a sense of like, yeah, I'm from
Brother, you're
Jamaica.
not
You don't know
allowing me
about
to finish,
Jamaica.
brother.
We
Brother,
are in the
allow me
same
to
boat. We're
finish.
both born in
Allow
the
me
UK,
to
man.
finish. Allow me to finish, and then you'll understand what it is I'm actually trying to say to you, brother. I'm not saying to you don't know any Jamaicans. I'm not saying you haven't been there. I'm not discrediting your experience. I'm saying to you, maybe your experience was a bit different to mine because I didn't stay in resorts, cuz.
No, but I didn't
time
say
when
I
I've been,
stayed there. I
brother,
said to you, that's where we was at.
brother,
Like if you said to me, where did
listen,
you go?
brother, listen,
Where was you like
listen,
staying?
brother, hold on, 1 second, listen. You see, when I've been to Jamaica, every single time I've been to Jamaica, I'm either staying in my grandmother's house, which has been in our family for generations, yeah, or I'll be staying at my auntie's house or my cousin's house. These are the only 3 places I'm going to stay. Now, because I'm staying with the family, because I'm staying with people, the relationships I'm building with people and the interactions I have, I believe, honestly, brother, that they're going to be different. I believe the people are going to be a lot more open with me, and I'm going to meet more of a diverse
Where did
mix.
your people stay, Shifa?
My people are country, bro.
What country though? What part of Jamaica?
What part of my people are Maypen?
Oh, okay. All right, fair enough. My people in St. Elizabeth though in the country. So
I got people in St. Elizabeth too. St. Elizabeth ain't too far. I got a couple family from St.
But I
Elizabeth
got people
and from
throughout
St.
the
Anne's,
whole of Jamaica,
St.
bro, that live
Thomas.
in different parts. So it's like
Brother, I got
you could stay
family
in
all
one
over as
part,
well.
but there's still other people over there. Like, do you know what I mean?
I got you, but brother, this is what I'm trying to say to you. You're talking about Rasta man, yeah? And you're saying Rasta man are doing this, Rasta man are doing that. But not everyone that's got dreads in their head is a Rasta. You need to start understanding that. And Rasta doesn't necessarily mean what you think it means.
Remember Morgan Heritage? You don't have a dread to be Rasta. Like, you know what I mean?
Exactly. Thank you. So like I said, you might see someone with dreads in their head and you think that's Rasta, but brother, you
It could
might
be a
not
fashion dread. You know what
necessarily
a fashion
know
dread
what
is, isn't it?
Rasta means. What is a Rasta, please?
Hey, you know what a
Let me get
fashion
your
dread is, isn't it?
explanation. I know what a fashion dread is, but what is a
Okay.
Rasta? What is
What
a
do you mean
Rasta,
what a
please?
Rasta is, man? Come on now. Well, you know what the Rastafarian
Back in the day, we didn't call them fashion dread. We called them funky dread. But I'm saying to you,
But now they're
what
fashion
is a
dreads,
Rasta?
though.
Yeah, you youngsters call them fashion dread. That's your terminology.
Bro,
But I'm
they all
saying,
wear designer clothes.
what is... No, but hear me
And they
out.
get a shape up, bro. Come on, man.
Hear me out. Listen, that's called a funky dread, like I told you. But you see, with you, man, yeah, what is your definition of Rasta? What is Rasta? What does that mean to you when you're saying that word? I'd like to hear your explanation, because then maybe I'll have a more of an insight into why you think the way you think.
Well, from what I know, the Rastas follow the doctrine of Marcus Garvey. They say that we have to have a king coming from the east, talking about Haile Selassie. They believe like we must return to Africa, go forward to Africa, and it's more of a thing of knowing about your culture, and them being the original people of the planet, the true prophets, the true messiahs, the true messengers, and they all derive from Africa. So it's a thing about Marcus Garvey, Haile Selassie, the kings of Africa, and understanding your culture, like you have to go forward to the motherland. So like all the Rastas, they were thinking that first it was the Bible, and then they dropped it out because they realized like there's more to the history of Africa, like predating the Bible. So the
do you know what they do you know what they call Selassie? Do you know what they call Selassie? What the Rastas call him?
Well, tell me.
What do they call him? What's
No, you tell me.
the title? I'm asking you, would you know the title they give him?
Rastafari.
Is there any other titles?
The King of Kings.
King of Kings.
Lion of the tribe of Judah.
Lion of the tribe. All right. And this is what
we're on the same page. We know.
Brother, so when you see the moment you say that sentence, Lion of the tribe of Judah, now we know what we're dealing with when we're dealing with Rasta.
Yeah, but I'm saying to you that's the old thing, bro.
Listen. Hold on 1 second. Listen.
Chronic's music video, bro. Chronix. You know Chronic's the artist from Jamaica, right? Chronix.
Hold on 1 second. Listen. There's a reason why the Jamaicans and the Ethiopians were affiliated at one point. Because we had to know who we are. And this is what
I'm saying to you, you know Chronix? Do you know Chronix?
Yeah.
Chronix in his recent music video, Trouble, they had the Unk in there, bro. Ancient Egypt, talking about, like, had Egyptian symbology in there. Muta Baruka was down in Liverpool, having on a radio show, Muta Baruka, a big Rasta out there from Jamaica. He was saying, bun the Bible. He was saying, bun it. It comes from the Europeans, the Council of Nicaea. And he was breaking it down on the radio. So he's showing you that the Rasta community is burning fire upon the Bible right now, bro. So the old, like, Rastas is something that is like, it's kind of like behind, and these new Rastas are more ahead now. That's what I'm trying to show you.
No, then brother, you see where you fucked up. Now I know where you fucked up. You see this new idea. You see this new idea of Rasta, brother. Let me just be the first one to inform you. It doesn't exist. There's only one form of Rasta, brother, and the only form of Rasta there is Israel, brother. Israeli, Israelite, or a Jude, a Yehudi, a Judah. A Lion of the tribe of Judah. When you hear,
that's old. They don't believe that no more, bro.
Brother, listen, there ain't no other type of Rasta, man. It don't exist, brother.
Bro,
you're making that one up.
Is going against the Christian, like, Jamaican. Because remember back in the street in Jamaica, bro, the police was like chopping off their dreads.
No, brother, they're not Rastas. They're dread. No, those are dreads. Those ain't Rastas. Anyone with dreads who ain't talking about Israel and ain't talking about living clean and eating clean and having a clean heart and living clean and living close to the Most High is not a Rasta, cat.
So wait, what do you think about Peter Tosh? Because Peter Tosh was talking about bun the system, legalize it, a whole heap of things, and the police arrested him and battered him and cut off his dreads inside the prison cell, bro. So like, come on, man.
All of the Rastas are saying legalize it, though. So what's the problem?
Yeah, but they're going against the system.
When the Ethiopians, hold on, wait a second. When the Ethiopians, went to Jamaica and was teaching them, like the priests and the man, they went over there and was teaching them about the stuff, their heritage and the Israelite traditions and X, Y, Z. Yeah, we have to understand how much the amount of weed these men were smoking. The amount of herbs that was getting bun was tremendous. They'd never seen people smoke weed like that. So it wasn't a Jamaican thing really to be bunning herbs like that. We learned from them. We learned from our tribal members. So I get where you're going, but I think there's a point where it's like you've lost the plot and think that Rasta can be manipulated and maneuvered and transformed into something that it's not. Just because you see Shakara with dreads in his head don't mean he follows Rasta, you know?
No, I understand what you're saying, my bro, but I'm saying to you, the Rastas in Jamaica and the prominent Rastas in Jamaica have all agreed that the Bible was created by these Europeans. And they've been saying this on numerous occasions, bro.
Brothers, those guys ain't Rastas. You're talking nonsense. You're talking about dreads.
Muta Baruka's not a Rasta, bro.
Muta Baruka
was saying the same thing.
Muta Baruka has dreadlocks. He's not a Rasta, cuz. What are you doing?
Bro, Muta Baruka goes around barefoot. He was the only Rasta man to come to England, bro, with no shoes.
But it don't make no difference. He's still not a
Bro,
Rasta.
he's like the image for Rastas in Jamaica, man. He goes out there, gives interviews on news channels. Like, come on, man. You can't be saying that he's not a Rasta. Like, come on.
He's a man with dreadlocks in his hair, so you know he respects traditions, you know, but he's not respecting the one that is most important to Rasta, which is being
but he's well known as a Rasta and respected. So how?
Brother, you can't be the Lion of Judah. You can't be a Lion of Judah and think that the Bible's fake. That don't make sense.
All right, so
I'm saying go on. Sorry,
what's anyone else saying? Young King Shaka, welcome. What's going on?
Bless, brother. Bless. Greetings. Wagwan, Shiffer.
Wagwan, brother, you good?
Yeah, man. Bless up, man. Bless up,
Bless up,
conscious.
Big up.
But yeah, man, I wanted to ask, you know, when you say, like, what's it called? All them man are rastas, according to who? Conscious, like, you're just saying, like, bare, like, rappers and musicians and people that just.
Yeah, because they're all known. I'm telling
By
you,
who?
people that are known. If I was telling you about a man down the corner, that's my mate. It's like, it's not a known source. So I'm giving you known sources that's well respected. And it's like, how are you denying that?
Brother, that's like saying Future's a Rasta. Brother, that's like saying Future's a Rasta. That's like saying every single guy in America with dreads is a Rasta now. That don't make
Future
sense,
don't
bro.
talk about black issues. He's not caring about the black community.
But he's got
He's
dreads,
not
though.
nothing. He's not representing African flags. He's
He's
not
got
talking. He's not
dreads,
going
though.
back to Africa. He ain't
Alright,
on
so if a
that. He
white
ain't
man's
promoting
got
that.
dreads,
Conscious.
so if a white man just puts dreads in his head, all of a sudden he's just Rasta now, yeah?
Bro, there's white men that say they're Rastas, bro.
Okay, maybe he identifies
I'm not
with the
talking for
tribe of
them.
Judah. Maybe
I'm not
he
talking for them.
identifies with the
I'm
tribe
not
of Judah
talking for them.
or
Like,
another
because
tribe.
they even say to you, like, they can't talk for us. Do you know what I mean?
Well, maybe they identify with the tribes, or maybe they want to amalgamate. Maybe they're trying to join up. Maybe that's what
They
it is.
believe in
But
that
maybe you're
spiritual
not
path
asking.
of the Rastas,
Brother, I
and that's
get
what they're
it.
following. They'll tell you that.
You see why I'm saying maybe? It's not because I'm thinking maybe. It's because it's not really maybe, but maybe you just ain't asked the
They
questions,
got
brother.
inspired by certain figures in
Why
Jamaica that
don't
are
you ask
Rastas.
them? No, but why don't you actually ask them? Why don't we get a white Rasta to tell you how he was
Bro,
inspired and if
there's
he
an
thinks he's a
interview that
Rasta?
happened in Jamaica, bro, in the 90s, and there was a white Rasta in the audience that explained why he's a Rasta. So it's not like it hasn't been done before. But what I'm trying to show you is it's a spiritual practice being a Rasta. It's not about the Bible. It's not about Christianity. They dropped all of that out. It was just to be rebellious against this whole modernization in Jamaica and representing African culture. They're the only ones that are upholding it.
Rasta don't drop out the Bible completely. When you say Rasta, you're talking about Rastafari, which is Haile Selassie's pre-coronation title. You get me? Haile Selassie is the head of the Ethiopian Orthodox Tawahedo Church. So to say Rasta completely drop out the Bible is kind of, to me personally, it's a bit of a
Now, but I'm saying to you, for the Rastas to incorporate the Ankh and talk about chakras, there's Rastas that like Maccabee. Maccabee was talking about your chakras and the third eye. They ain't talking about what common Rasta do you hear talk about the third eye? There's new Rastas that's out now. They're not the old Rastas from before.
What do you mean new Rasta? Oh my God, what's wrong with you?
Bro, things change. Things don't stay the same.
Things have changed. I would say there has been a lot of changes within the Rastafari community. Like back a day, you couldn't be a Rasta and have you could twist up dreadlocks with some. You get me, blood, and things have changed. You get me, blood. So,
no,
and
but
you
I
do see
disagree with
Rasta
that one slightly. I disagree with that one slightly because remember, you're gonna have a man. Yeah, I'm gonna explain this to you like this now, family, and I know you're gonna understand me. You're gonna have a man who has alopecia or a man who has male pattern baldness. He can't even grow no hair. But you see, if you're a Rasta in your heart, you're a Rasta. It's not about
for
the
real.
hair.
Well, obviously, it's not about the hair. If you've got a medical condition that stops you from growing locks, then that's a different thing. But as a Rasta, obviously, you're supposed to embrace nature and yourself. You get me? There's different. For me personally, I've looked at Rasta from different perspectives as I grow. You get me? So there is Rasta who deal with a Kemetic way of looking at things. But I would say as a Rasta, really, you can't diss the Bible because Haile Selassie himself, who is Rastafari, said that the Bible is a rallying point for humanity and that man can't hope for salvation without the Bible.
Bob Marley said emancipate yourself from
Is
mental
it fair
slavery.
to say though? You see what you said? Hold on. You see what he said? He said there's certain Rastas that will deal with Kemet. And I'm not going to dispute that because guess what, brother? Like you said, no Rasta can't completely throw away his Bible. And does the Bible deal with Kemet? 100%. So there's no problem with dealing with Kemet. No problem in when you say the Bible demonizes Kemet, you show me bring out the passage. Please show us the passage.
Bro, the Pharaoh and Moses. End of.
Show us brother. Listen, show us the passage where Kemet was demonized. I didn't show me the passage where there was a controversy between Israelites and Kemits or Kemites or
Moses
Egyptians.
story. The Moses story. Exodus.
Brother, listen. No one ever demonized Kemet, brother. That's the whole point I'm making. You show me the point where he was demonized.
So God didn't curse Egypt. God didn't curse Egypt.
Things happen. They got cursed because
God didn't give them
diseases. Not for no reason. Not for no reason. He didn't.
No, but he didn't. Well, isn't that demonizing the Egyptians?
No, the Egyptians. If you're gonna say it like that, you're gonna say they're demonizing themselves technically because at the end of the day, they're holding people captives who aren't their people, innit? And they've already tried to murder Moses, remember? They've already done this murder tactic to try and get rid of the prophets and get rid of the people that's going to actually be the saviors of the nation. So, do you know what? They've gone too far, innit?
I'll tell you this
If you want to put it like that, if you want to put it like that, at no point was they demonized. And brother, listen, at no point was they demonized, but when they were warned, if you don't let the people them go, then there's going to be problems. So they was given pre-warning. They was never demonized.
I'm saying, do you have an unk around your neck and go around a Christian and they'll look down upon you? Like, what are you doing? That's some pagan symbol that you got around your neck. So, like,
Yeah,
that's
but
in
you're
Jamaica,
friends with
bro.
Reggie. Yeah, but you're friends with Reggie, and then you're going to make a statement like that. It's like, really?
No, but we're talking about the Rastas. I ain't talking about Reggie.
There's Rastas out there that will say that the Ankh is a sign of Babylon, though, because obviously, like Shifa said, Rasta, there is Rasta that see, like the 12 tribes of Israel, for instance, Naya Bingi and Baba Shanti, the three traditional houses of Rastafari, all deal with the Bible and all see themselves as something to do with Israel. You get me?
But that was a time. That was a time of enlightenment. Like, they were trying to find a way. You know what I mean? And they found more information now, and they realized that no, the Bible just ain't.
Who's they, Reggie? You speaking to me like I'm not a Rasta, though. I'm born and grow as a Rasta,
bro. But we all Rastas, bro.
Just
We're all
like me,
black.
brother.
We all got
Listen,
family
me and you, we born and grow as Rasta.
You're not all Rastas.
We're all
It's not like
We're all Rastas, bro.
I know what a joke thing, fam.
They were all talking about that, man.
Brother,
we're all like
brother,
African figures and stuff. We all grow
You know
our
the
hair.
point I want to make to the brother, though, yeah? The point I want to make to the brother, yeah, is when you're dealing with especially West Indians, Jamaicans, yeah, what you're gonna find is you've got people like
talking really fast.
I don't know if I'm talking really fast, am I?
Yeah, you kind of was, but it's gone.
All right, let me slow down. But yeah, what I noticed, yeah, for instance, Lady D can quote me, yeah, if I'm wrong. But I heard Lady D say the other day, I said, I'm tribe of Judah. Lady D says she's not sure if she's Judah, she thinks she's Benjamin, yeah? Now, there's a reason why Jamaicans sometimes have this confusion. Am I Judah? Am I Benjamin? Am I Levi? And that's because Judah was the one with the kingdom. Levi never had a kingdom. When the heritage was being given out, they never had their own lands. The only one that had their own lands was Judah. So
Let me break it down from a Rastafari perspective, yeah.
All amalgamated into one tribe. When you talk about the other tribes are the rest of Israel. But Judah, Benjamin, and Levi are now one tribe.
There might be confusion as well, because as Rastafari, yeah, we see the 12 tribes split into birth months, innit?
Yeah, exactly. The 12 tribes, birth months.
So I'm a Levi
like
because I'm born in June, you get me? So
12 zodiac signs, the 12 disciples.
I've heard that
Them
notion
numbers
before.
there, man.
I'm not gonna lie, I've heard that.
That is the basis of the 12 tribes of Israel, and you know the 12 tribes of Israel is a specific mansion within Rastafari. That is their basis, and the 12 tribes are split within the 12 birth months. You get me?
You see, when you say that though, brother, yeah, I think it depends on who you're dealing with, because I think that there is a point where
not with Rasta. You're talking about Hebrew Israelites, Reggie. I'm talking about Rasta people.
That's right. But this is the thing now. When you say Rasta people, remember, how did Rasta come about?
Well, Rasta come about from the coronation of Haile Selassie.
All right.
Yeah, and Marcus Garvey though. That's what they got about the whole Haile Selassie thing.
That's not even true. Conscious. Let me clarify this, because you said this before. Even the quote of "Look to the east for the coming of a black king" was not even originally Marcus Garvey.
But that's where the Rastas get it from, bro.
No, it's not. No, originally that's a misconception. I understand, yeah, but that is a misconception. I once called Marcus Garvey a prophet because I thought that quote came from him, but it was actually someone, I think by the name of James Webb or something, a black reverend from America.
What did Bob Marley say in Africa Unite? Marcus Garvey said it, so let it be done. Like they're all Rastas respect Marcus Garvey.
Brother.
Like, come on, man.
Brother, listen,
like, you know what I mean?
listen. Brother,
Reggie, as a Rasta, yeah,
now, brother. You're saying wild statements. Go on, bro. Go on.
As a Rasta, yeah, you're supposed to learn and constantly grow. You get me, blood? So if I find out something that is misinformation, yeah, if I find out that it's not Marcus Garvey who originally said the quote, "Look to the east for the coming of a black king, for thy redemption time is at hand," yeah, then Marcus Garvey is not the person who said it originally. Then it's not Marcus Garvey is not the prophet, is he?
At the end of the day, bro, the Rastas looked him
Regine,
after
I'm a
Starvey,
Rasta. I'm telling
and
you,
they
just
study
because the
him.
majority of Rastas say something, it doesn't mean it's right, Regine. And just because Bob
It's an
Marley sang
acknowledgement
that
of
Marcus
the
Garvey
movement.
said
The
to
whole
free Africans
movement,
to
the
unite.
founders of the movement have said this, bro.
No, but brother,
Regine,
don't
you're
think
laughing at me,
the
blood. Like I'm
majority,
not
the
born and
Rastas
grow
he
as a
knows.
Rasta. You don't know what you're
It's
talking
like when
about.
Haile Selassie went to Jamaica,
No,
all the
no, no.
Rastas
To be
flushed. They
fair,
went straight to the
No,
airport.
1 second. To be fair, Bob Marley did say it, so I don't know what you're talking about.
I know.
Bob Marley did
Yeah,
say what?
that's
If
Psalms.
emancipate
That
yourself
Jedi's
from
being
mental slavery.
sarcastic for your bomber club.
Emancipate yourself. Come on, bro. Really? Are we really going there?
He picked up Garvey, so obviously, come on, conscience is right.
Sarcasm shit from
What? What?
No, that's it.
That was a good jab, though. That's a good jab.
Yes,
but that's silly, bro. That's silly. You can't use Bob Marley, bro. You can't use Bob Marley. Who's Bob Marley in this? Bob Marley's a musician. He's an entertainer. He's play school. You might as well call him a
grew up
comedian.
around the Rastas, the founders,
Brother,
the
listen.
people that started it, bro.
Brother, listen. In comparison
Bob
to
Marley
the
didn't grow
guys,
around the founders
in
of
comparison to the guys where the idea gets its conception, Bob Marley's play school. He's Dolly House, bro. He ain't on that level.
He grew up around the founders, man.
No, he didn't. Don't lie.
Which founders of Rastafari didn't grow up around conscious?
Founders. The originals, man.
Which original? Which one? Which one?
It's calm, Jedi. It's funny, man.
Which one? Which original? Which one?
Now, which founders though, conscious? Seriously, on a level, which founders did he grow around?
Was it old?
Say it again.
Old. The Rasta man.
Old.
Yeah, you don't know him.
Old. Are you talking about Leonard Howell? Are you talking about Leonard Howell?
No, old.
His name Old?
Old.
What's his first name?
I can't remember the name. I think his first name is Old.
Is his first name Bomba? Is his first name Bomba?
I can get you a link if you need it.
Blood, what are you chatting about, Old fam?
In the documentary I watched about the Rastas, and there was the Bob Marley's teacher.
When he finished,
didn't you see the?
Maybe I'm getting his name wrong. I'm not too sure.
I think you might be talking about.
Hold on. What, Soldier? Didn't you see the documentary on Netflix?
Yeah, true. Nah, oh yeah, fucking hell. I fucked it. I didn't see that.
No, but
still.
I might have got the name wrong. So if you can.
The man's name is Leonard Howell. I'm telling you, the man's name is Leonard Howell, Regine. H-O.
Yeah, Howell. Yeah.
Howell.
I'm saying, yeah. I got it fucked up.
what has that got to do with anything, brother? Can I read something out to you?
No, let him finish though. He got the name right. He got the name right. Let him get.
The hate was silent. We thought the hate was silent.
Oh, sorry.
He got the name. He got the name. He got the name right. Let him continue. Go on.
I thought you were done.
I didn't get the name right. He got the name right.
Howell.
Ow. Yeah, I thought it was Owl. Like I'm thought Owl.
Yeah, that's some Freemason thing. You don't know about Owl still.
But it's Bob Marley's teacher because they called him the founder, right? The guy that you just pronounced.
The guy that I just pronounced. There's more than one founder of Rastafari still. There's many man.
The head, and he's dark skin, right?
No, I know who Leonard Howell is, Bridget. He's not the head of Rastafari. He's one of the men.
Right? And there's a dark
one of the men. He's one of the men that's credited with founding Rastafari, yeah, and he's pushed as like the founder of Rastafari. But there was 3 or 4 other men preaching different doctrines regarding Haile Selassie being the returned Messiah in Jamaica at the same time. But
he was Bob Marley's teacher.
Regine, Bob Marley never met Leonard Howell. Are you talking about Mortimer Plano? Because that's who Bob Marley knew in real life.
And was he really dark skinned, right?
With a big face. The man's got one big round head. The old man with a big round head, Mortimer Plano.
No, the dark skin black man.
Reggie, there's no dark skin black man. Why you keep saying that?
Bro,
dark skin guy.
The video.
The dark skin guy with the eyes and the nose.
Oh yeah,
they used to do the meetings and they used to do the drums and talk.
He used to do the dark skin brother. He used to do the meetings and beat the drums, you know.
On the hills, and then the police infiltrated it, and they had to move.
1 second.
Did the man have locks or not? Did the man have locks or not?
Yeah.
Well, that's not Leonard Howell then, because Leonard Howell never had locks.
So pause. Pause on that point. 1 second. Pause on that point. 1 second. Because we're getting into jokes now. It's like the guy's joking with our things, right? Not pause. Not things. Joking with our Rastafarianism.
No. There's one guy
joking with our Rastafarianism. Let me hold on, brother. 1 second.
Hold on, man. Conscious, was he the guy in the film with Eminem about rap battles?
Oh yeah, 8 Mile. That's the one. Yeah.
right, let me listen. Hold on, one second.
If you check out Bob Marley's teacher, he's the head like Rasta. But I don't know his name. I don't know his right name.
Conscious. We heard you, bro. You don't have to say it 17 times to get the point across. We heard you, bro. Please. Yeah. Now let me just read
the dark-skinned guy who used to hold meetings and beat the drums. Just to be clear.
Let me just
all that African chants and Naya Dengue.
All that work, you know.
All of it. Come on.
Are you men are hard work, you know? Hard work.
True, they don't know.
I'm trying to get to my point.
Yeah, go ahead, talk your thing, man. I'm waiting.
You hear me?
I'm literally waiting.
I can't believe it's not butter. I can't believe it's not. Right. Anyway,
don't worry.
Rasta, listen. Type in anyone can do this exercise at home. You know, by yourself. You don't need me for this, but I'm gonna do it for you. Yeah. What do Rastafarians believe? Yeah, type that in.
Let me get the right name. Hold up, I'll get the right name.
Type that into Google. What do Rastafarians believe? The first thing that comes up: Rastafarians believe that they are being tested by Jah, God, through slavery and the existence of economic injustice and racial downpression rather than oppression. Yeah, they await their deliverance from captivity and their return to Zion, of all places, the symbolic name for Africa drawn down from biblical tradition. Yeah. What do Rastafarian believe about Jesus? Jesus is an important figure in Rastafari. However, practitioners reject the traditional Christian view of Jesus, particularly the depiction of him as white. Shut up, I'm not finished. Wait. Particularly the depiction of him as white, European, believing this is a perversion of the truth. They believe that Jesus was a black African and that white Jesus was a false god. I rest my case.
Hey, but Schiffer, real quick here. You seen the Marley documentary, right?
No buts. Sit on your butt. I don't want nothing to do with your butt.
All Marley relatives are in there and stuff and blah blah blah.
We should go see
in that Marley documentary, right? They tell you Bob Marley's teacher, and that's the guy that he really learned off, and he was like a head Rasta.
You know that man you're talking about.
One second.
And he was a dark black man, bro, with long dreads.
Now, wait. Shipper, did I not tell you that it was in the Netflix documentary?
Yeah, I said a time ago, man.
Conscious, you know the man you keep mentioning, he deals with the Bible, you know.
I'm talking about Bob Marley. I wasn't talking about nobody else.
You know more about
nobody else.
The man deals with the Bible, though. I don't know what your point is. Bob Marley's teaching the Bible.
I'm saying to you that the ways, that they practice was that at the time.
Did Bob Marley deal with the Bible?
But it evolved. You know what I'm saying?
Rasta can't evolve, blood. Rasta can't evolve. Rasta is the ancient
individual. It's a rebel movement, bro. The things they're doing is based off of Africa.
Did Bob Marley deal with the Bible?
Of course Bob Marley dealt with the Bible.
All right, cool.
So what are you talking about?
At that time, what they were doing
oh my God,
down
please
upon.
stop handing up your butt, bro. We don't, brother, please, pause. We need to get that. Seriously, this is getting extreme. Why is everyone handing out their butts over here, bro? Pause. Why do they do the seven soldier? That's you see the point where we're supposed to exit the conversation, yeah? Is when people start handing out their butts. Because I don't deal with no one's butts. I'm not into that, bro. So the moment you said
I'm saying to you that the Rastas weren't praised in Jamaica.
Bro, pause. Slow it now, man. You lost.
It's not about losing, bro. I'm saying to you that I want you to gain some understanding,
brother. You're handing out your butt in the conversation.
I'm saying.
But you can't hand out butts in conversation. In conversation, you're supposed to make points, not say but and make excuses.
Right, because I'm trying to explain something to you real quick, so you don't lose the train of thought. But besides all of that, bro, I'm saying to you that the first Rastas in Jamaica, bro, was not respected by the black people that were into Christianity. They were trying to get away from Christianity, the white Jesus. They were trying to preserve African
saying
culture.
It like black Christians in Jamaica respect Rasta now. They still do not. Conscious, they still don't, fam. Why are you saying it like that's changed?
No, they're way more respected, bro. They're commercialized in Jamaica. It's more
commercial
like
Rasta is respected, but that's not Rasta.
You go to Jamaica and you go to the market.
Some little commercial dread is not Rasta, fam.
No, but they sell all this Rasta stuff as like a commercial thing for tourists.
Yeah, that's not real Rasta though, blood. That's not Rasta for, right? That's a little red, gold, and green top for a little tourist to wear, fam.
You can buy They're
That is
commercializing
not
it and making money
Rastafari,
off
blood.
of it, bro.
Yeah, or the commercialization of Rastafari is not real Rastafari, though. You're saying that like that means that
No,
a
but I'm saying that
Rastafari is
it's more
accepted.
accepted. Whereas before, if you went to
No,
Jamaica,
that's a bit
they'll be
unfair,
handing
No,
out
bro.
it's
Because
not.
single
maybe that's
queen.
more of a conversion. Because people can convert to Rastafari just like you can convert to Islam, but you aren't gonna be one of the tribes, though. You can convert,
No,
though.
but I'm saying
Rastafari
to
is
you, it was a
still not
black thing, bro.
accepted,
It
though,
wasn't
fam.
really to do with the Bible. It
You
was
can
about
convert
waking up black
to
people to Africa.
Rasta.
It was
It
to
was
do
There's
with
no
the
wrong with
it
Bible,
that.
was a
fam.
rebel, a
Conscious.
rebellious movement.
It was a
That's why Bob
rebellious
Marley
thing
said a soul
because
rebel. He's a soul rebel, a revolutionary.
why you keep saying Bob Marley? Because all these men deal with
No,
Bible,
because
though, but
this is
what's
something
to do with the
for
Bible,
the
fam?
primary
Big up
school
Bob
people.
Marley, man.
You know what I mean?
Big up,
Big up
big
Bob,
up
man.
all the biracial
You got to big
founders.
up Bob Marley, man.
Big up
Come
all
on.
the
Yeah, big up Bob
biracial
and his
founders
Bible.
of
Bro, there's
Rastafarianism.
certain black man sticking there in European women, so I don't think we
Yeah,
should
like
be.
Bob Marley's dad. I mean,
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
okay,
Bob
yeah.
Marley's dad raped
That's
a black
right.
woman, pretty
That's
much.
right.
He
The
was
man you're
going
bigging
around
up.
Jamaica having sex with black girls.
Like the
Bob
father of the
Marley.
man you're bigging
Hold on,
up.
wait.
Just like a
Hold on,
slave master, or overseer on a
Bob
horse.
Marley. Hold on. Bob Marley is the product of rape. Are you saying?
I personally believe that because they raped our culture, and Bob Marley was trying to cultivate his own culture. When he went back to that white side of the family, they rejected him,
Yeah, no,
and then he
man.
made that song Cornerstone. So at the end of the
Really?
day, they don't respect no black cultured people in
Okay.
Jamaica, man. As in like the white people,
Bob's
the
dad
black
was
people don't get
You don't
accepted by
respect
the white
Jamaican
people.
culture.
And it became an international success and a figurehead, the face of reggae, the face of Jamaica, and the face, it seems, as of Rastafarianism and weed. Yeah, he's not no average dude. He's a Mason. Like, you don't like to believe it, but the signs are all there. His dad's a Mason, and that's what it is. He had a son.
His dad was an Englishman.
So he made
So he
some
was basically pimping. He was basically going around with his wealth, trying to impress certain women and just have sex with them and fuck off. That's what he did with the mum. He left the mum. He didn't give a fuck about the Bob Marley's mum.
But you said he raped
I
them
don't
all.
know about that. I don't know about
Yeah,
that.
I thought like it was rape because he was an
That's
old
not
ass fucking
documented.
white man, and she
You
was
make
only a
it a mad
teenager.
yeah, well, I don't know how
You're nuts,
documented.
you're nuts, bro. You don't respect your own culture. That's
Bro, Bob
crazy,
Marley
bro.
didn't respect his dad.
You don't respect your own culture, though.
Bob
Because you're
Marley
not
did not
respecting the
respect
man's
his
bro.
dad.
Listen. You don't
Yeah,
respect
the
Bob
reason
Marley.
why Bob Marley
What
is
you're
the
gonna
face
do?
of
Because he
the
knew.
reason why Bob Marley is the face of freedom fighters music and not Peter Tosh. You're not just falling into. He's the modern day H. I mean, he's
Yeah,
the.
but we know that, though.
Nah, Peter
We
Tosh
know
was
that, though.
jealous.
You don't all know that, man. That's
Of
why
course
this
we
guy
know that.
can't keep fucking singing Bob Marley. Like if
Well,
Bob
hold on.
Marley
Wait a second. Do you think
Listen,
Bob Marley didn't know that?
listen. 1 second, brother, man. What I'm saying to you is this: your argument is not Conscious's argument. Conscious's argument is keep highlighting this guy, like, because he's into idolatry, right? So he's put Bob Marley up as an icon. I'm explaining to him the reason why Bob Marley is the icon and not Peter Tosh is for the very same thing that you're trying to burn out. So you keep celebrating this man. This is why we always tell you, stay away from celebrities and idols and that when we're having these conversations. If you want to talk about freedom, otherwise you end up talking about Bob Marley and Martin,
You're right.
Marcus Garvey,
You're
and
right.
Leonard Howard, and blah blah blah, Howell, and all these.
You're
all these
right.
They're part of the black community, though, Jedi.
all these
So I can't
political-
ignore them.
Yeah, they're the
You're
gatekeepers.
nah,
of
he's
freedom.
right. He's right. You're
Because of these
absolutely right.
people- Because of these people, why we keep going around in these type of conversations and we ain't getting free. These are gatekeepers, man.
100. Because you see, if I
Bob Marley-
started talking
Bob Marley
about
got
people, it
shot
would be
at, man.
Bob
I can see
Marley.
the
Link, and people don't like that. I can see the link, but I can see the link. And it's so obvious, and you have to turn away from it when I show it to you. The link between all of these people I'm mentioning, one club.
But I'm
No,
saying,
you're
Bill
right. No,
Oxley,
Jedi, do you know how I
explain
can
that
make you
CIA
right?
agent
Do
was
you know
saying
how I
that
can
he
make you
killed Bob
100
Marley
on that? I
poisoning
can
him.
make you 100% on that statement because I told you
One
this.
club.
You see, if I
Make
go to
all
any of my
these
family's house, no one weren't playing no Bob Marley. If anything, do you know what? If I go around my uncle's house, he's listening to Burning Spear, them man there. That's why I know about them man there. He's listening to Dennis Brown and not
Hey,
listening
but
to Bob
Burning
Marley like
Spear,
that, bro.
Remember,
but
Bob
Burning
Marley's on
Spear's
stage.
No
got
one
a
weren't
white woman
having
though,
Bob
man.
Marley as no pin-up like that, bro.
But Burning Spear's got a
Marley's
white
on
woman
stage
though.
with the electoral candidates, and they're telling you that this is a massive move. It was a rebel move, and he just been shot, and he not care because he's coming out for the people. Them, and you don't understand how they manipulate you, man. That's why he's
Nah,
got.
trust me,
That's
Bob
why
Marley
he's
got shot at. He
That's
felt
why he's
betrayed,
got
man.
a Netflix. That's why all of them got Netflix film and documentary. Marcus Garvey, not
not Marcus Garvey. What's his name? Malcolm X. This, that. You got roads named after them, holidays named after them. All of them, man. But the real riders are dead, forgotten, under the ground.
You're right.
You don't
You're right.
Them
understand
man
what's
there
going
were
on,
on the
man.
front lines and
You're right. Bob
sacrificed,
Marley
man.
What's
shouldn't be
going
bigger
on,
than
man?
Buju. Bob
They
Marley
put
should
their
not
life
be
on the
bigger
line.
than
That's why
Buju.
they're
You're
getting
right.
used today.
100%. Buju should be up there. But they don't want to put him up
Buju, he
there.
was in an airplane,
They don't
bro,
want to
trying
put
to
him up
get
there.
weed. I'm trying to get give cocaine to a
He
white man.
should be up there better than more than Bob Marley, though.
Buju
Really and
Banton
truthfully.
was on an airplane, and a white man went up to him and said, "Yo, you know where you can get some cocaine?" He's like, "Yeah, I you know, I got you." Next, thing you know, he's getting arrested in prison for decades. So, like, Bob Marley wouldn't be doing
What is
that.
your point? What is your point?
Bob Marley had morals. He's smart. He's not fucking stupid. He grew up in the
Okay.
ghetto, so he understands
Okay.
when some white man's gonna come up to you
Okay.
and try and
He
tell you
had
something.
morals. He had morals.
He might try and
Smoke
set you up.
copious amounts of ganja. Smoke copious amounts of ganja.
Cocaine.
And
What, a
influence.
Rasta man smoke
And
coke down
influence.
here?
Hold on 1 second. 1 second. And influence a whole generation of youth with smoking non-stop. Because
Ain't
he
nothing
got the
wrong with
money to
smoking
do it.
weed, man.
Listen. He got the money to do that, to smoke all day, every day, and just smoke his brain away. But not everyone got time for that. Not everyone can do them kind of things there, bro.
Like Bob
So
Marley said,
not
alcohol make you
necessarily.
drunk. It
Not
don't make you meditate. When you smoke, it make you meditate, get you to a peaceful state. So it's not like he's promoting something to get people in a negative state and do something crazy.
Is he the pinnacle? Not necessarily is he the pinnacle of righteousness when you're talking about West Indian music or Jamaican music in particular. Not
Bob
necessarily.
Marley sacrificed his life, man. He was literally on stage dancing when they threw tear gas. Was it called tear gas in Zimbabwe?
Okay.
So at the
You
end of the
shouldn't
day,
be
he's for the
demonizing
people,
herbs as
bro.
the Israelite though, Shifa, still. You shouldn't be demonizing cannabis still.
I'm not demonizing her, but I'm saying the way the man was smoking weed is like that's all we know him for. And that's not a good representation.
But when you say an
That's not true.
Israelite, what
That's
is an
not true.
Israelite? What really is an Israelite? What's the
Brother, is
Israelite?
that a dumb question again? That's what I'm saying. Well, you're just gonna
No,
do dumb
bro,
questions with
you
it.
got to ask if you, but you a smart nigga, so you should be able to answer the shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
I'm not a nigga. I'm not a nigga.
Oh, you're not a negus. Okay, you're not a naga, a
No, I'm not
negus,
a nigga.
nigga.
I'm not a nigga. I'm
Not the
not
Bro,
a
you know
same word,
nigga.
Nigeria, you put a G in it, it
No,
spells nigga.
It's not the
I'm
same
not a
word,
nigga
man.
though. I'm not a nigga, bro. Sorry.
Bro, it's a
Please don't use
negus.
that
You're a
word with me.
negus.
Please don't
You're
use
a
that
Negus is a
word
king,
with me,
man.
completely
bro.
different word to the word you
Bro,
first said,
please
Reggie.
don't use that word with me, bro. I find it to be just a despicable word.
So
I've
we
someone
can
nothing
call
to do with it.
people, we can cuss people's mums, we can tell them to suck your
Yeah.
mum, all this type of
Yep.
shit, but
Yep.
we can't say nigga.
Well, I never said the P word neither, so I ain't gonna say the N word neither.
All right, cool. We won't have to say the word nigga. Let's just leave ninja out of it.
Well,
Don't worry about it.
you like it, brother. You like it, innit? Obviously, it's something you're into, innit? It's
But see, how can
where
we be degrading black
where you're
people in
coming
one
from.
breath, cussing them out, having these arguments, but when we come to the word nigga, we feel so offended? Like,
I don't feel
you know what I
offended.
mean? Like, come on now, man.
I don't feel offended. I just don't want to take part in that kind of a conversation. So if
Do you
you
know
want
why
to,
it's important to say
feel
the
free.
word nigga? Because it reminds you of the situation you're in. We're still
Okay.
in modern day slavery. We still got police that's the overseers in slavery, have
Okay.
overseers over your slaves and make sure they got a distrust for black people. That was in a Willie Lynch letter. So you got to understand, the police don't like niggas. As in,
I get you.
the police don't like black people.
I get
Sorry.
you. This is how you're arming yourself. I get you. Maybe I'm arming myself in a different way, and we'll just keep it like how it is. And obviously, if you feel like you need to use that word, please. I just
It's
prefer
a
if you
wake-up
didn't
call
use
for
it with
certain
me.
black people because certain black people in a trance state and they feel like we're not even in a psychological war.
All right. Well, you're not the first person I've said that to, but obviously, where I come from and where I grew up, we don't use that type of language. That vernacular is not something that's normal around us.
So do you feel like it's normal for a black woman to say you ain't got good hair if your hair is too African and it's got too much of a kinky Afro type of hair texture? You just say,
No, you see where
look at this
you see
black
where I'm coming
thing
from, yeah? You see
with a
where I'm
black
coming
doll
from.
test
Brother, 1
that
second.
happened.
You see where I'm coming from, the people I grew up around and the family that I come from and the village, the town, the surrounding areas. You see, if you was black and you was dark, that was something to be proud of. We pride ourselves on our blackness. Do you understand?
Bro, did you see the recent doll test that happened?
Maybe where you're coming from might be different. I'm not going to argue with that, but I'm just going to say where I'm coming from. We pride ourselves on blackness.
Have you seen the recent doll test,
when I was
Schiffer?
a kid, you see when I was a kid, you see when I was a child, yeah, I used to get upset because I say, why is my granddad darker than me? That's not fair. I want to be dark as him.
Hey, but Schiffer, have you seen the recent doll test where they done a doll test with these children and they asked them what's the ugly doll, the black doll, the white doll? And the children said the black doll's the ugly one and the white doll's the pretty one. So
where I'm coming from, though,
our black children are still being brainwashed till this day.
You see
They're
where
gonna
I'm
grow
coming
up
from,
hating
yeah?
themselves and hating
You see
other
where
black people.
I get you, but you see where I'm coming from, yeah? Like,
So
for
that's
instance,
niggas.
what you said, I'm going to give you an example like what you said. You said about the black doll and the white doll. Where I'm coming from and the people I grew up around, the females I know, like they wouldn't take the white dolly. They're not interested in white dollies. They weren't even interested in white hair like that. They want to do their own hair. They want their own hairstyle on it. They want to see braids
No,
on
but
that.
that's
If it
your
ain't got
generation.
braids,
You grew up in a different time.
if it
The
ain't got
time
braids, if it ain't
nowadays,
got,
bro, we have modern day slavery
I
going
got
on.
you. No, but I'm just telling you about my
Well,
people,
that's
where
not
I'm
you.
coming from. That's where I'm coming from.
Sorry,
I'm not talking about the general consensus. The general consensus is different. I'll acknowledge that. But I'm saying to you where I'm coming from and the way we was raised and in my household. In my house, if you was darker, you know what? People might have even got jealous because you darker than them. People wanted to be dark. No one wanted
I
to be
grew up
light
in a
skinned where I've
household,
been
bro,
from.
yeah, where there was Jamaican music being played, reggae music, Rastas in the house, smoking and chilling, having a conversation, the deep debate, going to my family house, having like family events, and it's all black people there. So there's a lot of love. So when I'm growing up, I remember in primary school in year 2, there was a white girl, and she was like, her name's Saskia. She was like, oh yeah, Jesus is white. I was like, no, Jesus is black. Because in my head, I just understood like I'd love for our culture, like, do you know what I mean? I grew up loving African culture, like African mosque in the house, Haile Selassie here, all the Jamaican flag. So it's like I grew up in a loving like household, bro. But I knew when I stepped outside my yard, when I was like in year 8, I seen youths getting robbed, all this fucked up shit, gang fucking shit going on. I'm like, fucking hell, what the fuck is going on here? So I know that there's something called social engineering happening with black people where they're getting programmed to hate themselves. But I might have grew up in a nice, loving black household where we believe that Jesus was black. But I know that the majority of people ain't growing up in that.
Brother, I'm hearing what you're saying, yeah, and I'm not gonna discredit your upbringing or your what you know in it, because you're you and you know what you know. But just because you know what you know doesn't mean there's not other things in the world that you haven't seen. That's what I'm trying to influence you with. I'm not saying to you that you're wrong about everything you're saying and everything you're saying is a whole load of crap. But some of what you're saying is very, very, very assumptive. So it can't necessarily be true like that. That's what I'm saying, bro. And maybe
I'm
look at
saying
the
to you,
other
bro,
side,
when I seen
maybe see
Grand Theft
other
Auto San
sides of the
Andreas come
story
out,
too.
I seen a lot of black youths get gassed off of that game, imitating a game. And it was all about killing your own people. So like I seen how shit socially engineered black people, like the society, like what they done and how they had to fucking just corrupt their head, man. Yo, what going?
Black people been killing each other for time, blood. It's been like tribal and shit, fam. It's not new, fam. It's been happening for years.
Nah, the gang thing is something else. That's boys in the hood, man.
That's some different shit. But you said you also this thing about we're slaves and that. Do you believe that you're a slave? Do you believe that personally?
I don't believe I'm a slave, but I believe we're in modern day slavery.
When did it become modern?
It's modern times.
So did it change from the past or is it just continued?
It's mental. You no longer got chains on your feet, you got chains in your brain. So like in a sense of like I was talking about the black doll test happening and the black children were saying that the white doll is pretty and the black doll is ugly. We still get programmed to believe that a white woman is more prettier than our black women. So like Kim Kardashian, all these white celebrities, and they get impact. Like, bro, there's women out here that repeat certain things that these fucking females be saying in the media. They're all on TikTok. They're all imitating all these fucking challenges and shit. None of it's African. So we're getting programmed to accept a society to do dumb shit and normalize it like it's an everybody thing. And we just forget our culture.
In our society, this is not our culture. We're in the West. So obviously,
yeah, but we still got people in the West that maintain their culture, but not black people though.
Our culture died years ago, blood. Even in Africa, a lot of our culture is dead. We're very Western, innit? So that shit died years ago. Even in Africa, even in the Caribbean, we're westernized, innit? That's the truth, fam.
You could say we're westernized, but it's a thing where who do you believe in? Do you believe in yourself? Do you believe in your family? Or do you believe like in these Europeans? Do you believe that they're better than you? Do you believe that they're superior? Do you believe they're the first inventors? Do you believe that Jesus was white? This is all the issues. This is why we have this self-hate and we don't want to learn who we are, because we secretly believe that angels are white and the devil's black. But who taught us that? That's the real question. Like, you know what I'm saying? And once we start to answer these questions, ask these questions, I think we can figure out the solution to our problem.
I hear that.
I just believe if you believe in all that shit, then you're weak in it. That's my result in it. If you believe all of that shit that them man above us and all that, then you're weak in it. That's how I see it. You get me? If you have this
100%.
Why against black, and I just think it's a stupid thing in it. You get me?
But do you believe, like, for instance, when we're talking about the Bible, right? I'm saying to you that in Jamaica, people had the Bible at the time. They were trying to make sure they can find themselves in it and see that they're the chosen people. There was a part in the Revelations that said that the synagogue, the Jews are the synagogue of Satan. And there was a lot of black people, like Khalid Muhammad, when he was on Donahue, one black man in the audience said that. So I'm just trying to show you that we try and find the truth in the Bible because we believe that one time that's the only thing that we had. But we evolved from that. Do you understand?
I hear that. I can't lie. You know, all that political religious talk, I just find it shit. Like, focus on all that shit and still be broke in it. Like, we're the people that focus on all that deep conscious bullshit and still be broke. You get me? It's like we focus on all the dumb shit. Like, we focus on wealth in it, but we focus on belief and religion and wealth and fucking politics and all that shit whilst we're still broke in it. So we ain't going
No,
nowhere.
of course, because we're in it. It's like we're in a white.
No, but why do we focus on it though? Hold on, wait. Actually address what the brother's saying. Why do we focus on it, brother?
They design things in a situation where you're poor.
Brother, hold on, wait a second. Brother, whoever said that before, why do we focus on these things though? Why do you think that is?
From my point of view, innit, I might be incorrect, but I feel like a lot of times we've accepted this whole thing of like victimhood in it. You get me? And yeah, the thing is, if you believe you're a victim, you'll always be a victim. You get me? But like, obviously, mentally, I can't speak on other people, but I learned to snap out of it and just say fuck all that shit. I'm gonna focus on my thing in it. But I don't know.
Hey, but think of it like this, Shaka. Yeah, you got a whole heap of black people buying Gucci. They love Gucci, Versace, Balenciaga, all this type of shit. But Gucci recently was cussing out black people with a black mask, mocking black people, the black face. So they're telling you like they don't give a fuck about you. But you got a whole heap of black people working, grinding on the ground level, saving up their little money they get from their job, their 9 to 5, and going to spend it on fucking Gucci, a racist organization that don't like you.
What trainers
so
do you wear?
who's fucking smart and who's dumb?
What trainers do you wear? What trainers do you wear, Conscious?
I don't wear trainers. I wear boots.
What boots do you wear?
Just like worker boots.
Is it niggas?
Because I do plumbing in it. So I wear boots.
Okay. You wear boots every day. You never wear a pair of shoes or you never go. When you go out raving, you go out in your boots. Right?
I don't rave.
You don't rave. When you go out to dinner, you go out in your boots, right?
Yeah.
He didn't eat.
What is the point? What is the purpose?
I've got black boots and different types of boots.
All right.
Big boots.
If you go to a wedding, you turn
No, I
up
wear plain black shoes.
in your boots,
plain black
right?
shoes. No, I wear plain black shoes, not trainers, plain black shoes. I'm really against the labels and all that type of shit, bro.
All right, so you have got other shoes. What shoes? You got
Just plain black shoes. I don't wear trainers, bro.
In the gym, you wear plain black shoes in the gym.
I don't go gym.
You don't go gym. So if you do you play any sport? You don't run. You don't.
No, I don't like. I do like go exercising, but I used to do running, but I don't do running no more. I'm trying to get back into it though. But it's been snowing and shit. You know what I mean? So.
Okay. Do you own a TV?
Yeah.
Who's it made by?
I think it's some Japanese thing.
Okay. Do you own a car?
What is the point, man?
The point is, like everything, your whole life, is relying upon people that you don't like. It's crazy. And then it's like we're gonna big up. We're gonna say, oh, these people are this, these people are that, right? But everything you fall back on, you get from them. It's like you can't live without them, but you just want to just sit here just making that noise. I just don't get it. I don't get it, bro.
I don't know what you mean. Like, I don't support that.
You're talking about Balenciaga. Brother, listen, you was there talking about Balenciaga and this, that, and this, these companies and what they're doing and they're racist and this and that, or whatever you're saying. And brother, you're still buying from them though. And then you try to lie. You try to say, oh, you go to the gym in your shoes, and then you caught yourself and you realize what you were doing. So you had to shape up your argument. Well, brother, let's be honest. You probably got all 5 pairs of Jordans like Reggie. Who knows?
Bro, I just showed you my boots. I told you I just wear boots. Let me show you the boots again. Hold up.
That's the only boots you wear all the time. You wear those boots everywhere, yeah?
Like, bro, I wear black and those and beige ones.
Brother, you don't get no girls. You don't get no girls.
Bro, I got a girlfriend, man. What are you talking about? I've got a baby coming on the way. What the fuck?
Yeah, you got lucky, man. You got lucky. She's happy with you, man. She's like, yeah.
Bro, do you know how much girls I've had? Like, come on, bro.
Brother, your girl likes you, man. Your brother, you see your girl, she rates you.
That's a whole different subject.
I realize that's why you're confident.
Girls are a headache, bro. Trust me, man. I tell you that.
Listen, your girl is happy with you. Every time you go out in them boots, she's like, yes, wear them boots. She's like, yes,
bro, I wear boots. She cool with it. I'm getting her some boots. She wanted some boots.
Lord have mercy. The two of them.
So we're gonna get matching boots.
Work on boots.
Schiffer, you don't know what I do, man. You don't know what I do, fam.
I hear you, though. I hear you.
So
maybe you're a bit more extreme than I thought.
Yo, Skylar.
Yo.
No.
Troll. Oh my.
Yeah, Conscious.
That kid's sounding about 5 years old.
My Conscious, you look a bit like Coolio though still, so I can understand the boots still. I can understand the boots, man. I get it. You're going for that style.
I look like Coolio.
You look a bit like Coolio. Like, I think you're going for that old school kind of 90s look. You probably wear denims and that with them big boots, and I can kind of picture the look that you're going.
So Punches, since you come on to these platforms, man, who's your target audience, man? Who have you come to awaken?
Mainly not to awaken. It's just I'm targeting the black community, man.
Oh, the overall black community.
Overall, the black community. I mean, I was done a video on the olders. I feel like to myself, the older generation misunderstand the youth, and they be very hypocritical sometimes. Like,
what age demographic are you talking about when you say the older generation?
The 40-year-olds. Like I seen on Sarnetta, Black News 102, they were getting onto a guy named Smart and saying, "Oh, you shouldn't swear, young brother. It's not good to swear." And he was telling you to calm down. But they swear all the time amongst each other. They be saying, "Bitch, fuck off," and all this type of shit. So they just always use their age and try and use psychology.
You gotta do Conscious. 1 second. You gotta do better than that.
You breaking up, Schiffer.
You're breaking up, Schiffer. Your connection first, man.
You've got to do better than that, because brother, I mean seriously black. You know, like wake up, brother.
You're breaking up again, Schiffer.
What I'm saying, how black you are. Now you're seriously black. Now, brother, what you have to understand is you are really, really black, bro. You're like, I wake up in the morning, look in the mirror, I can't believe I'm so black. You are, brother.
Like physically black?
One of the blackest, brother, I mean, because you got the deep hue, the blackness, brother, you got to represent properly. When you keep doing this N-word every minute and doing it, brother, it looks worse now to me, bro. You got to cut that out.
I don't feel like there's anything saying wrong
brother,
saying
you with your black self, yeah? You with your black self, yeah? You with your black self, you're blacker than Reggie, brother. You're darker than, brother. You need to represent better than that, brother. Come on, man.
You're both probably darker than me, but I don't understand the relevance.
You are quarter past midnight, black. You're quarter past. You know, like
it
that.
Doesn't matter.
I was just making it. I was 2:15. You're quarter past. You know, like that. So you know where we're at. We're both dark, but he darker, man. He dark, and obviously the darker one, I think is it more on you to represent better. You can't be using them.
Hey, I think that's what's wrong, Schiffer. Is sexually exploiting black women. Do you know what I mean? And misguiding the black girls and getting them to produce children that's going to be miseducated, because they're going to be miseducated on sex and love, and we're going to have a whole generation that's built on lust. All due to these black women that get sexually exploited and glorified for it throughout the media.
So hang on, hold on 1 second. Pause. 1 second. Let me respond to the brother Conscious. I think you didn't get the memo, brother. Now, this is how the thing really works, brother. You see, when a woman likes you, what she wants to do, she wants to try and lock you down. And the only way she's going to do that is, in her mind, probably that you're going to have your child, innit? Now, at the end of the day, 9 times out of 10, she's not going to do that unless you are actually showing her some good qualities. You have to be doing something for her to want you so bad. Yeah. Now, at the end of the day, you know what? I was young once. There's many people who was young once. People get themselves into relationships. The relationship didn't necessarily work out. There was a child. They don't stop looking out for their child, but the relationship might not work. So the two people split. So now they might go have a child with someone else and start a new relationship. These are the facts of life. When you look at it with such a conceited view, it's like you're destroying the beauty. You're destroying the actual essence of life itself. I got 4.
All right. So how old are they?
Old enough.
So would you say them growing up as a child, like a toddler, you teach them how to walk and talk? Wouldn't you say that's a beautiful process for any human being to experience?
I'm experiencing it right now. I know exactly what you're talking. I know exactly how beautiful it is. You know, it's something that I think, especially as black dads, we pride ourselves on. And I think a lot of the times, you know, especially with black dads, you know, we're so passionate about it that, you know, if you did something that you tried to stop me, or you got in my way, or you made it difficult, yeah, it can become emotionally damaging, as that meme would say.
No, but you see, you Shifa, right? You're a conscious black man. So I know for a fact that you will want your kids to be educated. You want them to be aware of certain things in life and be smart. So I know for a fact you being a father is actually a good thing for the black community. Like, do you know what I mean?
Conscious, it's taking me off. It's taking me off my line of questioning. You said that basically you come onto the platform and you feel like you need to guide the plus 40s, basically, that the plus 40s have somewhat kind of like let themselves down in the way that they represent the community. So you're seeing a lot of bad traits in the way that they behave, and you cited a certain platform as to the way that they behave certain times. I don't know, when you see these kind of behaviors here from the elders within the community, what do you actually feel like?
I just find it to be disheartening for a lot of youth, because I feel like to myself, the youth want actual answers from their elders, because it's a thing, like you have elders that give you wisdom and knowledge, and when they're cussing you and insulting you, it's like you're just like the slave masters. It's nothing different.
What elders do you know? What elders do you know that be cussing you, for asking questions?
No, not cussing me personally, but I've experienced elders that's in our community say, "Oh, these youths, they don't understand anything," or "went back in my day" and everything. It's just like we're going backwards. Like, do you know what I mean? We're not unifying and understanding each other. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Do you feel like the new generation knows a lot more than the older generation?
I mean, they're aware of certain things that they didn't have access to. That's my opinion. Like a lot of things they didn't know about the New World Order and certain things to do with Freemasonry. Is only now certain adults are getting privy to it because of the youth aware, making them aware of it.
No.
I know, Shiva. Let me just. Only thing I want to say to that, Conscious, is because you said 40, so I'm like it. I would be in that 40-year-old age range, right? And
right.
You have to give me a better example than that, because we already knew about. I can't, not me personally, but I had my peers telling me about the New World Order and the Freemasonry and all of that stuff. So I don't think that's.
I'm talking about like the common people, where it's like a thing where they're telling you about Christianity and Jesus. I'm not talking about like us, like us type of black people. Like, do you know what I mean? Because we're gonna know certain things because we like search for information. But them other black people, the majority of them, they just be like very passive with the system. They don't really want to rebel. They just tell you just fucking believe in Jesus and just go to college or some shit. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
I would actually argue, though, Conscious, that a lot of them did know about Freemasonry and they spoke about it, just like you're speaking about, and like a lot of people speak about it but don't do anything about it. And also that they have shown that they are ready to rise up against the system and you know, to actually pave the way for a lot of youngsters to now be speaking as they're speaking. You know what I'm saying? There's more.
Right, like more. For instance, I've seen the thing to do with young Pharaoh when he went to Sarnetta, and they were attacking him just for because of his age, saying he's a young buck, but he had the right information, so they had to respect him, and Sarnetta apologized. So I'm like to myself, ego really sometimes is the problem with the elders. Like, do you know what I mean? Because they just like misjudge the youth, say, "Oh, the youth are crazy. They're out here doing this and that," but you don't spend no time with them. You don't even really talk with them.
But conscious. I mean, I hear you say that. I hear you say that, conscious. But then you'll come on this platform, and you're not even willing to listen to the elders. I've listened to conversations with you and some of the elders, and you just refuse to listen to anything the elders are trying to say to you. So a lot of times,
am I listening right now?
Yeah, you are. But a lot of times the elders, a lot of times, but you said, but that's because I'm taking time with you though, conscious. It's probably 3 or 4 elders in the chat right now that said they want to come up and say, I'm not gonna hit the link and even entertain young brother conscious because I've heard him on his bullshit before. You see what I'm saying? So I think a lot of times when the elders are talking to the youth, number one, is the youth listening, or is the youth gonna act or pretend like they already know it? Because I got love for you, brother conscious, but sometimes you come on this platform and you act like you already know the information that some of the elders are trying to tell you.
Now, I personally feel like myself, it's a thing where there's a disbelief, because like for instance, I might follow the Kemetic following and think about the Eye of Horus and meditation and spirituality, the Kundalini energy and that type of stuff. You got certain elders that's more into the Bible, so we're gonna just differ from that. So if I disagree with them, you can't really. They're gonna use my age as the reason why we don't get along. But when realistically we don't agree with our philosophies, like I'm more spiritual, they're more biblical. Like,
no, we get that. No, we get that. We get that, and I understand where you're going with this. More holier than thou argument, because I had the same more holier than thou argument with certain people. But brother, you see that the issue is not why do they have to be doing this and I'm doing that. The issue is, why can't you just do what you're doing, be happy with it? If they want to be Christian, they want to be Islam, they want to do whatever they want to do, they can do it. But guess what? We're all brothers and sisters and cousins, So when it comes down to it, guess what? You see my cousin? My cousin's a Muslim on one side. Yeah. I got another cousin on the other side. He's a Christian. I got another cousin. He's an Israelite like me. I got another cousin. He reckons he's not into none of it. But guess what? We're all cousins. And when it comes to the crunch,
you got a cousin that's gay. You got a cousin that's gay too, Shiffer.
Well, it is what it is. And even if it comes to the crunch, even with the gay cousin, do you know what? If you fuck with him, you try a thing, you're gonna have to do with all of us, cuz that's just how it goes, isn't it? You know the rules of the law of the jungle, man. And this is the thing. People act like they forgot the law of the jungle. We didn't forget the law of the jungle. We just decided that we wanted to be spiritual in this way, and we looked into our history and decided this fits with us. This is who we are. There's nothing wrong with that. And the same way you did the same thing. You said it's not a problem with that. The only problem is when we have to now contend with each other to say, well, no, don't do it your way, do it my way. That's where the problem lies.
I feel like the problem lies in our beliefs, and I feel like to myself, if we just acknowledge we have a system that's against us, they're racist, and we acknowledge the programming that they set in place, like the self-hatred element, the young black male against the old black male, and make the black woman hate the black man and trust the white man. If we just go along with what's going on systematically, how we're getting brainwashed, and just see us as one, I think we'll have a better chance at winning. But we're dividing ourselves through age and saying, oh, you're wrong and I'm right. It's just like we're doing what they want us to do.
One question. What happens when you start a fight you can't win?
What do you mean? What fight?
Listen to the question. I'm going to ask you the question again. What happens when you start a fight that you can't win? This is the only issue I have with your plan.
What's the plan?
Your plan is to wake everyone up and, to do all of these things that you just said in your sentence. Yeah. Now, what I'm saying to you is a question. I'm asking you, what happens to a plan that can't succeed? What happens when you got a plan that can't succeed?
How can it not succeed?
Or when you're fighting a fight you can't win? What happens when you fight a fight you can't win?
If you hate yourself, that's your problem. Like that has nothing to do with me. But if you're a self-loving black person,
I'm just asking you, what happens when you fight a fight you can't win?
There's more power in that because you've got more people that are actually going to fight for the right thing. So you're going to win. Like, do you know what I mean? Whereas if you got the people that's actually fighting themselves, you're going to lose by default. Like, do you know what I'm saying?
Brother Conscious, hear me out. I know, Brother Conscious, we can do with that analogy after. Brother Conscious, we can do with that analogy too. We can do with that analysis. You to explain your version of events of whatever you were trying to talk about there to me after. You answer my question, brother, because respectfully, it's not that I want to be able to have a straightforward answer. I need you to be able to answer the question. I just need you to respect our conversation. And I'm respecting your conversation, and the questions you answer me, I'll answer them, brother. So I'm asking you respectfully, what happens when you fight a fight that you can't win?
I don't know.
Yeah, let me ask somebody else. Anybody else? Go to the panel. Can anybody give me an answer to what happens when you fight a fight that you cannot win?
You're dead.
You lose, isn't it?
Well,
yeah,
you clearly
you lose.
You lose. Come on, you lose. That's what I'm saying,
you keep fighting, man. You keep fighting though. That's like you saying, "Hey, born, you got stage 4 cancer. You can't win. Stop fighting." No, I'm gonna keep fucking fighting, Schiffer.
Yeah, but Born Rich, no, that's wrong. That's wrong.
What the hell is he talking about? Schiffer, what are you talking about, man?
Born Rich, I'll tell you why that's wrong. I'll tell you why that's wrong. Because you might have stage 4 cancer. You might have stage 4 cancer, and I tell you, stop fighting, because you know what? By you stopping fighting, by you stopping doing all of this chemo and doing all these things to your body, you're giving yourself more longevity. But if you keep trying to fight this, you know what? The things you're doing are going to kill you. It's how you're looking at things.
Bro, Biggie's mum, someone that we know had cancer.
Conscious. Let me say this, Conscious.
And she's still alive till this day.
Conscious, let me say this to Schiffer. No, if we're going to use the cancer analogy, no, it's the tools that I'm fighting with. Because you brought up chemo. But what if I'm eating sour sop and roots and herbs every day? Those are the tools I'm fighting with. So now I got better tools. So I'm going to keep fighting that battle if I got better tools.
Yeah, you're gonna keep fighting, but ultimately, what you're doing at that point is you're using natural herbal remedies, and you're training your eating habits and your body to work a certain way. So what you're doing is natural, is what you should have naturally been doing from the beginning.
Hey, but my bro, Schiffer, I just said to you, my bro.
Let me just say this to Schiffer real quick. But what you said, Schiffer, you said a battle that you can't win, right? So if I go to the doctor, if the doctor say, "Hey, man, born, it's stage 4, it's too late." So now the doctor's already told me it's a battle that I can't win. Now I got two options. I can go and stop fighting, like you're saying, and just lay down and die, or I can say, you know what, I'm going to start training, eating natural fruits, juices, making smoothies, eating roots. I'm going to fight, so I'm not going to stop fighting.
You know it's a trick question.
Hey, bro, I'm saying to him, Born,
That's only because of you, I let it slide. But you know that's the trick question, because technically, if you're talking about cancer, it's not necessarily a battle that you can't win. People have beat cancer, so that would be a false analysis anyway. So it's like we started in
people beat cancer. I was basically saying to you, Biggie's mum had cancer in the 90s, bro. She beat it. She's still alive till this day,
people
bro.
Beat cancer. Thank you, bro.
She's still alive till this day, bro. 2022.
No, brother, I know a few people that beat cancer that are still alive to this day. So I know that it happens, and that's what I'm saying. We can't sit here and say that it's a battle you can't win with cancer. When I say a battle you can't win, I mean in the sense of, if you've got an army of 10 and you have to go up against 10 million, do you think that's a fight you can win?
Man, David and Goliath. I gotta look at David and Goliath, Schiffer. Come on, man. What are we saying?
Yeah, nothing impossible, bro. When you are undefeated, you lose already, because you're telling yourself you're gonna lose.
So let me give you a couple examples.
You say to yourself, I'm gonna win. You win the race, bro. Like, come on.
Hey,
Conscious, I got you.
No, he said David and Goliath.
So he said, that's one example. That's one example. Let me give you a little bit more.
That one don't work though. David and Goliath don't work though.
Okay, well, I got one that works. I got one that works. Conscious. Hold on, bro. I got one that works, Schiffer. The Vietnam military was heavily outnumbered by the American army and their soldiers. And the Vietnam
By how many? By how many?
Probably the number that you said, right? It got to be at least what were we saying? 60, 70,000 to 10,000 at best?
No, I'm talking 1 million to 1, cuz.
Oh, man, come on, man.
I'm talking 1 million to 1. Come on, man.
We ain't outnumbered that much, though.
Come on, man. 1 million to 1. But this is what I'm trying to say. Brother, I'm talking insurmountable odds, where you like the numbers can just keep going. They can keep growing. It's a battle you can't win. And this is what I'm saying.
Hey, bro, black people have been successful, bro, in this day and age. So it's like, you got millionaires that are black, just like making their own businesses, bro. So I'm saying to you, nothing's impossible. But if you're telling yourself, I can't do this, you lost already. Look at Jedi,
brother,
fam.
how
He
can
built
you
up
be
his
a
own
general? Brother, one
Jedi's built his own
second.
channel.
Brother.
You're here right now, and you got people in the chats. Like, anything's possible, bro. You just got to put your mind to it.
Yeah, but brother, listen, brother. I get the war that you're trying to fight with your rhetoric. But let me explain something to you. How can you be a general in any kind of war, advertising your strategies for the whole world to see? No good general is doing that. A real good general has got his mouth shut. He ain't letting everyone know what you're doing like that. A real good general acts his plans out and makes sure they go through. They like that he achieves his goal, his mission. That's the whole point in him being the general. That's why.
Hey, bro, it's about self-love, man.
Like,
it's like self-love is the answer. If you don't love yourself, you're done.
Listen, let me finish. This is why, you see, when you said what you said about you got certain elders that may talk down to the youngers or may not see the youngers for who they are in the beginning or whatever you said. Yeah, because I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I will say this, brother. Like, maybe that's supposed to be how it is, because the youngsters have to be tried and tested. The elders have already been tried. They've been tested.
Willie Lynch's letter. I told you in Willie Lynch's letter, they said have overseers that's white on black people and make sure they have a distrust for them strongly.
No,
So it's like that's the police, bro. The police is the same fucking overseers, bro.
Brother,
and when you see them, you get scared, and they don't trust black people. They'll pull you over, bro, before they pull a white man over on the road. So I'm saying to you overall, it's modern day slavery.
Conscious. I'm not
you fighting against your own people is exactly what they want you to do.
Conscious. I'm not talking about that. What I'm saying to you is, brother, yeah, you see in an army, yeah, people don't just get into the army and become the general, do they, Conscious?
I'm not talking about that though. I'm saying to you that there's a systematic agenda
I get
to
you.
divide
I'm not.
black
I know you're
people,
not.
and you
I
don't want
know
to
you're
fall
not
into that
talking about
category
that.
if you're
Conscious, we're not talking. Conscious, relax. Conscious, relaxed. I'm not talking about that. I understood what you were saying. I'm trying to see if you understand the logistics of something. So I'm asking you some questions to understand where your mind's at with certain things. Yeah, because of the statements you've made. So I'm asking you, do you think that people get into the army and then just given rank straight away? You're just like a lieutenant or a sergeant or a general straight away? Is that how you think it works?
I'm not talking about being a general, bro. Your kids, are they generals?
Well, potentially.
Bro, if your children, yeah, are getting told a white doe is pretty and a black doe's ugly, they're going to look at you as ugly, and anything black related to themselves as ugly. They're going to look at themselves as ugly. So I'm talking about a systematic agenda to get black people hating themselves. And I'm saying to you, learn your history. Make sure you understand you're the god in your environment in Africa. You was actually gods and goddesses. Wake up to the reality of where you come from. That's it.
If you wanted to tell me that for these kids to aspire to something greater than, just being a part of the system, they're going to have to learn to value themselves first. Brother, let me be the first to let you know, I already knew that. That's
it's either you're going to be, you have your own plan, or you become a part of someone else's.
Listen, that's nothing new to me. But if you're making plans and we're supposed to take your plan serious, I need you to be able to understand.
No, your ancestors are telling you this.
Brother, listen. No, brother, listen, forget what the ancestors are saying. Listen to what me and you are talking now. So I'm saying to you, for me to take what you're saying seriously, yeah, because I ain't talking to an ancestor. You're not my ancestor, yeah?
Bro, your ancestors said black is beautiful, bro. If you're telling your kids white is beautiful, bro, then you ain't obviously listening. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Brother, listen. Just calm down. You keep going into different things. You go around the houses. I'm trying to talk to you about the comment you made. This is what you said. You said the elders aren't giving the youngers the respect straight away. In a nutshell. Yeah, pause. Yeah. So I'm trying to address that statement, but you keep going around the houses and saying other things. Please, can we stay on that topic?
That originally, bro, that we go back to the youth,
hold on 1 second. Can I bring you back there? Can I bring you back there for a moment and keep you in this conversation, what I'm trying to have with you, and not veer off to some next comment about some black statistic or black fact? Can we please not do that? But just for a moment.
All right, cool.
So I can
I was saying
get
to you,
through the point.
that originally I made a
I'm trying to
video
say something
talking
to
about
you.
how the thing
No,
that
I'm
happened
trying
with
to
Black
say
Youth
something to
102.
you, brother. Brother, I'm trying to say something to you. What are you doing? Just slow down. I'm trying to talk to you, brother. Yeah? So I'm asking you a question. Yeah? If an army has ranks And people who go into an army to be able to lead others, yeah, have to be trained. Then why wouldn't the youngsters have to be trained?
Bro, not everyone's a soldier. You do realize you got a city and you got civilians, right?
You do realize there's
And you got
different
people
types of
that live
wars being
every
fought on
day,
different.
going to
You do
work,
realize
having
there's
9 to
different types of
5s,
wars being
taking
fought
their
on different
children to
fronts.
school,
So as much
and
as you
they're
got a
going
war
to
on the
learn in year
battlefield,
1, 2,
brother,
3,
listen,
4, and
brother,
5. Like, you know what I mean?
As you got a war in the battlefield, you got a war in the workplace, because people are warring for position in the workplace too. They're
I'm saying,
fighting.
who's educating your kids, though, man?
They're fighting for position in the workplace too. They're fighting for position in life, full stop. So when you say these big statements about who you're approaching and what the elders are doing from what they ain't doing, what I'm trying to enlighten you with is that maybe the elders are saying, you know what, so the youngsters, maybe some of them are good at what they're saying. Maybe some of them have got some good energy, but maybe it needs refining a little bit. Maybe the youngster's not the finished product yet. When you get to a certain age, maybe
the
you're
elders,
maybe you're gonna be more like the finished article. But maybe there's a
they're
point
not
to curbing your
appreciating the youth.
enthusiasm a bit at certain times.
They're not
Maybe it's not
appreciating the
nothing to
youth.
do with. All right, but
They're not appreciating the
maybe
youth, and that's where the problem lies. You have to listen to the kids.
Brother, I hear you, and I've heard your side of things. So I'm saying, in contrast to that, maybe what they're saying is that the youth need a little bit of refinement sometimes, and need to be able
The adults need to have adult talk with the youth.
Need to be able to sometimes, accommodate for some more listening rather than just talking.
Bro, the same letters that spell listen can spell silent. So when you listen, you have to be silent. And if you're not listening to the youth and what they're telling you about their issues and the things they're thinking, as in the kids, you're ignoring them, man. And that's the fucking problem. You're there in your room having an adult talk, the kids in the other room having children talk. And they're going to be on the internet, and these other people on the internet don't care about them. So it's like, when I say they don't care about them, you got savages, older men, and that's pedos, bro. You got older women that check out little kids as well. I'm saying to you, man, there's a whole heap of shit that the adults are not even chatting to their kids. They're not educating them on life, and they're just leaving them on the PlayStation, bro. Like, come on, man.
Killing the convo, man. What are we talking about, man?
No, but I'm explaining to Schiffer
adults
that what the real issue is about the adults, and they just like misjudge the youth and say things about them. Oh, you don't know this and that and your age. And I was explaining to them about the Black News 102 video that happened.
You misjudge the youth. You misjudge the youth. You're 25 years old. You're an adult.
No, I'm saying that the adults. I'm saying the adults, as in the older adults than me, bro.
The older adults.
The adults that's in their 40s that criticize the youth and talk about the music, the drill music, etc. They don't really listen to the youth. So how can you have a judgment on them?
Have no adults. Well, us.
Yeah, I tried.
So I don't know what all this adult talk, adults and kids and big man, fix up, man.
Bro, if the youth are left out here to do the things they're doing and the adults not talking to them about real life, that's why the problems exist. That's just common sense.
No, brother. No.
The adults are going out having their parties, doing what they're doing, and they're 40-year-olds, 50-year-olds. Where's the education on the Black youth?
We went from this kids and adults, older adults and bigger adults and little adults convo. I don't know what this is. This sounds.
I was just talking about the Black nation, and this is why I was saying to him, like, the Willie Lynch syndrome is about like making sure that you have the black male against the young black male against the old black male, and cause this tension amongst the ages.
You know the Willie Lynch letter isn't real, right?
Well, they allegedly say that, but there's evidence to prove otherwise.
Yeah, but because the thing is now, you just keep gonna talk about Willie Lynch all day.
But I'm saying to you that the method, the thing of a black woman trusting the white man more than the actual black man, it's a reality, bro. Like, do you know what I mean? Certain black women say, "Oh, the black man." Certain black women say the black man ain't shit. You can't pay my bills. You can't do this and that. You know what I mean? They go to the fucking council to get all these benefits off like the fucking government, bro, and they get more privileges from the white government, and they look at the black man like, "What can you do for me?" That comes from slavery. Like having the black woman trust the slave master more than the actual black man. So I'm saying to you, all this shit. All this shit still affects us till this day, and no one's breaking it down to get them away from this mental hate. And it's the responsibility of the adults, and they're not even educating the kids.
You are an adult, blood.
Bro, you got the kids out here on TikTok and some adults entertaining and shit, bro. It's like, how is that beneficial to the black community?
So Conscious, you come as the voice of reckoning, the awakening for the black community, bro.
Yeah, just like a wake-up call, man. Like Schiffer saying, don't say nigger. I'm like, you know what the white people call black children? And we can't even talk about the word they use to degrade us and expose it. Rub it in their faces, man. Make them realize, like, yo, this is racism that you guys created. But we're not even doing that.
You're right, man. You're right. It is. Not Conscious, you're right. And it is racism. And that's why we shouldn't have taken it. You know, it's in kids' films. It's in the word, the N-word's in kids' films, for goodness sakes. They want our kids saying it. They're trying to get us to say it. They're trying to prompt us. And I don't want to be prompted no more. I'm not even entertaining no more. Even if someone else said it, I'm not even letting it offend me like that.
What about the word
I don't really care about all of that, bro. I don't really care about.
But don't you see how we get treated like niggas? Do you know what I mean? How we get spitted upon. Look at, I mentioned the Gucci face and how they was taking.
Yo, where's the family at anyway, man? Like, what's
yeah, please. I'm fucked.
Seriously, man.
Hey, boy, Rich, where you at, man?
I'm here, man. I'm here, man.
I'm
here, I don't know what y'all want to. I don't know what y'all want to talk about.
Rich, I wanted to ask you a question anyway. How did you feel? Yeah, go on to that. Yeah, go on.
No. Wait, let me line it up. I definitely got something.
All right, while you're doing that, I just got to say something to Bull Rich quickly because we was having an Israelite talk the other day, and I noticed his his humbleness in the conversation, and I thought to myself, like, how did you feel about understanding that from Jesus we're getting a maternal bloodline now, bro? And then even you did Bull Rich, did you notice something when they pulled up the can you hear me still? When they pulled up the bloodline, did you notice there was 2 bloodlines leading to Yeshua? That don't make no sense, bro. I thought about it afterwards and I thought, I never got to say that, but you know what? When you watch it back, Bournemouth, you're gonna start to realize how the thing got emasculated a bit, bro. It did, unfortunately.
All right, Kings.
But some of
Damn, my bad, Chef. I had a damn phone call right when you said, "Hey, Born." My bad.
Yeah, don't worry, man. We'll bring that up another day, bro.
Yeah, it's all right, man. We kept the conversation going for a minute, man. Go.
Grown man want to talk about Yeshua. I'm done.
You talk. I said, kept the conversation going, man. This guy is nuts.
Yeah, man. Kept the conversation going, man.
All right. Well, some of you
man are talking about Yeshua. Got more interest about a fucking mythical, logical character that don't exist.
Yo.
I hear you, man.
Yeah, you man there are fucking sleeping, but it's all good.
And where the fuck is Jesus' grave? If he do it, all right, Jay.
I hear you, man.
Man, they believe in fairy tale books, and you see why the kids are lost. It's all good though.
All right, well.
Now go ahead, Jay. Go ahead, Jay.
You know what it is? We just need to switch it up sometimes. It's not.
No, yeah, definitely. Go ahead, man. Just go sleep. Don't worry. It's fine. Don't worry.
It's not all the time. Hold on, man. You know what? Not all the time I want to hear you jump from point to point, bro. Like you had a good little segment, but it can be quite exhausting listening to you chat. It just kind of shifts the vibe. I can see people jumping off. The show just starts deading out.
People been jumping off, bro.
You're enjoying yourself, but like I don't think it's as enjoyable for everyone else. I'm listening.
Like I said, bro, this is what the elders do. But
you're interrupting me now. You're interrupting me now. I don't know why. It's like I can't host my own show and just talk without you. I don't know. You got all these opinions and stuff to say. I'm just not into it, brother. Just not that into it.
Well, certain people are just like washed up, man.
No problem, man. No problem. Whatever, however you want to put us down.
The reality they like to face. They want to sit back and chill and watch Netflix. It's calm. Don't worry.
No problem. No matter how you want to put us down or whatever, you're welcome to come.
No, I'll big up you, man. There, you man, there, you're not righteous.
Nah,
I hope.
No problem, brother, man. Just do whatever you feel is right. But we just want to move.
Hey, where's your pussy old friend, man? Where's your pussy old friend, Maku? I want to talk to him.
Maku.
The
ninja with the sword.
Pussy old dry fucking skin ass. Thinks he's bad, man. Skinny ass little bitch ass. Run away. Bitch ass nigga, Maku, bro. He's a bitch.
Yeah, don't be shouting about him when he's not here.
I'm not ready, brother. I'm not ready.
Oh, King Go.
Because Jedi, come and see me now. Hey,
don't be shouting
bro,
about Maku when he's not here.
Jed, I will smash your face in, Jed. Come and see me. Hey, Jed, suck your mum. Hey, Jed, come and see me. Hey, Jed, Jed, come and see me if you're bad, innit?
Everyone, I just want to say, yesterday how I came out, I looked racist yesterday. I just want to say, I'm not a racist, but I am Asian power, innit? So Asian power, bro, it's all about the Asian power.
Come on,
Fuck all the Somalians. Fuck all the Somalians. The Somalians get wetted up.
Real man talking. Come and see me then, Jed. Come and see me. Come and see me. If you're bad and you're throwing around all these threats and you're trying to get fucking...
I'm a bad man. I'll come and see you right now.
Come and see me, Jed.
I'm a bad man. I will see you right now. Where you at?
Come and do something.
Where you at?
And Aero, go and suck your mum for days, bro. If I ever see you, bro, I'm looking for you, bro. I'm gonna look for you, bro. I'm gonna find out where you live.
What about me, bro? You need to get out of this shit. Get me involved, bro. I need
your mum eternally. Suck your mum eternally. Suck your mum eternally. And Jedi, stop bullying women. Come and fucking fight me, you little pussy. I'll stab you in your face. Why are you fighting women? Why are you fucking fighting women? Come on then. Hey, don't come to my yard now. You little pussy, bro. You little pussy. Yeah? Trying to fucking bully up women and think that everybody wants to look at you, bro. No one wants to hear you, bro.
There it is.
Pussy. Go suck your mum.
There it is, motherfucker. Right. What going now, boy? What going now? What you saying? Come buck me, bitch.
And these are the oldest.
Man,
come and see me, bitch.
Nah, he's not an older. He's not an older conscious.
These men are your age conscious.
Nah, the adults are fucked up, man.
Yeah,
save the children, man. Save the children.
Wait, your little boyfriend, man. Hey, Jedi. Hey, you little fucking dummy, bro.
He's not here, blood. He's not here.
Hey, listen.
Hold on, let's see this though. Kingo, shut up. Kingo, shut up. What is that? Let's see the gun, bro. Ain't nobody listening to you. Hey, Jace, mute him. Let's talk about the gun. I want to talk about this gun. What kind of gun is that, my man?
All right.
That's an AR, bro. I bait myself up. I bait myself up. I don't want the feds coming in.
I'll get you robbed, bro.
I was wrong, yeah. The adults ain't fucked up.
That's an air rifle, bro.
I'll get arrested.
Why you got that air rifle? Wait, tell your boyfriend to come see me. Hey, tell your boyfriend to come see me, you little pussy. Yeah, Jedi, you listening? You hearing? Listen, bro. Why are you trying to fucking drown me out? Yeah, tell your friend if he wants to call my name out and call me a snitch, bruv, tell him.
You'll be apologizing tomorrow, King Gold. I don't know why all this hype.
When he was getting chased around, in Hyde Park, where was Maku? Where was he? Where the fuck was he, little pussy? Where's your boyfriend? Where was your boyfriend? You little pussy.
All the adults take this
you little pussy. And you're trying to bully up on women as well. Like I ain't seeing that, bruv. That's what my dad used to do. You're a pussy, bruv. You only beat up on women. You little pussy, bruv. Yeah, you're a pussy. You're a pussy. You're a pussy, Jedi. I'll fucking kill you, bruv. Don't ever think that like there's any people looking to fucking exit this, bruv.
King Cole,
you're playing with a demon, bruv. You're playing with a fucking demon. Right, if Maku mentions my name, bruv, I promise you I'm gonna kill all his family, bruv. I'm coming for him and his family, bruv. I don't give a fuck what you want to say, bruv. I will kill you, bruv. Don't fuck with me. Try to call me a snitch and then ring my name around London like I'm a snitch. Bruv, you know anything happened to me, that little fucking monkey, that smelly little dry monkey would be dead. He'll be dead, bruv. Within 2 days, he'll be dead.
Kingo, why don't you wait
until Mike
was on the line?
Fucking dead.
Why don't you wait until Mike was on the line?
Jedi. My mother's life, bruv. If I find out any time where you're ever at, I'm gonna cause a stink, bruv. So fuck with me, innit? Think you're bad, bruv. Think you're fucking bad. Jedi, you ain't seen bad, bruv. You have not seen bad. You're a pussy, bruv. You're a pussy. You're a pussy. You're a pussy. You're a fucking pussy. Yeah? All you do is chatter and gossip. You're not bad. You're not fucking bad. Yeah? You're not fucking bad.
Why is this
Don't
guy
fuck with me, kid. I will take you out of this world, bro. You little pussy.
Can I talk? Right, cool. So, King Gold, what exactly is your issue? What did I do to upset you, bro?
You're my fucking issue. You know my issue, bro. You're my issue.
What did I do to upset you?
Bullying up on fucking women, bro, making women cry on the stream, and all they do is support you. You little pussy. But what makes you better than anybody else? What makes you better than anybody else? What? Because you look good and you fucking rap good, so everybody comes and views your channel. But there's a fucking woman, yeah, that you don't know what's going on with her life, and you're just screaming in her face and trying to take her energy when you can, you little fucking bully, bro. I'll fucking take your life away, bro. Don't play with my fucking time, bro. Even playing with my time, dangerous. I come to your channel and you try and fucking use me and abuse me when you're fucking pissed off. Don't do it to them girls, bro. Don't do it to me. Do it to your little batty boy followers and your girls. I'm like your brother or your dad, bro. Don't fuck with me, innit? Don't play with my energy. Have some respect.
I don't even talk to you, bro.
I'm not your underling, bro. I'm not your underling.
I don't ask for you. I don't send for you. I don't talk to you.
I don't give a shit, bro. But when I'm around you, respect me. Respect me. When I'm around you, you little pussy, I'll kill you, bro. Respect me when I'm around you. Respect me when I'm fucking around you. And your little boyfriend, Maku, bro, he's a dead man. He better apologize to me, bro. He better apologize. I don't know what it's going to take.
King Gold, I never disrespected you, though. You came on Monday talking about, yeah, it's Freestyle Friday, and I'm back. It's a Motivational Monday. Ain't been here for a while. I was like, right, you was here a couple of weeks ago, and you came on, you chatted your thing, and we moved forward. I didn't disrespect you. I've not spoken to you or about you since then. So I'm not really sure why you've jumped on telling me to suck my mum and all this other stuff. I'm confused, genuinely. Like, please enlighten me, bro. Talk to me, man. Enlighten me, because I ain't spoken to you. I don't get it. Let us know, man. What's the issue with me specifically? Because I can't deal with another man's issues. You got issues with
and
me.
You and Action suck your mum as well. Don't talk to me, you little fucking fake bitch trying to disrespect me inside the chat. All I'm doing is chatting to you, and you're going on like I'm trying to fucking suck on your pussy or some shit. Yeah, don't try and use me. Don't try and use me as a stepping stone for some little fucking. Don't try and use me as a stepping stone for the man that you're trying to fuck. I don't give a fuck. You're a dirty hoe anyway. You're skep. So don't think that I'm like you've got anything over me or anything.
Kingo, relax. Relax.
Don't chat to me, innit? You know what you did. You know what you did.
Relax.
You know what you did. Don't chat to me. You're a bitch. You're a fucking hoe. I wouldn't want a hoe around me and it chatting to me, give me fake love. You're a fucking hoe. You're a fucking Jezebel, bruv. You're a digital.
You don't even know her, bro. Shut your mouth. Shut your mouth. You don't even know her.
All right, King Gold, I'm gonna give you one more chance. Can you tell me what I did?
MJ, I'm gonna punch you straight in your fucking face when I see you.
King Gold, I don't know. Can you hear me, King Gold? Yo, Gold, can you hear me?
Go on. What?
Yeah, I'm trying to understand. What did I say or do to get you to jump on and say suck my mom? Because I don't really get what the issue is. I've not said anything to you. I've not done that, and I don't know why you're angry.
Carry on. You're snaky, bro. You're snaky. You operate around your mom. Yeah, you operate around people. You chat shit to people. Don't think I ain't seen how you're moving, brother, maneuvering to try and fucking isolate people, bro. And then you get and then Maku, your little boyfriend that you try and stick up for, is just disrespecting fucking everybody, bro. The break comes on chat shit about everybody.
Even
talking about I'm Ashkenazi, my mum call me a snitch. But call me a snitch, Maku. You little monkey. Fucking stinky little African.
I weren't there.
Yeah, you little sellout. Yeah, okay, but Jedi.
Hold on, 1 second. Let me talk. I was chilling with my family. I weren't there. I don't know what you're talking about. But let's stick to me. I don't want to know what happened between you and Maku. It's not my business. But let's stick to me. What you saying I did?
Uh-oh.
You know what, yeah? You see you and your bitch boy fucking husband calls people snitches, yeah? And you call people snitches. And I ain't spoken on no man. No, all I've done is fucking
this ain't my business. Don't talk to me about
report you a racist panel, and you lot are trying to put my life on the line, yeah?
I don't care about all of that.
No, you lot did do that, bro. Yeah, I'm talking to you about you. You ran me through your fucking thing and called me a snitch.
No, you was on my panel on Monday, and you had no beef with me. So don't bring up any old streams or like that's got nothing to do with me.
Yeah, I know. I was exiting. I was trying to be a man. I was trying to be
cool with me on Monday. So now tell me what have I done?
Yeah, I'm trying to be a man. I'm trying to be a man. I'm making my extra strategy. I don't want to be around fakeness.
Or what?
All right. I don't want to be around fakeness, innit? So I'm making my slow exit around it. No, because I'm telling you, you think that I'm some fucking dickhead, or you're gonna do something on the slide. Come and see me now. Don't be a bitch. Come and see me now, innit? Do you think that you think all your little things that you're saying, but you're sending for people this morning, yeah? Do you think that I'm not gonna think, is he talking about me? Oh, when I catch you know when I when I
I'm not gonna lie to you. I'm not gonna lie to you, King Gold. Yeah, like I've
you
got
are
no
speaking about
interest
me.
in seeing. No, I wasn't speaking about you. I've got no interest in seeing you. I got no issue with you. I have no anger towards you. No resentment. No nothing. I don't think about you. Haven't thought about you all day. Like I don't know why you're making it seem as if
Yeah, you sound a bit obsessed with Jedi, man.
you in some kind of war or whatever. I'm just sitting on the panel minding my business.
Who said that?
Jumped on.
Conscious.
You've jumped on.
Wait,
Hold on,
Conscious.
listen, focus on
Shut
me.
your mouth,
Focus
bruv.
on
Yo, what
me.
you want, bro? What you want, fam?
Focus on me, man.
You
I
like
beg you lot,
Conscious,
don't
man.
ad lib. I beg you lot, don't ad lib. I just want to clarify.
But you know what the funny thing is, yeah, is that Maku called me a
You
snitch.
jumped on to diss my
And you
mum.
think
No,
that I'm not gonna think.
You keep talking about Maku. I don't give a fuck about you and Maku. I told you. That's you lot's issue. Like, I'm saying you jumped on to tell me to suck my mum. I'm trying to understand why. What did I do?
You called, mate, your boyfriend called me a snitch last night, and you think I'm not gonna think. Like, shut up, bruv. You think that I'm not gonna think that you're talking about me when you're making your claim. What are you gonna do about it, bruv? I want to fucking smash your face in right now, bruv. You little pussy, bruv.
You was chatting to them last night, not me. So that sounds like your boyfriend.
I don't care how you look, bruv. But the thing is, the difference between me and you, the difference between me and you, bruv. If I was to get hold of you,
listen, King
you run around with 10 man. You're a pussy, bruv.
King Gold.
I walk by myself in this fucking world.
King Gold. Why can't you just leave me alone?
I've never been beaten up by Somalians. I've never been beaten up by Somalians. So carry on smiling, bro.
Yeah. Yo, King Gold, why can't you leave me alone, bro?
But I'm leaving you alone. Jed, don't go on like I'm chasing you. Am I chasing you?
I beg you, let me talk, please.
Am I chasing you?
I beg you, let me talk, please. If you hate me so much and you got this mad, passionate hatred towards me, I haven't said or done anything towards you. Huh? You jumped on Monday, I think it was, or was it today? And you was like, yeah, I ain't been around for Motivational Monday or whatever, blah, 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 blah. You was here, you was chatting, no issue. Now, all of a sudden, you're telling me to suck my mom and I'm this and I'm that. And I'm like, yo, if it doesn't take me doing anything for you to have this level of hatred towards me, why don't you just leave me alone? Because I don't bother you, bro.
All right, cool. No, that's a good.
You're constantly coming around trying to tell me how shit I am and what a shit person I am and what this and that.
You are, bro. You are, bro. You put down on everything,
bro. Because I'm not shit enough. I'm not shit enough. How can I be the hater when I do my thing and you've come to tell me to suck my mum?
I can't believe it.
How can I be minding my business? You tell me to suck my mum, and then all of a sudden I'm a hater. How does that work?
Okay, cool. So Bob, I swear to God, yeah, Bob, you told me about how, respect, if you're anything to do with respect, and it comes on top, and you catch a
that's for you to feel away. Many people, that's for you lot to feel away. I weren't aimed at you. Like, to be honest, King Gold, I've told you this before. I'm not trying to be mean, but I really given up on caring whether you're here or not. It's not that. You're so erratic. You obviously got some kind of issue with me, so it is what it is. I just unblocked you just to unblock you. You came on it, like, bro. It's no skin off my nose. I'm not thinking about you. I ain't got no big issue with you. I don't hate you. I'm not mad at, you're friends with one person or another. I don't care about nothing. I promise you, I wasn't even thinking about you.
You know what, yeah? Jed, I'm just going to say this, yeah?
I wasn't even thinking about you when I was making that statement. So you can take it how you want to. I ain't got to lie to you. I'm being honest with you. So, like, I'm saying that energy that you've got towards me is better spent somewhere else because it's not going to be reciprocated. I'll never hate you as much as you hate me, bro.
That's cool. That's cool. That's fine. That's fine. That's fine. That's totally fine. But you know what you've done, bro. You know what you fucking done. Innit? You know what you've done. You know what you've done. You know what you've done. Right, but it's fine.
Well, look, man. I don't think you're angry at me. I think you're angry at someone else or other people, and you want to take it out on me. I'm an easy target. I understand it. I've given you enough time to chat to me on a one-on-one and express yourself, and now I'm gonna move forward because it's not beneficial for me. I'm not getting nothing out of you sitting on there just running me and telling me about how shit I am and how many pussies I am and how many mums I can suck. So if you ain't got nothing more to say to me, then, like, you get me, you can probably just keep it moving, brother. With respect.
All right, cool. But please, if you can be honest, bruv, I'm not checking you, messaging you like I'm some sort of weird stalker. I come around because there's a lot of people speaking about topics that are quite interesting. But don't ever get an ego let you think that people are all over you and trying to get you what you want and what you've got. People are happy for you, bro. Just fucking don't be so paranoid, bro. Like no one's happy for you. Everybody wants what you got, or someone's slyly being jealous. No,
no one has said
that's
that
your
at all.
problem.
All that's happened is I've been minding my business, and you jumped on to tell me to suck my mum. Yeah, and that I'm a hater and I'm sly and I'm this and that. So don't try to project onto me. I'm not accusing anyone of anything. I'm not the one calling people a hater. You're the one calling me a hater. I was just trying to run a live stream with a couple madmen, and I had a subject. I wanted to get onto it, and lo and behold, you jumped on and you started slewing. So like, I don't know what narrative. I don't know what narrative you got spinning around in your head, bro. But I'm not the one with the issue. Now, like, if you're done, then we're done. I'm gonna get back to my topic, and you ain't gonna sit on here screwing me. All right, cool. Boom. Yeah, man. Sorry about that, family. I really don't know what I'm going for. You lot treat me like something about Mary or something, man. I don't know what it is, man. I'm scared. One of you lot gonna done my dance one day.
No, you see you, Jedi. You see you, yeah.
It's your fault, Jed. It's your fault.
What the fuck was wrong with him, man? Is he alright?
I'm not sure. I'm not sure what's going on, man.
It's your fault all the way, Jed. That's it.
You got a mental illness.
And the thing is, yeah, the black community will be in such denial about mental health. But when you see a brother like this,
That's right.
They all deny it. They all deny that mental health is prevalent in our community. Are you seeing it again?
Yeah, this guy's got mental illness, man. There's no right in the head, man. You know, bro. Just leave him alone, man. There's no point.
Reggie came here with some. Hold on. Reggie, you about to try to spin this and say what about the black community? What, Reggie?
No, the black community is not black people that will pretend that this guy has not got mental health issues, and then will prevent him from getting the treatment that he needs. But you can see, brother.
Oh, he denied his. No. It's not about that, bro. Wallah, it's not about black people denying in the sun. Brother, clearly, bro, he's got some issues, and he's coming out online to rant out his issues, innit? It's either one of two things, bro. Let him rant it out, get it off his chest, and then keep it moving.
He's bipolar, man. If he was happy earlier and he's ranting on now, he's bipolar.
Yeah, you know, whatever. You know, it's all like just help, man.
And I think he was blaming Jedi, but when they had a 1-to-1, he calmed down.
Yeah. Did he though? I don't think he did.
All right, tell me what you lot think about this, man. Let's just fully move it on. Some of you might have seen it. If you know Wagwan, don't give away no spoilers, or not like there's any spoilers, but yeah, just check this out anyway.
Learn today, girl. No physical discipline. Mom, don't mom me. No. You had your warnings, you had your plans. I told you to listen. I told you stop disobeying my rules. I told you being cute ain't shit if you have no education. I told you stop disobeying me. I told you to listen and do as you're supposed to. I told you to do good in school. I told you to do your daily routine, and you yet to even do any of it. And you thought you were disobeying me today, and I was not coming to cut this hair off. You're sadly mistaken because you thought being pretty was so much better than being educated or listening to your mom, right? Yes, this is what happens when you don't listen to your mom. The crazy thing is today, I had to do something.
So what do you think about that?
I agree. I'm in full agreement with it.
Beautiful.
Yes.
Well, it depends on what the young ones. It depends on what the young ones have to do. In fairness,
let's just say hypothetically, she was twerking and being cute and being pretty on TikTok, and the grades ain't popping. The grades ain't where they supposed to be. The behavior in school ain't where it's supposed to be. Fuck that. Cut it off. Cut that shit off.
Cut it off, man. 100,000,000%.
Listen, let me tell you this, man. If we're gonna raise this new generation that want to be all in front of the camera and document everything on TikTok, then your punishment gets documented on TikTok.
That's right.
Whoop your ass. I can't whoop your ass on TikTok like my mom would have did. My mom or dad would have whooped my ass, but you can't do that on TikTok. So now I'm gonna humiliate you on TikTok. Yes, I agree.
You think that you can do that on TikTok, Born Rich? You do know that that could constitute abuse as well.
It's not abuse.
It can constitute abuse.
Her hair was tangled. I mean, no, of course she got in trouble, but her hair was tangled and falling out. It needed to be cut anyway, Reggie. That's not a
100%.
Loose ends. She had loose ends and all type of shit, man. We're gonna cut that shit off. I agree with it, Jez. That's my answer, brother.
All right.
Nah, I feel like the mum's wilding, man. That's sad, man. Poor little girl, man. Embarrassing her in front of people, you know, like that. And we're watching it. She took the piss, fam.
But the thing what you're not saying, conscious, is when she goes to school and acts a fucking fool, or she's on the internet acting a fucking fool, you're embarrassing me. You probably carry my last name. You're my child. You carry.
Why can't she just get a belt and just beat her? Why can't you just do that?
That's illegal, man.
That's a little temporary, man. Think about it, cause how many times did you get a whooping with a belt and in 10 minutes you was like that shit didn't even hurt? Like, cut that hair off. Let's do something that's gonna cause a little damage, man. That's what I think.
Nah, I feel like embarrassing, man.
Shit, on.
That's dehumanizing.
All right,
you're young one being on that skill.
Who else? Who ain't spoken? MA, what are you saying? Sarah,
Big up, everyone. Big up.
I need to charge my battery. I'll be back in a minute.
All right, cool.
Can I just tap in quickly?
Yeah.
Yeah, I was gonna say, all this social media parenting is trash. I don't care if it's your child's achievements, keep it offline. I don't care if it's your disciplining, keep it offline. Keep your children offline. Because you have the power in these situations. You're the person in power. That you're putting them in predicaments that are permanent. You can't get this off the internet. For what?
Only thing I would say to that, Sarah, is okay, what if it's not the internet? Because she really didn't say about the internet. She said you think being cute. Hold on. The mom said you think being cute is more important than your education. So fuck the internet. She goes to school every day. She can go to school every day thinking she's being cute. She's obviously doing something in school that she's not supposed to be doing. So I don't care about the internet. She could be going to school every day acting out, misbehaving, and still thinking she's wearing the newest braids and the newest shoes and clothes and shit. So let's take the internet out of it.
Born, you still don't know what she's doing, though.
Man.
Oh, just incriminating.
Where did he create this whole story from?
Who, me?
Yeah, exactly. Born, that's what I'm saying. What have your daughters been doing in school, Born? What the fuck?
Born, when did we start putting our shit on social media? Like, when was this the norm? I've missed something. Sorry. I don't know what generation I'm from. Did I miss something?
It's hard for us to say that
putting this shit on the internet. Like,
yeah, but you have to understand this new generation is putting that shit on the internet, though, Sarah. Like, it's happening, whether we like it or not. It's happening. We can't keep saying we kind of sound like the old guys.
You're not fixing the problem. Why is your child on social media trying to act cute for strangers?
That's what I was saying, boy.
There's already bigger problems, clearly.
Sarah, you're breaking up. You're breaking up, Sarah.
You ain't taught your child to move in silence. Like, why you ain't taught your child to move in silence?
Oh, come on, Sarah. I told my son to stay away from guns, and he got more guns than me. Like, come on, we know sometimes kids just don't listen. Like, we just know.
Like, you should be teaching your children social media is for marketing, and that's it. Why are we flashing your shit? Don't put nothing on the internet. You get me? If you've got it, you've got it. Like, it is what it is. You don't need to flash it.
It's all for
one
clout
purpose,
anyway.
to market whatever you're selling.
It's just for clout.
If we
And it's
doing
gone viral. It's probably gone viral. You know what I'm saying? That's what they wanted.
And I'm not messed up with the mom wanted, because if this is what this girl is doing, spending all of her time on social media instead of doing what she's supposed to do, then let's just handle your disciplinary actions on social media.
But Bone Rich, how does that encourage her not to go on social media? She's
Exactly.
gonna get more.
Let me tell you how to encourage her.
Brother, let me just finish. She's gonna get more viewership now because of this thing going viral.
She's gonna go viral for being abused.
And then she'll start doing more stuff to try and get more views. So it's not even it defeats the objective.
No, I think the humiliation can run her off the internet. Yeah,
the
humiliation can just say that could be the lesson and say, oh shit, I just got humiliated on the internet. I'm staying off the internet. Fuck it. I don't even want to deal with that humiliation.
Born, for all you know, the whole thing could have been a setup. You know what I mean? Like, just chill. We don't know what the fuck we just saying start.
Yeah, Dubs. Even if it's staged, we still discussing it, brother. Like, yeah, even if it's staged.
I know. But we don't know what the young one is doing. And in all fairness,
you're a little
the other one's just.
Hey, Dubs, you tired today, brother?
No, my voice is gone because there was partying last night.
Oh, okay.
What kind of child is going to be looking like that when they're cutting their hair? Like in shock. Come on, man. This is such a.
And then she pushed it to the camera. I love that part.
All right, let's hear what mommy's saying.
Today, I had to do something that like I really didn't want to do, but I had to do to teach my child a lesson. We try to be better than our parents, and I try really hard to be the best mother that I can be. Hi. Do you feel traumatized? No. Do you feel like I abused you? No. Do you feel like this form of discipline was a lot better than any other form of discipline, like physical abuse that I could have used? Yeah.
Jeez.
You know I love you.
Yeah.
You know I got your back, right?
Yeah.
You know what I'm doing right now is to make you a better person, right?
Yeah.
How many times have I spoken to you about this?
A lot of times.
How many times have your teachers called me?
Multiple times.
How many times have you not handed in homework? How many times have you not listened? How many times have I told you when you're grounded not to do certain things and you're still doing them?
A lot of times.
Right. A lot of times, right? And I've been speaking to you about this for how long?
A year.
So today when I did what I did by cutting off your hair, you understand why I did it, right?
Yeah.
And you're learning from it, right?
Yeah.
And what did you learn?
I learned not to disrespect you and to listen to you.
And also?
All within 3 hours.
Yeah, and she learned. Yeah, and she learned if she don't.
She learned, but all within 3 hours.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what she really learned, Dub. She learned that if the next time she bullshit, she's gonna have even less hair than that. That's what she learned.
Social services.
But do you think that's an appropriate punishment? Because I've had cousins that had this happen to them, right, as a teenager. Actually, Dublin, you know my uncle who'd done it, right? But that was because they were speaking to boys. That's because they were speaking to boys, right? And they were told, don't speak to boys, da-da-da-da-da. So because they were speaking to boys, it was like, okay, you love your hair, you always dye in your hair, da-da-da. We're going to cut off your hair now. So you don't feel like you're all pretty and that to be talking to these boys now. But I think if it's an educational thing, like she's not performing well in school, I don't see how cutting off the child's hair is actually going to help it.
I'm gonna say this. Well, I'm gonna say this because the mother said you think you're more cute, and I have a 12-year-old daughter. When she gets fresh braids in her hair, Mary, she thinks she's the shit. Her nose is up in the air. You can't tell her nothing. She's in the mirror every few minutes.
Cause she just got her hair done, Braun. For fuck's sake, man.
So Dubs, listen, brother. Those are.
Don't get her hair done then.
Okay,
don't get her hair done if you don't want her hair. If you don't want her hair, if you don't want her nose up in the air, don't get her hair done, man.
Dubs feeling good tonight.
Listen, no. Listen to me. I partied last night because there was a court case on me one, and I was partying last night. I'm perfectly sober now. I'm looking at what's going on.
You sound like it, Dubs. But what I was trying to say is, like, once the girl gets her hair done, then she has fresh braids. She really likes that. And in a sense, her mom is taking away something she likes. No different than taking away the television, taking away the iPad, taking away the phone. You're walking around flicking these braids around 24/7. I know what's gonna hurt you. You're hurting me by embarrassing me and not doing what you're supposed to do in school.
She does it back. She does it back on TikTok, probably on her TikTok channel. So she's getting fucking clout, as Reginald said. You know what I mean? Like the old one is just as bad as the young one. The mother is just as bad as the daughter, if you ask me.
Born Rich, would you perform FGM to stop you?
Come on, man. Come on, shut up, Rich.
Born.
No, I want to be a grandfather.
Sorry, Born. I think you're getting it confused. It's not the discipline. I think every parent has the right to discipline their child how they want to in it. That's not a problem. The problem is the use of social media. What's the benefit of that? What are you getting out of that? Number one. And number two, you're encouraging your children to lack privacy. These are the type of girls that will come online crying, videoing their breakups. They will not be able to have boundaries and recognize privacy.
Right. Their whole life is bust out on front.
Yeah, it'll just be on the internet because you're cultivating them to put everything on the internet.
Yeah.
You're just demonstrating bad habits. That's why we've got a bunch of kids, every little thing is on social media. They don't recognize this is online forever. These are digital tombstones. This will be used in the future. No one's going to be checking E1B1. They're just going to be checking what videos there are in the archives.
No, and the other one gets on looking sexy as fuck then, and she's
just
giving
bad
out about
habits
God
you're
and
teaching
cuts
these
her
little
hair
girls.
off. It's just a bit nuts if you ask me.
Discipline your children in private. Celebrate them in private.
But
Just
what if
teach
what
them
if
to do everything in
let
private.
me say this though, Sarah. What if they act out? Because Beefy made a good point in the chat, and I'm a victim, not a victim, but I had the same thing happen to me. When you act, what about when they act up or misbehave in public? Then
Deal
what?
with
You
them when you
still
get
take them
home.
in private? Do you still
Deal
take
with
them in
them when you
private
get
and
home.
discipline them?
Well, of course you do.
You can stop them from doing something, but when we were younger, we got that look. We got the little look.
Well, you
Nobody
got
did
your
anything
ass
to you on the
slapped
road.
in
As soon as you got home, you know what was gonna happen.
Yeah, but one time, Sarah, okay, but that's
And that was it, sir.
let me
That's
say
all
this,
you
though.
needed
Unless they
was
had
that
to stop
look.
you from danger, then you might get a little smack.
Well,
You
no,
got
I
that
got
line
slapped.
of wait until you
We
get
just got
home.
the look. We got the
Nah, it
just
was
the
a
one
look.
look.
Man,
Yeah.
y'all stop that. You've never been slapped in a grocery store? I got my ass slapped one
Very
time.
Where
In
you
a grocery
here?
store.
Not
What are you
really, bro.
talking
Come on,
about?
it'll be a little quick smack, just a tap with something.
Thank
But
you.
you
That's all
knew
that
when you
was.
got home that
I got
fear
slapped
getting
from
from the
one
shop to
end
your
of the
house
grocery
was enough to
store
kill
out
you.
the door.
That's all that was,
Me
Sarah.
and
That
me
was just a
brother.
quick little snip of them braids for playing
No,
with me in
trust me,
public.
but Born, there was a bigger fear. You're not getting it. The fear. You know
We
when
were
you're
brought
traveling from
up
the shop to your
different,
house?
Born.
Do you know the fear in your chest? That was more powerful than the smack you're gonna get in the shop, bro. Trust me. At the end of the day, bro, these are bad habits. Do what you want to do in privacy. Stop teaching your children to put everything on the internet. That's what they want. Everyone's
And then she
overexposed.
puts on the internet,
There's
though.
no
I
boundaries.
think that's your point, sir.
Only thing I'm saying, I know where I can understand where she's saying, look, man, you always on this fucking social media instead of doing your schoolwork. You're on this fucking social media showing your hair, flicking
Yeah,
your
but Born, then
hair
she
around.
gets on it
Well,
and
I'm
looks
saying,
and
show
looks
you.
and Born, she gets on it full of makeup, her hair done,
So you're gonna make your
and
child
gets
go
on and
viral. You're
said,
gonna stop
"This
it
is
by making her go
this
viral.
is why I done this to
How
my
you gonna stop it?
kid when she's looking hot as fuck, and this is for her page." So she can't give her kids shit about being on social media.
But the mother's putting her
If-
business on the internet. Why can't the daughter do that? Isn't that what the mom's doing?
Exactly, that's what I'm saying, Sarah.
Because you're getting a
That's what
whole
I'm
ego
saying.
hit by trying to pretend like you're a good disciplining mother, because you could have just done that in private.
The daughter's gonna get more views than she.
She's gonna get more views. She's gonna get more popular.
I do give you that.
She's gonna
Sarah.
while out when she's older, and she's
I
just gonna
do.
do bigger fuckeries than what she's doing now.
Well, we don't wish that on the little sister though.
God
we don't
forbid,
wish she
God forbid,
wilds
but we're
out.
not gonna
She's
wish
not
that on
gonna
any
wild
child.
out when
But
she
I'm
gets
just
older.
saying.
Let me play some more. Let me play some more.
Posted a video of her cutting her daughter's hair off for misbehaving. So I'm going to offer a trigger warning. No children were physically hurt in this video.
Things. It's more important to be pretty than educated. More important to be a follow body than a leader, right? Okay. Don't mom me. No. Being cute ain't shit.
Publicly traumatizing your kid for what? You know, this is ridiculous. And I cannot believe you posted this.
All right, wait. There's more. There's more. Just giving her explaining herself.
There's a recent one, yeah.
There's more. I know.
There's my daughter. I will tell you guys what she actually did. Sis, who do you think you're fooling? You did want to embarrass your daughter. You sat there and surprised her, first of all, recorded her and snatched up her hair, cut it all off, and then had the nerve to ask if she felt traumatized. In what world did you not want to embarrass her?
I see some weird comments like, oh, she's jealous of her kid. How the hell can you be jealous of someone who's your twin?
Sis, be for real right now. Because you did this whole video about how beauty isn't everything while you have a beauty filter on. You cut her hair saying that beauty isn't everything, but you can't stand in front of a TikTok video without using a beauty filter. So yes, we do think you're jealous. We absolutely do.
She is my kid, and that is between me and my kid.
You see, that's just it. When you decided to embarrass and abuse your daughter
It ain't
on
between you
TikTok,
and your
she
kid.
became everybody's daughter. So we all can put in our 2 cents. And you can bet I'm reaching out to Toronto CPS. Sis.
Oh,
you
chill
can
out.
bet that they're going to find out.
Oh, chill
And if you have a
out.
problem with it,
Oh my God.
Really?
That's a bit much. That's a bit much, mind you.
Yeah, there's no need for that. You're entitled to an
But
opinion.
but that's what you
allow all
get
of
for
that.
putting it on the internet. That's what you get for putting on the
And there's going to
internet.
be a bunch of
But that's what's
Karens
gonna
out there
happen though.
doing
Everyone's
that.
gonna
Yeah.
start calling CPS
Yeah,
now.
I do agree with that.
Yeah, but you know what? I take it back. This is what you get for putting your youths on the fucking internet, man.
Internet, thank you, bro. That's what I'm saying. Just don't do it. Just
All
don't
you
do
lot
it.
that put the youth on the internet, I think
Can
you're
you
idiots.
not hear me now?
I might say you're cute or happy birthday to your youth when you've had a youth and that. But if I see a picture of your youth, I think you're weird.
Exactly.
I do.
Facts, man.
I just think,
Especially with the amount of these individuals who like them things. Do you know what I mean? Without ruining the algorithms.
I think that's weird. Like what?
The thing is, yeah, the CPS are going to send. They'll send that.
Front Street. This is the type of shit we're dealing with. You probably got her into this culture of having her online anyway, and now you can't.
Exactly.
You can't say what your daughter did.
It's hypocrisy. To be fair.
Personally, yeah, the hair cutting thing. I hear where you lot are coming from. I don't think it's that deep. What I do think is deep is putting it on the TV.
Exactly.
And putting it on social media.
Facts.
Facts.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No one cares about the discipline. That's her child. She can do what she wants with her child, but all of that putting on the internet.
Is it, Sarah? Like I hear y'all say it ain't about the hair, but man, I don't know, man. If y'all,
what the fuck? What? You can't cut your kid's hair?
I know. I'm just saying. I don't think like me. I'm cool with it.
Hold on, wait. Are we saying a parent shall not be able to choose cutting your hair that you might feel really proud of or whatever for punishment?
I don't know. Pose that question. Make that a poll question. I guess it's cutting your hair a proper form of discipline. I say it is. I say it is.
Yeah, of course you can. Especially when next
everybody agrees with that, though, Jess. I don't think everybody agrees with that.
No, they don't. But like, I'm just trying to say, like, look, man, this is Trilluminati Live, man. If you're advocating for taking away the rights of a parent, then I'm against you. That's what it is.
Yeah, to every parent's to his own, man. Do what you want with your child.
Like parents' rights. Now,
I don't have a problem with the punishment. I just don't know if it was the most appropriate punishment in this situation, and certainly not putting on the internet.
Well, I don't know what the
she shouldn't be putting a dirty wash now on the line. That's what it is.
What happened? Sorry.
Yeah.
What happened?
What I do know is putting it on the internet. Yeah, 1 second, brother.
Yeah,
what I do know, putting it on the internet. Putting any of it on the internet. Like I would never recording my daughter's face, cutting her hair, showing the before and after, showing my face, all that. That's what for what?
For what? Yeah. What? Just generally speaking, use the internet for your marketing, whatever you're doing for your businesses. Man. Keep your kids off the internet, good or bad. Even celebrating them. You know what bad eye is out there.
For what? Like, yeah, I just want to know, like, for what? For who?
Yeah.
Why? Like, who needs to see this? Who needed to see this?
And then you want to complain because people have an opinion.
Just don't we think her intention was to let this little girl's TikTok followers and this internet audience know? But this is what I think. I think the mom's intention was, listen.
It was on her page, Born. It was on her page.
Why do you keep shouting over Born every time he just...
Let me say this though.
Sorry.
All I'm saying is, look, man, I think it was to show her. All right, now you spend all this time with these internet people. You always think you're fucking so cute and so pretty on this internet, on this TikTok, on this app. And
for
now,
your followers.
Yeah, for your followers. So this is what I'm gonna do. But
do you think? Born, does the mom not look like she's
It's a hold on real quick, Sarah. Listen, it's really like our parents used to, what my parent did to me. If I fuck up in front of my friends, my parent would discipline me in front of my friends. These are people's friends nowadays. They think they're friends anyway. These is what the young people call their friends. So this is like her mom.
But what if the mom's online as well?
Yeah, I hear you, but you're in Tennessee, I'm in London. We chatting about it. We got our own kids and we chatting about her kid. It's too much exposure, bro.
Yeah, you're right.
It's too much.
You're right.
Too much, man. It's just too much. You know what I mean? Fuck. And even if he was out on the porch, I'd be like, yo, take your kid inside and do that shit, man. We brought her out here. It's like we kicking it on the porch, and then she brings her daughter out to the porch.
Actively brings her out. Yeah.
Yeah. Look at it. We gonna be like, yo, we ain't trying to see all this, man. That's your personal shit.
It's on the Owens page. It's not on the girl.
Everything. She's gonna bring everything to the internet. Her first breakup, everything will just be on the internet now.
It's not on the
What does
little
she have to
girl's
lose?
page either. It's on the L one's page, right?
She's going to be known as that girl that had her hair chopped off by her mum, just like we all know about the Gorilla Glue girl.
She might get famous.
Oh my God, it's so
Yeah,
funny.
But
she's going to be
guess what,
getting
though?
sent free weaves and that now.
But you know what? You got
don't put weed
CPS.
in it.
You got CPS getting called by a TikToker. This is another busybody.
Bro, trust
Like, you
me,
really
everyone's
fucked
gonna
up
be doing it.
putting
You know
your
how many
shit
calls
online.
they're gonna get?
I don't think you
Emotional
understand
abuse.
how much you fucked up. Listen, but we're gonna play more because there's updates. So I'm half method acting right now, so I can't lie. Yeah. All right, Sniper. Here we go. Here we go, Sniper. This is for you. Catch a recap. Where's Sniper's recap? Yeah, catch a recap.
This woman posted a video of her cutting her daughter's hair off for misbehaving. So I'm going to offer a trigger warning. No children were physically hurt in this video.
Good things. It's more important to be pretty than educated. More important to be a follow body than a leader, right? Okay. I'm not a parent who likes to use physical discipline. Come here, you're gonna learn today, girl. No physical discipline. Mom, don't mom me. No. You had your warning, you had your chance. I told you to listen. I told you stop disobeying my rules. I told you being cute ain't shit. If you have no education. You feel like I abused you? No.
Publicly traumatizing your kid for
So the original picture had her face all out there. Mine are looking like Jaden Smith. Yeah. And then everyone's gone.
That
mad.
woman opened a can of worms, man. Now, God, CPS is gonna be on her
So
case.
first of all, your opinion, Snipes.
Very normal on YouTube. I've never really seen a daughter being done, but we've definitely seen loads of sons being punished in this way.
Facts.
Remember the boy that was in prison?
Man's all scraped the
Jail in
clippers
the
on a
house.
man's head, right in the middle, and that. Like, yeah, we've seen some bad ones with the dad trying to discipline the son. So
what's your opinion? That, you know what? No one mentioned that, Snipes. No one mentioned, just the barber to think about that. It's true. And as you said it, I'm thinking about all the different examples I've seen of that.
Right, you've seen Bear.
Didn't we speak about the little boy with the jail? Was it like a little prison in the house? A makeshift.
Yeah. Remember
I think we spoke about it on here. Yeah.
I remember that.
He was on timeout. But his timeout.
Yeah, that was.
Yo, that
was mad.
What's she saying?
It was a
Prison now to be the craziest.
What's the name? What's the number? And all that shit.
Yeah, it was prison in the yard. I said, nah.
Yeah, she called him an inmate.
That was a bio. That was a bio.
But yeah, this exposure stuff, as social media stuff, I also frown upon it. I don't see the logic myself.
So do you frown upon the boys getting their head trimmed on camera?
Yeah, the same thing.
Yeah, it's punishment, innit? It's punishment. You know what I mean? But for a girl, obviously, you know, I just feel, I don't know. But it's a new era. It's TikTok, it's this, it's Snapchat, it's blah, blah, blah. And the parents are up to speed with these things, you know what I mean? So they can use it as they want. But I personally wouldn't do that on camera or anything like that, you know what I mean? I would do it, but I wouldn't do it on camera.
So what do you think about this, Sniper? So what I was saying is, look, it's like back in the days when we fucked up and got in trouble in front of our friends, we got disciplined in front of our friends. Nowadays, this little girl probably think TikTok and these TikTok people are her friends. So her mom is saying, okay, these are the people who you acting out in front of. I'm gonna discipline you in front of her.
Yeah, but I'm born. Ama's doing it. But hold on, MJ. Ama's doing it on Ama's page. Not on the little girl's page. She's doing it on her own page.
Yeah, that's
different. So this was
it's for her own.
This was obviously public if it's gone viral to this degree. So this isn't just the neighbors or the people in the supermarket that you've acted up in front of. This is like millions of people. This is
clout
viral.
chasing, man. She's clout chasing. She wants to go viral, and she went viral. It is what it is.
I don't think it's that bad though. Because at the end of the day,
Hold on, and don't press that button, Snipes, if you know what's good for you. All right, listen to this. Yeah, you know as well. See you know.
You see the last one?
Little pussy, man. Yeah. Why don't you come and eat your food, bro?
Yeah, finish your food.
Yeah, you got my mum taste and everything, bro. Alright, man, I'm not involved. I swear to God, I'm not involved, bro. Alright, cool. Let's go.
She went away? All right. What happened? You didn't think that I was gonna actually reach out to Canada? You didn't think that I was actually going to make sure that your daughter got checked out? Yeah.
Checked out?
Oh, feel bad for you. Where did your account go? Oh, it went away? All right. And yes, I did call Child Protective Services.
Oh my God.
You want to come check me in the comments, please? You should have done it too.
What?
Oh my God!
What a sick human being! Like she's proper laughing about it.
But this is what the man gets for sneaking up on
If she has no kids, I'm done. I'm just gonna throw the whole.
Sorry, did someone say that just earlier? That you know what I mean? Someone could look at this information and go to the authorities with it.
No, but this one's too excited. Like, why are you so excited?
I know, it's a bit much, but it's like
a bit much.
But it's the
same.
I know that. There's somebody waiting. There's somebody that's been waiting for your shit. There's someone out there
to wear the cape, yeah.
No, just for whatever. They've just been waiting for your thing to pop up so that they can dedicate a life to it. There's people out there.
Yeah.
Be careful. You will get yourself a lifetime stalker out here.
Scary.
Even if you do, I think that the mum made the disclaimer. Hold on. The mum made the disclaimer and made the daughter make a statement. It could be forced, it could be seen, but it at least was done. Did I abuse you? No. Blah, blah,
it was
blah.
elicited though, you could tell. It was probed. It wasn't her talking freely, you can tell. Because she was just nodding going, yeah.
No, it looked like she was talking freely to me.
No, she looked like she was under duress.
Yeah,
not to me. Not to me.
Or embarrassment, I don't know, but it didn't look like.
I told you being cute ain't shit.
No, you know, there are some genuine people who might see it and then say, "Oh, I've been in that situation," or "I know someone that's in that situation," and it was an abusive kind of thing that they were doing, and then they would genuinely, who's that crackling? Well, yeah, then they'll genuinely feel that they need to intervene by contacting the services. So it's not always that someone's just trying to do it because they're going over the top.
Like from a different country, someone's
everything seems to be snitching to some people.
Go and mind your own children if you haven't.
People have the right to
have children. Sorry, of their own. They might not necessarily have children. That's why they got time to dedicate to ruining someone else's family.
That's why I said, bro, she's too excited. As a mother, I don't think you'd be that excited to call CPS.
It's
a bit weird.
It depends on how deep she feels it is. Like some people feel as if that.
She
was too excited. She was smacking her lips and no, she was too excited.
She looks like one of your exes, Reggie. You know when you finish with them after 15 years of a relationship and they've got nothing to do now. They're happy, they're free, and they've got time to do stuff like this. Nothing. But anyway.
Okay.
And is it that serious for you, a woman's child to get taken away? Come on. Like.
Well, some people see it as abuse. Some people would see it as abuse.
Yeah, how is it abuse? How is it abuse to cut your own child's hair? Is it abuse to film it, or is it abuse to do it?
Yeah, you seedless girl.
I can choose whatever hairstyle I want for my child.
For your child,
even if they don't like it. If they want to keep their long Janet Jackson braids, but I want them to have a low, modest trim, then I'm cutting their fucking hair. How is that abuse?
No, but we know that based on the video that it was the purpose of it was to humiliate the child. It wasn't just a haircut.
Hold on, Reggie. Reggie, you come from a country where that's standard. Young women have violence.
Yeah, you're right. And some women have FGM. Some women don't have clitorises. in our
Not
country.
in our country. Not in our
Yeah,
country.
in our country, 100%. How much you want to bet in Nigeria that some women don't have clitoris?
Who? What tribe?
Oh, let me get it up. Let me get it up for you.
Someone's
we know that happens.
What?
Come on, Jay. We know that happens in Nigeria. Let's don't play like that.
I didn't know they do FGM in Nigeria. Don't shut the fuck up.
Nigerians do everything.
Where's this? Listen, these pan-Nigerians are not having it, man. You better watch yourself.
Nigerians are some freaky guys. We
You better watch yourselves.
I said some freaky guys. You know.
Trust Mr. Igbo and Benin as a tribe to come up with
So if you go on UNICEF, you'll see it.
Go on. Can you share the
FGM.
screen in it so we can see?
I can't not on this device at the moment, but yeah, FGM. Well, there's a UNICEF source. I don't know if you want me to put in the back chat or something, but there is a UNICEF.
Talk, man. Fucking hell. What's the evidence?
You want me to read it?
I don't know, bro. What's your evidence that there's FGM in Nigeria? Can you tell me where? That's what I asked. What tribe? That's why I asked, bro.
It's not just tribal related. I've got an article here from.
So it's got to be tribal related. What is it? It's not cultural related. It's not Nigerian culture.
I know that when we got training, Nigeria, to be fair, was not really mentioned.
It's not Nigerian culture, but so
yeah,
it
wasn't.
Religious group. Who is it, bro? Come on, stop being stupid.
Brother, there's an article right here, yeah, and I can post it. I'll probably have to post it because you are in denial. But you can also type it in Google, find multiple sources that
All right, can you
support
give
the
us
fact
the
that
percentages? What's the statistics say?
So if I was to read this article, it says let me just put the number. It says it says it's risen. Today, one that female genital mutilation is on the rise among Nigerian girls aged 0 to 14. Rates have risen from 16.9% in 2013 to 19.2% in 2018. A worrying trend.
What area?
They say 90% of all Nigerian women have been genitally mutilated. Is that what you're saying? You believe that to be true?
They're saying
that's nearly 20%.
There's an estimated 19.9 million survivors of FGM in Nigeria, but in terms of like the actual figure, there's different figures. You just have to study the figures. I'm gonna post.
Sorry. Have you ever had sex with a girl from Nigeria in Nigeria or anything? Have you ever done that?
Relevance. What is the relevance?
You would have seen
relevance, man. Don't be dumb. We're talking about female Nigerian female genitals. What do you mean? What's the relevance? Can we move on? We was having a better discussion. I can't take the stupidness, man.
Yeah.
I can't take the stupidness. What's the relevance?
You obviously want to look. Even Papa Coppers put it in their chat. Like this is just denial. At the end of the day, if you guys want to remain ignorant, that's up to you.
Have I denied? I've just said, can supply some information? Because I've never heard of it in Nigeria. I've never experienced it. I've never heard anyone speaking about it. So I didn't know this. You say UNICEF. I'm like, great. Can you tell me what tribe, what region? Who are these people? The Igbo tribe don't do female genital mutilation.
Mm-hmm.
So who is it? The Hausas don't do it. The Europers don't do it. Who's doing it? I just want to know. I'm sure you're correct. Someone is doing it, but wouldn't you say it would be a tribe or people following a certain belief system? Because it's not a Nigerian practice. Are you going to disagree with that?
No, I'll say that it's Nigerians that are doing it. So whether they're from Benin or whether they're from Igbo, it's Nigerian people.
See the dancers now. We're just all Nigerians now.
Yeah.
See the dancers. Like what?
Can we to bring some information?
It could be in the north. It could be in the north. It could be anything, man. Like, come on, bro.
Yeah. Please, Emma. Some like.
Yeah. Either we move on, or we. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Let's move on.
I just want to know what. I just want to know the facts. That's what I'm asking for. I don't know if you see what like Reggie's just said some UNICEF article, and I don't know.
When did this article come out? When did it come out?
Now he's accusing us of FGM denial when we just asking for info.
I've just quickly. I got a study.
Sorry. Is the term even African, or is it
FGM?
The Europeans?
Yeah, it's not African at all.
Okay. So is it? Hold on. Can it be also misconstrued as male and female circumcision?
Yeah, definitely.
Okay, cool. No
if it's GM, yeah, genital. If you're just saying genital mutilation, then you wouldn't.
It's they have their own sliding scale, isn't it? They made up their scale, and circumcision is on that scale as well.
It's on the scale, okay.
So then it's just ignorance.
Circumcision is on the scale of GM.
Yeah.
But if it's 20%, we would have heard of this, bro. Like 20% is a lot. Nearly 20% of a whole country.
But then that means the leaders of that around the world would be the Jewish community. Allow it.
Yeah. Are we moving on? Are we moving back to the?
I don't know.
Who does it, bro?
Yeah, cool. Let me say it, innit? Let me say it. So first of all, it says Nigeria, due to its large pop. This is 2012, by the way. This is a guy called TC Okeke and some next people. Due to its large population, has the highest absolute number of female FGM worldwide, accounting for about 1/4 of the estimate.
Wait. They say Nigeria has more FGM than Somalia, and these countries that have been accused of dealing with it. Is that what they're saying?
That's what they're saying. They said they're trying to say because they're trying to say because it's large population that it has the highest absolute number.
I swear to God, I've never once heard about FGM and Nigeria related ever in a conversation until today. This is me personally. Some of you obviously have, but I've never, ever.
And
we've done streams on it, and Nigeria didn't get brought up.
On the tribal thing, it says in Nigeria, of the 6 largest ethnic groups, the Yoruba, Hausa, Fulani, Igbo, Ijao, and Kanuri, only the Fulani do not practice any form, apparently.
No, see, now the thing, wait, are you talking about, is this female or just general in general?
This is FGM. This is only FGM. So female.
Only Fulani don't practice FGM.
Apparently.
I'm out.
Well, female circumcision.
I'm out.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. You know what I mean? Because that's what
Why
it
do
is.
they?
Circumcision is part of it, and they're covering it with this word. You get what I'm saying? Like, be honest.
What's female circumcision, by the way? What is that?
Well, what they do,
like FGM to me.
Yeah, that's what they say. They put stitches to.
Yeah, female circumcision is basically FGM.
Yeah,
but
that's
then
what
they've
they
got
say.
different types, but it's under the same.
Female
Yeah. So
circumcision
FGM is like
the original title.
But what is female circumcision specifically compared to whatever else is on the scale?
I
think
can
there's
tell you
different
because my
types
mom
of
had it.
female
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah, and it just makes the pum pum smaller. Do you know what I'm saying? It's only like a pee hole or whatever until the time's right and they want to have sex, and boom, then it gets bust.
Yeah.
But, yeah, that's it really.
They just sew them up, basically. Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, I see why they call it whatever they call
So
it.
it's a mutilation. So maybe the terms have changed over time. It could be that because of what the term that's used now is FGM. Like,
that's not the same as the cut off the lips, cut off the clip thing.
No.
There's some that cut off the thing. There's some that might cut.
we don't
would
do
leave
that.
the clip, but then
we
cut
talking
off
about
other
a
parts.
baby.
Different types.
Wait, hold on. Wait, King. Can we ascertain that what we're talking about is a sewing up of the vaginal lips?
Yeah.
Oh man, that sounds horrid.
Not lips, but I mean.
Not lips. What is?
There's different types. Sometimes they would cut the quote unquote labia. Sometimes they would cut the clitoris. Sometimes they would leave the clitoris. There's so many different types.
Yeah.
Yeah, there is different types, but our one.
And there's different severity. The most severe is if you cut off the clitoris because there's no.
Yeah, we don't do that in Nigeria. We don't do that. I mean, the one we do is with the stitch for the women, because I know, because my mom told me. You get me? And obviously, we about. You get me? So.
Oh.
You know what I'm saying?
So maybe that's.
Let's get it. From that same pum pum. So we good, man.
Well, hold on, wait. Are you speaking for the Yoruba or all other tribes?
I can't speak for all other tribes. I can only speak for my mom, innit? So, like,
Right,
so what do they do? Sorry, Matthew, I didn't even hear that properly.
She's a Shakiri. Sorry.
What do they do? Sorry, I didn't hear that properly.
No, the stitching of the pum pum.
They do it or they don't.
They do it.
Okay.
Yeah, but when you're a baby, innit? When you're a baby, it's not like
but I think
you're 16.
I think the term is so broad that everything goes under it, so it's quite hard to differentiate.
But with us and with the African continent, circumcision is as old as we are, right?
That's what
In
I
every
don't know.
society that we ever had, the oldest one, they say Egypt, we were circumcising. We was doing what we was doing. We know medical procedure before even any European picked up a scalpel or whatever. Yeah, when they were still digging up dead bodies to work out the human form. So for them to say FGM, that's their business. You know what I'm saying? Because in some cases, yeah, it is true, but that's not our thing. You're taking something.
Yeah, it's an umbrella term. That's the problem. It's an umbrella term, and everything goes under it. The most extreme, they're all under one umbrella. If that makes sense.
Yeah.
So.
And he should know that. He should know that because even the other side of the male version is us getting circumcised, and most of us are circumcised. Now, some might think it's religious, but it's actually cultural.
It's cultural.
So I don't know how one half can be cultural and the other half can't be cultural, and then the other half is FGM. It's like
it can be fine across that. It's fine everywhere, to be honest. So it definitely is culture.
And the rest will take Europeans looking at African women's pum pum. Magic. Allow it, man.
And what country you're in and the legality they're gonna check. It's just it's long.
How do you work out these statistics? You have to look at pum pum. Someone has to look at pum pum. Of 20%. Young girls and babies and all of that. It's crazy. It's religious and it's cultural though. Yeah. But for us, culture came before religion, right? So, we just adapt things to whatever we're taking on. And we're taking on religion, so it goes with our thing, so it goes with our religion as well, because that's the main emphasis in the religion. The covenant of Abraham, which is circumcision. Oh, sorry, FGM.
The covenant of Abraham is FGM, brother. I don't know.
FGM, man. It's FGM, man. Stop it.
Your own thing, man.
The covenant of Abraham is FGM. Yeah, we understand that. But if you look into our history of Africans, it's cultural. Stop being silly, you guys. You can't bring religion when religion didn't exist when we existed and when we was doing circumcision. Right?
Bro.
All this religious text is with the same people. It makes no sense.
You can't call sewing up pum pum circumcision either, though.
It's not.
Yeah, you can. That's what they call it.
And trying to conflate things.
No, they wouldn't call. They would call it FGM, mutilation.
Yeah, they call it that.
No. Hold on. They're calling all of these things.
Yeah.
Genital mutilation first and foremost, all of them. Circumcision, circumcision as a term is only referring to the removal of the foreskin. That's what circumcision is.
Yeah, because you're cutting something off. Yeah.
So what's the issue?
So calling it female circumcision is incorrect. I understand, even though I've heard the term before, because I guess people have adopted the term circumcision just to mean a genital,
the area,
whatever alterations. Let's call it. Yeah.
And there's no issue. There's no mutilation.
I actually didn't know that. I didn't know that this was running. I didn't know. That
well,
Nigeria
obviously, remember that Nigerians are very, what do you call it, conservative. It's not thing that we shout from the rafters, right?
Okay, yeah.
Is it still done today though? Is it like less common? Because I know in a lot of places
it's less common. It's less common.
Yeah,
it's gone down. You know what? Because the World Health Organization and UNICEF and all these guys have a serious campaign across the continent in it to stop.
As I said, my mom obviously is 70 plus, so in her time when she's 70 years ago, it was different times.
It's different,
you know what I mean? That's why she's got tribal marks. That's why, you get what I'm saying? All of those processes was definitely in effect when she was young.
I'll tell you what we discovered when we was in Gambia. So we spoke to a few families about this as well. And one of the things, one Fulani family that we spoke to, they said that one of the things is that the governments themselves are not the ones that are instituting or getting rid of this thing. They're being influenced by the West, obviously, right? To make things worse, they're not replacing. So the process, the custom itself comes with an initiation process as well, where certain things are told to the girl and to the boy. The boy's taken out into the forest for a number of weeks. The girl was kept on the compound and kept away from civilization for a number of weeks, and they learn certain things in those periods of time, and obviously that period is marked by the procedure. And what they've done is they've taken the entire custom away, so the knowledge sharing part of the custom has also been removed. You understand? And not replaced.
Okay.
Yeah.
So they don't talk about that. They don't talk about the actual customs.
Yeah, it is.
MA, they've done that everywhere, man. That's the first thing the British and the Catholic institution came in here and done, was got rid of all our holy wells. Well, they call them holy wells now. All our natural springs where they were sacred, and made them into Christian or Catholic holy wells where people get cured from them. So that's the first thing they do is go and take over your religion.
But the notion that they're doing it for children is false as
right?
well, because
It makes sense,
they're
right?
biochemically giving little boys drugs to turn them into girls and vice versa. So they're doing the exact same thing here. So let's not.
I mean,
they have no morality to be telling anybody what to do.
Right. This is
They're
our
doing
point.
the same thing with biochemicals. So
I understand, yeah, if there's some fuckery going on, but from some
but
of
then
our point of view,
they're trying to hypersexualize Africa anyways, because the UN is slowly trying to bring about that children have this right to have sex and whatnot. They're slowly bringing that. They've pretty much brought it around here anyways in the West. They're trying to bring it to Africa.
they're being more not trying to.
Hypersexual children's more victims in it.
They're spreading Babylon.
They've definitely had a campaign.
That's what the one world government is about.
There was a statement that children had a right to sex, but then on the UN, but they took it off or they took it down from their website.
Have that fuckery all over the place.
Yeah, as I said, it's gonna be difficult to try and tell people who know it and have experienced it that what they've experienced was FGM. When in their mind, there's no such thing. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But it makes sense because, like, my grandma, her mother is a Roman Catholic, but her mother ain't none of that shit. You get it? So all the customs and traditions come from.
Well, Mackie, exactly. You know what I mean about them trying to take the traditions and customs, as you just said, away from. Well, when they go into a country first, that's the first thing they do.
No, it's self-choice. It's self-choice. Because as we know, we advance anyway as people, and sometimes we think, that's a bit old school. We're not doing that no more, right?
All right, what we eating on it? All right, what we eat?
Right, because we're going away from our culture and into, as I said, religion. And if you're lucky enough that the religion has the same traditions in there and thing, you can still carry them out as you've been carrying them out. You know what I mean? But I know that stitching up thing is a private and personal thing. And obviously an early thing when you're a baby. So you don't even know it's happening. You know what I mean? So the idea of trauma and all of this type of thing is about as traumatic as circumcision. Because I can't tell you I remember it. You know what I mean? Yeah. I feel sorry for my brother who had it redone when he was like 2.5. Mad.
Oh, bless him.
They didn't cut it properly. Yeah, and then he had to go back and do it. And this man had graft on his thing and all this kind of was it kind of Vaseline kind of thing. This guy went to pee, yeah, and the pee went in all different directions. He's a soldier, man. I had to rate him like, because I don't know what he's going through. You know what I mean? I went through it when I was little. The first couple of days I was born, you know, some rabbi.
Yeah, most kids are early.
Bro, a whole rabbi. Fuck you know.
Well, I'm in England, am I not? Right. So there's legal. In England, it's done through religious angles, right?
Yeah, there's loads of clinics and people that will come.
And now it's offered on the NHS.
Yeah.
Now it's offered on
way
the
more
NHS.
accessible.
Prior, it was private. It was like, you have to go and get a rabbi or, to come and do it.
So
What do you guys think about? Sorry,
one
mate.
sec. You see how I was saying about that? There's an initiation process that goes with what the Fulani were doing and that. Yeah,
Right.
not just the Fulani, but also Sarah and a whole bunch of other people from that region.
Yeah.
Did you go through anything yourself? You or Jeds or anybody else that's had it, and if you didn't, is that how you think you were supposed to be doing it? But it's been watered down.
Doing what? Sorry.
Circumcision.
Yeah, I'm saying like that happened less than 8 days after I was born. What do I know?
Right. Well,
Yeah.
what they were saying as well is that they're doing it earlier, and therefore the whole process of initiation gets completely missed because you can't do that to a newborn, right?
Oh, I get you. What you're saying with the Fulani, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Not just the Fulani, a few others as well.
all this teenage toddler thing, that's mutilation, I could say, because yeah, you can feel pain, you can it's meant to be done quick,
You're sensitive. I'm
whatever
more
you're
high
doing
tech.
while you're a baby, and that's it. But all this
And don't
teenage,
forget, MA. There's so many opportunities.
definitely, I got a side eye whoever's talking, whoever's doing that. You know what I mean? But that might still be their custom and thing and the way they do it. But boy, I don't know about that. I mean, earpiecing, tribal marks, all of that, scarification, they all be done when you're a baby, man.
I think that shows that it is custom and tradition rather than religion when it is done, when you are done as a baby, you know.
Exactly. And it's only because of where we are and generations changing their faith. You know what I mean? But they're still trying to keep some of their customs. If you can still do it, but you're a Jehovah's Witness now, or you grew up as a Roman Catholic, like my mom. You know what I mean? So it is what it is, man.
But wouldn't you say that, like, if you're being circumcised for religious purposes, that, well, are we saying that the religions themselves are coming from cultures before they became religions, and that the cultures were doing it in a different form that included maybe initiation?
That's why when we find about Abraham getting the covenant of circumcision, but yet the Egyptians are already doing it. Do you get what I'm saying? And even
Religions keep the beneficial things though
But
that were already existing.
All the
you
way
not
down.
find that all religions initiate
1 second.
initiate people when they're babies.
And the Horn, the Congo, everything, those traditions and that particular practice had been long-standing before any modern European civilization. We're already doing that. Well, it's got to be cultural.
Do you know why they mutilate the female organ, female clitoris?
I don't know about that.
Do you know why?
Do that.
Tell us, Rich.
Yeah. Why did they do it?
Something like to stop them from feeling arousal, and so therefore, blah de blah de blah. They won't.
Let's hear what Reggie has to say.
No, it's quite accurate actually. It's to take away the pleasure of sex and to stop the arousal as well. The kind of like to stop the kind of lust for sex in some way.
You know, you have to rub the clit. I mean,
all right,
sex hasn't got anything to do with the clit, though. Seriously, unless it's foreplay.
Hold on. You know, like as I said, these things should be done when you're a baby. So I don't know if certain things are like developed like that, where they, you know what I mean, where you're just like lopping it off and that. Oh, there's a clip, lop. It's not our tradition, so you know what I'm saying. So it's mad.
I think it's yeah, go on.
I said it's not our tradition from what I know, my tradition, as in Yoruba's.
That's what I'm trying to establish, though, Snaps. The Yoruba versus the, I suppose, Christian, whatever. Like, I don't think that's the same thing, right?
No.
In terms of circumcision, it would have been done.
The circumcision part is 100% the same, but with the woman and the stitching up, that's cultural, and you know what I mean, along the same lines, but it's like the equivalent for the woman. That's how I was told it. I mean, because not everyone gets it. My sister never got it. You know what I mean? Them type of things there. So it's something you could carry on, but it's how traditional those people still carrying. You know what I mean? Because now you've got religion that's in the way. Do you know what I'm saying? And the culture and the environment is changing. Because when we're talking about great grandma, these are people from the late 1800s. You know what I mean?
Who's laughing?
Mad, man. But yeah, that's mad. So they're usually doing it for social acceptance.
But you know what? I've had Nigerian pom pom, and I'm telling you, there were no FGM, bro. You know what I'm saying? I had Nigerian
That's
pom-pom,
one case. You always give us these individual cases. It doesn't speak for the fact that there's a very large movement of people.
I can say that. Can you say that?
That what I've been with a Nigerian woman.
In
Nigeria.
Nigeria.
You know what the clit's for.
Born and raised in Nigeria. Yeah, have you done that?
No, I haven't.
Okay, then I have, and then that's it.
So therefore, you're qualified to speak on FGM, which you denied was even.
No, I'm saying even from what I know, yeah, and that means a little bit more than you. Yeah, I haven't seen that. You got what I'm saying? And then I've given you an example of what is supposed to be that of my own mom. Come on, Reggie.